Chapter 51. Mutated Birds. It's not that Tang Zheng hasn't seen mutant birds since the end of the world. On his way home, he often saw large birds flying in the sky. But the number was small, and they would not attack humans. So Tang Zheng didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seems that it's not that the mutant birds don't attack people, but that they won't attack when the number is insufficient. The situation is different now. There is a bird park in the wildlife park. There are countless birds in the bird park, and the natural environment here can attract birds even more. Obviously, this batch of birds are not birds in the bird park, but some ordinary birds. But they have already posed a great threat to Tang Zheng and his team. If it weren't for the helmet blocking it, Tang Zheng would definitely have been injured. Everyone, pay attention to protect your head, protect your eyes, disperse your firepower, and shoot down these birds. There are about 100 birds in this batch, and they are flying over with a whoosh, which is really amazing. If it were an ordinary team of survivors, facing mutant birds and mutant beasts at the same time, they would probably be wiped out soon. But Tang Zheng's soldiers were different. They were fearless, and even more elite than the real royal troops. Facing the simultaneous attack of mutant birds and beasts, the soldiers fired, shot, changed magazines, took over and protected their teammates in an orderly manner. Although there were many mutant birds, their defense was obviously not as good as mutant beasts. They could still be easily shot down by rifle bullets. In the dim woods, bullets flashed with golden light, hitting targets in the air and on the ground. The 30-plus combat group, like a hedgehog covered in golden light, killed the invading mutant birds and beasts one by one. Ugh! A soldier groaned. A wound on his neck was scratched by a mutant swallow. Blood immediately flowed down. His comrades behind him quickly replaced him, and the medical soldier quickly stepped forward and bandaged the wound at a very fast speed. The beauty of the bandage was not good enough, and the goal was to be fast. Gui Yun, a research soldier, followed and checked. After a while, he turned back and said to Tang Zheng, "General, there is no virus on the mutant's claws, and the blood has not turned black." Tang Zheng had already picked up his helmet and put it back on. He nodded when he heard it. This would be easier. Otherwise, all the more than 30 people would have to be injected with serum before they could continue to fight. But the next battle would be very difficult. Under the fierce attack of the mutant birds and beasts, people in the team were constantly injured. The lightly injured soldiers returned to the battlefield immediately after simple bandages to stop bleeding. 2 soldiers were hit by mutant beasts and suffered fractures. 1 hand bone and 1 leg bone. Fortunately, they were not fatal and were not in danger of life after bandaging. It was more troublesome to treat them. The medical soldiers in the starless state had no way to treat fractures. They could only let the soldiers retreat first and wait until the stars were upgraded, and the fractures could be treated. This dangerous scene also made Tang Zheng secretly sweat. Fortunately, they were at the edge of the zoo at the moment, and the herbivore area was open, so there were not many mutant beasts. With sufficient bullets, the team could still hold on. The continuous gunshots lasted for more than 20 minutes. When the last mutant zebra was knocked down, no mutant beasts came here for the time being. At this time, Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. The corpses of birds and beasts were everywhere, and the weeds were trampled and stuck to the ground, covered with blood. Some mutant beasts that were not completely dead were still twitching. Tang Zheng checked the soldiers' condition. In the previous round of fighting, the number of injured soldiers reached 11. 2 of them had fractures, and the most seriously injured were several foreign soldiers. These were all new recruits with weak strength, so it was normal for them to get injured. Among them, Michael had a scar on his face caused by the mutant bird, although the medic stopped the bleeding. Such a scar made him look even more evil. But Tang Zheng found that although many soldiers were injured, they all seemed very happy. After a closer look, he found that the previous round of battle had upgraded many soldiers. Originally, the 4th squad and foreign soldiers were all new recruits. After this round of battle, they were at least upgraded to 1 star, and some of them were even upgraded to 2 stars. After the star upgrade, their strength increased. Although they were injured, they were not serious and basically did not affect their continued fighting. Everyone sorted out their guns and rested on the spot. Tang Zheng looked at the time. It was already past 11 in the morning. This round of fighting consumed Tang Zheng funds of more than 1,300 yuan. However, Tang Zheng did not feel bad. Funds were meant to be consumed. If they were not needed now, they would be used at any other time. Rest where you are. Don't buy bullets for the time being. When the time reaches 12 o'clock, you will have new bullets. And then continue to move forward. Tang Zheng and his men began to eat. The two medical soldiers were the busiest people at the moment. Lu Dachuan led the new recruits' medical soldiers, carrying a first aid kit, and treated them carefully one by one. After treating several people in succession, Lu Dachuan was promoted. General, I have been strengthened by 1 star. And fractures can also be treated. Very good. Treat quickly. Lu Dachuan came to the two soldiers with fractures again. First corrected the bones with manual techniques. Then applied medicine and bandaged them. Okay. If you don't exercise too vigorously, you can recover in half a month at most. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. The soldiers still have good physical fitness. It is considered very fast to recover from fractures in half a month. But in fact, he still felt that it was a little slow. Perhaps he saw Tang Zheng thoughts. Lu Dachuan said, General, as long as you upgrade the company commander, my medical box should be able to refresh new medicines. And then treat this kind of minor injury. It should be healed quickly. Oh, there is such a function. It should be. But I can't tell you the details. Just upgrade as soon as possible. Tang Zheng nodded and didn't say anything more. He also wanted to upgrade. But it was difficult to move in the city at the moment. He was able to come to the dance academy and the zoo because of the geographical advantage. He couldn't find a gold shop and a bank vault for the time being. Unless gold and silver can be found in this wildlife park, there is little hope of upgrading immediately. Halfway through the meal, they were forced to stop. The bloody smell here began to attract new mutants. In the sky, a huge vulture appeared. This kind of carrion-eating bird did not change its habits after mutation. It came from afar by smelling the smell. But there were only a dozen of them. Seeing so many people including Tang Zheng, they did not dare to come down for a while, and could only circle in the sky and scream. Some mutants that smelled the smell gradually moved towards this direction. Tang Zheng swallowed the food in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then stood up. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. The mutant corpses here have attracted the attention of other mutants. Let's take this opportunity to walk a little further. Recalling the topographic map of the zoo, Tang Zheng decided to quickly pass through the herbivore area and move towards the middle of the zoo. The soldiers with broken bones also got up. Tang Zheng even bought a motorcycle for the two soldiers with broken bones to sit in and follow the team, so that they could still fight while sitting in the car. The team walked along the edge of the zoo area and headed towards the middle. As Tang Zheng expected, many animals around were attracted by the bloody smell in the distance and went in that direction. There were few mutant beasts encountered along the way, and no unexpected situations occurred. Gradually, Tang Zheng and his team walked to the south of the herbivore area. Some buildings appeared in the shadows in front. On the left is the wolf house. On the right is the monkey mountain. And there is also a beast area in the left front. The place in the middle and far away should be the office area of the zoo. I can't take any more detours. There's no other way to go. I have to make a passage here. Otherwise, I still have to face the problem of having no way to go when I pick up my sister. Tang Zheng looked at the radar map. There were many red spots in front of him. But he had no choice but to keep going forward. After walking a few steps, he stopped, because he found that a red spot was rapidly approaching him and the others. Tang Zheng turned back suddenly. A black shadow was seen on the trees behind them, and it had already reached the treetops, only more than 20 meters away from them. A huge head, eyes flashing with fierce light, and spotted fur. Roar! As the mutant beast roared, Tang Zheng realized that something was wrong. This was a huge leopard as big as a lion. A leopard alone might not be a big deal, but it showed one thing. That is, the beasts in the beast hall had escaped. Next, he would not only face those herbivores, but also large carnivores. Chapter 52. Herbivores and carnivores are two different concepts. The explosive power, ferocity, natural body structure, and one-hit kill ability of carnivores are not comparable to those of herbivores. So when Tang Zheng saw the leopard, he shot it without hesitation. We must not let it pounce on us. This guy is already as big as a lion, and is definitely more ferocious than the lions before the end of the world. If he is caught by it, it will definitely cause trouble. Tang Zheng fired, and several soldiers around him followed suit. The leopard had never encountered such a human who fired without any warning, and was immediately hit by several bullets. The wounded leopard screamed and fell from the tree. But the gunshots here immediately attracted new mutant beasts. You know, the geographical location here is in the middle of the zoo. Most of the breeding grounds for those beasts are nearby. Soon, a large number of mutant beasts rushed in this direction. Tang Zheng even saw from afar that there were not only wolves, but also lynxes, leopards, wild boars, and other animals, all howling and rushing over. In the sky, there were even more mutant birds, flying over in a black mass. This time, there were huge flamingos, majestic eagles, peacocks with tails stretched out like colorful clouds, and red-crowned cranes and white storks with long beaks. No wonder there are no zombies here. They must have been eaten by these things. We can't resist head-on. Retreat into the building. Tang Zheng led his men and headed straight for the zoo office area in the distance. There were several buildings there, where they could temporarily avoid danger. No matter if there were zombies inside. Even if there were, it would definitely be safer than here. The soldiers ran all the way, pushing their speed to the limit. Fortunately, the building was not far from here, and the soldiers ran and fired while finally reaching the office area. Tang Zheng immediately spotted a building with iron bars on the windows on the first floor. Go in. The door of the building was open, and Tang Zheng rushed in directly. A motorcycle also drove over, and the wounded jumped down without support. The wounded with broken legs jumped up the stairs with one leg and entered the room. During this process, the soldiers who were covering were venting firepower frantically. Fortunately, it was past 12 o'clock now, and everyone had bullets. In this wave of attacks, almost everyone emptied a magazine. When they finally entered the room, everyone threw another wave of grenades, which suppressed the crazy charge of the mutant beasts and allowed them to enter the room. Fortunately, this door was not broken. Jiguang came in last and closed and locked the door. There were continuous knocking sounds from outside. But this door was a large iron anti-theft door, and it was safe and sound after being knocked several times. But before I could catch my breath, the sound of broken glass came from upstairs. Second floor. There are no iron bars on the windows on the second floor, and the mutant birds are smashing the glass. To defend the second floor, we must first shoot down the mutant birds. The soldiers went up the stairs to the second floor, and just as they entered the corridor, they saw that many mutant birds had already entered the room. The soldiers pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the corridor was immediately filled with blood. The mutant birds were the most threatening when they were outside, but once they entered the narrow corridor, they were targets. Under the crazy firepower output of the soldiers, the mutant birds in the corridor were swept away. The mutant birds that were still planning to come in also flew away with strange cries when they saw this situation. Obviously, compared with the fearless zombies, the mutant beasts still have a certain IQ. After dealing with this wave of mutant birds, the situation in the building temporarily calmed down. Although there were more and more mutant beasts outside, they could not enter the building for the time being. They could only surround the building and keep roaring. Tang Zheng stood at the window and took a look at the situation below. He was secretly shocked. The mutant beasts outside could not come up now because of their size. Most of these wolves and bears could not jump to the second floor. Even if some leopards could jump higher, it would be useless to come up alone. But Tang Zheng did not think that he was safe now, because there were many other animals in the zoo. For example, lions and tigers, giraffes, rhinos and elephants, pythons, and monkeys that are good at climbing and jumping have not arrived yet because of the distance. If all these things come, it will be really dangerous here. If he wants to leave, he will have to fight again. And at that time, more animals will definitely come. So he must think of a way. Search the building to see if there is anything we can use. Especially funds. This is a 3-story building. The radar shows that there are still zombies in several offices inside. The soldiers immediately took action and began to collect funds. 5 minutes later, the soldiers came back with a little bit of scattered funds. They exchanged more than 300 gold. Tang Zheng glanced at the system. At this moment, he had more than 3,600 gold. It's a big cost. If there is no money, we can only hide here and wait for the animals to slowly disperse. But if that happens, it means that this operation has failed. I can only go back the same way, find my sister and the others, and then continue to look for other ways to leave. Other paths are undoubtedly more difficult to take. I might even be stuck at the stage of platoon leader for a long time, which is absolutely not acceptable. Tang Zheng did not talk to anyone else, but walked slowly along the stairs in the office building. He came to the 3rd floor. At the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, There was a larger office, with a sign of the director's office hanging on it. Tang Zheng pushed the door, and found that it was locked. Tang Zheng frowned and instinctively reached behind him, and actually touched the door-breaking hammer. Why is this hammer still here? Oh! By the way, this was taken down by a wounded soldier. I was the only one without a rifle, so I took the hammer. Take out the door-breaking hammer. And Tang Zheng skillfully hammered it down. And the door of the director's office was opened. There was no one in the office, but a thick layer of dust had accumulated. It should be that no one has ever come in since the end of the world. The interior space is very large, with a huge desk, and there are sofas and coffee tables around for guests. Tang Zheng walked slowly in the room. His eyes fell on the honor wall on the east side. There was a large wall cabinet here, with many photos and honor certificates hanging on it. Those photos were photos of the director and some important people. Most of these people were nobles. And there was even a photo of the director and the Grand Duke. There were also photos of what rare animals the zoo had introduced at what time. Tang Zheng came to the photo of the director and the duke and took a closer look. The director is a little old man, wearing a lord's medal, and his smile is fake. I didn't expect that this director is also a lord. He must have made a lot of money to be able to serve as the director here. The imperial nobles have long been corrupt. Some people cannot become formal nobles, so they spend a lot of money to buy the quasi-title of lord. And the title of imperial lord is said to start at 50 million. And the competition is fierce. It is often the case that the price is over 100 million. If the director doesn't make money, he won't even get his capital back. Since he's a greedy guy, he might have hidden money in the office. Let me look for it. Tang Zheng quickly searched the office, but found nothing. There's no such thing as a safe here. It seems I'm still naive. Even if this guy really makes money, he can't openly put a safe in the office. And even if there is a safe, if I find a pile of cash, it will be useless to me. Tang Zheng walked around the room with some disappointment, and returned to the honor display cabinet again. In addition to photos and certificates, there is also a display area for the development process of the zoo. There are also texts behind the display area. In 771 of the Han calendar, Fengcheng Zoo was established. The first director at that time preached that he would build a first-class wildlife park in China. In the early stage of the business, funds were scarce, and there were only 7 kinds of animals in the park. Behind it, there were 7 small metal ornaments of animals. They are red-crowned cranes, vipers, porcupines, foxes, peacocks, camels, and wild horses. The small ornaments are lifelike. The gold paint on the outside is a little mottled, and the bronze material is exposed in some places. Then look down to see the subsequent history of the zoo. In 773 of the Han calendar, our zoo vigorously recruited investors and obtained investment from the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, and purchased new animals on a large scale for the first time. Then, there is another row of animal ornaments. This time zebras, antelopes, rhinos, wildebeests, elephants, hippos, giraffes, crocodiles, and other animals from the prairie. The situation was similar afterwards. Every time the zoo purchased new animals, new pictures and texts would be added to the honor wall, as well as bronze animal ornaments. There were as many as 60 or 70 ornaments of various animals. After looking at them, Tang Zheng sighed slightly. So many ornaments. It would be better if they were made of gold. This one weighs almost 1 pound. Tang Zheng picked up an elephant ornament and wanted to weigh it. When he felt that his estimate was about right, Meng Meng's voice suddenly sounded. Gold was found. Can the general convert it into system funds? Chapter 53. Hearing Meng Meng's system voice, Tang Zheng felt as if he heard the sound of nature. What? This thing is not bronze. It is gold? Tang Zheng took the seemingly bronze gilded ornament in his hand and examined it carefully. Soon, Tang Zheng found a clue. The inside of the elephant's nose showed a golden yellow. It turned out that this thing was plated with 2 layers. 1 layer of copper, and then the outside was plated with gold. Tang Zheng even suspected that the damaged parts of the gold plating were deliberately made by the director. In this way, when others see it, they will think it is bronze plated with gold, and will not think that there is real gold inside. If Tang Zheng did not have the system, he would have been completely deceived this time. I really didn't expect that this old head of the garden is quite interesting. This is true and false, real and fake. If it weren't for the system, I would have missed these treasures. Tang Zheng's joy was about to overflow. These ornaments are of uniform size, and they feel about 1 pound each when held in the hand. Exchange system funds. The metal elephant in his hand disappeared, and the system added 500 gold. Sure enough, 1 ornament is really 1 kilogram. Let me see how many ornaments there are here. Tang Zheng counted carefully, and found that there were 66 ornaments here. Tang Zheng didn't care so much, and quickly picked up the ornaments, and then exchanged them, and disappeared in his hand, and then took down another one. In less than 2 minutes, all 66 ornaments were exchanged. A total of 33,000 gold was obtained. Adding the previous surplus, Tang Zheng has 36,600 gold. Tang Zheng did not hesitate, and said to Ming Ming, "Upgrade." There are 3 conditions for upgrading to company commander. 1. The reinforced platoon has 45 people, which has been completed. 2. Kill 3,000 zombies, which has been completed. 3. Funds of 10,000, which has been completed. Confirm the upgrade. General, is this a normal company? Reorganized company? Or a reinforced company? With the experience of upgrading the platoon leader last time, Tang Zheng immediately asked, how many people are there in each of these 3 levels? Since the general has chosen the reinforced platoon, the ordinary company can have 3 reinforced platoons, with a total of 150 people. The reorganized company can have 4 combat platoons, with a total of 220 people. The reinforced company can have 5 combat platoons, with a total of 300 people. Tang Zheng calculated, a platoon has 45 people. So if there are 5 platoons, there should be 225 people. How come there are so many more people? General, because you have chosen the reinforced organization from the platoon level. There are more people. The company also has other subordinate organizations, such as the guard squad, machine gun squad, cooking squad, medical team, etc. You can flexibly choose the extra people. Tang Zheng asked again, if I choose to strengthen the company, what are the conditions for upgrading the battalion? The conditions for upgrading the battalion from the strengthened company are as follows. 1. The company is fully staffed with 300 people. 2. A total of 30,000 zombies have been killed. 3. 100,000 upgrade funds. 4. Complete at least 3 maps and build the corresponding buildings. Tang Zheng knew the first 3 conditions, but he heard the 4th condition for the first time. But he quickly remembered what the scientific research soldier Guiyun had said to him. Guiyun can make maps, which seems to be a rather tedious task. However, Tang Zheng didn't think too much at the moment. Since he chose the reinforced platoon the first time, he must choose the reinforced company this time. Upgrade to reinforced company. Confirm the upgrade. The upgrade is completed. Congratulations to the general for becoming the company commander. And the company's equipment and personnel have been unlocked. Tang Zheng first looked at his chest. Here on his chest, the metal was upgraded again, and the word platoon in the middle became commander. This is in accordance with the military system of the Han Empire. The platoon leader is the word platoon, and the company commander is the word commander. As for the adjutants in the team, such as the deputy company commander, they also have the word Lian. But the color of the words is different. The main officer is in golden font, and all the other adjutants are in silver font with gold edges. After completing the upgrade of the company commander, Tang Zheng was extremely excited. Finally succeeded. From the beginning of the end of the world to now, it is almost a month, and he finally became a company commander. The company commander and the platoon leader are completely 2 different concepts. Not only the number of soldiers that can be purchased has increased significantly, but the firepower equipment is definitely different. Tang Zheng first checked the equipment page. Equipment page. Refresh some things. Sniper rifle. Heavy machine gun general bullet. Price 0.3 gold. TNT explosives. Price 2 gold per kilogram. Signal flare. Price 2 gold. Illumination flare. Price 5 gold. Night vision goggles. Price 10 gold. Company commander's uniform. Price 5 gold. Winter combat suit. Price 10 gold, including combat uniform. Cowhide cotton military boots. Cold-proof glasses. Warm sleeping bag. Engineer suit. Price 100 gold, including military uniform. Pistol. Multifunction saber. Multifunction engineer shovel. Rope. Gas mask. Minesweeper. Etc. Seeing this bullet, Tang Zheng still complained about his original setting. The price of bullets is generally high. If there is a large-scale battle in the future, the consumption of bullets will definitely be a huge number. I wonder if there is a way to reduce the price of bullets when upgrading the company commander this time. Needless to say, night vision goggles can be used to see things in the dark, which is definitely very practical. However, this winter combat suit surprised Tang Zheng a little, although the temperature this year is much colder than in previous years. After all, he is still in the central and southern part of the Han Empire, so he should not need to use winter combat uniforms. As for the last engineer suit, after seeing it, Tang Zheng can be sure that his engineer unit will be online. An engineer is indispensable in a team, whether it is construction, cleaning the battlefield or clearing the minefield. They are all professionals. Guiyun also told Tang Zheng that he would need engineers to build the blueprints in the future, which shows that engineers will be a necessary branch of the army in the future. After looking at the equipment, the next thing is the weapon. Beretta 92 pistol, 15 bullets are given, and the price is 50 gold. Desert Eagle, 7 bullets for free, priced at 50 gold, colors are optional. Type 67 silent pistol, 9 bullets for free, priced at 50 gold. Type 95 automatic rifle, 30 bullets. A rifle bayonet for free, priced at 100 gold. M16A2 automatic rifle, 30 bullets. A rifle bayonet for free, priced at 100 gold. Stair 69 sniper rifle, 10 bullets for free, priced at 200 gold. M2 flamethrower, 10 liters of gasoline for free, priced at 200 gold. Type 63 60mm mortar, 10 shells are given. The price is 300 gold. Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun, 333 bullets are given. The price is 500 gold. These are company-level weapons. Tang Zheng's eyes are shining. First of all, these 3 pistols are very powerful. Beretta is a very classic pistol, and is also equipped with the largest number of troops. Desert Eagle is a high-powered pistol, although there are many problems. Its high power is enough to make up for many defects. It is the favorite of military fans. The Type 67 silent pistol is a classic type of silent pistol, and can completely replace the silent pistols used by scouts now. The Type 95 and M16 automatic rifles are also classic rifles. Before the end of the world, the private guards of the nobles were not qualified to touch this type of gun. If pistols and rifles are still considered normal, then the following weapons are amazing. Needless to say, the sniper rifle is definitely something that Tang Zheng will focus on in the future. Now mutant zombies are gradually appearing, and the best way to deal with mutant zombies is snipers. Although the M2 flamethrower is a little old, it does not affect its power at all, especially in the current situation. Mutant birds are rampant outside. Although rifles can kill, the killing effect is always unsatisfactory. With flamethrowers, those mutant birds will no longer be a threat. The Type 63 mortar is a light mortar. Although it is light, it has the word cannon after all. Maybe this kind of thing is not very effective in killing zombies, but its deterrent effect against humans is enough to make the enemy think twice. As for the last one, the Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun, it is even more famous. With a huge caliber and strong lethality, it is definitely a weapon for slaughter, whether against humans or zombies. Tang Zheng is now a company commander. Even if he is promoted to battalion commander or regiment commander, the heavy machine gun will definitely be the main output in future battles. After seeing the weapons, there must be personnel to control the weapons. When I opened the personnel page, it was refreshed. Engineer, price 200 gold. Flamethrower, price 300 gold. Mortar combat team, 2 people, price 600 gold. Heavy machine gun combat team, 2 people, price 800 gold. Sniper, price 800 gold. Scientific research soldier, price 1000 gold. There is nothing much to say about those combat arms. The weapons have appeared, so just buy them. With the weapons, the combat effectiveness will be formed. But Tang Zheng did not expect that the price of scientific research soldiers would reach 1000. Tang Zheng believed that there must be a reason for the high price. He should pay attention to the development of scientific research in the future. In addition, the appearance of engineers confirmed Tang Zheng's guess, and made Tang Zheng realize that the scale of his troops at this time had entered a new stage. Chapter 54. After looking at the personnel, it is the last vehicle page. Tang Zheng opened it, and there were new vehicles inside. Polaris all-terrain tactical vehicle, 4 crew members, with a 5.66mm light machine gun, 300 rounds of ammunition, and a price of 1,200 gold. Humvee H2 military off-road vehicle, 5 crew members, can choose to bring a 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun and 300 rounds of ammunition. or reinforced protective armor, and a price of 2,500 gold. Ambulance, 4 crew members. Equipped with cardiopulmonary resuscitation equipment. Equipped with oxygen cylinders. Equipped with a simple operating table, requires enhanced 1-star or above medical soldiers to operate, and a price of 2,000 gold. Dining car, 4 people. Equipped with a full set of kitchen utensils. A dining car can provide food for 150 people. Priced at 2,000 gold. There are 4 types of vehicles, 2 of which are combat vehicles and 2 special vehicles. The first is the Polaris all-terrain tactical vehicle, which Tang Zheng still remembers. It is called all-terrain, and it can really go forward on any terrain. The vehicle is similar to a large 4-wheel off-road motorcycle, with wide tires that have strong grip, and can easily travel on mountains, slopes, mud, shallows, and woods. And this car has another advantage. That is, it comes with a 5.66mm light machine gun and 300 rounds of ammunition. In other words, as long as 4 soldiers are equipped with this car, a good assault firepower can be formed immediately. The second car is the Hummer military off-road vehicle that Tang Zheng is more excited about. Men like the following things: guns, cars, watches, and beautiful women. When it comes to cars, the tough guy Hummer is definitely one of the top cars. As the highest commander of the army, Tang Zheng is still riding in 212. Although the quality of 212 is acceptable, the comfort is really average. The Hummer, which has a more spacious interior and stronger stability, is definitely much better than 212. Moreover, this car is different from other cars. 2 options are given. One is to install a 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun and give 300 rounds of ammunition. The other is to choose reinforced protective armor, which is undoubtedly bulletproof and greatly increases safety. Although he has not bought it yet, Tang Zheng has decided to buy a Hummer. Although the price of 2,500 gold is not cheap, Tang Zheng has always been ruthless to himself. Moreover, Tang Zheng also found that the cars assigned by the system are all corresponding to the level. 212 is the car assigned to the platoon leader level, and the Hummer is the car assigned to the company commander level. As for the squad leader, strictly speaking, there is no car assigned. If you have to say there is one, it can only be a 3-wheeled vehicle. In addition to these 2 types of vehicles, there are ambulances and dining cars. Both of these cars cost 2,000 gold, but they are cars that must be bought. When Tang Zheng returns home, he will choose to buy them. After looking at all the equipment and weapons refreshed at the company commander level, Tang Zheng decided to spend money. After upgrading to company commander, he still had 26,600 gold in his hand. The first thing Tang Zheng clicked to buy was the heavy machine gun and the heavy machine gun combat group. At the company level, professional weapons have professional soldiers. Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun, 333 bullets are given, and the price is 500 gold. Heavy machine gun combat team 2 people price, 800 gold. 2 soldiers, equipped with a heavy machine gun. The total price reached 1,300 gold. Tang Zheng added some auxiliary equipment. The total price was about 1,400 gold. It was a bit expensive, but Tang Zheng thought it was worth it. The firepower of the heavy machine gun will surely become a nightmare for all enemies. After clicking on 2 heavy machine guns in succession, adding 2 combat teams, and purchasing all the auxiliary equipment, 2,800 gold was spent. It takes time to buy soldiers from the system. They don't appear in 1 second after you click them. After adding the heavy machine gun combat group, Tang Zheng started to buy snipers. In the previous battle, Chu Xian couldn't handle it alone. Tang Zheng needed a group of snipers. Stair 69 sniper rifle, 10 bullets are given, and the price is 200 gold. Sniper, the price is 800 gold. Adding auxiliary equipment, the price of a complete sniper is about 1,100 gold. Tang Zheng directly added 5 snipers. 5,500 gold was spent in an instant, and the cumulative consumption has reached 8,300 gold. However, Tang Zheng did not blink and continued to buy. The third batch, Tang Zheng bought flamethrower warriors. At present, in addition to dealing with mutant beasts, there are also a large number of mutant birds, and flamethrower warriors are undoubtedly the nemesis of mutant birds. M2 flamethrower, 10 liters of gasoline is given, and the price is 200 gold. Flamethrower warrior, the price is 300 gold. After adding auxiliary equipment, it is about 600 gold each. Tang Zheng directly added 8. For 1,800 gold. As for the mortar combat group, although it is also a necessary type of soldiers, it is not very useful in the current situation. So Tang Zheng has not purchased it for the time being. A total of 13,000 has been spent. And Tang Zheng has not stopped buying. The foundation of a unit is actually a large number of mobilized soldiers. The mobilized soldiers using automatic rifles are also the most cost-effective units. The current automatic rifles have been refreshed. And Tang Zheng did not immediately replace the guns for the troops, because the Type 81 and AK-47 are also classic gun types, which are enough to deal with the current situation. Wait until you have more money before changing the guns. He still followed the original configuration. 215 each mobilized soldiers plus full equipment. First bought 3 foreign soldiers to fill Michael's foreign squad. Then Tang Zheng added 16 new recruits and formed 2 more combat squads. For 1,085 gold. The cumulative consumption reached 17,185 gold. And Tang Zheng still had about 9,500 gold in his hand. After the battle, the battlefield must be cleaned up. And 4 engineers will be needed. 2 medical soldiers are not enough. So add 2 more. For engineers plus the engineer suit cost 1,200. 2 medics plus equipment cost 700. Due to the departure of Decoming and Xiaopialian, he now has no military dogs around him, and feels a little insecure. So he will add 2 more military dogs. After spending more than 2,300 yuan, Tang Zheng still has 7,300 yuan left. Almost. I have to leave some for backup. After a wave of consumption, Tang Zheng spent nearly 30,000 yuan at one time. But his team is also expanding rapidly. 2 heavy machine gun combat teams with 4 people, 5 snipers, and 8 flamethrower warriors, 19 mobilized soldiers, 4 engineers, and 2 medical soldiers. A total of 42 people, which is comparable to the total number before. And this time, because there are more advanced soldiers, the combat effectiveness has increased several times. After the purchase, because he had to wait for a while, Tang Zheng left the room first and went outside to check the situation. When he came to the corridor, the soldiers were still on the 2nd floor waiting for battle. Tang Zheng looked down from the window and found that there were more mutant beasts below. Ji Yutian came to Tang Zheng and pointed outside, saying, "General, look, there are beasts joining us." Outside the window, the mutant beasts were in a very worrying situation. The mutant beast corpses that were scattered all over the ground before have now been devoured by the other mutant beasts. But these mutant beasts are obviously not full yet, and are eyeing the people in the building. There are many long snakes entwined in the trees. Some snakes are colorful and as thick as bowls. They are obviously poisonous snakes, but they have grown to the size of pythons. Tang Zheng even saw 2 large pythons, which were definitely more than 10 meters long and thicker than a bucket. Their cold and ruthless eyes stared at the upstairs, as if they were ready to climb up at any time. A group of lions also came downstairs. There were about 20 lions, and their bodies had expanded several times. At this moment, they did not hunt other mutant beasts that could be seen everywhere. It can be seen that in the minds of mutant beasts, hunting humans seemed to be more important. A dozen tigers were also among the mutant beasts, and they looked even stronger than lions. In the distance, a large group of wild beasts were still rumbling towards them. Most of these beasts were huge buffaloes. These guys were about 1.8 meters tall at the shoulder, with sharp horns shining coldly, and they were reckless, violent, and full of destructive power. There were also huge hippos, heavily armored rhinos, and elephants as tall as a 2nd floor. These giant beasts were slow to move, so they arrived late at this moment. Seeing this, Tang Zheng also took a breath of cold air. If he hadn't gotten this sum of money, it would have been hard to say who would win this battle. However, there are no ifs in the world. Although the zoo is extremely dangerous, he is fearless at this moment. Feeling that the time is almost up, Tang Zheng turned around and returned to the director's office. At this moment, the director's office was already full of people. Seeing Tang Zheng coming back from outside, everyone saluted in unison. Zhang Yang and Kong Daqiang, the heavy machine gun combat team. Report to the general. Sniper Sun Jun. Report to the general. Flamethrower warrior Yu Dashan. Report to the general. Medical soldier Lin Feifei. Report to the general. Engineer Li Wang. Report to the general. Woof woof woof. Chapter 55. When more than 40 soldiers stood in a room and saluted you in unison, The feeling was really shocking and expansive. Tang Zheng returned the salute and waved his hand. I don't want to say more. Go out now and win this battle. Understood, General. Don't worry. The soldiers quickly filed out. The mobilized soldiers, snipers, and others ran the fastest and quickly rushed out of the office. The flamethrower soldier carried a flamethrower on his back, which was very heavy. There were 2 gasoline tanks and a chlorine tank, so he ran a little slower. The heavy machine gun group also moved slowly. This Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun looked very heavy at first glance. Not only was the barrel thick, but there was also a thick metal baffle in front to effectively protect the shooter's safety. One soldier was holding an ammunition box with more than 300 bullets in it. Fortunately, the soldiers were strong enough. The soldiers in the heavy machine gun group were all tall and strong, so it was no problem for 2 people to carry a machine gun. Seeing this, Tang Zheng, who was carrying a door-breaking hammer behind him, felt a little more balanced. Soon, the soldiers took their positions. 2 heavy machine guns were set up at the windows on the 2nd floor. This type of heavy machine gun is water-cooled. The so-called water-cooling type requires water to cool the barrel, so that continuous shooting can be guaranteed. Otherwise, the barrel will turn red after a while. Chu Xian brought several new snipers, who had just joined the army, directly to the 3rd floor. Snipers occupy the commanding heights and focus on sniping key targets. Then the flamethrower soldiers were also distributed at the windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors, ready to stand by at any time. The soldiers abandoned the 1st floor because of the iron fence. Tang Zheng had just finished the arrangement when a large group of giant beasts finally arrived at the battlefield. These mutant beasts were also intelligent and knew to wait until they were numerous before taking action. A reckless buffalo rushed to the building first. With a loud bang, the iron door downstairs was deformed. This was like the horn of battle. Countless mutant birds rose from the surrounding trees and swooped down towards the windows on the 2nd and 3rd floors. At the same time, a large group of monkeys and gorillas rushed over. These primates quickly climbed upstairs, much faster than professional climbers. Even if the rest of the beasts could not find a route to attack, they kept wandering and roaring downstairs, looking for opportunities. Fight! Tang Zheng gave an order, and the battle began. The first wave of attacks were launched by flamethrower warriors. The 8 flamethrower warriors used flame guns to attack almost at the same time, without any reservation. Because this wave of mutant beasts attacked in the largest number, the flamethrower could do the most damage. In an instant, 8 huge fire dragons sprayed out from the building. This long flame dragon can spray up to 50 meters away, and can swing back and forth to spray. The first to be hit was the mutant bird that rushed over. Whether it was a goshawk, vulture, white stork, crow, sparrow, or any bird of any size, they had almost no resistance to this destructive flame attack and were instantly burned to charcoal. Their feathers became the best combustion aids, and once hit by the flames, they immediately burned violently. Amid countless strange cries, balls of burning things fell down in the air with crackling sounds. The long dragon of flame swung mercilessly, not only burning a large number of birds to death, but the flames continued to devour the surrounding trees. Some birds that did not attack at the time and were perched on the trees were also forced to take off, and those that started slowly were immediately devoured by the flames. Just this wave of attacks has directly reduced the number of thousands of mutant birds here by more than 1/3. That's not all. The warriors' flame guns swung left and right, and at the same time forced back a large number of gorillas and monkeys that were approaching. Some unlucky ones were hit by the flame guns, and they were on fire and screamed as they fled. But they couldn't escape at all. In the forest and weeds of the zoo, clouds of black smoke kept coming out, and fire had become inevitable. The devastating flames dealt a heavy blow to the flocks of birds and monkeys. But the other mutant beasts on the ground were aroused, and continued to rush forward. Tang Zheng originally planned to use fire to attack the wild beasts on the ground. This dense formation is the natural hunting ground for flamethrower warriors. But Guiyun made a suggestion. General, don't use fire to attack the mutant beasts on the ground on a large scale. These meats are all excellent ingredients, and I need these animals to keep their bodies relatively intact for research. Tang Zheng immediately thought it made sense. So he asked the flamethrower warriors to focus on attacking the mutant birds that flew over. Without the suppression of flames on the ground, the mutant beasts became even crazier. The herd of buffaloes aimed at the door of the building, as if they would not stop until they broke it open. At this time, the heavy machine guns opened fire, Two heavy machine guns began to fire wildly from the upper floor. Clang, 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 clang. The music of death sounded, and the ground was instantly filled with blood. The main target of the attack was the herd of buffaloes. Although the buffaloes became taller and stronger after the mutation, they still had no resistance to this killing weapon made by humans. A bullet from a heavy machine gun can make a huge hole in the body. Small ones can be smashed directly. In an instant, this group of buffaloes suffered a catastrophe. The crazy bullets were like a hurricane passing through, and the huge buffaloes fell down like grass being cut. Roars sounded, and lives were lost in an instant. The shooter was firing, and the assistant opened the ammunition box, and the ammunition belt was quickly transported to ensure continuous firepower output. Metal shells jumped out one by one, and the shooter was excited, and the bullets were transferred to other mutant beasts. Those lions, tigers, elephants, hippos, and other large targets were all targeted. Meanwhile, the mobilized soldiers were not idle either. 2 mobilized soldiers in one window. Their rifles were also ruthlessly shooting and killing hedgehogs, porcupines, zebras, antelopes, jackals, Shiba Inus, or even the flat-headed brothers who didn't care about life and death and would fight if they didn't obey. Had no resistance to human firepower. In an instant, corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. A silverback gorilla. Very sturdy. While the heavy machine gun was attacking the beast, the silverback gorilla pounded its chest and roared. Its incredibly strong arms resisted several rifle bullets, and it actually jumped to the second floor. If it rushed in from the window, the heavy machine gun combat team would definitely be in danger. But just when its figure jumped halfway, a dull gunshot rang out. A headshot. The gorilla's body rolled down. And on the third floor, Chu Xian aimed at the next target. The sniper mission is to kill those dangerous and ignored mutant beasts. Bang! Another sniper fired, blasting a giant python in the head. Bang! 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 Da-da-da-da! Dang, dang, dang! Countless bullets turned into a metal torrent, sprang out crazily. The mutant beasts, aroused by their ferocity, also tried to attack the building one after another. The mutant birds that flew away, after circling for a circle, were attracted by the bloody smell here and began to dive and attack again. But the flamethrower warriors were ready for the second round of firing. And what greeted them was another deadly dragon of flames. A large number of mutant birds were burned to death. But occasionally there would be some that slipped through the net. Some mutant birds or monkeys that were not completely dead would occasionally rush to the window and cause some damage to the guarding soldiers. However, under the protection that Tang Zheng had invested heavily in, the soldiers' vital points were protected. Every injured soldier would almost immediately retreat and let his comrades behind him take over. The medical soldiers behind him immediately rushed forward and treated the soldiers skillfully. Minor injuries would not leave the front line, and serious injuries would basically not die. The soldiers were extremely strong and would not cry out in pain when being treated. Tang Zheng stood at the window on the third floor, watching the fierce battle downstairs, sighing silently in his heart. Massacre. Although there are thousands of mutant beasts here and more than 2,000 birds, the strength is not equal to the more than 70 soldiers under his command. The soldiers have the advantage of terrain and are armed with killing weapons. The destruction of these mutant beasts is only a matter of time. A huge elephant fell to the ground under the shooting of a heavy machine gun. In the sky, another wave of mutant birds that were burned to death fell down with a crackling sound. By this time, the battle was nearing its end. The frenzied killing frightened the remaining mutants. The surrounding weeds and trees were already burning, and as their numbers decreased dramatically, the mutants' courage also disappeared. Some mutants that survived by chance began to flee far away, trying to escape from this hellish place. One ran, and the rest followed. The thousands of mutants that had just gathered soon ran away, leaving behind more than 700 corpses. The remaining mutant birds began to flee in the flames and smoke. Only corpses and meat were left on the ground, and the strong smell of barbecue in the air. Chapter 56. Faced the thick smoke around the office building. Tang Zheng and his team went downstairs, for engineers quickly began to clean up the battlefield. Tang Zheng pointed at the mutant meat all over the ground and said, "Try to pick the best meat and cut it down, and try to take it away." Engineer Li Wang said, "General, that requires a truck." Tang Zheng looked at his funds, and there were still more than 7,300. Tang Zheng originally wanted to buy a Hummer off-road vehicle, But seeing the mutant meat all over the ground, he gave up buying himself a car and bought 2 military trucks instead. There are countless mutant corpses here, and even if there are several trucks, they can't load them all. They can only try to select the best meat to load. The soldiers began to work nervously, and the scientific research soldier Guiyun was also busy on the battlefield. He took out some glass containers from the toolbox, then sawed open the mutant's head with a saw and extracted a light blue gel-like substance inside. "What is this?" Tang Zheng asked curiously. "General, the nature of this thing cannot be determined for the time being, but it is certain that it is somewhat similar to the crystal of zombies." "Oh, then can this thing be taken by humans?" "Preliminary judgment is not yet. The genes between humans and animals are too different. It should not be suitable for human consumption. But I feel that this thing has other uses. Collect it first, study it thoroughly, and then report to the general." Tang Zheng nodded. He also expected Guiyun to study some clues. After loading the car here, Tang Zheng immediately led the people back. Now the zoo is temporarily safe. He still has to go back to pick up his sister and Ning Yue, without daring to take other routes. Tang Zheng led his men to march quickly along the way they came, heading straight for Tangshan. Tang Zheng didn't need to run back stupidly. He let the drone fly back first, and told Ning Yue in this way that it was safe here, and she could come over to join him. The drone took off and flew quickly to Tangshan. Tang and I and the others were already waiting here anxiously, especially when they saw that there was even a fire in the direction of the zoo. They were even more worried. Fortunately, they were sensible and knew not to go over and cause trouble, so they waited patiently. Seeing the drone flying over, Ning Yue immediately smiled. "Miss, the general has won. Let's follow the drone." Tang and I was stunned for a moment. She didn't like the name of Miss, but this beautiful sister insisted on calling her that and refused to change her words. "I don't know what means my brother, a straight man, used to get such a beauty under his command." They followed the drone down the mountain, and the two sides hurried on their way, and finally met at the foot of Tangshan. Wudi took back the drone, touched it, and said to Tang Zheng, "General, the drone is a little wet. There is a lot of water vapor in the clouds. It may rain." Tang Zheng nodded. The road to the zoo was safe for the time being, but there was still a section of road to pass after leaving the zoo, which was not easy to walk. The sky was now a little cloudy, and it would be lucky if it could rain. The group returned to the zoo along the same route. At this time, sporadic zombies began to appear on the road again. It was obvious that the smoke from the zoo brought the smell of barbecue, which was attracting new zombies. Tang Zheng looked at the fire in the zoo, which was getting bigger. The fire seemed to be out of control. The pace of his feet quickened, and Tang and I and the others also started to jog. As they were running, Tang Zheng felt a sudden chill on his face. Tang Zheng looked up, and the cool raindrops from the sky fell on his face. And there was a trend of rapidly increasing. It seemed that the rain after the end of the world would never be small. "It seems that my luck is really good. It takes a long way to leave the zoo before leaving the city. I was originally worried about the road out of the city, but this rain is just right." Tang Zheng and his group hurried on their way, and they almost ran all the way. Finally, before they became drowned rats, they returned to the vicinity of the zoo office building again. At this time, the soldiers finished loading the trucks. The 3 trucks were loaded with more than 30 tons of mutant meat, all of which were selected essences: elephant tusks and trunks, hippopotamus skin, crocodile skin, python skin, tiger skin, deer skin, rhino steak, sika deer legs. Large chunks of meat were cut and loaded, wrapped in plastic bags, and neatly stacked. As for some monkeys and wolves, there was no place to put this kind of meat, so it could only be discarded on the spot. Tang Zheng returned to the truck in the heavy rain. He asked a few girls to sit in the front of the truck, and the remaining more than 70 soldiers also got on board. However, the truck was almost full of meat, so they could only sit on the roof and use sleeping bags to keep out the rain. The 3 overloaded trucks began to sway and move along the sightseeing driveway of the zoo. The wildlife park covers a large area and is more than 15 kilometers long. When Tang Zheng and his team walked to the south gate of the zoo, it was not far from the city. After another 7 kilometers of road, they can get to the outer ring road, and then take a detour back to where they came from. Tang Zheng and his 3 heavy-duty trucks, braving the heavy rain, drove forward on a 7-kilometer long road. On the road, some zombies stood like wooden stakes, their perception blocked by the heavy rain, and they became much duller. When encountering zombies, the soldiers used a silent pistol to directly shoot them out. When encountering a traffic jam, they went down to quickly clear it. The car maintained a constant speed, and under the cover of the heavy rain, it finally drove out of the city. By the time Tang Zheng left the city and finally stepped onto the outer ring road with few cars, the sky had completely darkened. Looking at the dead Fengcheng behind him, which was shrouded in heavy rain, Tang Zheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Today's luck was still very good. Otherwise it would not be so easy to get out of this last road. In any case, he was out at this moment. Tang Zheng did not stop the car immediately, but let the car continue to move forward. Tonight, they had to return to the place where they first entered the city. The car's windshield wipers swayed left and right, and it struggled to move forward in the stormy night. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Tang Zheng and his team returned to the parking place in the city. 212 jeeps, a military truck, and several three-wheeled vehicles were still parked there, and no one touched them. Tang Zheng got out of the car and prepared to go back to 212 to deal with it for the night. As soon as he got out of the car, two black shadows pounced on him. Woof woof, Tang Zheng exclaimed in surprise. Big smart, little pretty. It turned out that these were his two big dogs. After running out from the train station, they actually returned to the car to wait for him, touching the heads of the two dogs with joy. Tang Zheng felt that this trip was a success. Rest here for a night, and set off on the road home tomorrow. I don't know what the situation is in my hometown these days. I don't know if the people from the prison base have come. Qingzhou City. On the way to Mingshui County. This is a rural road, and several motorcycles are speeding on the road. Not all roads are impassable in the end times. There are not many vehicles and zombies on the overpasses, highways, or rural roads in the city. Otherwise it would be impossible for Tang Zheng and his team to travel tens of thousands of kilometers to go home. And now most of the people who survived and lived well are not in the city. Starting from the county level, all cities are like a big tomb, constantly burying the survivors inside. And outside the county, it is another world. These motorcycles are all off-road motorcycles, running very fast on the road. There is a village ahead, with many zombies inside. The motorcycle went around the field directly, not entering the village at all, and not worrying about any danger. Occasionally, when encountering a zombie in the wild, several riders had guns in their hands, but did not shoot. The leading rider pulled out a big knife from behind, and the moment he passed by, the big knife shone, and he actually cut the zombie in two with one knife. The terrifying power and speed were obviously not normal. Huh? Rest for a while. The rider who was slashing the zombie stopped. The man was wearing a black leather jacket and sunglasses. His muscular body made the clothes look exaggerated. He stopped first. Behind him, a man got out of another car and came to the man in sunglasses. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He opened it and handed one to the man in sunglasses. Brother Chen, try this. It's a 69 style. Very strong. The man in sunglasses took it and said to the man who handed him the cigarette with a smile, Great. Shunzi, where else can you get such good stuff? Shunzi chuckled. Isn't this also thanks to Brother Chen? In the small supermarket in the village we looted last week, you only took some food and wine, and I took some good cigarettes. After all, this stuff can't be produced anymore. One box is one less. Brother Chen patted his shoulder. Not bad. Follow Brother Chen well, and you will definitely benefit in the future. That's right. Now in our entire prison base, everyone knows that besides the boss Han Yu, the second in command is you, Brother Chen Filong. Your dragon and tiger combination makes the zombies pee when they hear it. Fuck you. You're flattering too much. Although Chen Filong cursed, he was smiling and obviously not angry. Shunzi continued, Brother Chen, what good things did Boss Han ask us to go to Tailai town this time? Is it worth it for you to take action personally? Chen Filong took a deep puff of his cigarette, and then said slowly, What good things can there be in this end of the world? There are other people to collect food and drinks, and you can guess for yourself whether it is worth my going. Shunzi is a very smart person. When he heard this, his eyes lit up. Brother Chen, could it be the legendary zombie crystal? Hee hee. You guessed it yourself. I didn't say it. But what do you think is worthy of Boss Han's attention besides the gun? Shunzi gave Chen Filong a thumbs up, looked around and lowered his voice. Brother Chen, those zombies make me weak in the knees. Only you can deal with them alone. I don't know what to say about my admiration. Chen Filong sneered. Don't praise me too much. Mutated zombies are not so easy to deal with. I can't handle them alone. It's fatal to catch them. But Zheng Kejiang from Tailai town said that they can't get out of a pit. In this case, I still have a chance. As he spoke, Chen Filong touched the big knife behind him. This is a big guillotine, weighing 22 kilograms. Only he, who has taken the crystal once, can use it easily. Most of the prisoners in the prison base are in custody, and there are countless strong ones among them. Chen Filong can hold the second place, in addition to practicing Sanda fighting for many years before, relying on this crystal obtained by chance. In fact, Chen Filong knows that not only he has completed the evolution, but the leaders of the 7 major bases in Qinzhou have basically completed the evolution. Otherwise, how can they lead the base? And how can others obey them? Although many ordinary survivors don't know, the leaders of these bases know how important the crystal core in the mutant zombie brain is. It's just that the number of mutant zombies is small, and they are extremely difficult to deal with. So this matter is limited to the top leaders. However, Shunzi is his life and death brother, and this matter will be exposed sooner or later. So it doesn't matter if he reveals it in advance. There is just one worry that Chen Filong hasn't said yet. Zheng Kejiang in Tailai town has lost contact, and he may have encountered an accident, although it is common for someone to die in the end times. Chen Filong knows that Zheng Kejiang is also a mutant. It's a bit abnormal for a mutant to die. So this trip to Tailai town, you really have to be careful. Chapter 57. Although he was alert, Chen Filong didn't take it too seriously. Before the end of the world, he was a felon sentenced to life imprisonment. He felt that he had nothing to fear because he could get out of prison alive. This end of the world was prepared for people like him. Even if there was something wrong in Tailai town, he was not a pushover. 8 motorcycles, 8 people, 7 guns, and a mutant like him. He really didn't believe that there was any force that could compete with him. Let's go. Speed up. And rest in Mingshui tonight. Isn't there a Zhu Lao in Mingshui? Let's go to his place for a big meal today. And make sure to get to Tailai town before noon tomorrow. Chen Filong led his men to continue moving towards Mingshui. The bases in the apocalypse are also divided into large and small sizes. The prison base is in Qinzhou, and is a first-class base. The high walls of the prison form a natural barrier to ensure the safety of the base. Some of the weapons in the prison have been corroded, but the remaining ones are more than those in other bases. The main thing is that there is a group of extremely vicious people there, which makes other bases more afraid of the prison base. Such an environment has created this group of arrogant and ruthless criminals. They are also the most arrogant in the radio on weekdays. Zhu Lao is the leader of a medium-sized base in Mingshui. Chen Filong doesn't take him seriously, and goes there whenever he wants, let alone the smaller place Tailai town. But what he didn't know was that on his way to Mingshui, a convoy was also speeding on the highway and heading towards Tailai town. He was destined to arrive at Tailai town a day late. After staying at the edge of Fengcheng for most of the night, Tang Zheng got up early the next morning, had a simple meal with everyone, and immediately started the return journey. Tang Zheng team was now larger than ever before, with 3 motorcycles, 3 jeeps, and 4 large trucks. And it actually felt a bit mighty on the highway. The motorcycles and a large truck led the way a few kilometers away, clearing the zombies they encountered and removing the roadblocks they encountered. Tang Zheng sat in the 212 jeep, not in the same car with his sister, Ji Yuntian, as Tang Zheng bodyguard, was very conscientious. Ning Yue went to drive for Tang and the other 4 girls, and sat in the back. In this car, he was responsible for driving, and the communicator Wu Di was in the co-pilot. In the back seat, Tang Zheng sat in the middle, with the Songming and Xiao Piaoliang on the left, and 2 newly enlisted military dogs on the right. It was a crowded one. Ji Yutian thought that this was called double protection. Tang Zheng leaned back in his seat in frustration, and threw the door-breaking hammer at his feet. He had planned well that whoever sat next to him would carry the door-breaking hammer. But in the end, there were 4 dogs sitting next to him. At this moment, he had 2 dog heads resting on his legs. The dog faces also looked like they had lost all hope in life, because Tang Zheng put a map next to their mouths, and one dog held it open, and did not allow them to move. This map was a map of Fengcheng and its surroundings, which included not only Fengcheng, but also the surrounding counties and cities. as well as the mountains and rivers here. Fengcheng is the second most populous city in western Sichuan, second only to the capital Jiguang City. But in terms of area, this is the largest. The northernmost part of Fengcheng no longer belongs to the central part of Hanwei, but to the northern region. Further north of Fengcheng is Lombardy in the Grassland province. Further north of Lombardy, after a big river, is another empire in the north. This section of the area is relatively sparsely populated. Tang Zheng eyes roamed over the map inch by inch. Guyun Mountain area, Fengming River. These terrains came into view one by one, and Tang Zheng had some vague ideas in his mind. Crack! Ji Yuntian, who was driving, stopped the car, and the two dog heads on Tang Zheng's legs staggered, and the map fell off. What's going on? The second squad leader Yang Mu came to Tang Zheng and saluted. General, this is some money we collected along the way. I give it to you first. Tang Zheng took it. It was a pile of jewelry stripped from zombies. He exchanged it directly. He got more than 500 gold. Originally, there were more than 1,200 gold. But now it has become more than 1,700. Tang Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Keep up the good work. Yang Mu left happily and started running further with his men. Although there were soldiers leading the way, the time on the road was not shortened, because there were several heavily loaded trucks behind them. They could not go very fast. When it was getting dark, Tang Zheng and his team got off the highway in Qinzhou. It would take several hours to drive from Qinzhou to Mingshui and then to Tailai town. After looking at the sky, Tang Zheng ordered them to rest. They would set off again tomorrow morning and would be able to return to Tailai town in the morning. At this time, Tang Zheng accumulated funds had reached more than 3,600. Near the parking spot, Tang Zheng decided to buy a new car. People are strange. When there was number 212, I rode a three-wheeled motorcycle to travel thousands of kilometers back home. Now that I can buy a new car, I feel tired even sitting in a 212. Alas, am I going to be corrupt? Tang Zheng sighed. Before buying a car, he decided to buy himself a new gun. He has used the Colt Duelist for so long. He should also change to a good pistol. Now he has three choices. Beretta 92 pistol, 15 bullets are given. And the price is 50 gold. Desert Eagle, 7 bullets for free. Priced at 50 gold, colors are optional. Type 67 silent pistol, 9 bullets for free. Priced at 50 gold. Of these three guns, Beretta is the best in terms of practicality. Type 67 is the first choice in terms of concealment. The Desert Eagle has the advantage of great power, but its other performance is only average. Especially the recoil is too strong and the accuracy is also lacking. Although it is famous, it has never been included in the military. But who is Tang Zheng? His shooting skills were terrible, so it didn't matter which gun he chose. He might as well choose one that was powerful and looked cool. So he bought a Desert Eagle first, the rich gold, to be cool to the end. After buying a new gun, he also bought a company commander's uniform. After putting it on, his temperament improved by several levels. Tang Zheng now has the temperament and prototype of a senior officer, especially when he is not carrying a door-breaking hammer. After changing clothes and pistols, Tang Zheng clicked to buy a new Hummer. At the same time, he added a research soldier, because Guiyun told him today to add an assistant as soon as possible. He had important things to study. 2,500 to buy a Hummer Jeep, 1,000 to buy a research soldier. Tang Zheng became a pauper again. But a few minutes later, when the new car appeared in front of him, Tang Zheng felt that everything was worth it. Hummer H2 military off-road vehicle, 5 passengers. You can choose to bring a 7.62mm general-purpose machine gun and 300 rounds of ammunition, or reinforced protective armor. The price is 2,500 gold. Tang Zheng did not choose a general-purpose machine gun, but a reinforced protective armor. Now his team already has a heavy machine gun, and this general-purpose machine gun is nothing more than icing on the cake, compared with the slight increase in firepower. Tang Zheng thinks safety is more important. The tall model, tough lines, powerful off-road capabilities, and horsepower of this car are very consistent with Tang Zheng aesthetics, especially after the protective armor is installed. The whole car looks like a steel monster. The car came to the front of the team. The door opened, and a female soldier jumped out, fair and slender. Not as stunningly beautiful as Ning Yue, but beautiful and elegant, beautiful and intellectual, making people feel comfortable looking at her. The female soldier came to Tang Zheng and saluted. Research Soldier He Shui. Reporting to the general. Tang Zheng returned the salute and looked at the gentle and beautiful He Shui in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh that Ming Ming, the system housekeeper, was getting more and more confused and often got the gender of the soldiers wrong. However, he was a generous officer and would not be fussy about this matter. He Shui, tell me about your situation. General, my situation is similar to Guiyun's. Our combat capability is only average. We are both engaged in scientific research and are proficient in mapping. However, our focus is slightly different. He is proficient in medicine and weapon research and development, and I am proficient in gunpowder production and blasting. We can complement each other by working together. Oh, you are more proficient in gunpowder? Yes, General. And General. So please provide me with more gunpowder in the future, and I will try to make a big bomb for you. Tang Zheng took a look at his company commander-level purchasing authority, and there was indeed an item for gunpowder. TNT explosives, priced at 2 gold per kilogram. He nodded in agreement, and directly bought 10 kilograms of gunpowder and gave it to He Shui. He Shui excitedly took the gunpowder, and her eyes immediately flashed with excitement, just like some crazy scientists when they found their target. This made Tang Zheng inexplicably feel that this beautiful scientific research soldier was quite dangerous. He Shui joined the army, and soon mixed with Ning Yue and medical soldier Lin Feifei. Tang and I and the 3 little girls also quickly became familiar with He Shui, and the girls naturally stayed together. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuntian quietly came to Guiyun and patted his shoulder. Old Gua, when we get to Tailai town, I go to you for a drink when Ning Yue is on duty. Guiyun was stunned for a moment. Why? It has always been the case that only new people laugh. Who hears the old people cry? Although I am a quasi-platoon leader and have busy official duties every day. After all, we have the same experience. I am still willing to teach you some experience in competing for favor, so that you won't be left out in the cold in the future and blame me for not reminding you. Guiyun looked at Ning Yue, then at the newcomer He Shui, and inexplicably felt that there was some truth in his heart. He nodded involuntarily, and Ji Yuntian left. Guiyun suddenly felt something was wrong again. I am a researcher, and a man. Why should I compete for favor? No. When did Ji Yuntian become a quasi-platoon leader? He should be the squad leader. No. He is a quasi-squad leader. But that's not right. He also named himself the quasi-squad leader. So, why did I agree to drink with him? The brain of a researcher could not keep up with Ji Yuntian's thinking for some reason. Chapter 58. With the addition of a Hummer Jeep, the second day's trip was much more comfortable. Tang Zheng leaned back comfortably on the seat, and the military dogs around him looked much more pleasing to the eye than yesterday. They set off at 5 in the morning, and at 8 in the morning, the convoy finally returned to Tailai town. Tang Zheng saw the hotel where the survivors lived from a distance, but he did not return to the hotel immediately. Before returning, he had already spoken to Luo Fei on the intercom, and there was nothing unusual in Tailai town these days. Tang Zheng asked Luo Fei to leave the hotel, and he was now waiting for him at the public security station. Tang Zheng decided to move. After all, living with the survivors was inconvenient. It was not just them, but also Su Jingqiu, his father, and his sister. Tang Zheng also had a lot of inconveniences. At least the fact that there were soldiers constantly joining the army was not so easy to explain. Tang Zheng asked his sister to take a few classmates to the big restaurant to meet his father first, and then stay there. He took the motorcade and went directly to the public security office. The convoy got off the car, and Tang Zheng immediately ordered to start unloading the car. When they returned to Qingzhou, the communicator had already asked Luo Fei to prepare the cooking utensils. They had to cook the mutant meat as much as possible, and then make it into jerky. After all, it is still summer now, and the meat is not easy to store for too long. Making it into jerky is conducive to preservation. When they arrived at the police station, Tang Zheng immediately used the hundreds of funds he had just collected to buy 3 cooks. The former cook Wang Haihe, after this period of cooking training, has become a 1-star cook. The remaining 3 cooks were now assigned to Wang Haihe's command, forming an incomplete cooking squad. Fortunately, Tang Zheng company was still a long way from being fully staffed, and 4 cooks were enough. After the cooks were produced, they immediately began to make dried meat. For a while, the building of the police station was filled with the aroma of cooking meat. Tang Zheng came to the director's office and asked the soldiers to carry some supplies over. These supplies were some rifles and pistols, which were discarded by Tang Zheng troops, such as the 98K rifle. Tang Zheng and his men no longer needed these guns, but they couldn't throw them away. Tang Zheng didn't know what to do with them. Communicator Woody followed Tang Zheng, quickly cleaned the office, and then placed the radio on the table. General, after returning to Qinzhou, I heard a piece of news on the radio. What news? The survivors in Qinzhou are discussing on the radio channel that they will hold a material trade fair, and they are now in the discussion stage. Oh, material transaction? Tang Zheng immediately became interested after hearing this. Yes, General. Qinzhou now has 7 large survival bases, and dozens of small and medium-sized bases. These are all connected to the radio. Now they have basically got generators, and can generate electricity independently. But the pressure of survival is still not small. For example, some bases have mechanical vehicles in their occupied areas, but lack food. Some bases have coal and wood, but lack weapons. Some have sufficient food, but insufficient personnel, and low self-defense capabilities. In short, these bases have various deficiencies. So this trade fair was born. They are currently discussing the time and location of the trade fair, as well as the qualifications for participating. Tang Zheng heard this and asked, what qualifications are required to participate? I heard that it requires an armed force of at least 50 people. Without this force, it is difficult to move in the end times. Even if you know the location, you may not be able to arrive with supplies. Tang Zheng asked again, what do they generally lack? What are they going to trade? Of course, the most lacking is weapons, followed by people buying mutant beast meat, and then some useful cars and so on. As for the trading items, there are all kinds of things. Almost everything. Oh, yes, there are also people buying crystals. But it seems that many people don't know what crystals are. Hearing this, Tang Zheng felt that the opportunity had come. He didn't have much else here, but he had as many weapons as he wanted. There is also the meat of mutant beasts. This time Tang Zheng brought back more than 30 tons. However, Tang Zheng did not intend to sell this thing mainly. It was okay to take out a little bit as a gimmick. However, Tang Zheng did not think much of ordinary trading commodities. He only needed gold and silver. So, you announce on the radio now that the Tailai town base has been officially established. Let's say we have 100 armed forces here. We can provide weapons to the outside world. Mainly 5-type revolvers, pistol bullets, 98K rifles, and rifle bullets. Also, add grenades. These are what others are in urgent need of. For now, let's just take these. Correspondent Woody wrote them down one by one. General, what should we buy? Well, mainly gold and silver. And we can also add some daily necessities to cover up our tracks. Then how do we set the price? We buy 05 revolvers for 20 gold. So we set the price at 200 grams of gold for 1. And 98K for 50 gold. So we set the price at 500 grams of gold for 1. And grenades for 5 gold. So we set the price at 100 grams of gold for 1. And bullets. 1 gram of gold for a pistol bullet. And 2 grams of gold for a rifle bullet. If there is no gold, silver and gems will also work. But the price will be lower. Tang Zheng basically increased the original price by 10 times. He even increased the price of grenades by 20 times. After all, no one has them now. As for gold, he is not worried at all. According to the broadcast, those large survivor bases have thousands of people. Or even nearly 10,000. With so many people, even if you just strip them from their bodies, you can still get a lot of jewelry. If you want more weapons and bullets, just go and collect them. With so many people, it should be more than enough to collect a village. He has limited manpower here, so he can just use the power of other survivors to make a big deal. Communicator Woody quickly followed Tang Zheng instructions and entered the broadcast channel where the survivors were chatting. Ahem. A signal and sound that had never appeared in Qinzhou appeared. This immediately attracted the attention of the bigwigs in Qinzhou, who listened to the radio to get information from the outside world. Fellow Qinzhou compatriots, I am very happy to talk to you here. I am Wu Di, the correspondent of Tailai Town Base. Our Tailai Town is located in the northwest of Mingshui County, Qinzhou City, 70 kilometers away from Mingshui. Our leader Tang Zheng is based in Tailai Town. We currently have more than 100 armed forces and more than 100 survivors. We sincerely invite the remaining survivors to join us and grow together. Hearing this, Almost all the Qingzhou bosses who listened to the broadcast sneered with disdain. A survival base in a small town, with only more than 200 armed personnel and survivors. How can it be qualified to recruit new survivors? But the next words of the correspondent surprised them. The Tailai town base will also participate in this trading conference. The main commodities we want to trade are a number of 5-type revolvers, a number of Mauser 98K rifles, a large number of pistol and rifle bullets, and a number of grenades. The firearms we sell need to be purchased with gold, silver, jewelry, etc. The prices are as follows. Before the words were finished, the entire Qingzhou survivors channel started arguing. Really? Is this Tailai town base reliable? I haven't heard of Tang Zheng. He sounds like he's quite capable. What did he do before? Be responsible for what you say. If you take your word seriously, then our Chamber of Commerce base will order 100 rifles, 20 pistols, and a large number of bullets and grenades. We also need to make reservations for our Jinxiu Industrial Park base. 50 rifles, and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. We also need to make reservations for our Battalion Park base. We don't have as much money as the Chamber of Commerce base, but we will make reservations no less. The time and place of the trade fair have not been determined yet, so we still have time to collect the gold you want. Don't forget that most of us here are women. If we take off our jewelry, we can purchase a large number of firearms. You are the operator, right? There are some things you can't decide. Go ask the leader named Tang Zheng. I am Zhou Hua, the leader of the Yuanshan County Hot Spring base. I have another identity, the Lord of the Empire. Can I get a 50% discount when I buy weapons with this identity? I'm the operator of the prison base. I'd like to ask you on behalf of our boss Han. Can you take responsibility for what you say? If you can, we take care of all your goods. We can discuss any requirements. We're the base in Mingshui. We're not far from Tailai town. If possible, we can send someone there today to do a small deal first. If you have credibility, there will be a bigger deal next. We're in the suburbs of Qingzhou. It's just a small base. We don't have much supplies. Can we use women to exchange for guns? Don't any of you doubt the identity of this Tang Zheng? The other party has so many weapons. Could it be from the Imperial Army? There was silence in the channel. Many people still feared the Imperial Army. After all, their behavior of occupying the mountain as the king is definitely against the rules. But soon someone raised a rebuttal. Impossible. I am Li Xiufeng from the Logistics Park base, and also an Imperial Viscount. As far as I know, none of the 10 major armies of the Empire are stationed in Qingzhou or even Western Sichuan. And didn't you find that the weapons sold by Tang Zheng are all old weapons? Those who have such weapons are mostly private guards of nobles. My private company is equipped with such weapons, but I haven't heard of any nobles in Tailai town. Tang Zheng may also be a technician in a certain arsenal. This news immediately received a lot of responses. Since they were from the nobles' private guards or the arsenal, there was nothing to worry about. The channel was like a hornet that had exploded. With a buzz of chatter, the communicator was recording quickly, writing down the needs of these people one by one. Chapter 59. Wu Di recorded all the information and handed it to Tang Zheng for review. Looking at the messages above, the requests are varied. There are many normal requests for trading, and many weird ones. The prison base actually wants to take his goods for himself, which is nonsense. If they really have that sincerity, shouldn't they ask how much goods he has first? Besides, although the prison base has good armed forces, the number of people is not large, and the people in charge there are all prisoners, and it is impossible for them to have gold and silver jewelry. Are they going to trade with me with handcuffs and shackles? This place was the first one Tang Zheng ruled out. Zhou Hua from the Hot Spring base actually wanted a discount, and it was a 50% discount. Who gave him the face? Just because he was an imperial lord? Tang Zheng sneered. It was the end of the world. These nobles and quasi-nobles really took their past identities seriously. There was no need to care about this. Instead, the news from Mingshui base made Tang Zheng interested. Zhu Laolu from Mingshui occupied a grain purchasing plant and had nearly 2,000 people under his command. Although it was not enough for a large base, it was considered good among medium-sized bases. Moreover, this place is very close to us. The other party asked for a deal today, which seems to be sincere. Tang Zheng could understand the urgent need for weapons. In this world, zombies or mutants are everywhere. If you want to get something, you have to fight. Even if there are a certain number of weapons left in some places, there can't be too many, and they won't last too long. You know, the acidic substances in the air are everywhere. The composition of this substance is unknown. At first, it can cause people to become zombies, but later it gradually loses this strength. However, it has a strong corrosive effect on ordinary metals, whether it is a gun, a vehicle, or something else. If it is not maintained and wiped every day, it will be covered with a layer of rust the next day. The most lacking thing in the end of the world is people. This maintenance work is also very cumbersome, and it is not easy to insist on it every day. If you neglect it, these metal things will corrode and lose their proper function. The weapons and guns purchased here have all been systematically treated with acid resistance, so there is no worry in this regard. So the weapons of other survivors are getting fewer and fewer, and the demand for weapons is getting higher and higher. This is also the trick Tang Zheng came up with to get rich quickly after hearing the news of the trade conference. You can reply to Mingshui Food Base and say that you can trade today, but the amount of funds the other party brings cannot be less than 10 kilograms of gold. Otherwise it is not worth our trip. Wu Di quickly passed the message. After a while, he got a reply. General, Mingshui Food Base replied that they can raise funds, but they can't take out that much gold. And there are some gems and jewelry, etc. Ask if it's possible. Sure. You can also announce the price of the jewelry and calculate it according to the gold purchase price. We will accept all offers. Wu Di talked for a while and brought accurate information. At 3 p.m., the other party asked to trade at the highway intersection between Mingshui and Tailai town. The number of people brought by each party cannot exceed 12. Tang Zheng nodded, okay. Agreed to their request. It was already past noon, and there were more than 2 hours left. He needed to set off immediately. Since it was a deal, Tang Zheng would definitely go there in person. He brought Ji Yuntian, Ning Yue, Chu Xian, Wu Di, and 8 soldiers from the first squad. A total of 12 people, sitting in his spacious and comfortable Hummer Jeep, accompanied by a military truck. Tang Zheng immediately set off. Before leaving, Tang Zheng asked the soldiers to change to 98K, as he did not want to expose more advanced weapons in his hands for the time being. Apart from some obsolete firearms, Tang Zheng currently did not have any extra weapons, but he was not worried at all. As long as the funds were in place, firearms would always be available. After releasing the drone, Tang Zheng's 2 cars drove slowly towards the highway. The drone flew in the cloudy sky, and it was difficult to be spotted in the fog. Tang Zheng used the drone's perspective to check the situation on the ground, because they drove slowly on purpose. They gradually approached the highway intersection after more than an hour. In the drone's field of view, some people were indeed seen. There were 2 cars parked at the highway intersection. A Carraro brand women's model, Karami, a square cowherd. The exterior of the car is modeled as if it was found in a garbage dump, but it can still be driven, proving that the interior is well maintained. 7 or 8 people are standing by the car. Most of them are wearing camouflage uniforms, but they are definitely not what regular soldiers wear. The drone also captured a few people lurking in the bushes not far away. These people are holding guns, but they are not advanced models. They are all old models. Seeing the scene, Tang Zheng smiled slightly. He was not surprised at all. In this world, everyone is on guard. As long as the other party does not intend to rob the thieves, he will still go through with the deal. After all, he is not doing a one-time deal. Zhu Lao is the leader of the Mingshui grain base. Before the end of the world, he was the boss of this grain purchasing factory and had many workers under him. After the end of the world, he also went through untold hardships to achieve today's situation. But he was also very distressed. Without enough weapons, his development has reached a bottleneck. In the past, when there were no mutant zombies, he could still rely on the advantage of numbers to collect some supplies. Although there were always casualties, there were also gains. But with the occasional appearance of mutant zombies, his life became difficult. Those pistols, shotguns, and homemade cannons were really not enough to deal with mutant zombies. Every time he went out, he even had to burn incense and pray, praying that he would never encounter a large group of zombies and mutant zombies. Despite this, casualties continued to increase, and there was even an experience where dozens of people were wiped out after encountering mutant zombies. So what he needs most now is a rifle. Among the entire group of Qingzhou's survivors, it is estimated that the logistics park base and the prison base have more rifles. But Li Xiaofeng and Han Yu who regard those weapons as their eyes, and will never sell them. Just when Zhu Laolu was distressed, Tang Zheng appeared. Hearing that the other party was in Tailai town, Zhu Laolu didn't care about many things at all. He was not far from Tailai town and had this geographical advantage. So he must take advantage of it. He almost immediately took off all the jewelry of everyone, barely enough to make up the amount for the first transaction, and prepared to meet Tang Zheng. Just in case, he still let a few of his men lurk here in advance to prevent the other party from robbing him. While waiting here, he was still constantly thinking about what Tang Zheng's identity was. Is he a private soldier of the nobles? Is he a technician in the arsenal? Or is he an arms dealer who secretly provides illegal weapons to the nobles? But at this moment, seeing Tang Zheng coming, Zhu Laolu's thoughts all flew away. On the road, a huge Hummer Jeep and a military truck drove over. Let's not talk about the trucks. The military Jeep is too sturdy and well maintained. Compared with the other person's car, my own little Karami and the cowherd are too annoying even if thrown into the garbage dump. Squeak! With the sound of brakes, the other party's vehicle stopped. A female soldier got off the passenger seat of the Hummer. This female soldier is so beautiful. It would be a pity if she didn't become a star. The female soldier got off the car, and sturdy soldiers jumped off the trucks around, each holding a 98K rifle. Looking at the mountain, it looks a bit like the Royal Army. However, this also dispelled Zhu Laolu's doubts about whether the other party really had weapons. At the same time, it also made Zhu Laolu more curious about Tang Zheng's identity. Then, he saw the female soldier open the back door of the Hummer. A pair of white gloves stretched out. With the female soldier's help, a young officer got out of the car. He was wearing a brand new and straight military uniform, a straight military cap on his head, and a big pair of sunglasses. The metal on his chest was shining, and the golden hyphen proved the other party's identity. After getting off the car, the female soldier lit a thick cigar for the officer. After taking a puff of the cigarette, the officer put the thumb of his left hand on the top of the weapon belt. On the weapon belt, there was a golden desert eagle. This weapon made Zhu Laolu's eyes a little hot. But the officer walked slowly, and his aura was so strong that he dared not covet it at all. Tang Zheng walked in front of Zhu Laolu accompanied by the soldiers. Tang Zheng did not speak immediately. He took a puff of the cigar, and a cloud of smoke came out. And Zhu Laolu's nose was a little itchy, but he did not dare to move. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became very depressing. Chapter 60. The dull atmosphere lasted for a full minute. Tang Zheng finally spoke slowly. Zhu Laolu. Huh? As soon as Tang Zheng spoke, Zhu Laolu shuddered. Tang Zheng glared at him, thinking that Zhu Laolu was really ungrateful. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Zhu Laolu stuttered, I am Zhu Laolu. Tang Zheng took another puff of his cigarette and spit it directly on Zhu Laolu's face. Hurry up and get your people out of the haystack, or I will kill people. Zhu Laolu was so scared that he wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned back to call out, Come out! Come out! Hurry up! The gunmen hiding in the haystack also ran out in a panic. Needless to say, the muzzles of the guns were all pointed downwards. Tang Zheng stretched out his hand and pointed his white glove at Zhu Laolu's nose. It's a deal. But if you don't put away your sneaky little thoughts, your base will never grow in this life. Yes. Yes. Commander Tang is teaching me that I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Then, Zhu Laolu asked cautiously, Commander Tang, are you going to take over the survivor base in Qinzhou this time? Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. The end of the world has its own development rules. Many things in the past will be invalidated. I don't have that plan for the time being. That's good. That's good. Then let's trade? Tang Zheng was a little relieved, and snorted from his nose. Did you bring the things? Yes. Please take a look, Commander Tang. Zhu Laolu hurriedly asked his men to take out a large package from the small Karami car, which was heavy. Tang Zheng took it and weighed it, feeling that it weighed more than 10 kilograms. Let me count it first. Okay, Commander Tang. You can count it slowly. As for the weapons, you can give them as you see fit. Tang Zheng did not answer, but came to the back of the truck and opened the package. Yellow gold, white silver, and some diamond rings, gemstone necklaces, pearl necklaces, jade pendants and so on. The total weight seemed to be about 12 kilograms, and Tang Zheng did not calculate it carefully and exchanged it directly. The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the general for winning 21,400 gold. If all the 12 kilograms were gold, it could be exchanged for 12,000 gold. Now it is more than 21,000 gold, which means that the proportion of gems is relatively high. Tang Zheng thought about it and directly bought 2098K rifles. This kind of gun system costs 50 gold per rifle, and Tang Zheng's selling price is 500 gold. 20 guns cost 10,000 gold, and Tang Zheng exchanged them for 5.5 style revolvers. The system price is 20 gold per rifle, and Tang Zheng's selling price is 200 gold. With the remaining money, Tang Zheng equipped Zhu Laolu with 200 rounds of pistol bullets and 2,000 rounds of rifle bullets. There were also 20 grenades. The price of a grenade was 100 gold each, and these things added up to a total cost of 1,620 gold. Net profit of 19,800 gold. When Tang Zheng asked his subordinates to hand over a bunch of new guns and boxes of yellow-orange bullets to Zhu Laolu, Zhu Laolu's eyes were a little red. That's great. That's great. With these guns, we can do so many things. Excited, Zhu Laolu came to Tang Zheng, forgetting his fear, and held Tang Zheng's hand. Commander Tang, if you have any requests in the future, just tell me, Zhu Laolu, and I will provide you with people and materials. Even if you, Commander Tang, want to recapture Mingshui County, I, Zhu Laolu, am willing to go ahead. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. Not really. If that day really comes, my soldiers are capable of doing this job. That's right, Commander Tang. Can I tell others about the successful deal with you? Of course. I'm counting on you to promote it for me. Zhu Laolu hesitated. Commander Tang, you're going to attend the trade fair, right? Of course. It's already been announced on the radio. Then you'd better be careful. Some base leaders in Qinzhou have reached the point of lawlessness. If they are sure that you, Commander Tang, have a large number of weapons, they might have other ideas. Tang Zheng shook hands with Zhu Laolu vigorously this time. Thank you for your reminder. But you don't have to worry about anything. Just tell others. There won't be any big problems at the trade fair. Okay. Since Commander Tang has the information, I, Zhu, will promote it to you. Next time I have collected enough funds, I will come to trade with Commander Tang. Tang Zheng nodded. And this transaction was successfully completed. Zhu Laolu and his group left happily. And Tang Zheng also left here. With some funds in hand, Tang Zheng still had one thing to do. After returning to the police station building, Tang Zheng asked all the troops to assemble. He wanted to conduct a military reorganization. Now, Tang Zheng has 7 combat squads, 10 flamethrower soldiers, 2 heavy machine gun groups, as well as scouts, snipers and other arms. With a total of more than 80 people, he wants to expand and build the framework of the entire company first. His company can have up to 300 people. And it is definitely not possible to reach that number for the time being. But it is still possible to add some. When all the personnel are in place, Tang Zheng announced the company's expansion plan. His company currently has 5 reinforced platoons. A platoon has 45 people. Tang Zheng appointed Luo Fei as the first platoon leader, Yang Mu as the second platoon leader, Wang Yu as the third platoon leader, Li Jie as the fourth platoon leader, Michael as the fifth platoon leader. Each platoon has 3 combat squads, 8 people in each squad, 5 platoons, which requires 15 combat squads. Tang Zheng currently has 7 squads, and there is still a gap of 8 squads. The total purchase price of a mobilized soldier equipped with a Type 95 rifle is 235 gold. Tang Zheng added 64 mobilized soldiers at one time, so that each platoon has 3 full combat squads. Total consumption, 15,040 gold. Just got a sum of money, and immediately spent most of it. 10 flamethrower warriors. Tang Zheng assigned 2 to each platoon for special operations. In addition to Chu Xian, 5 snipers, 1 to each platoon. Like the flamethrower warriors, directly under the leadership of the platoon leader. In addition, Tang Zheng also planned to equip each platoon with a heavy machine gun group. But at present, the funds were insufficient. So he only allocated the 2 existing heavy machine gun groups to the first and second platoons. If all these allocations are in place, each platoon will have 29 people. Tang Zheng bought 8 more military dogs, plus the 2 purchased at the zoo. Each platoon will be allocated 2 more military dogs. The rest is the vehicle allocation. Each platoon has a 3-wheeled vehicle for patrol, a 212 Jeep for the platoon leader, and a military truck. Currently, Tang Zheng only has 4 of these 3 types of vehicles, which he allocated to platoons 1 to 4. The personnel and vehicles that each platoon lacks will be cleared of zombies in the next few days, and then purchased with the funds obtained. The arrangement of the 5 platoons is like this for the time being. Tang Zheng also needs to set up other departments. First, he needs a cooking team. There is also a medical team. Both departments have 8 people each, and each needs a car. Currently he has 4 cooks and 4 medical soldiers, but no vehicles are available yet. Appoint Wang Haihe as the head of the cooking team and Lu Dachuan as the head of the medical team. In addition, Tang Zheng also needs to set up a scientific research team. He currently has only 2 scientific research soldiers, Guiyun and Yishui. Tang Zheng originally planned to let them all join the research department, but Yishui insisted on staying with Tang Zheng, saying that it would be helpful to get supplies and facilitate research. Tang Zheng had no choice but to agree to Yishui's request and keep her by his side. So at present, Guiyun is the only one left in the research class. There is also the engineering class, and Tang Zheng plans to make a reinforced class for this class, with at least 2 classes and 16 people. He currently has 4 engineers, so he can build the shelf first. Bao Shilai, the first engineer purchased, was appointed as the engineer squad leader. These departments have been temporarily established, and the last one is Tang Zheng current guard squad. In the imperial military system, the company commander can have a direct guard squad, the battalion commander can have a direct guard platoon, and so on. The guard squad is undoubtedly the elite among the elites. Tang Zheng thought about it and led Ji Yuntian, Ning Yue, He Shui, Chu Xian, and others join the guard squad. First set up the framework, and then when the soldiers are generally upgraded to 3 stars, he will select some elite 3-star soldiers to join the guard squad. As for the appointment of the guard squad leader, Ji Yuntian, Ning Yue, Chu Xian and others are qualified. Tang Zheng's eyes swept around and finally fell on Ji Yuntian. Ji Yuntian's turn was not yet in the round of appointments. This kid was already a little anxious. Standing behind him, his belly was bulging like a frog. It was impossible not to notice. Counting the merits, Ji Yuntian did the most. Tang Zheng finally pointed at Ji Yuntian. Ji Yuntian, guard squad leader. Thank you, General. I will definitely continue to work hard, make new contributions, and be the squad leader of the first squad in the whole army. Chapter 61. After appointing the guard squad leader, Tang Zheng Reinforced Company was basically formed. 5 combat platoons, a medical squad, a cooking squad, an engineer reinforcement squad, a scientific research department, and a guard squad. In addition to these platoon leaders and squad leaders, there are also a group of veterans who have followed Tang Zheng for a long time and have also been promoted to squad leaders. The total number of people is currently 160, and there are 13 military dogs. After forming the team, Tang Zheng began to assign tasks. It's too late today. Starting tomorrow, all 5 combat platoons will be involved in the battle to clear the zombies in Tailai town. It is required to use up all bullets before 12 noon. After the refresh at noon, keep 1 magazine, and the rest of the bullets must still be used up. The 5 platoons take turns to act and cooperate with each other to ensure that the battle achieves the maximum benefit. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers answered in unison. We need to collect as much supplies as possible. In addition to precious metals, gasoline, diesel, food, medicine, easily preserved food, mutant meat, zombie crystals, etc., should all be included in the collection scope. After a brief explanation, Tang Zheng looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, so he asked everyone to rest. The next morning, after breakfast, the 5 combat platoons immediately moved towards the depths of Tailai town. According to Tang Zheng arrangement, the soldiers entered the town from another direction of Tailai town and began to clear the zombies. Because of the battle to get funds from Sister Huang's house some time ago, many zombies were attracted here. Attacking from another direction would be less difficult. There are still about 40,000 zombies in the entire Tailai town, which is enough for Tang Zheng to clean up for a few days. As the soldiers left, the building of the public security station immediately became quiet. Only a few soldiers in the kitchen squad were still busy preparing dinner for 160 people. The soldiers did not come back for lunch, so they had canned food on the front line. In the building, only Tang Zheng and a few soldiers in the guard squad were bored. In the distance of Tailai town, faint gunshots began to sound. The span of Tailai town is nearly 5 kilometers, and the gunshots are not very real at this distance. Tang Zheng stayed indoors for most of the day, and in the afternoon, he finally couldn't stay any longer. He originally planned to go to the front line, but the platoon leaders advised him to stay in the safe rear. Tang Zheng didn't want the soldiers to worry about him, so he followed their advice and stayed. But at this moment, hearing the vague gunshots in the distance, he couldn't sit still indoors. "I go out for a walk." Tang Zheng stood up and decided to go out for a walk. Tang Zheng stood up and changed out of his company commander's uniform and put on a camouflage uniform. The company commander's uniform is usually very impressive, but it is not as comfortable as the camouflage uniform. Everyone here is our own people. If we occasionally meet an outsider, he is basically a zombie. It is a bit boring for Tang Zheng to show off, so he simply changes back to the camouflage uniform. When Tang Zheng goes out, his guard squad will naturally follow to protect him. Ji Yuntian, Ning Yue, Chu Xian, He Shui. All 4 of them have to stand up. Tang Zheng waved his hand. "He Shui, you are full of explosives. Don't follow me for now. Continue to do research here. Chu Xian, the public security office can't be left alone. You stay here on the top floor. You can still deal with any situation. Wu Di, you also stay here. Follow the direction I go out to release the drone. I will try not to leave the drone's detection range, and you can report any situation in time. Ji Yuntian, Ning Yue, just follow me." Tang Zheng made simple arrangements, took a walkie-talkie to keep in touch, and left the public security office with Ji Yuntian and Ning Yue. Arriving in the yard, Tang Zheng suddenly got into the driver's seat of a 3-wheeled motorcycle. "I drive. Let's go for a ride." Ji Yuntian had no choice but to sit on the back seat, and Ning Yue sat in the sidecar. Starting the motorcycle, Tang Zheng left the yard of the police station. He drove along the road and headed straight for the fields outside the town. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, blowing the relatively warm wind in August, and the motorcycle sped all the way. However, Tang Zheng also knew his limits and did not run too far. He came to the edge of a forest about 3 kilometers away from the town and stopped the motorcycle. This was just the edge of the drone reconnaissance area. There were weeds all around, and insects chirped from time to time. There was a small fish pond not far away, and the scenery looked pretty good. Tang Zheng and his friends got off the motorcycle and came to the edge of the small fish pond. There was no one here, but there were some fishing gear thrown on the shore, probably left by people who had fished before. "General, do you want to fish?" Ji Yuntian asked. Tang Zheng glanced at the small fish pond and could see some black shadows swimming in it. When he was in Bailong River, he knew that the fish in the water had also mutated and their bodies had become much larger. But this small fish pond only has some edible freshwater fish. So even if they mutate, they are not a big threat, and they can still be eaten if caught now. But Tang Zheng is not proficient in fishing. He once had an experience of fishing before, but he didn't catch any fish, which made him realize his level. So he shook his head modestly. "No. It's impossible for people to be proficient in everything. Even I have some blind spots and skills occasionally. Fishing is not my strong point. Whoever knows how to do it can do it." Ji Yuntian didn't know how to do it either. So Ning Yue finally stepped forward and said, "I give it a try." "General." Ning Yue came over and dug a few times in the mud with her bayonet, and soon dug out a few fat earthworms. Using the fishing gear on the shore, she began to fish skillfully. Tang Zheng and Ji Yuntian were watching from the side, and they also hoped that Ning Yue would succeed so that they could make a pot of delicious fish soup at night. Just as they were busy, a team of motorcycles were also coming from a distance. The convoy stopped in an open area. Chen Filon got off the car, and Shunzi hurried over to give him cigarettes. "Damn it! Zhu Laolu, that bastard, actually dared to refuse my request. He is so bold. I don't know where he got a few guns from. I am so scared. When the matter in Tailai town is over, I will definitely go back to the prison with enough people to flatten their broken base and kill them all." Shunzi looked at the furious Chen Filon in front of him, and was also frightened. What happened this morning was indeed very dangerous. When we arrived at Mingshui yesterday, Zhu Laolu was not there, and his men treated us wholeheartedly. But when Zhu Laolu came back, They found a bunch of guns from somewhere, and their strength increased greatly after being armed. After breakfast today, Chen Falong took a fancy to one of Zhu Lao's women, and wanted to play with her once and leave. But Zhu Lao refused without hesitation. Chen Falong wanted to get mad, but the other side raised their guns, and the firepower level directly suppressed his side. The two sides tore their faces apart, and Chen Falong wanted to do something reckless, but was held back by Shunzi and others. Chen Falong was very angry, but the situation was stronger than him, and it was too dangerous to take action forcefully. In the end, they could only leave Mingshui angrily. Shunzi knew that Chen Falong was upset, and he served him carefully along the way. At the same time, Shunzi also mourned for the people of Tailai town. At this time, Chen Falong rushed over, and there was no doubt that his anger would be vented on the people of Tailai town. After staying on the road for a while, Chen Falong asked people to continue on their way. But this time, Chen Falong suddenly stopped the car after walking a short distance. The others also stopped. "Brother Long, what's wrong?" Chen Falong pointed forward. "There is a motorcycle over there. It seems to be a military model." The others looked carefully, but could only see a vague shadow. But they all believed it, because Chen Falong was a mutant, and his body functions were stronger than ordinary people. "Brother Long, what should we do?" Shunzi and others were a little worried. After all, it was a military motorcycle. Although they were fierce, they were still a little scared. Chen Falong looked at it with a gloomy face for a while, and then slowly said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the person driving this military motorcycle is the one who killed Zheng Kejiang in Tailai town." "Military vehicle? What about us?" Chen Falong grinned. "So what about a military vehicle? Now is the end of the world. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Come with me to see." As he said that, he jumped off the car first and ran straight to the direction of the military motorcycle. Seeing Chen Falong move, the others had no choice but to get off the car and followed him. The group quietly moved forward, ran along the road for a while, and when they gradually approached the motorcycle, they left the road and entered the weeds on the side of the road. They moved slowly in the weeds, and when they came to the edge of the weeds, a bright color appeared in front of them. It was a small fish pond. Chen Falong pushed aside the weeds and looked at the people by the small fish pond. There were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was very beautiful, and was sitting there fishing. 2 men stood behind him, one carrying a gun and the other carrying a large long bag. The bag was bulging, and no one knew what was in it. But such a large bag should not be very heavy. Shunzi and others could not see anything, but Chen Falong could still see some clues, based on the situation at the scene. He quickly made a judgment. The 3 people are led by the woman, but from the way the woman sits, it can be seen that she has definitely received strict military training and is quite strong. The other 2 people, the one standing straight with an AK-47 on his back, should be the woman's guard. Just looking at his figure, you can tell that this person is definitely well trained and difficult to deal with. As for the one with the backpack, he should be a follower driver or communicator. He has not received much military training. I have seen many soldiers before. Normal backpacks are not long and large. It is estimated that there are personal belongings or fishing gear in the woman, so this person can only be a follower. Shunzi and his men were very convinced by Chen Falong. "Brother Long, should we shoot?" Chen Falong waved his hand. "No. I can see that these people are wearing bulletproof vests and helmets, and it is difficult to kill them with a single shot. Even if their legs are broken, they can still shoot back. Besides, that woman is so beautiful. It would be a pity to kill her. We should catch her alive at such a close distance." Shunzi and his men suddenly realized, Brother Long has a good eye. This one is really top-notch. As for what Chen Falong said about catching him alive, they had no doubts at all, because they had seen Chen Falong's ability in close combat too many times. Ordinary people were simply vulnerable. After deciding to fight in close combat, Chen Falong quickly formulated a tactic. "I deal with the guard with the gun. You go catch the woman. As for the one with the backpack, Buzi, you go and deal with it." A flat-headed young man named Buzi nodded, put away his hunting rifle, and took out a machete. "Don't worry, Brother Long. I chop him up with a knife, including the man and the bag." "Okay, let's go!" Chapter 62. Chen Falong made a battle plan, and several people took action immediately. All put away their guns, took out knives, and rushed towards those people. Chen Failong locked onto the man carrying the AK-47. Because he felt that this man was the most dangerous, he naturally had to deal with him personally. From the edge of the weeds to the small fish pond, it was only a dozen meters away. For a mutant like him, it was only 3 big strides away, running 2 steps. Then a jump. Chen Failong slashed out with a knife. The knife was so powerful that it would cut the man in 2 just like the zombies he killed. But he never expected that the man dodged when the knife was chopped down. The AK-47, which had a bayonet at some point, not only dodged Chen Failong's attack, but also retaliated with a backhand knife. Chen Failong's pupil shrank, and he immediately felt a prickly touch. The opponent seemed to have been prepared for it, and his surprise attack had no effect at all. But at this moment, not only did he rush over, but his men also rushed over. The 2 sides were about to get entangled. It was too late to shoot now, so they could only fight with bayonets. He blocked with his sword, and both of them were a little surprised in the clash of metal. The opponent's strength was a little unexpected. Chen Failong screamed and rushed again, attacking with his sword, and fought with this man. In his opinion, as long as he entangled this most difficult one, his men would be able to quickly deal with the woman and her followers. And then they would come to support him, and he could still win easily. Shunzi led 5 people to attack the beautiful woman, because Chen Failong said that the woman would not be given away for free, and he had to capture her alive. So he naturally had to pay more attention to her. Chen Failong's guess was correct for the second time. The beautiful woman in military uniform was no weaker than the man Chen Failong was dealing with. As soon as the battle started, she threw away her fishing rod, and rushed forward quickly with a bayonet in one hand and a trench knife in the other. The 2 men were caught off guard and were stabbed in the stomach by the woman, and were seriously injured. Shunzi and the others, who were frustrated, were also aroused to be fierce. Before the end of the world, these people were all desperate criminals. And after the end of the world, they were even more lawless. Now they didn't care about capturing them alive. They raised their mountain-splitting knives and covered them with cold light, which was enough to stop this seemingly delicate but fierce woman. Even the 2 people who were stabbed in the stomach reluctantly joined the siege, because they knew that if they were injured and couldn't show their value, they would probably be abandoned by Chen Failong. The prison base is so cruel and inhumane. They have no choice. 6 against 1. It's just a draw. At this time, if one more person joins, the situation is likely to be reversed. At this moment, Chen Failong, Shunzi and others put their hopes on Biaozi. As long as Biaozi can quickly deal with a weak follower, there is still hope of winning this battle. Biaozi also thinks there will be no surprises. Chen Failong is very good at judging people, since he said that this follower does not look like he has received formal military training. It should be correct. He can easily deal with it. So he rushed over and chopped down without hesitation. Then, he saw the follower raise the backpack behind him to deal with it. Biaozi sneered, held the knife with both hands, and used all his strength. No matter what kind of rubbish was in the backpack, it could not block his full-strength knife. Then, there was a clang. The machete in Biaozi's hand broke directly. The backpack of the man opposite was also chopped. It was dark inside, and I couldn't see what was inside. Before Biaozi could react, the opponent's backpack hit him again. Biaozi, whose hands were numb, was stunned for a while, and could only raise his hands to resist. With a snap, he heard the sound of his bones breaking. A huge force hit him, and his body was smashed out. Below was a small fish pond. Biaozi screamed and was smashed into the small fish pond. Brother Long, you are wrong. This follower is carrying a bag of iron. Gula gula. Biaozi choked on water several times, and before he could stand up in the fish pond, he heard a gunshot. Then, his chest was struck by lightning. The last scene he saw was the follower standing on the shore, holding a golden pistol and shooting at him. He lost consciousness and sank directly into the fish pond. None of the people fighting had ever thought that the first to end was the battlefield here. As soon as Biaozi died, the follower found an opportunity to pull out his gun, and this sudden encounter could no longer continue. As the henchman fired the second shot, another person, who was stabbed by the woman, was shot dead, and the people in the prison base could not fight anymore. Chen Failong was the first to leave the battlefield, quickly jumped and fled into the bushes. Shunzi was the second. The rest of the people were not so lucky. The men and women who had freed their hands quickly took out their pistols and kept firing. The remaining few people fell under the muzzle of the gun. Chen Filong and the other two took advantage of this opportunity to hide in the weeds, and took out the guns they brought, ready to shoot back at any time. But what Chen Filong never expected was that the three soldiers who had the upper hand did not come in to chase them, but quickly got on the motorcycle and left in the direction of Tailai town. Brother Long, what should we do now? Go back? Shunzi proposed an idea, but Chen Filong didn't listen at all. No! I can't swallow this breath. Let's follow them. If we can't kill these people, we can kill others. I'm in the dark and they're in the light. I don't believe that everyone over there is so good at fighting. Chen Filong, who was furious, obviously could not listen to anyone's persuasion. He went back to find his motorcycle and rushed to Tailai town again. Shunzi had no choice but to ride his motorcycle to follow. Tang Zheng sat in the sidecar with a bit of unsatisfaction, still thinking about the battle just now. He only received Wudi's report when the group of people approached, because the fish pond was on the edge of the drone reconnaissance area, and the group of people were hiding in the weeds. They were discovered by Wudi only after they approached. Tang Zheng was concentrating on fishing and couldn't check the radar all the time, so he found out a little late. But he could hear the feedback from the drone through the system screen when he learned that the group wanted to capture him alive. Tang Zheng didn't let Ji Yutian and Ning Yue shoot first. After all, the other side had more people. If they shot first, they could only shoot back, and the situation would be dangerous. When he heard the leader let a man come down to deal with him, Tang Zheng decided to fight hand to hand. Over such a long time, Tang Zheng had eaten a lot of mutant beast meat, and his strength and physique had increased a lot. A small minion of the other side wanted to deal with him. Tang Zheng felt that was a dream. Sure enough, the battle went smoothly. He was the first to kill the opponent, and took out his gun smoothly while the opponent was fighting, which determined the outcome of the battle. However, Tang Zheng did not chase the two desperate men in the wild grass. That kind of risk was not worth it. He even felt that the other side would not let go easily, so he resolutely decided to leave. At this moment, watching the feedback from the drone, the two people on the other side followed from a distance. Tang Zheng felt that his decision was wise and well thought out. The motorcycle sped all the way and soon returned to the police station. In the short time on the road, Tang Zheng almost figured out the origins of these desperate people. They should be from the prison base. Since Tang Zheng came to Qinzhou, he was busy dealing with the situation in Tailai town and busy saving his sister, and had not had any disputes with the base in Qinzhou. Now it seems that his first opponent has appeared. Tang Zheng hopes to catch the remaining two desperate criminals and interrogate them properly. In order not to alert the enemy, Tang Zheng even ordered the battle on the other side of the town to stop temporarily, so as not to let the gunshots alarm the two men. As long as the two men approach the town, he will be sure to capture them alive. But soon Tang Zheng found that the two men were very cautious. They came to the outside of the town, but did not rush in. They rode their bikes and wandered in the distance until it was gradually dark. And then they came to Mingzhu Mountain in the north of the town. This is a small hill, less than 1 kilometer away from the town, and no more than 100 meters high. But the whole picture of the town can be clearly seen. The other party came here, and it was obvious that they would not easily enter the town. According to the drone reconnaissance, they even hid behind a pile of rocks on the top of the mountain, and the location was relatively hidden. At this distance, it is very difficult to kill the other party. Even if Chu Xian, a one-star sniper, fired a gun, he could only kill one at most, and he could not guarantee that he could hit the target. The remaining people were in that position, and it was almost unstoppable to escape. Tang Zheng didn't want the other party to run away and reveal the situation on his side. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was late. Night was about to fall. After thinking about it, Tang Zheng asked the communicator to notify the soldiers fighting on the front line to withdraw and bring the funds back to him. Half an hour later, the large force returned to the security station. The second platoon leader Yang Mu won Luo Fei in a game of rock paper scissors, and came to Tang Zheng's office on the 3rd floor with the funds. General, this is the money we collected from today's battle. Tang Zheng took a bag of jewelry, praised Yang Mu, and exchanged it. The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the general. And he got 8,634 gold. Compared to the money Tang Zheng collected a month ago, this number is definitely not small. This is the power of the group. Tang Zheng opened the system page and found a weapon. Type 63 60mm mortar. 10 shells are given. The price is 300 gold. Mortar combat team, 2 people. The price is 600 gold. The artillery and 2 soldiers in the combat group cost 900 gold in total, plus some auxiliary equipment. A total of 1,100 gold. Tang Zheng clicked to buy, and after a while, 2 soldiers appeared, wearing military uniforms and pistols on their waists. 2 people carried a mortar. Mortar gunner Nyo Ben. Report to the general. Mortar school opponent Tailai. Report to the general. Tang Zheng gave them a gift in return. Do you see the Pearl Mountain over there? There are 2 rats hiding on that mountain, disgusting me here. Now you come to tell me. Can you send them to the west with 1 shot? Gunner Nyo Ben looked at it, discussed it with Tailai, and then said to Tang Zheng, General, those 2 people are standing at a distance, and they are far enough away, and they know how to use the cover of night to make it difficult for us to aim. I think it's better to wait a little longer. When it's completely dark, they will relax. Then, Tang Zheng was quite satisfied with this result. I agree with this tactic. Everyone pay attention and prepare to cooperate with the gunner. These 2 rats, none of them can be allowed to return to the prison base. Chapter 63. On the top of Mingzhu Mountain, Qin Filong and Shunzi were more and more frightened, especially when the 5 combat platoons returned to the police station. The scene made them sweat. More than 100 fully armed soldiers. Brand new military vehicles. This should be the Royal Army. Looking at the densely packed mountain, there are about 200 people. This is at least a company, or a battalion, because after the end of the world, the organization is incomplete. Qinzhou's Viscount Li Xiufeng originally had a company of more than 100 private guards, but after the end of the world, there were only more than 20 people left. Later, after recruiting new soldiers, the organization was restored. So it is possible that these people in front of them are the remnants of a regiment. Especially the situation just now at the public security station, where a group of people looked at Mingzhu Mountain from afar, made them feel uneasy. It seems that they have been discovered. Shunzi looked at Qin Filong nervously. Brother Long, we have been discovered. Let's run. These soldiers are not something we can deal with. If we don't run now, we will be unable to run. Qin Filong was calmer at this time. He gritted his teeth and pondered for a while. No, I won't run. Why? Brother Long? Why are you so stubborn? There are nearly 200 people on the other side, and I saw a heavy machine gun. How can we fight with such firepower? Let alone the 2 of us. Even if we mobilize all the armed forces of our prison base, it is still unclear whether we can win. After all, those of us have not received any military training. If it's just the 2 of us, we won't be able to fill their teeth. Qin Filong glared at Shunzi. Brainless idiot. Do you think I am just a fool who can only charge? Look at the sky now. Shunzi looked up and noticed that the sky around him was almost completely dark. Won't it be harder for us to escape when it's dark? I'm right to say you're an idiot. This is the end of the world. People can't see anything when it's dark. But zombies can. So no one will go out after dark. We are not in danger now, but the safest place. Otherwise, why do you think I chose this hill? One is for the good view, and the other is for easy escape. Qin Filong now understood that the attack choice in the previous battle was wrong. That woman should not be the leader. The real leader is the boy with a sledgehammer in his bag. Because he just saw that a group of people surrounded the boy with a backpack at the police station. And he was obviously a high-ranking official. Qin Filong felt a little regretful, and even more annoyed. He, who claimed to be very observant, made a mistake. But then again, he couldn't be blamed for this. He had never seen a high-ranking official carrying such a big hammer on his back. He didn't use it on his more than 100 subordinates, but carried it on his own. This official was really weird. Anyone would have made a wrong judgment. Although Qin Filong calmed down, he was still unwilling to accept it. He decided to stay here for another night to see if there was any chance for revenge. If there was no chance before dawn tomorrow, he would return to the prison base. This was the biggest risk he could take. He hid behind the pile of rocks on the top of the mountain for a while. And it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, it was completely dark, and dark clouds covered the night sky, making it almost pitch dark. Qin Filong took out a telescope from his arms. This was an infrared telescope he got by chance, which could help him observe the situation at night. After watching for a while, he didn't see any movement from the police station, and Qin Filong gradually felt relieved. Shunzi, let's go down the mountain and sneak in quietly. Kill one to make up for the loss. and kill 2 to make a profit. Is it okay, Brother Long? My legs are a little weak. Waste. Didn't you notice the hotel over there? There are still many survivors there. We don't kill soldiers, so killing a few survivors shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise I can't swallow this breath in my heart. Okay. But Brother Long, I'm hungry and thirsty. We don't have anything to eat or drink now. And I have no strength. Chen Filong was a little speechless, and glanced at Shunzi, who was not doing well. I just saw a barren vegetable field in front of us, with some cabbages in it. Let's go over and dig too. You can fill your stomach first. Hey. Good. Cabbage is good. I haven't eaten green vegetables for a long time. Since it was late now, the 2 people were not too worried at this moment. They pushed the motorcycle down the hillside and quietly headed towards the cabbage field. When they came to the edge of the cabbage field, they crawled on their stomachs, using the cover of the weeds to prepare to dig a cabbage first. This vegetable field is about 800 meters away from the police station. Normally, this distance is very safe. But at this moment, there was a sudden movement at the police station. Bang! Accompanied by a gunshot. A stream of light swayed and rose into the air, directly above the 2 people's heads. Boom! A slight explosion sounded, and a small sun lit up above their heads, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. Instantly, Chen Filong hair stood up. Flare! We've been tricked. Instantly, he understood everything. The other party had clearly discovered that they had been waiting for this moment, but had not taken action. When they left the safe hill and thought they were safe under the cover of night, a flare came and everything would be reversed. Chen Filong hurried to call Shunzi. But Shunzi, who was either too hungry or too nervous, actually lay down and ate the cabbage. Chen Filong wanted to pull, but the next moment the opponent attacked. After another bang, the attack came from the sky. Boom! In the fierce explosion and fire, Chen Filong felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and fell down. Shunzi was not prepared and was blown up. Damn it! Mortar! Chen Filong roared hoarsely and tried to get up from the ground with difficulty, but fell again. His left hand was blown off in the bombardment. He was also a ruthless man. He pulled Shunzi with one hand and pulled him to face himself. Shunzi's situation was even worse. He was covered with wounds and could not survive. Seeing Chen Filong, Shunzi's eyes were distracted. Brother Long, they are too cruel. I just stole a cabbage. Why would they bombard me with a cannon? After saying that, Shunzi tilted his head and passed away. Seeing Shunzi dead, Chen Filong didn't care about anything else. He was wrong from the beginning, overestimating himself and underestimating his opponent. He shouldn't have come to Tailai town. But it was too late to say anything now. And the most important thing was to go back alive. He didn't even bother to bandage the wound on his left arm. Jumped on the motorcycle, supported it with one hand, and started the car desperately. He tried to escape, but the pursuers from the police station had already come out. 2 Willis Jeeps, with their lights on, were speeding towards this side. There was a faint sound of dogs barking in his ears, and a group of military dogs were also running towards this side. Chen Filong felt his bones and soul trembling. He started the motorcycle and rushed forward in a panic. In the barren fields, a chase began. The car bumped in the fields and the wounds were bleeding. Chen Filong was a mutant. His physique was different from that of ordinary people. His physical fitness was very good. If it were an ordinary person, he would soon die from excessive blood loss. Despite this, his mind was becoming more and more blurred. He held the handlebars with one hand, and his driving was not very good. He couldn't even see the road ahead clearly. Only when the lights of the jeep chasing behind him flashed occasionally could he use this little light to judge the road conditions ahead. Woof woof woof. The speed of the military dog running in the field was even faster than his motorcycle. This cry was like a death knell, making Chen Filong more nervous and anxious. No! If this goes on, I'm dead. In my current situation, I can't outrun the jeep and military dog behind me. I will be caught up in 5 kilometers at most. I have to change the route. Chen Filong recalled nervously and thought of a crazy route. When he came here, there was a village nearby. There were about 4,000 or 5,000 zombies in the village. He took a detour when he came. If he wanted to get rid of the pursuers, he had to enter the village. He didn't believe that these soldiers dared to enter the village to hunt him down. He gritted his teeth, drove the motorcycle, and rushed directly to the village not far away. In the dark night, the outline of the village was looming. The wind whistled in my ears, and my eyes were blurred by sweat. The pain of the broken arm was forgotten at this moment, and the belief in survival surpassed everything. There is light ahead. That is a small river. After the small river is the village. But I can't find the bridge. No matter. Let's fight. Chen Filong drove the motorcycle to the riverside. Not only did he not slow down, he even took the initiative to lift the handlebars and jumped up. The motorcycle glided 7 or 8 meters in the air and plunged into the river. Chen Filong fell into the water and climbed up desperately. After struggling to reach the shore, he suddenly heard heavy breathing. Something had bitten him on the wound of his broken arm. Chen Filong was shocked and turned around to see that it was a zombie. It's over. You beast. Chen Filong felt cold in his heart. If his arm was broken by the explosion, he still had a chance to survive. But if he was bitten by a zombie, it would definitely be over. The virus would soon enter his blood and merge into his body, turning him into a zombie. But at this moment, he didn't want to die so quickly. Holding the knife in one hand, Chen Filong cut the zombie, biting him in half. He used too much force and staggered. Before he could stand firm, another gunshot was heard from behind. Bang! Accompanied by the gunshot, Chen Filong fell headfirst into the bushes on the shore. After the gunshot, zombies began to appear from nearby and walk towards Chen Filong. In the night, pairs of scarlet eyes were like wolves in the middle of the night. Chapter 64. Crunch. 2 Willis jeeps stopped at the riverbank, with the high beams on, illuminating the other side. A group of zombies emerged from the village. Roaring at this side, some zombies tried to cross the shallow river. But when they reached the river, they still didn't dare to cross the river. Sniper Chu Xian stood in the car and took out the walkie-talkie to report the situation to Tang Zheng. General, the target has a broken leg, was shot in the chest by me, and was bitten by a zombie. He is currently lying on the other side of the river. There are already zombies approaching here. Should we go over to check next? Tang Zheng heard the situation and immediately ordered the soldiers to withdraw. Even mutants cannot survive in this situation, not to mention being bitten by zombies. It is not worth it to let the soldiers take risks again. So they can withdraw? After receiving Tang Zheng's order, Chu Xian waved his hand, and the military dog jumped into the car and returned to the Tailai town security office. In the night, the security office was still busy. A generator that was on the verge of being scrapped was repaired by Gui Yun. The scientific research soldiers purchased by Tang Zheng can use acid-resistant technology when they join the army. After some repairs, the generator can operate. At present, the entire Tailai town has been without electricity. But Tang Zheng's subordinates have collected 4 or 5 generators today, and have now restored electricity to the hotel and the police station. Military trucks also brought back truckloads of supplies under Tang Zheng orders. Mainly medicines, vacuum-packed food, as well as gasoline and diesel. Looking at these supplies and looking at the hotel, Tang Zheng decided to let the survivors participate in a collection starting tomorrow. The main focus of the soldiers should still be on fighting zombies. If a vacuum area is cleared, the survivors can go over to collect, which can also improve efficiency. Tang Zheng will rescue the survivors in the future, but he doesn't plan to keep idle people. As for the death of several people in the prison base, Tang Zheng didn't care at all. He didn't care if he offended them. In the office of the public security station, Tang Zheng spread out the map and studied his future destination. He couldn't stay in Tailai town forever. After the trade conference was over, Tang Zheng decided to settle down in a new place. The place where he would settle down in the future was not something he could choose casually. First, he had to choose a place with clean water. During this period, the water source in Tailai town mainly came from Xiaoshui River. After the end of the world, the tap water was also stopped. The well water was barely usable at the beginning, but as time went on, the acidic substances in the well water also increased, and there would be some adverse reactions after drinking it. The water in the river would not be like this. The flowing water would not rot. As long as it did not rain continuously, the river water could be used. In addition to the water source, the new foothold must have the advantage of geographical location. The most basic point is that it cannot be based in the middle of the plain. Otherwise, once a battle breaks out in the future, it may be surrounded by enemies. Moreover, this place cannot be too far from the city, because Tang Zheng still needs to go to the city to collect supplies. Whether it is killing zombies to get money or trading to get money, the way to make money is not too fast. If Tang Zheng's strength grows a little bit, he will definitely go to the city to find gold shops, bank vaults and other places. So it is not a good choice to be far away from the city. There is also a more advanced requirement. That is, it is best to find a place with minerals. Collecting gold shops is not a long-term solution. If there is a gold mine or something, it would be the best. With these requirements, it was difficult to choose a place. At least in Qinzhou, Tang Zheng had not found a suitable place yet. On his desk, there were several maps, including those of Qinzhou, Fengcheng, and even the city of Lombardy in the Grassland province. While checking the map, Gui Yun, a scientific research soldier, came in. General, all 5 generators have been repaired. Oh, so fast. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Zheng praised, and was a little surprised at Gui Yun's speed. Gui Yun chuckled, General, the reason why it's so fast is that I have completed some drawings and my level has been upgraded to 1 star. Oh, you have upgraded. What drawings did you complete? Tang Zheng was a little curious, because Meng Meng told him that if he wanted to upgrade to battalion commander, he had to complete at least 3 formal drawing buildings. As for what the drawings would produce, Tang Zheng still had no idea. Seeing Tang Zheng asking, Gui Yun immediately handed over several drawings to Tang Zheng like offering a treasure. Tang Zheng immediately picked it up and flipped through it, and found that these drawings showed some strange buildings. Some seemed to be city walls, while others were full of technology, which made him unsure for a while. What are these? General, the first thing you see is the city infrastructure map, which includes city walls, city gates, sentry towers, bunkers, etc. Gui Yun pointed to the first city wall map. General, please see. There are 3 types of city walls. One is a conventional city wall, with a height of 5 meters, a foundation of 1 meter, and a thickness of 1 meter. The materials used include steel bars, cement, sand, stones, etc. This type of city wall can be used in the inner city. One is a reinforced wall, 10 meters high, 3 meters in foundation, 5 meters thick, and made of similar materials as the primary wall. I also designed raised boulders to prevent climbing, with crenels for defense, and a bunker inside, and a sentry tower on top. There is also an ultimate wall, 20 meters high, 5 meters in foundation, 10 meters thick, and made of similar materials. But its defense capability is absolutely first class, and the defense facilities inside are more complete. And it is easy for 2 cars to run side by side on the wall. There are also these city gates. You can set up winches on the city walls, and make iron gates with acid-resistant alloys. Not only can they be used on land, but they can even be built across rivers. The defense is quite strong, as long as the general chooses it. Tang Zheng felt a little dizzy after hearing this and interrupted Gui Yun. Do you mean that these buildings can be added to the system's purchase sequence? Yes, General. As long as you decide to use these blueprints, the system will add building options. When you plan to build your own base, you can click to buy these things. Tang Zheng was immediately alerted when he heard this. He did need to choose a place to build a base, but construction was not something that could be done overnight, and it was too difficult to build a large scale in a short time. He did not expect Gui Yun to give him such a big surprise. With these drawings, the outline of the base could almost be drawn. Tang Zheng followed Gui Yun's instructions and silently recited the use. The drawings in front of him disappeared, and Tang Zheng opened the system. As expected, there was a 5th item in it. Construction page. Conventional city wall, 5 meters high, 1 meter thick and 1 meter thick. Reinforced concrete structure. And the price per meter was hardware. Strengthened wall, 10 meters high, 3 meters thick and 5 meters thick. Reinforced concrete structure. Priced at 20 gold per meter. Ultimate wall, 20 meters high, 5 meters thick and 10 meters thick. Reinforced concrete structure. Priced at 100 gold per meter. Sentry tower. Can be built on flat ground, or on the strengthened wall, or the ultimate wall. Can be powered, and comes with a high-power searchlight. Priced at 100 gold. Machine gun bunker. Can be built on flat ground, or on the strengthened wall, or the ultimate wall. Can be powered. Priced at 100 gold. City gate. Water gate can be placed in the city wall. Alloy structure. Priced at 200 gold per meter. Looking at these things in front of him, Tang Zheng was overjoyed. With these buildings, the outline of his own city can be built. But the price made Tang Zheng a little, scratching his head. At this rate, the cost of building a city is very high, and it is probably impossible to get it without millions of funds. Can this price be cheaper? Tang Zheng asked. Yes, General. As long as you use this blueprint, the cost will be greatly reduced. Tang Zheng took the second blueprint handed over by Guiyun. This is a huge warehouse-style building with a large door and storage space. This time Tang Zheng did not ask any more questions and used it directly. There is one more item in the building. Resource recycling station, used for material storage and conversion. Used for infrastructure construction. Can recycle materials and save costs. For example, for city wall construction. As long as cement, sand, bricks, steel bars and other materials are collected and sent to the recycling station, they can be automatically stored in the system. When all the materials needed for construction are collected, the cost can be saved by 90% during construction. When Tang Zheng saw this, Meng Meng spoke up. Generals, city wall sentry towers, etc. are basic infrastructure for mapping, not formal buildings, while resource recycling stations are formal buildings. Once the construction is completed, the fourth condition for upgrading the battalion commander will be completed by January 3rd. Oh, so this is the formal building. Tang Zheng now understood the difference between basic buildings and formal buildings. Guiyun still had a few maps in his hand. Tang Zheng wanted to come over, but Guiyun said that the mapping had not been completed yet. But looking at the pictures, the sense of technology is even stronger. According to normal thinking, the more advanced the building, the more difficult it should be to draw the map. Tang Zheng suppressed his curiosity and did not ask any more questions, just waiting for Guiyun to give him a surprise. However, Tang Zheng was still very happy. He had found a way to build a base. Next, he just needed to find a construction site and collect funds. But unexpectedly, after Guiyun delivered the construction drawings, He Shui also walked up to Tang Zheng. In her arms, she held a huge package. With a bang, the package was placed on the desk, almost crushing the desk. What is this? Tang Zheng asked. General, this is the super explosive package I developed. As long as it is attached to the building, this explosive package is enough to destroy a skyscraper. Looking at the slightly red eyes of the female scientific research soldier in front of him, Tang Zheng instinctively stepped back a little. Is this thing safe? Safe. It can be controlled remotely. If the general wants to explode somewhere, just place it somewhere in advance. When you leave, press the remote control and wait to watch the fireworks. By the way, this can also be purchased in the system. As she spoke, He Shui handed Tang Zheng another remote control. Tang Zheng took the remote control and checked the system's weapon page. Sure enough, there was an extra option. Super explosive pack. Explosion radius 300 meters. Death radius 100 meters. Price 50 gold. Tang Zheng took this large explosive pack and thought about where this thing should be used. But he did not forget to praise He Shui. Well done. You can get results so quickly. I am proud of you. He Shui was very happy. Her nose curled up. She snorted proudly and glanced at Guiyun from the corner of her eyes. Guiyun was a little embarrassed. After all, He Shui was a latecomer, and it was embarrassing for him to produce scientific research results so quickly. At this time, the guard squad leader Ji Yutian gave Guiyun a look. Guiyun, who had already drunk with Ji Yutian once, understood what he meant and coughed. Hey, General, I have another research. Once the research is successful, it can allow people with a mutation degree of no more than 60% to eliminate the zombie virus in their bodies. Oh, there is such research? Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. He Shui immediately said, what's the use? Zombies are zombies. Even if 60% of them are eliminated, they will not become human. General, I need some uranium ore. A large amount of uranium ore. For blasting experiments. Tang Zheng's sweat fell from his head. Can you please not experiment here? Chapter 65. The night was shrouding the earth, and it was pitch dark. By the dark river, Chen Filong was lying in the grass, watching the zombies staggering over, and felt that his death was coming. The sniper shooting was very accurate, and he was shot through the left side of his chest by the sniper rifle. But he was lucky that the shot did not hit his heart. Although it did not hit the heart, death was approaching. If he was not a mutant with an abnormally strong physical fitness, he might have died by now. Even so, He didn't have much time left. Especially when the zombie came over. He seemed to see himself being torn apart and devoured. The zombie virus invaded the broken arm on the left side in waves, and was approaching the wound on the chest. Huh? I don't want to die. Especially I don't want to be eaten by zombies. I would rather be a zombie than be food. I want to live. The virus was eroding his brain nerves, and he could already feel his vision was a little blurry, and his body was a little hot. The fingernails on his right hand were growing longer and longer. His body was gradually becoming stiff, and the severe pain from the wound didn't seem to hurt that much anymore. He had seen other people mutate before, and he knew that these were all precursors to mutation. Once the mutation was complete, he would be a complete zombie. But right now, it seemed that he didn't have that chance. A female zombie had already bent down in front of him. The long nails would tear open his flesh and blood in the next second and devour her never-filled stomach. At the moment of life and death, Chen Filon was dominated by a strong will to survive, and he made a final resistance. The massive blood loss made him no longer a strength, and he could only shout at the zombie. Stop! This was his last cry. And after shouting this, perhaps his life would end. But at this moment, a miracle happened. This female zombie actually stopped. She stood there stupidly, looking at Chen Filong motionlessly. Chen Filong was stunned. The zombies really didn't eat him? He was stunned for a moment, still feeling scared. So he shouted again. Back off. The female zombie staggered back, retreated about 3 meters, and stood still again. The other zombies that had gathered around were now standing like wooden stakes, with no signs of attacking Chen Filong. No. What's going on? Chen Filong breathed heavily, and he strangely found that the wound no longer hurt. The strength lost due to bleeding seemed to be returning. He raised his right hand and touched his left broken arm. There was no feeling. His heart sank, and he touched his chest again. The wound had scabbed over and stopped bleeding. He straightened up and sat up, looking around. The faces of the zombies around him were clearly visible, and he could even see things in the distance. No. No. It's dark now. Why can I see things so clearly? Chen Filong didn't care about anything else. He stood up and staggered towards the river. When he came to the river, he lowered his head and saw his reflection in the river. It was a hideous zombie. No! It was not a zombie. He was pale. His skin was dry and even cracked. His eyes were red. His hair was messy, and his teeth had fangs. He looked like a zombie, but his eyes were smart, and he could barely make other expressions. Crying, laughing, frowning. These expressions that would never appear on a zombie face could still appear on his face, but his wounds no longer hurt, and he seemed to have lost most of his body's perception. More importantly, he did not turn into a real zombie, and his thinking was still human. What have I become? Chen Filong turned around and looked at the dozens of zombies standing behind him. All of you get down. As soon as he said this, he felt a little pain in his head. The dozen zombies in front of him all obeyed his orders and got down obediently. Some of the dozen in the middle fell down, while others were still in a daze. The dozen at the back continued to stand like wooden stakes. I understand. This is my ability. I can control other zombies. It's just that this ability is still a little weak, and the number of zombies I can control is not large. But it doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is that I survived. In another form. Ah hee 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 hee. Chen Filong laughed a series of ugly laughter, and he was so happy that he was going crazy. Although he turned into a zombie, he is not an ordinary zombie, but a zombie king who can control other zombies. What is the most abundant in this world? What is the most powerful force in this world? Chen Filong believes that it is zombies. It's just that these zombies used to be leaderless, without a unified command, and would only wander around or stand still. So no matter how many there are, they will be wiped out sooner or later, which is also the consensus of all survivors. But what if someone commands the zombies? What if a group of mutant zombies were commanded by someone? At that time, the powerful zombie army would surely sweep across the world. And Chen Filong, by chance, had the honor of becoming such a zombie king. But his current ability is still very weak, and he can only control a few dozen zombies. But he has already felt that as he continues to control the zombies, this ability will gradually increase. In the dark night, Chen Filong laughed wildly, almost laughing his heart out. The kid from Tailai town. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. It is you who gave birth to the most terrifying existence in the world. Maybe I can't deal with you now. But wait. Sooner or later, I will come back to find you. Chen Failong's scarlet eyes flashed with dangerous light. And he walked towards the zombies. Follow me. As he gave the order, about 30 zombies followed him out of the village. He would not go back to the prison base. In his current state, human society might not be able to accommodate him. He would not stay here either. After all, the situation in Tailai town also left a deep shadow on him. He wanted to stay away from here, go to a safe place, and gather a large number of subordinates. When he felt that he was strong enough, he would come back and seek revenge on the people in Tailai town. He believed that this day would come soon. In the dark night, more than 30 zombies followed Chen Failong and left the village silently. Tang Zheng did not know what happened in the village, which was beyond his monitoring range. At this moment, Tang Zheng checked the map for a while, but did not find the uranium mine that He Shui mentioned. That kind of thing was also highly confidential before the end of the world, and it was impossible for ordinary people to know about it. In addition to being used to make super bombs, that thing may only be found in nuclear power plants. It seems that there is no nuclear power plant in western Sichuan, but it should be found further north. Tang Zheng thought about it and decided that if there was a chance, he would still find what his subordinates needed to support their scientific research. There was no uranium mine for the time being, so He Shui made another request, asking Tang Zheng to assign her a truck so that he could make a truck bomb. Tang Zheng had heard of aerial bombs before, but he had never heard of truck bombs. However, he still agreed to He Shui's request and bought a military truck on the spot and gave it to He Shui for research. After encouraging the 2 scientific research madmen under his command, the 2 people stopped rolling inward and went back to do their research. After finishing, Tang Zheng glared at Ji Yuntian fiercely. He had seen that Gui Hyun and He Shui were in a state of involution, and this guy had contributed to their instigation. According to normal people thinking, after doing such a thing, one should feel guilty. But Ji Yuntian looked complacent, as if he had done something good and was waiting for the general's praise. This abnormal way of thinking made Tang Zheng helpless. After finishing this matter, Tang Zheng went back to rest. Starting from the next day, the battle to clean up Tailai town continued. Every day, the soldiers could kill about 4,000 to 5,000 zombies, and Tang Zheng could earn nearly 10,000 gold, with the cooperation of the medical soldiers. Although the soldiers were constantly injured, no real deaths occurred. This clearing operation lasted for 5 days. In 5 days, Tang Zheng accumulated 52,000 gold and a lot of supplies. Almost half of the zombies in Tailai town have been cleared. During these 5 days, Qingzhou's radio channel was unusually lively. First, Han Yuhu from the prison base directly asked Tang Zheng on the radio whether he had seen their people go to Tailai town. Tang Zheng's answer was very polite. Since I came here, no one has officially visited Tailai town. If someone comes to introduce themselves, I will definitely treat them with courtesy. After all, we have an old saying in Hanwei. When friends come, there is good wine. Han Yuhu directly said, what if it is a jackal or someone else who comes? Tang Zheng smiled and replied, then I will let them return to the embrace of Mother Earth and nourish the fertile land where they grew up with their bodies. Han Yuhu did not speak anymore, obviously very dissatisfied with Tang Zheng. But Tang Zheng's attitude was very good, and he was praised by some other base leaders, especially after Zhu Laolu from Mingshui came forward and said that he had purchased a batch of guns from Tang Zheng. Everyone agreed that Tang Zheng was a trustworthy and gentle person. Orders came in one after another like snowflakes. During this period, almost every base leader put aside other things at hand and began to collect gold and silver with all their strength, in order to get guns and ammunition. These leaders almost did their best. Not only did they collect all the gold and silver in the base, but they also listed gold and silver as the primary target when collecting materials. In such an atmosphere, the progress of the trade conference was accelerated. On the 5th day of Tang Zheng clearing of zombies, the date of the trade conference was set. 3 days later, in the abandoned industrial park in the eastern suburbs of Qingzhou, the trade conference began. Chapter 66. The central block of Tailai town. An agile zombie fell to the ground under the intensive shooting of the soldiers. The gunshots gradually stopped. A soldier dug out the crystal of the agile zombie and handed it to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng took the crystal and had a better understanding of the evolutionary law of the end of the world. After more than 5 days of continuous fighting, this was the 3rd crystal he had collected. as the zombies in Tailai town were constantly eliminated. The corpses of those zombies were devoured by their own kind, giving rise to more mutant zombies. If he stayed in Tailai town for 5 more days, he could clear out all the zombies in the town. But Tang Zheng didn't wait any longer, because the trade fair was in 2 days. It would take about a day and a half to get from here to the eastern suburbs of Qinzhou. So he was going to set off. The funds in his hands had accumulated to 55,000 gold, and Tang Zheng did not buy soldiers on a large scale. He would spend all at once after the trade fair was over. But small-scale adjustments were still necessary. Tang Zheng added 3 heavy machine guns and 3 heavy machine gun combat groups, all of which were distributed to the 5 combat platoons. Each platoon's vehicles were also fully equipped at this time. There was one platoon that Tang Zheng had expanded to full strength. That was his 5th platoon, the foreign soldier platoon led by Michael. There were 45 people in full strength, including 5 combat squads, a heavy machine gun group, a sniper, a medic, and a flamethrower warrior. Tang Zheng called Michael to his front. You don't have to participate in this trading conference. You lead your platoon to leave here and go north. I give you a few tasks. Look for gold mines and uranium. And you have to make a name for yourself. Do you understand what I mean? Michael nodded firmly. General, rest assured. From now on, the activities and behaviors of my platoon outside have nothing to do with you for the time being. I understand. Go ahead. I have opened up some purchasing rights for you. You can be self-sufficient. Michael saluted and said goodbye to Tang Zheng, then took his combat platoon and got on the car and left. After Michael left, Tang Zheng made another small adjustment. That was to expand his guard squad to full strength. After these days of fighting, almost all the mobilized soldiers have been upgraded to enhanced 2 stars, and there are more than a dozen soldiers with enhanced 3 stars. He adjusted and transferred 8 3-star mobilized soldiers to join his guard squad, and then added 8 new soldiers to the team. The total cost was nearly 20,000 gold, and the reinforcement was completed. Tang Zheng wanted to save the remaining funds for the trade fair. At the trade fair, you have to see the goods before paying. So Tang Zheng needs to have some money to buy guns. Everything was ready. Tang Zheng came to the hotel and said goodbye to his father, sister and others. Before leaving, Tang Zheng told his father and sister to wait patiently here, and if his people wanted to leave, they should follow immediately. Tang Yushan and Tang and I nodded. Tang Zheng was now their backbone. After leaving the 4th row, Tang Zheng still had more than 100 people. A huge convoy set off from Tailai town. This time, they were going to the eastern suburbs of Qinzhou. They couldn't get there by highway, so they had to take the rural road. They had to set off a little earlier so that they could make it to the abandoned industrial park where the trade fair was held the day after tomorrow morning. Not only did Tang Zheng set off, but the leaders of the bases in various places in Qinzhou, those who were a little further away, all chose to set off today. The people who survived the apocalypse emerged from their hiding places like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, and quietly gathered together. However, there are several bases that do not require long journeys, because they are already around Qinzhou City. These include the Logistics Park Base, the Airport Base, the Prison Base, and the Chamber of Commerce Base. Among these 4 bases, the Logistics Park, the Prison, and the Chamber of Commerce headquarters are all in the southeast and northeast of Qinzhou, and the distance is only a few dozen kilometers. Only the airport is in the western suburbs, which is farther away, but it does not require departure 2 days in advance. While the leaders of each base were still on their way, some people had already arrived at the abandoned industrial park. The abandoned industrial park is an industrial park that Qinzhou has not yet built. There are some buildings with a general framework and some unfinished roads, which are semi-finished products. The apocalypse is broken out, and this place will always be a semi-finished product. A convoy drove in from the gate of the industrial park and headed straight for a 5-story building in the center. This building is the only completed building in the industrial park and is also the location set for this trade conference. In order to determine the location of the trade fair, everyone argued on the radio channel these days. No one agreed to go to someone else's territory. Finally, under the suggestion of Han Yuhu from the prison base and Peng Zhenfei from the Chamber of Commerce base, this place was chosen. Even Li Xiaofeng from the logistics park, the largest force in Qinzhou, did not raise any objections, because these 2 people were the advocates of the trade fair. But everyone did not know that because of the close distance, Han Yuhu and Peng Zhenfei had already colluded with each other. The motorcade stopped at the door of the building, and a group of people got off. One of them was wearing a suit that was rare in the apocalypse. A tie, gold-rimmed glasses, and a famous watch. Dressed like a successful person. This person was the leader of the Qinzhou Chamber of Commerce base, Pang Zheng. As soon as he walked to the front door, someone came out to greet him. Ha ha ha. Brother Pang. This is the second time we meet after the apocalypse. The man who came out was short and stout, with a strong body and a fierce look on his face. Before the end of the world, this is the image of a gangster. But in fact, this is not a simple gangster. He is a guard in Qinzhou prison, with the organization of the Royal Army. After the end of the world, he was able to release a group of prisoners and suppress them, which shows how strong Han Yuhu's means are. Pang Zheng smiled and shook hands with Han Yuhu. It's indeed the second time. I'm afraid that you and I are the only ones in Qinzhou who can do this in the end of the world. Ha ha. No problem. No problem. As long as you and I join forces, we can accomplish great things. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and walked into the building. They went up the stairs to the 4th floor, where there was an empty hall, which was originally the meeting room of the industrial park. A long bar table was placed in the hall, with nice-looking chairs on both sides. Han Yuhu and Pang Zheng sat down, and Pang Zheng asked first, "Has Zhou Hua from Yuanshan Hot Spring Base arrived?" Han Yuhu shook his head slightly. Yuanshan County is far away from here. Zhou Hua left yesterday morning, and should arrive this afternoon. It will probably take about 2 hours. Then let's not wait for him. Yuhu, how confident do you think we are in this matter? Han Yuhu thought for a while. Brother Zhenfei, this matter is really hard to say. After all, the person we have to deal with is Li Xiufeng from the Logistics Park base. As you know, Li Xiufeng is an imperial viscount, with a private guard and an armed force of more than 400 people. Most of the members recruited later are also security guards, and their combat effectiveness is very good. It may be difficult for you and me alone to deal with it. If Zhou Hua is included, I think I can only have a 60% chance of success. Pang Zheng frowned slightly. Yuhu, if this is all we are sure of, I think we should not take risks. I am a businessman. Although it is the end of the world, there is no one to supervise me. I can just resell some things in exchange for some guns and supplies. Why do I have to go after Li Xiufeng? Han Yuhu sneered. Brother Pang, the kind of business you do is difficult to be tolerated at any time. Collecting survivors, selling women, and killing those who resist. Your Chamber of Commerce base has long been corrupted. Don't you have any sense of crisis? Pang Zhenfei's face looked a little ugly. Are you all done? You have released all the death row prisoners in the prison. It would not be too much to shoot you 10 times. That's why I asked you to act together. Otherwise, one day I will get away, and you will be in trouble. At that time, you will blame me for not being a good friend. Hearing this, Pang Zheng became serious. Yuhu, have you heard any rumors? Han Yuhu snorted. Didn't I tell you that the royal troops have appeared in the surrounding provinces and are building large temporary bases? When the bases are completed, they will prepare to retake the city, and have already called on the survivors to go to their bases. Ah, is this true? How did you know? Humph. I was at the prison base. The facilities are first class. I heard it on the radio there. Hearing Han Yu's words, Pang Zheng became a little worried. There is such a thing. The royal army is not completely wiped out. Once they gain a foothold, they will come to find us sooner or later. What should we do? Han Yu curled his lips in disdain, thinking that businessmen are businessmen, and being cautious is their nature. Han Yu looked down on this person from the bottom of his heart. But at this moment, he still needs to cooperate with Pang Zheng, so he can only be patient temporarily. Brother, don't worry too much. The 10 major armies of the empire are not in western Sichuan, so that kind of situation will not happen for a while. But we must also prepare for a rainy day and strengthen ourselves as soon as possible. Maybe one day, even if the royal army really comes, we are not afraid. You know, we are all people with no retreat. Pang Zheng also gradually calmed down and nodded. You are right. From the day I sold people out, I have no retreat. Now what do you say we should do? Of course, we should join forces with Zhou Hua to kill Li Xiufeng. We will integrate all the forces in Qinzhou and develop ourselves as soon as possible. Han Yu paused. But now, things have gone wrong. What's wrong? Tang Zheng in Tailai town is a bit difficult to deal with. The person I sent to Tailai town has been out of contact for several days. I tried to find out through the radio that he should have been killed by Tang Zheng. He also has a large number of guns in his hands. This trading conference has been completely changed by his appearance. Our plan may also be affected. Chapter 67. Pang Zhenfei was stunned when he heard Tang Zheng's name, and then said, "Will this man sell guns recently? Will he be a threat?" Han Yu snorted, "He is an ungrateful kid. I first asked him to buy his goods on the radio, but he didn't reply to me. I sent people to Tailai town, but he killed them. This is clearly against me. This time, I must kill Li Xiufeng and get rid of him as well." "What's your plan?" Pang Zhenfei asked. "Easy. Trade first. Take his gun, and then use his gun to deal with him." Pang Zhenfei thought about it, and felt that there was nothing wrong with this plan. So he nodded and agreed. The two of them waited patiently here, waiting for Zhou Hua to arrive. As long as Zhou Hua arrived, 3 of the 7 major bases in Qinzhou would join forces, which would be a powerful force. And there were also several medium-sized bases that had joined forces with them in advance. When the trading conference started, there would definitely be some people who could see the situation clearly and join them. At that time, both Li Xiufeng and Tang Zheng would become the history of Qinzhou after the end of the world. Tang Zheng rested on the road for a night and continued on the next day. If he speeded up a bit, he could reach the eastern suburbs the next afternoon. But Tang Zheng was not in a hurry. He kept a leisurely pace and arrived the next morning. By the afternoon of the next day, the distance to the eastern suburbs was only 50 kilometers. A small village appeared in front. When Tang Zheng saw this small village, he felt a sense of time and space confusion, because this small village not only had no zombies, but was inhabited by many people. That's right. It's people. The village is not big, with only about 100 households, and it belongs to the smallest administrative village. At this moment, most of the places in the village are already inhabited. Cars are parked in the village, and many people are walking in the village. Various modified off-road jeeps, with anti-collision steel beams installed on the front of the car, and even sharp barbs. Those barbs are covered with black blood stains, and it can be seen that the car has experienced hundreds of battles. There are also many large trucks parked in the village, with thick canvas covering the body of the car, and no one knows what treasures are loaded in the car. Some armed personnel with guns are on guard beside the car, prohibiting any outsiders from approaching. Tang Zheng could tell at a glance that the people here were all here to attend the trade fair. This small village had long been cleared out, and now it had become a place for the participants to stay. At a glance, the people here were roughly divided into 3 parts, representing 3 survival bases, and there were hundreds of people coming to each base. Seeing that there was a corner of the village that was still uninhabited, Tang Zheng simply said, "Let's go over and take a look, and stay here tonight." When Tang Zheng convoy approached the village, it obviously caused a panic among the people here. The motorcycles leading the way, the soldiers setting up light machine guns, the Willis Jeep following, also had machine guns set up. The 212 heavy truck behind was the standard vehicle of the Royal Army, especially the Hummer Jeep with protective armor, which made people feel at a glance that the people sitting inside were definitely not ordinary soldiers. When the soldiers got off the car, the panic was a little more intense. Tang Zheng had the car driven to an empty courtyard, where he would stay tonight. Tang Zheng had just gotten out of the car when someone outside greeted him. "Captain Tang. Brother Tang. Boss Tang. I'm Xiao Zhu. Can your soldiers give me a favor and let me in to chat with you?" Tang Zheng turned around and saw Zhu Laoyu's fat face, smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum outside the courtyard. "Oh, Xiao Zhu. Come in." With Tang Zheng permission, the 2 3-star soldiers of the guard squad standing outside the door made way for Zhu Laolu. After nodding and smiling at the 2 tough warriors, Zhu Laolu trotted into the yard. He stretched out his hands to shake hands with Tang Zheng from a distance, and the corners of his mouth were almost cracked behind his ears. "Early this morning, I heard the magpie chirping, and my left eyelid kept twitching. I wondered what good things would happen today. I didn't expect to meet you, Brother Tang. Here. You said that the magpie's call is really effective." "Ha ha ha." Tang Zheng smiled. "If I remember correctly, the magpie has mutated, and the sound of its call is really unpleasant." Zhu Lao was choking up and couldn't continue. Tang Zheng laughed. "I'm just kidding you. Since you're here, let's have a drink together today." "Okay. I've wanted to taste your good wine for a long time, Brother Tang. Today, I, Xiao Zhu, will have a good time. Zhu Lao waved his hand and asked all his followers to go back. It was obvious that he wanted to stay with Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng looked at the large and small vehicles on Zhu Lao's side and asked, Lao Lu, what good things did you bring to the trade fair? My place is a food storage warehouse. What else can it have? It's all food. However, the most lacking thing in this end times is food. We really don't have any problem selling our food. Tang Zheng nodded. Food is indeed not a problem to sell. What do you want to exchange for? There are many things to exchange. Mainly medicine, vegetables, some daily necessities, and a good car. Oh! The most important thing is that I also want to exchange for some gold and silver. And then use the gold and silver to exchange for some guns from you. Brother Tang. Are the guns I exchanged for you last time not enough? Zhu Lao's face darkened at this moment. Brother Tang. I offended Chen Filong from the prison base last time. I'm afraid that the prison base will cause trouble for me. So I changed more guns to have a bottom line in my heart. Tang Zheng secretly speculated that Chen Filong might be the mutant who was killed by his soldiers by the river last time. I didn't expect that Zhu Lao also offended them. Now he might be a little scared. So he took the initiative to come close to him. However, Tang Zheng didn't dislike this behavior. His guns could receive so many reservations, thanks to Zhu Lao's vigorous promotion. Before entering the house with Zhu Lao, the other two groups of people in the village arrived. Originally, they were a little scared when they saw the great royal army. But when they heard that it was Tang Zheng, they had to come over. Because the main purpose of their participation in the trade conference this time was to trade with Tang Zheng. There's a saying that in the end times, it is best to be polite when talking to people with guns. This shows how important guns are in the end times. Especially when they saw Zhu Lao coming over. They were also worried that Tang Zheng goods would be bought up. And they didn't care about being afraid anymore. And ran over on their own initiative. One of these two people is from Yuanshan. And the other is from Qinhua. They are both from the suburbs, and are leaders of small and medium-sized bases. Tang Zheng also welcomed both leaders, and invited them in. And asked the cook to prepare dinner immediately. During the meal, the leader of the Yuanshan base raised the topic of whether the transaction could be made in advance. Tang Zheng called the communicator over, and asked if this base had any reservations. Some generals. The Yuanshan Agricultural Machinery Station base has reserved 30 rifles, and 3,000 rifle bullets. Since you booked it, go get the gun. Tang Zheng immediately clicked on the purchase button. And 30 98K rifles, and 3,000 rounds of ammunition appeared directly in the truck. Several engineers followed, and carried the guns and ammunition over. Tang Zheng 98K was sold for 500 gold. And the bullets were 2 gold per round. For a total of 21,000 grams of gold. The leader of Yuanshan Agricultural Technology Station immediately asked someone to bring the gold over, and gave it to Tang Zheng to count. This kind of transaction actually has a lot of water in it. Because the price of gems is too complicated. And it is difficult for the leaders of other bases to figure out the weight and quality of each gem. Just feeling that it was almost done, he gave it all to Tang Zheng. And exchanged as much as he could. Tang Zheng took the other party's gold and pretended to put it away. But he actually exchanged it directly. The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the general for winning 27,810 gold. Tang Zheng was secretly delighted in his heart. The cost of this wave was only 2,100 gold. And he directly earned more than 25,000 gold. This is comparable to the results of the 3 days of hard work of the soldiers of the entire army. In this way, after this trading conference is completed, whether he is promoted to battalion commander or building a new base, he will have considerable confidence. Oh, by the way, you must complete the construction of 3 formal buildings before you can upgrade the battalion commander. Tang Zheng felt a little embarrassed for taking more than 6,000 yuan from the other party. After the transaction was completed, he thought about it, and took out another pistol from his waist. The original Colt Duelist revolver. After exchanging 50 rounds of bullets, Tang Zheng gave the pistol and bullets to the leader of the agricultural machinery station. Brother, in this world, it is fate to meet each other. I have used this pistol for a while, and the quality is acceptable. I will give it to you today. Hey! Thank you, Brother Tang. Seeing that Zhu Lao was in his 30s, he could call him Brother Tang fluently. And the man who was nearly 40 changed his tone. He took Tang Zheng's revolver and couldn't let it go excitedly. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and said to Tang Zheng in a low voice, "Brother Tang, I got a piece of news by chance. I wonder if it is useful to you. Tell me about it. We have a hot spring base in Yuanshan County. The leader is Zhou Hua, an imperial lord. He set out from Yuanshan the day before yesterday and went to the trade conference. I heard that there seemed to be people from other bases who wanted to cooperate with him to do something big. I don't know who they are going to deal with." Zhou Hua, Tang Zheng recalled, and had a little impression in his mind. This lord of the empire wanted to give him a 50% discount on the guns he sold. He ignored him, but he still made an order later. It seemed that he had ordered 200 guns, but his attitude was not very good. Will he join forces to deal with him? If so, who will he join forces with? Tang Zheng was alert and prepared. If someone really attacked him at the trade fair, then this time, it would be really exciting. After the leader of Yuanshan base finished trading with Tang Zheng and had dinner, he left in a hurry. He didn't even go to the trade fair and went home directly. From this, it can be seen that the importance of Tang Zheng coming to the trade fair this time. Most of the leaders of the bases in Qinzhou came to Tongzhen. Another leader also wanted to trade in advance, but he didn't have enough gold and silver, and he had to exchange some at the fair tomorrow. So he had to give up for the time being. In the evening, Zhu Laolu and the two leaders were on the radio channel again, praising Tang Zheng for a while. As long as you are willing to give up, it is not difficult to flatter, and there is no limit, especially when there are competitors. In the three people descriptions, Tang Zheng is a perfect person. Handsome, generous, low-key, modest, a perfect match for women. All these words were added to Tang Zheng's head without any cost. Chapter 68. Abandoned Industrial Park in the eastern suburbs of Qinzhou. This may be the largest gathering of Qinzhou survivors 40 days after the end of the world. In the industrial park, teams of survivors arrived one after another. Each team that arrived had at least 50 people, and some had more than 200 people. The survivors who arrived did not bother to greet each other, and immediately occupied a good position and put out the goods they prepared. The so-called good position is near the trading building, because not everyone is qualified to enter this trading building. In addition to the leaders of other bases, only the leaders of several large and medium-sized bases are qualified to enter. Of course, Tang Zheng is an exception. He is the protagonist of this trading conference, and it will not work without him. As for other bases, they can only set up stalls outside and exchange materials with people from other bases in the original way of barter. The model of each base is similar. Some people set up stalls, and some people go out to buy. Since the morning, people have been coming in continuously, and the number of people who have arrived has exceeded 3,000. On the top floor of the trading hall, Han Yuhu, Pang Zhenfei, and Zhou Hua sat at the window smoking and watching the bustling scene downstairs. Huh? I really miss it. I wonder when I can see this kind of fireworks every day, Pang Zhenfei said. Beside him, in addition to the sturdy Han Yuhu, there was a man in a tuxedo. This person is the Imperial Lord, Zhou Hua from Yuanshan Hot Spring Base. Zhou Hua still maintains his quasi-noble airs, well-dressed, while the other two smoke. He holds a snuff bottle. Hearing Pang Zhenfei sigh, Zhou Hua interjected, "Restoring civilization is a long and arduous task, and we nobles have an obligation in this world. I feel that I have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders." Pang Zhenfei and Han Yuhu looked at each other, and they were a little annoyed with this noble who still put on airs in the end times. These nobles always value their status too much, even if they are just a small lord. He didn't think about it. This time, they were all going to kill the Viscount. What qualifications did you, a lord, have to put on airs here? But now they are partners, so they naturally won't undermine each other. Pang Zhenfei changed the subject. When will the leaders of other bases arrive? Han Yuhu looked at the time. They are almost here. The leaders of these big bases are more arrogant than each other. They have to rush to the stage at the end, as if they can't show their status if they don't do so. Pang Zhenfei smiled. After today, their identities will be invalidated. The order of Qinzhou will be reshuffled, and they will never have what they have now. Zhou Hua also said, "Unless someone knows the current situation and stands on our side in time, then I will consider giving him a piece of the cake." Several people laughed. They also contacted the leaders of two large and medium-sized bases, who were about to arrive. By then, a powerful alliance will be born. After getting Tang Zheng gun, The whole situation was under their control. In front of the first floor door, a person from the Chamber of Commerce base was holding a loudspeaker and welcoming guests. The leader of the small base didn't care. He would loudly welcome those who were qualified to enter the trading building. At this time, the first heavyweight guest arrived. A speeding jeep, 2 modified cars whose brand and model could not be seen, and 4 rusty heavy trucks came to the entrance of the hall. Among the people coming down, the leader was a dark-faced man with a pistol on his waist, and the people behind him were also holding rifles of different models. The person who received the guests immediately shouted loudly, "Jinqiu County Industrial Park Base. Leader Liao Yuqing has arrived." Many people looked over, wanting to see the demeanor of the leaders of the 7 major bases. Liao Yuqing was a contractor. There were many heavy vehicles in his base, most of which were corroded by the end of the world, but some were preserved under his desperate maintenance. The current situation is inseparable from those indestructible heavy vehicles. However, his weakness is obvious. That is, the shortage of weapons. Looking at the long guns held by the people behind him, almost all of them are of different models. It can be seen that this is almost all his assets. Liao Yuqing arrived, nodded to a few people he knew around him, and then entered the trading hall. Hearing that 2 of his men followed him in, the others dispersed on the spot. It has been agreed in the broadcast that each leader can only bring in 2 people in order to prevent gunfights. After Liao Yuqing arrived, other leaders arrived soon. A pink Land Cruiser, a pink Aurora, a pink 5 Rings, 3 off-road vehicles lined up in a row, followed by 5 heavy trucks. Heavy trucks are nothing special, but 3 well-maintained off-road vehicles, all pink, are very rare in the end times. The arrival of this convoy also attracted the attention of many people. The convoy stopped in front of the trading building. The door of the Land Cruiser opened, and a woman in a pink suit came down. The woman was pretty, about 27 or 28 years old, with delicate makeup and a handbag. If it weren't for the pistol on her waist, she would look more like she was going to a dance. The other 2 cars were also filled with women. Each of them had delicate makeup, and it was hard to tell who was who. The receptionist immediately shouted in a long voice, "Bailshan Park Base. Chief Xia Lanlan is here." The eyes of the people around him also gathered. Bailshan Park Base is the only female-dominated base in Qinzhou. More than 75% of the entire base are women. The banner is also to protect women's rights, protect the weak, and give women a stable home in the end times. Many female survivors chose to join the Bailshan base. Xia Lanlan didn't even spare a glance for other survivors, and prepared to enter the trading building. But before she could enter, someone else arrived. Xia Lanlan's eyes twitched, and she stopped, because the sound came from both the sky and the ground. On the ground, several off-road vehicles and heavy trucks formed a regular convoy. But one of the heavy trucks was an empty flatbed. And in the sky, a civilian helicopter was rumbling through the air, under the surprised gazes of the crowd. In the midst of the hurricane, the helicopter landed directly on the flatbed truck. The cabin door opened, and a long white leg stretched out. Hot pants, a small leather vest, a holster tied on the long white leg, and a pistol inserted. A high ponytail, sunglasses. A fashionable girl walked off the plane. Xia Lanlan couldn't help but snort coldly. After flying the plane? You still want to land on the car? I don't know what you want. You stinky woman. You stinky show-off. The receptionist did not dare to neglect and immediately shouted, "Welcome to Qinzhou Airport Base, Chief Bai Ling." Bai Ling got off the plane and jumped off the flatbed, guarded by 2 bodyguards behind him. Bai Ling came to Xia Lanlan. "Sister Xia, have you not rested well these days? Why do you look a little haggard?" Xia Lanlan's face changed, and then she turned her head proudly. "You should take care of yourself. This is a trade fair, not a meat-selling fair. Don't let people think you are doing a special job." Bai Ling didn't care at all. "It doesn't matter. I'm young. Sister Xia was young once. She should understand this truth." After saying that, Bai Ling entered the trading building first. Xia Lanlan was very angry, took a few breaths, and followed into the trading building. With the arrival of the 2 of them, there was still one heavyweight figure in Qinzhou who hadn't come. That was the Viscount Li Xiaofeng of the Logistics Park Base. Li Xiaofeng seemed to be timing, and he didn't show up until the leaders of the major bases arrived. 5 well-maintained, all Discoverer off-road vehicles, and 10 heavy trucks showed the strength of the logistics park. The armed personnel who followed Li Xiaofeng were as many as 200 people, and each of them was armed. Although the guns were of different models, 50 of them were all armed with 98 Burmese shots. This strength alone was difficult for anyone present to match. Under normal circumstances, the trading conference could start when Li Xiufeng arrived. But the conference did not start. Li Xiufeng, dressed in an imperial viscount dress, went up to the top floor and found that there was still one person who had not come. That's Tang Zheng. After the people upstairs met each other, Li Xiufeng spoke with some displeasure. What's wrong with this Tang Zheng? Is there still a traffic jam in this world? Xia Lanlan spoke with interest. I have heard of Tang Zheng name these days. Zhu Laolu and others praised him like a flower on the radio. I don't know what kind of person he is. Han Yuhu snorted coldly, an impolite boy. Pang Zhenfei nodded, from the fact that he was late. It can be seen that this person has poor quality. Zhou Hua said with disdain, disrespectful pariah. Liao Yuqing said nothing, as if it was none of his business. There were also several leaders of large and medium-sized bases, who echoed Han Yuhu and his men. Bai Ling spoke slowly at this time. It shouldn't be. One person's praise may be false, but a group of people praise is correct. I think Tang Zheng should be a humble and low-key handsome guy. Xia Lanlan rarely agreed with Bai Ling. Well, he may still be a warm man. Han Yuhu and the others scoffed at this. Even in the end of the world, women are still women. In the past, women were easily fooled by online romance. Just as they were discussing, Tang Zheng arrived. Tang Zheng's arrival made the people upstairs stare, because it was a team of military vehicles. With the arrival of several motorcycles, fully armed soldiers jumped off the vehicles, and then the truck stopped, and a large number of soldiers followed. Click, click, click. With the sound of orderly running, the soldiers automatically formed two lines from the open space to the door of the trading hall, with their guns held in front of their chests. They stood like straight javelins. Two Willis jeeps stopped on the left and right, and the Hummer jeep came to the middle. Before the car door opened, a man ran over. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have something here. From the voice, someone could tell that this was Zhu Laolu from Mingshui, the main force of Tang Chui on the radio. I saw Zhu Laolu running over with two people, carrying a large bundle of red carpet, pushing it forward from the car door. It rolled all the way to the door of the trading building. Then Zhu Laolu stepped back and said, "It's okay. This way it won't dirty Brother Tang's shoes." Guard squad leader Ji Yuntian glanced at Zhu Laolu, thinking that this person was fortunately not a subordinate of the general. Otherwise the position of guard squad leader would never fall on his head. Opening the car door, Tang Zheng got out of the car under the attention of everyone. On the left, Ning Yue, a female reconnaissance soldier, held Tang Zheng's left hand. On the right, He Shui, a female scientific research soldier, held Tang Zheng's right hand. Behind him, Lin Feifei, a female medical soldier, took the initiative to help Tang Zheng hold up a parasol. Big smart, little pretty. These two one-star enhanced military dogs took the initiative to clear the way in front. Tang Zheng got off the car with some helplessness. He didn't want to do these nonsense things. But Zhu Laoyu's behavior seemed to have stimulated his subordinates. Everyone started to take it seriously. Tang Zheng couldn't go against their good intentions, so he had to give up. As Tang Zheng got off the car, the first platoon leader Luo Fei and the second platoon leader Yang Mu shouted in unison, "Raise your guns." Swish. The soldiers raised their guns to their chests in unison, scaring the survivors around them to retreat. Tang Zheng began to walk forward. On the 5th floor, a dozen leaders of the Qinzhou base were lying in a row at the window, their mouths wide open. After a while, Han Yuhu snorted coldly, modest. Pang Zhenfei added, low-key. Zhou Hua was even more unhappy and said, "Go to his grandma's warm man." Chapter 69. Tang Zheng arrived at the door of the trading building, and the receptionist was a little shocked. "Excuse me. Who are you?" Tang Zheng. "Oh, I see." The receptionist picked up the loudspeaker, leader of Tailai town base. "Tang Zheng is here." Tang Zheng looked up at the building and scanned it with radar. Everyone in the building was shown on the radar. There were more than 20 people on the 5th floor, all of whom were leaders of various bases participating in the trading conference. The other 4 floors seemed empty. But on the radar screen, there were 70 or 80 people hiding in the corners of the 3rd and 4th floors. Tang Zheng smiled slightly. And there was indeed something fishy. But it didn't matter. Since he was here, Tang Zheng didn't care, because he could only bring 2 people into the building. Tang Zheng took Ji Yutian and Ning Yue into the building. As for leaders like Zhu Laolu, they were not qualified to enter the building. The people at the door led Tang Zheng and 2 guards to the trading hall on the 5th floor. The luxurious wooden door was pushed open, and the long conference table inside was already full of people. Sitting in the middle was a middle-aged man wearing an imperial viscount dress. There was no doubt that this person was Li Xiaofeng from the Logistics Park base. Before the end of the world, he was a nobleman. After the end of the world, he was the leader of the largest base in Qinzhou. So it was natural for him to sit in the main seat. Tang Zheng looked around and found that there was only an empty seat between the 2 female base leaders. So he walked over directly. Ning Yue helped Tang Zheng pull out a chair, and Tang Zheng sat down, including Tang Zheng. There were 11 people attending the meeting. The leaders of the 7 major bases, the leaders of the 3 large and medium-sized bases, and Tang Zheng, the key figure. Seeing that everyone was present, Li Xiaofeng coughed. Ahem. Everyone. I am Li Xiaofeng, the Viscount of the Empire, and the leader of the Logistics Park base. First of all, I am very happy to meet you here on such a day. This proves that there is still hope for us humans. Everyone present was silent. Only Bai Ling and Xia Lanlan's eyes fell on Tang Zheng from time to time. Obviously very interested in this handsome young officer, Li Xiaofeng continued, I think most of the people here have never met each other, but they already know each other's identities. I won't introduce them one by one. Everyone, please introduce yourself. Prison base. Han Yuhu. Han Yuhu's tone was cold, and his eyes swept across Tang Zheng, with no good expression. Yuanshan Hot Spring Base. Zhou Hua. Qinzhou Chamber of Commerce Base. Peng Zhenfei. Jinxiu Industrial Park Base. Liao Yuqing. Airport Base. My name is Bai Ling. Hello Tang Zheng. Bai Ling almost looked at Tang Zheng and said, Bailu Mountain Base. Xia Lanlan. Xia Lanlan was relatively reserved. Tailai Town Base. Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng also said something. Jinxiu Fishing Village Base. Su Lai. Qinzhou Plantation Base. Shajiang. Anqing County Xiananshan Base. Nianjingzhong. After the 11 people introduced themselves, Li Xiaofeng continued, this trade conference was initiated by the 2 leaders Han Yuhu and Peng Zhenfei. I think it is very good. It's the end of the world, so everyone should communicate and support each other and share materials. This is conducive to the development of us survivors. I won't waste any more time here. Those small transactions are naturally handled by people outside. We are here to discuss large transactions. If you have any questions, please feel free to speak up. Then I go first. Before Li Xiaofeng finished speaking, Zhou Hua interrupted. He was the first to look at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng. Right. I'm Zhou Hua. You should remember me. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. Remember. You placed an order with me. Do you want to trade now? Zhou Hua sneered. There's no rush for this. I want to ask you, what do you think about my proposal to give me a 50% discount? Tang Zheng replied calmly, I haven't considered it. No. Seeing Tang Zheng's tough attitude, Zhou Hua's face flashed a haze. Very good. Kid. I remember you. Tang Zheng laughed. You only remember it after so much talk. It seems that your memory is not very good. Zhou Hua didn't say anything else, and I don't know what he was thinking. At this time, Bai Ling asked Tang Zheng, before the transaction, I want to ask you, are you a member of the Imperial Royal Army? Tang Zheng pondered for a moment. I am sitting here now, representing our base. As for my previous identity, I think it is not important anymore. Yeah, that's true. This makes me feel more relaxed. Otherwise, I am still worried that the Royal Army will reorganize our bases. Bai Ling's words also asked the voices of many people present. Although Tang Zheng's answer was vague, it finally made people feel relieved. At this time, Han Yuhu asked Tang Zheng, I had a deal with Zheng Kejiang, the former leader of Tailai Town, but later Zheng Kejiang lost contact. I sent my subordinate Finalizing to go there, but he also lost contact. You are the current leader of Tailai Town. Can you give me an explanation? Tang Zheng thought for a moment. I killed Zheng Kejiang. What about Finalizing? Maybe he met Zheng Kejiang. Seeing Tang Zheng in different attitude, Han Yuhu sneered and stopped asking questions. After they finished asking questions, the others stopped talking. Peng Zhenfei said, since everyone has no questions, let's start the transaction. Tang Zheng. Our Chamber of Commerce base is purchasing 200 rifles, 30,000 rifle bullets, and 500 grenades. Have you brought your goods? I have brought it. My men and the truck are downstairs. Well, let them trade. Speaking of this, Tang Zheng picked up a walkie-talkie and asked the people below to trade. Tang Zheng also bought the supplies directly in the system and appeared in the truck, and then asked Luo Fei to trade with the other party. After a while, both parties confirmed the goods and the transaction was completed. Luo Fei would not do a loss-making business, so he must have made a profit on this one. A rough estimate is that 200 rifles cost 100,000 gold. 30,000 bullets also cost 60,000 gold. And the price of 500 grenades was 20 times higher than that of Tang Zheng, which cost 50,000 gold. A total of 210,000 gold, minus the cost of 18,500. The profit was at least 190,000. Counting the premium of gems, it must be more than 200,000. 200,000. This much profit in one transaction is almost equal to the total income of Tang Zheng before. As long as Tang Zheng wants, he can now make the whole company full. Thinking about the next transaction, Tang Zheng is even more excited. After Tang Zheng finished the transaction, the other base leaders successively traded with Tang Zheng. Among them, Li Xiaofeng had the largest order, and Tang Zheng made at least 300,000 here. Other bases have 100,000 or 100,000 yuan. As for Han Yu in the prison base, although the prison base is large, he really can't find any gold and silver jewelry. In the end, he only made an order of more than 60,000 gold, which made Tang Zheng earn less than 50,000. Despite this, Tang Zheng can be said to have become rich overnight. According to Gui Yun's feedback downstairs, the funds in their hands should be between 1.3 million and 1.5 million. The specific amount can only be known after Tang Zheng exchanges the system funds. The gun deal was completed, and almost all the people in other bases were equipped directly below. Li Xiaofeng completed a large order and said with satisfaction, "This time it is finally successful. Everyone has got weapons. Next, we have to clean up the zombies around us and give the survivors a safe home." Tang Zheng paid attention to the expressions of Han Yuhu and others. Seeing that Han Yuhu seemed to want to stand up and speak, he suddenly stood up first. "Everyone wait a moment. I'm going to the bathroom." Han Yuhu was about to attack Li Xiaofeng, but he was suddenly interrupted by Tang Zheng. He could not stop him, and could only watch Tang Zheng enter the bathroom. Tang Zheng came to the bathroom, and divided it into men and women on the left and right. He thought about it, and realized that most of the people in the meeting room were men. So he simply turned into the women's bathroom. After entering, he directly opened the system, and clicked to buy. Heavy machine gun. Heavy machine gun combat team. 2 mobilized soldiers. 2 light machine guns. The bullets were purchased in sufficient quantities, and the place where they appeared was directly in the women's bathroom. According to Tang Zheng's judgment, something might happen outside soon, so he was preparing for a rainy day. As for whether there would be innocent souls under the hail of gunfire, Tang Zheng could not care too much, and would decide based on the situation later. After doing all this, Tang Zheng got up and left the bathroom when the soldiers appeared in the bathroom. He returned to where he had just sat down, and Bai Ling got up and went to the bathroom. Tang Zheng had no expression on his face. People who knew the situation knew what to do, so it all depended on Bai Ling's choice. After a while, Bai Ling came back. There was nothing unusual on her face. She returned to sit next to Tang Zheng and smiled at him. Tang Zheng also smiled. Sure enough, appearances are unreliable. This woman was able to survive in this world and become the leader of the base. She was actually very smart. Bai Ling saw Tang Zheng's response and whispered in his ear, "Although Sister Lanlan and I are not compatible, it is not easy for her to survive in this world with a group of women. Can you give her a way out?" Tang Zheng glanced at Xia Lanlan, who also smiled politely at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng turned back to Bai Ling and said, "Okay, then let's change places." Bai Ling and Tang Zheng exchanged seats. Regardless of Xia Lanlan's disgusted expression, she held Xia Lanlan's hand and whispered a few words. Xia Lanlan's face changed slightly. She looked at Tang Zheng in shock, pursed her lips, and didn't say anything. She just held Bai Ling's hand with her backhand. In addition to them, Liao Yuqing, who was at the Jinxiu Industrial Park base closest to them, saw the situation here and his expression moved slightly. But he didn't say anything. He just quietly moved his chair. As for the others, They didn't notice the situation here. Li Xiufeng was still talking about the future when he was suddenly interrupted by Zhou Hua. Li Xiufeng. Our Lord Viscount. You are talking so much now. Do you feel that you will have to shut up forever soon? So you keep talking at this last opportunity? As soon as the words came out, the air in the room became quiet. Chapter 70. Li Xiufeng was not a simple character. When he heard Zhou Hua's words, he knew something was wrong. He reacted almost immediately. He was a mutant. A mutant who had swallowed the agile zombie crystal. So his reaction speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. But since the other party dared to attack, they were ready earlier than him. Just as Zhou Hua finished speaking, the people behind him, behind Han Yuhu, behind Peng Zhenfei, and behind the other two base leaders, all raised their guns at the same time. Duh. Dense bullets rained down like raindrops. And Li Xiufeng and his two men, who had not had time to stand up, were immediately shot into sieves. Blood splattered all over his body. And Li Xiufeng, a man who was once a powerful figure in Qinzhou, was killed on the spot. Han Yuhu and others killed Li Xiufeng and quickly turned their guns to Tang Zheng. After the questioning just now, they no longer wanted to communicate with Tang Zheng, and took the opportunity to kill Li Xiufeng and directly took down Tang Zheng in one fell swoop. Because people who experience this kind of situation will always be a little flustered. In such a short time, they don't believe that Tang Zheng can make any effective response. But before they could turn their guns, Tang Zheng actually fought back. Almost within 2 seconds after they raised their guns to shoot Li Xiufeng, Tang Zheng started to fight back. Tang Zheng took out the Desert Eagle and shot the leader of a medium-sized base opposite him in the head. Ji Yutian and Ning Yue were even faster. They picked up AK-47 and killed 6 people in 2 seconds. These 6 people were all good shooters brought by Han Yuhu. Han Yuhu and others never dreamed that Tang Zheng was so unethical, and so decisive and ruthless. The mantis stalked the cicada, but the oriole was behind. And they were wrong. The next scene was extremely chaotic. Seeing that Han Yuhu's people had reacted, Tang Zheng did not take credit for it. He stood up from the chair and rushed to a corner of the room in an instant. Synchronously with him, there were Ji Yuntian, Ning Yue, Bai Ling and Xia Lanlan. Bai Ling had been paying attention to the actions here for a long time. When she saw the fight suddenly started, she even took out her gun and shot at Han Yuhu's people. In the chaos, she also killed a guard next to Zhou Hua. The same was true for Xia Lanlan. After Bai Ling's reminder, she had decided to stand on Tang Zheng's side. Since she had made the decision, the woman was ruthless enough to break up with Han Yuhu's people directly. The gunfight between the two sides broke out in an instant, and the scene was chaotic. What Tang Zheng didn't expect was that Liao Yuqing from Jinxiu Industrial Park also joined their side. Liao Yuqing shot and killed a guard of the leader of a medium-sized base, and then ran to the corner with Tang Zheng and the others. Tang Zheng had to admire his agility and decisive reaction speed. Obviously, Liao Yuqing had very good hearing. He heard Bai Ling and himself talking in a low voice, and even made a choice immediately. Sure enough, no one who can survive until now is simple. However, since he is close to him, Tang Zheng will not refuse. They ran to the corner and suppressed Han Yuhu's people with firepower at the same time, so that they could not raise their heads. After a moment of chaos, Han Yuhu and others reacted quickly. After several people were killed in succession, the remaining people retreated under the table. This is a huge mahogany table with a very thick tabletop, more than 15 centimeters. Ordinary pistol bullets cannot penetrate it, but rifle bullets can. But they will be weakened. Several people turned the table sideways and hid behind it, so Tang Zheng and others could not accurately determine their positions, and they might not be killed or injured under random gunfire. Han Yuhu yelled from behind the table, "Third and fourth floor people, come up and kill Tang Zheng and his men." When the gunshots rang out, the gunmen who were ambushing on the third and fourth floors had actually arrived at the corridor. It was just that Tang Zheng and his men reacted too quickly, and these gunmen had not had time to come in. At this moment, they had already arrived outside the door of the conference room. As long as the door was opened, this group of 70 or 80 gunmen would be enough to shoot Tang Zheng and his men who were hiding in the corner into a sieve. But no one expected that changes would occur at this time. A heavy machine gun had been set up at the door of the bathroom. Behind the heavy metal baffle, the machine gunner's finger was already on the trigger. Behind the heavy machine gun, 2 light machine gunners were holding their machine guns to cross, and cover each other to prevent anyone from approaching from the side. This shooting angle just couldn't reach the corner where Tang Zheng and his men were hiding, and the rest of the place was basically within the shooting range. The door had just opened a crack when the machine gunner opened fire. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. The 12.7mm caliber bullets made a sound from hell. The door was blown apart almost instantly. The bullets came through the air, instantly hitting the 4 or 5 gunmen at the door, with blood foam flying everywhere. Even the mutated armored zombies couldn't stop the heavy machine guns, let alone the fragile human body, which had no resistance to such killing weapons. Not to kill, but to smash. Puff puff puff. The bullets shattered the human body and made deep craters on the wall behind. There were rays of light coming in from many places, which was because the wall was penetrated. The machine gunner pulled the trigger and moved the muzzle mercilessly. The door was cleared, and there was also the back of the wall. There was no need to aim at this time. Just madly shoot at the wall. Clang 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 clang. As the metal shells kept jumping out, the machine gun penetrated the wall and killed people. Continuous screams sounded behind the wall, and the gunmen who were lined up in the corridor and ready to rush and had no way to retreat at this moment. Large balls of blood splattered on the walls and the ceiling. Broken limbs and arms flew in the air, and people fell down like grass being cut. In just 10 seconds, the people in the corridor behind the wall were almost wiped out. Only 1 or 2 people fell accidentally, and now they were crawling downstairs in a hurry. The bloody scene in the corridor will become a nightmare that they will never get rid of. The heavy machine gunner, who swept the corridor, did not stop his madness. The heavy machine gun began to shoot at Han Yu and others in the room, with a deafening sound of machine guns. The mahogany tabletop was smashed to pieces. Empire Lord Zhou Hua, the leader of a medium-sized base, and a guard beside Han Yu were killed on the spot. The remaining Han Yu, Pang Zhenfei and others were scared to death at this moment. But they had no way to retreat and could not charge, so they could only jump and hide frantically in the room. The heavy machine gun roared and fired frantically, and everything in the room would be destroyed after being hit. The wall was punched through. The table was smashed. The glass was broken. Even the ceiling chandelier was hit by this crazy shooting, falling from the sky and shattering, with glass shards flying everywhere. The thick smell of gunpowder filled the air, and people's eardrums were buzzing. Ding 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 ding. Ah! Accompanied by a scream. Han Yu, the leader of the prison base, had a huge hole in his chest. He only made a scream and was shot directly into the corner of the wall by random gunfire, turning into a ball of meat paste. Taking advantage of Han Yu's death, Pang Zhenfei pushed the only remaining guard to block himself, and then used his speed to pounce on the broken door. He wanted to fight for this only chance to survive. The scapegoat he pushed out didn't even delay for a second before being broken into 2 pieces. At this time, Pang Zhenfei had just run to the door. The firepower of the heavy machine gun followed. Clang 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 clang. In the air filled with smoke. No one could hear whether Pang Zhenfei screamed or not. He was hit by bullets and hit the wall, then merged into the ground and mixed with the dead gunmen, and could no longer be distinguished from each other. This is the power of heavy machine gun shooting at close range. Buzz buzz buzz. The gunshots gradually stopped. The whole battle lasted about a minute. The 2 light machine gunners each changed a magazine. On the heavy machine gun side, the 333-round magazine was completely empty. Within a minute, Han Yu, Zhou Hua, Pang Zhenfei, the 3 leaders of the medium-sized base, and the guards who survived after they and Tang Zheng seized the base were all killed by the heavy machine gun. There were nearly 20 gunmen in the corridor outside the door. They were pierced through the wall by heavy machine guns without even seeing the faces of people, and died tragically on the spot. The pungent smell of gunpowder in the air was transmitted through the window. The trading conference outside was stopped. Everyone stared at the 5th floor in amazement. They still couldn't figure out the situation. Who was fighting with whom? And who survived? They were still waiting for the result of the battle. At this moment, perhaps only Tang Zheng men could be sure that Tang Zheng won. Beside Tang Zheng, Bai Ling, Xia Lanlan, Liao Yuqing and others all looked at Tang Zheng in shock. Modest and low-key, gentle and elegant. These beautiful words really shouldn't appear on this man. In fact, including Bai Ling, they couldn't figure out how Tang Zheng moved a heavy machine gun into the bathroom when Han Yu arrived in advance and was under strict surveillance. Why didn't anyone notice it? Is it because it's a women's bathroom? Bai Ling could only think of this reason. Ding! Ning Yue took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, and suddenly a smoke ring appeared. Others knew he was going to speak, and their eyes fell on his face. Tang Zheng looked around at everyone, and everyone held their breath, wanting to hear what the butcher was going to say. Tang Zheng spoke slowly. Everyone saw that they were the first to attack, and I was forced to defend myself. Bai Ling and the others looked at each other, and finally nodded in unison. You are so big-mouthed, and everything you say is right. Chapter 71. The battle inside the room ended, leaving a mess behind. Tang Zheng issued an order to intercept the gunmen rushing out of the room and control the situation outside. You know, what these survival bases lack is guns, not leaders. After killing Han Yuhu and others, they will soon have a new leader. Tang Zheng did not want the situation to get out of control, so it was necessary to suppress the situation. After receiving Tang Zheng's order, the 3 combat platoons outside immediately took action. The 3 heavy trucks turned their heads around, and a heavy machine gun was mounted at the rear of each truck. Light machine guns were also mounted on motorcycles and Willis jeeps. The soldiers of the 3 combat platoons had already dispersed automatically and occupied various advantageous shooting positions. Some snipers were hiding in high places, ready to fire at any time. When some stunned gunmen tried to rush out of the trading building and join their accomplices outside, they were greeted by a series of violent attacks. After the guards threw a wave of grenades, the remaining gunmen completely collapsed. Surrender? We surrender. Please stop fighting. They raised their white shirts and even underwear, hung them on the muzzles of their guns and shook them, announcing their surrender. Those who surrender should raise their hands above their heads, throw away their guns, and walk out of the room. Those who act rashly will be killed without mercy. A group of gunmen threw away their guns and walked out of the room with their hands raised, and their accomplices outside, before choosing a new leader, had no will to fight at all. The new guns they had just received were taken back before they even had time to shoot. After the situation outside stabilized, Tang Zheng and his team left the trading building. When they arrived outside, they saw a large number of captives squatting on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. The large number of guns and ammunition they purchased were being loaded onto trucks by Tang Zheng's subordinates. The 2 sides had already torn their faces apart, so Tang Zheng certainly could not hand over this batch of guns to them. It took a long time to load thousands of guns, as well as boxes of bullets and grenades. Bai Ling, Xia Lanlan, Liao Yuqing and others all looked at Tang Zheng with some concern. Tang Zheng saw what they meant and spread his hands. Don't worry. This is a normal transaction between us. I won't take back your share. The few people were relieved and their expressions became relaxed. Looking at the large number of prisoners squatting here, Tang Zheng was also a little headache. These people have surrendered, and he can't shoot them all with a gun. So how to deal with them is a problem. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng said, I have no intention of accepting you, but I can't let you go for nothing. If you can't show your due value, don't blame me for being ruthless. When the surrendered people heard this, they immediately spoke in panic. Chief Tang, give us a chance. We can let our base people use supplies to redeem us. But we have given you all the gold and silver. Can you give us something else? It's not impossible. Anything of value is fine. It depends on whether you can satisfy me. At this time, a person from the prison base spoke. This person was the 3rd person in the prison base, originally ranked below Han Yuhu and Chen Filong. Now that Han Yuhu is dead, Chen Filong may also be dead, and he is the boss of the prison base. He thought for a moment and said to Tang Zheng, Chief Tang, are you from the Imperial Royal Army? So what if you are? So what if you are not? Chief Tang, if you are separated from the Imperial Royal Army, I have some news about the Imperial Royal Army. I wonder if it can help you. Oh, you have news about the Royal Army? How did you get it? It's like this. The prison base has an internal radio station that can listen to the news of the confidential channel. Han Yuhu used to listen to that radio every day. It seems that the Royal Army has made some moves. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, he had ignored this matter because there was no news about the Royal Army. Now that he suddenly heard that there was news about the Royal Army, Tang Zheng was still a little confused for a while. But he quickly realized that he must pay attention to this news. Since he had this war system, Tang Zheng knew that he could not live an ordinary life. But Tang Zheng was undecided about where to go in the future. Perhaps listening to the news of the Imperial Royal Army could help him find a way forward. Where is your radio station? It's at the prison base. Tang Zheng recalled that Qinzhou prison seemed to be in the northeast of Qinzhou. Not far from here. Take me there. And all the other prisoners. Get on the truck and follow us to the prison base. Notify the people in your base to bring supplies to the prison base to redeem people. Not only daily necessities, but also high-tech items and rare items. 2 people from the Chamber of Commerce base and the Hot Spring base were sent back respectively, and asked to go back and pass on the message. The rest of the people were taken to the car by Tang Zheng. Once these people left, the trade fair could not continue. Bai Ling, Xia Lanlan, Liao Yuqing, Zhu Lao and others came to say goodbye to Tang Zheng. They even took the initiative to find Wu Di and left the contact channel on the radio with Wu Di. Maybe it can be used one day. After leaving the contact information, everyone dispersed. Once the leader of the big base left, the rest of the people from the small bases also left quickly. They had already completed the deal, and no one wanted to stay with Tang Zheng. After all, these soldiers were a bit scary. The president of Han Yu and others was there, and no one dared to ignore it. The crowd dispersed, and Tang Zheng also got on the car. The large trucks from other bases were directly requisitioned by Tang Zheng to escort the prisoners. A convoy of nearly 20 vehicles set off in a mighty manner. The target location was not far away. It was Qinzhou prison, about 50 kilometers away from here. In less than 40 minutes, the trade fair that was just packed with people was now empty. Night slowly fell. The area around the trade fair had been cleaned up long ago, and there were no zombies at all. Similarly, there was no one here. But around 9 o'clock in the evening, some figures slowly approached the building of the trade fair. These people staggered and moved forward in the dark. The speed of movement was not fast. A little slower than normal people. Pairs of scarlet eyes marked their identities. This was a group of zombies. There were about 50 zombies. The one walking in front was a one-armed zombie. It was Chen Filong. The wound had long been healed, and the blood loss had no effect on him. But the lost arm could never grow back. Next to Chen Filong, there were several zombies that looked relatively strong. They were not mutant zombies, but they looked stronger than ordinary zombies. After arriving near the trading building and carefully looking around for a while to make sure that there was no one here, the one-armed zombie walked towards the trading building. He walked into the door of the building and went up the stairs step by step. His destination was the trading hall on the 5th floor. He came to the stairs from the 4th floor to the 5th floor, looking at the broken limbs and arms on the ground. He couldn't help but lick his lips slightly. Hungry. I can't eat even if I'm hungry. I have to hold it in. This is my bottom line, and the difference between humans and zombies. Looking back, the zombies behind him were already trying to eat. You can't eat now. Hold back. Chen Filong gave the order, and the zombies that feed on flesh and blood actually held back. In terms of executing orders, zombies are no less than any other species. Chen Filong walked over the corpses on the ground, over the stairwell that was shattered by heavy machine guns, and came to the door of the conference room. He saw Zhou's body, which was already in tatters. Chen Filong walked into the room and found Han Yu's body in the corner. Boss Han. The hoarse voice was so unpleasant that even the best voice actor couldn't make it. I'm sorry. If you hadn't released me from prison, I would have died in that cage. But I was a little powerless to stop your death. I couldn't even tell you the news from Tang Zheng. I was afraid that you would never be able to accept me like this again. But I will repay what I owe you. Now you are dead. It is your spirit that is dead. But your body is still there. Let me repay you once, and let you live in another way. Chen Filong lowered his head and bit Han Yu's neck hard. The zombie virus on his teeth entered Han Yu's blood. Although it was only a little bit, it had a violent reaction with Han Yu's blood that was no longer flowing. Chen Filong stood quietly, watching Han Yu's movements. After a while, Han Yu's fingers twitched slightly. A pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened. Ah! Ho ho ho! Chen Filong laughed an unpleasant sound. Sure enough, it worked. I knew that some people were bitten to death, and some were bitten to half, but they could still become zombies. So of course you can too. Don't worry, Boss Han. With my training, you will definitely become the most powerful zombie in the world. At that time, we 2 brothers will join forces and make the world crawl at our feet. As he spoke, Chen Filong controlled Han Yu. At this moment, Han Yuhu became an ordinary male zombie. Looking at the short Han Yuhu, Jin Falong frowned slightly. Not enough. This is not enough. Come on. Boss Han. There is food all over the floor. You can eat. As he said that, he asked the other zombies to retreat, leaving only Han Yuhu the right to eat. Han Yuhu roared, fell to the ground, and began to eat. The appetite of zombies seemed endless. Han Yuhu, a zombie, devoured more than 3 times his weight in meat in less than an hour. This is an unprecedented feast for zombies. During this process, Han Yuhu's body size is also growing. After 2 hours, Han Yuhu's height has reached 2 meters. The thick stratum corneum has evolved into scales, and he has become an armored zombie. Jin Falong watched and smiled. Well done. I can feel that my control has increased a lot. I can probably control more than 200 zombies now. Okay, let's eat. After a creepy chewing, Jin Falong took Han Yuhu and his group of zombies and left the trading building. After taking Han Yuhu away, the next target is Tang Zheng. But before he has enough strength, he will never go back to Tailai town. Chapter 72. Tang Zheng motorcade arrived at the gate of the prison base after a 50-minute drive. The gate of the prison was still majestic, but the sign of the former imperial department had long disappeared. Only a pair of stone lions at the gate told the glory and history of this place. There were still people standing guard on the sentry box of the prison. Seeing such a large group of cars coming, they immediately became nervous. The person who was talking to Tang Zheng was named Yang. At this moment, he jumped out of the car and signaled the people above to open the door. The guard was quite alert. He didn't open the door immediately and asked loudly, Brother Yang, where is Boss Han? The man called Brother Yang shouted, Stop talking nonsense. I asked you to open the door. Why are you still dawdling? His tone was urgent, and the guard became more alert. He seemed to pick up the intercom to discuss with someone, which made Brother Yang a little worried. If these guys don't obey discipline, wouldn't he lose face in front of Tang Zheng? At first, before he got angry, Tang Zheng was already impatient. With a slight wave of his hand, a gunshot was heard, and the guard was shot dead in the sentry tower. Sniper Chu Xian retracted his gun, and then a jeep drove over. Scientific research soldier Gui Yun jumped out of the car, rummaged through his toolbox, and found several tools. With a few jabs of the tools, the gate of the prison base was easily opened, and there was no need for a key. The next thing was simple. Tang Zheng people rushed in, and the people in the prison base, who had already had little strength, surrendered. Tang Zheng occupied the prison base with almost no effort. He had no time to deal with the people who were in a panic here, and the survivors who were equally worried, led by the man surnamed Yang. He went straight to Han Yu's office. Here, he found a large radio station. Yang adjusted it and found a frequency band. There was a rustling sound inside, and the sound quality was not very clear. Good afternoon, everyone. The surviving people of the Empire. Hearing this beginning, Tang Zheng knew that the situation was unusual. He waved his hand and asked the guard to take Yang out first, while he stayed here to listen to the broadcast. This is the 5th Army of the Empire. I am the announcer. Turn off the fire. According to the order of the new army commander Luibeng, the base of the 5th Army has now been established in Jinghe County, Jiankou Plain. The 5th Army originally had 1 million people. After the apocalypse, there were only more than 50,000 people left. However, the soldiers of the army were indomitable. When the original commander and deputy commander were all killed, Chief of Staff Luibeng led the soldiers to launch a counterattack and successfully defeated the zombies, preserving the precious fire for the army. The 5th Army has now been re-recruited and has recovered to a size of 100,000. Luibeng was appointed by the imperial family member, Princess Li Wuyo, as the commander of the reborn 5th Army, and was granted the title of Duke of the Empire. After a series of bloody battles, the 5th Army has conquered Jinghe County in the west of Lianghe Province and its 7 towns, creating a safety zone with a diameter of 200 kilometers, and established the Jinghe Survival Base with Jinghe County as the center. There are currently more than 700,000 survivors in this base, and the number is still increasing. The Jinghe base is based on the ruins of Jinghe County, and is a brand new Jinghe Survival Base with an area of about 12 square kilometers. The city wall of the base is currently under construction. According to the latest news, the foundation of the city wall has been completed. It is expected that the height of the city wall will exceed 8 meters. which can easily resist the attacks of all known zombies without damage. Duke Luibang said that he would build the Jinghe base into an immortal city in the central and western regions of the empire. When the Spring Festival is celebrated in Hanwei, Duke Luibang will invite Princess Li Wuyo to spend the new year together in Jinghe County. The Duke of the Empire, the commander of the 5th Army, Luibang, said that the next step will be to expand the scale of exploration, take in and rescue a large number of survivors, and welcome all survivors who hear the broadcast to go to Jinghe County in the Jiangkou Plain area of Lianghe Province, which is the safest place in the central and northern regions of the entire empire. At present, the army's troops have begun to move southwest and are ready to explore the western Sichuan region. Duke Luibang said that there is no imperial army stationed in the western Sichuan region, and the people are in dire straits. The 5th Army will successively go to Luoshui, Xiyun, Qinzhou, and other places to carry out rescue. A news interruption. The group army is currently purchasing guns and ammunition from the public. There is no limit to the gun model or ammunition type. Private holders can contact us, and the group army will give you a satisfactory price. This news was repeated 3 times. After this, some popular songs in the empire were played on the radio. Tang Zheng turned off the radio and sat here quietly digesting the information just now. First, he heard an important piece of news. That is, the person who appointed Luibang was actually the princess of the empire, Li Wuyo. Li Wuyo is the youngest daughter of the Emperor Li Xinyue, who is less than 20 years old. She has received the most love from the emperor and the empress since she was born. They named her Wuyo in the hope that she can live a carefree life. Li Wuyo is very beautiful and versatile. She is good at singing and dancing, and is also a top student. She is called the Pearl of Hanwei by netizens. She has more than 1 billion fans on Weibo. She is very popular both at home and abroad. Better than any traffic star. The liveliness of Weibo every day exceeds the largest wholesale market in Hanwei Empire. Tang Zheng knew that the Emperor Li Xinyue was dead, but it was the first time he knew that Li Wuyo was now in charge. This news gave Tang Zheng a big shock. All the male descendants of the royal family were dead. The Han Empire has a large population and a large number of troops. There are 10 major army groups in the regular army of the Imperial Army. 6 of them are in the border areas and 4 in the inland areas. The first army group is called the Royal Guard, stationed in Yuanjing, the capital of the Hanwei Empire. The 5th Army is one of the 3 remaining inland armies. According to the imperial military system, an army consists of 10 corps, and the army commander is not called the army commander, but the army commander. The commander of the 10 corps under the army is called the army commander. An army of the empire is 100,000 people, and an army is 1 million people. From the radio, we can hear that the 1 million people of the 5th Army are now only 100,000 people, and there are only more than 50,000 veterans among them. It can be seen how heavy a blow this Doomsday has brought to the empire. Tang Zheng did not expect that the 5th Army could actually recapture Jinghe County. You know, the population of a county in the empire starts at 1 million. That's even if it's a remote area with a dense population. It's normal for a county to have 5 to 10 million people. It's conceivable that the 5th Army paid a heavy price to recapture a county. In fact, we can hear some clues from the following words. For example, the 5th Army wants to enter western Sichuan, but only uses the word exploration instead of recapture. This proves that the current 5th Army may not have the ability to recapture a new city for the time being, and it needs a breather. Especially the last news about purchasing guns and ammunition from the public, which was hard to imagine before. It seems that not only the public lacks weapons, but also the Imperial Royal Army. But no matter what, the current 5th Army is an unimaginable behemoth for any force in the end of the world. There are 100,000 troops, and there are more than 700,000 survivors in the base. If they organize themselves, they can pull out another 100,000 people at any time. After all, most of those who survive the end of the world are young and strong. Although there was no news about other armies on the radio, the situation of other armies was probably similar, especially after hearing the news that Jiang Qinhao was going to march into western Sichuan. Tang Zheng did not speak for a long time. During this period of time, he had been looking for a new place to stay. He did not plan to consider Tailai town, and even Qinzhou was not considered much. However, Fengsheng was a place that could be considered. But now, Tang Zheng changed his mind. Since the 5th Army was going to enter western Sichuan, he did not plan to stay in western Sichuan. Tang Zheng's current strength is not strong. But he doesn't want to be inferior to others, even if the opponent is the Imperial Army. But as a Hanwei person, Tang Zheng doesn't want to have any conflicts with the Imperial Army. So he decided to leave here. Tang Zheng didn't underestimate the power of the Empire. But now the army has been greatly reduced. And under the continuous corrosion of these acidic substances every day, how much strength can the Imperial Army still maintain? At the very least, most of those fighters are probably difficult to take off. How many of the fleets that once crisscrossed the 7 oceans of Blue Bay Star can now sail on the sea? Tang Zheng felt that the so-called march into western Sichuan, how credible and powerful it was, remained to be seen. But this did not prevent Tang Zheng from making up his mind to leave western Sichuan. However, leaving western Sichuan did not mean leaving the Empire and the Fifth Army. Tang Zheng knew that going to a completely isolated area was not a good choice. At least in Tang Zheng's opinion. A suitable safe distance would be enough. This Fifth Army might have dealings with him again in the future. So he would not leave too far. He recalled the map he had checked in his mind. Sichuan West Province, Two Rivers Province, and Grassland Province are 3 adjacent provinces. Sichuan West and Two Rivers are inland provinces, and Grassland is a border province. The Fifth Army is in Two Rivers Province and is about to enter Sichuan West. Should he go to Grassland Province? If he goes, what is the most suitable location? The prerequisites he considered before cannot be changed. A place that he had been thinking about for a long time is about to come out. It seems that he has to walk the road he has walked before again. It's time to leave. Tang Zheng immediately ordered the Redeemer to come quickly and wait to take back the body within 2 days. He will stay in Qinzhou for 2 more days at most, and leave here immediately after 2 days. Chapter 73. North of Fengcheng. This is the northernmost part of western Sichuan Province, bordering Grassland Province to the north, Two Rivers Province to the east, and Mobei Province to the west. The towering Highland Mountains are the natural dividing line between western Sichuan and the grassland. There are vast plains here, and agriculture is the pillar industry here. After the survivors of Fengcheng escaped from the city, most of them went to the northern part of Fengcheng to settle down. At this time, Tang Zheng car had passed Fengcheng City and was on the way north. The matter in Qinzhou was resolved. This time when Tang Zheng went north, there were 4 more tankers in the convoy. The tanker truck was loaded with fuel, which was considered the ransom of those people. Tang Zheng, who decided to leave, did not want to get entangled there anymore. After his own collection, there was not much money left among the survivors in Qinzhou. The car had already left the highway and was driving on the provincial road. In the car, Wu Di turned on the radio and was listening to the broadcast here. Hanwei radio station was also divided into regions. Normally, the broadcast of a channel could only be listened to within the city. Tang Zheng left Qinzhou and could not receive news from Qinzhou. But at this time, he was still listening to the radio news in the car with great interest. The person who spoke at this time was a person from the international base. This was a foreigner, but he could speak fluent Hanwei language. Yong Linling. Are you crazy? You bastard? You come to attack our international base to collect supplies again. This is the 3rd time. Right? Do you think that since you are the Earl of Hanwei, I can't do anything to you? On the other side of the radio, a relatively familiar voice of Tang Zheng came again. International base. What the hell? It's just a bunch of foreign bastards. If I, Yong Linling, am afraid of you, I won't be the Earl anymore. And you still have the nerve to scold me. Have you forgotten how many bad things you have done? The person from the international base added, you are mentally ill. I told you a long time ago that we at the international base didn't do that. I guarantee it with the reputation of the Magnolia Empire. Fuck Magnolia. What reputation does that bandit country have? And the few people from Bayulan that day almost told me the color of Jonathan's underwear. The old pervert. How could this be false? Let me tell you. We are not done with this matter. You are so good. Yong Linling. You are talking nonsense here. Do you really think we are afraid of you? I tell you. Don't be too proud too early. We can find mercenaries to deal with you. Come on. What's the use of bragging? You, Grandpa Yong, don't know how to write the word fear to get out of Fengcheng alive. The people on the radio were cursing fiercely, and Tang Zheng felt ashamed. This matter is very complicated. The car drove for a while, got off the provincial road, and got on the rural road. The road conditions gradually became bumpy. Tang Zheng sat in the car, feeling a little sleepy. But he knew that the road was not difficult to walk now. And there was still more than 100 kilometers to go, which might be more difficult. It was the third day since he set out, and the 3-day trek made him a little tired. But fortunately, he would reach his destination today. The car drove for more than an hour, and the mountains gradually appeared in front. General, we are almost there. The communicator called Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng opened his eyes. Oh, are we almost at the Highland Mountains? General, strictly speaking, this is just a branch of the Highland Mountains. This mountainous area is called the Guiyun Mountain area, and the highest peak is called Guiyun Mountain. The source of Foaming River is on Guiyun Mountain. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. It seems that the communicator has done a lot of homework. Foaming River is a tributary of Chiha River, but the purity of its water flow is far beyond that of Chiha River. It is said that the source of Foaming River is formed by the melting snow and spring water of Guiyun Mountain, and the water quality is first class in China. Hanwei Royal Radio once broadcast an advertisement, which was made by Foaming River Mineral Water Factory. Tang Zheng still remembers the slogan. We don't process water. We are just the porters of Foaming River. This shows how good the water quality of Foaming River is. The water of Foaming River is mineral water, which means that the mineral resources here are also very rich. It is said that there used to be gold mines in the Guiyun Mountain area. This is also Tang Zheng's destination this time. He wants to come here to build a survival base of his own. Judging from the scene on the road, this choice is right. There are almost no people or zombies on the road, especially after entering the mountainous area. Even the traces of wheel tracks are hard to see, which means that after the end of the world, few survivors will come here. After the car slowly drove along the hillside for more than 20 minutes, it finally stopped. Tang Zheng opened the door and got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, Tang Zheng felt a cold wind blowing. It's a bit cold. Beside Tang Zheng, the scientific research soldier Guiyun said, General, we have walked almost 1,500 kilometers from Qinzhou to here. Another 200 kilometers to the north will reach the grassland province in the north of the empire. In addition, the temperature this year is about 10 degrees lower than usual, so it is normal to be cold. As he spoke, Guiyun pointed to the distance. General, please look. There is Guiyun Mountain, and you can still see snow on the top of the mountain. Tang Zheng looked up and saw that the snow on Guiyun Mountain was clearly visible in the mist in the distance. Tang Zheng pulled his collar. Let's go. Since we are here, let's make the best of it. Let's look for our settlement. General, if we are looking for a settlement, I suggest looking along the river. After all, you said that we must ensure the cleanliness of drinking water, so along the river is a necessary condition. Okay, let's do as you say. The convoy was actually not far from the river. Tang Zheng led a group of people, and soon arrived at the riverside of Foaming River. Foaming River is a medium-sized river, about 50 meters wide, and the water flow is a little fast, mainly due to the terrain. Tang Zheng came to the riverside. From the bank, he could still see the river bottom clearly. Some rocks protruded from the water. After thousands of years of erosion by the river, the rocks were smooth and round. Occasionally, some cold-water fish jumped out of the water, and they were quite large. No one fished in the last days, and these aquatic groups were growing stronger and stronger, and it seemed that many unprecedented species would appear. Tang Zheng and his group walked along the river for a long time, and finally arrived at the foot of the Guiyun Mountain area. Further up, there were high mountains rising from the ground. The altitude of Guiyun Mountain is close to 2,000 meters, which is a veritable mountain in the plain area. Looking at the steep peak that reaches into the clouds, Tang Zheng stopped. I can't go any further. It's too difficult to climb this mountain. General, what do you think of this place? Tang Zheng looked around and found some wild fruit trees on the hillside, which were now bearing red fruits. Looking around, to the south and east, there were vast plains. To the north and west, there were the steep slopes of Guiyun Mountain. This is a natural shelter. Standing here, the climate feels warmer. Yes, there are mountains and water, and a small climate has been formed. How big is the area here? Scientific research soldier Guiyun looked for a while. General, if we start from Foaming River, the corner of this mountain area is about 5 or 6 square kilometers. If we cross Foaming River, this area will be 11 or 12 square kilometers. Tang Zheng nodded. Have you looked at the nearby maps? Which one is closer? I have seen the general. 600 kilometers south of where we are is Fengcheng, and 800 kilometers east is the border of Lianghe province. It is only 1,300 kilometers away from the Jinghe county you mentioned. Going north around the Guyun mountain, 220 kilometers is the city of Lombardy in the Grassland province. It is said that there are some survival bases there, and they are developing well. 150 kilometers west is the Huanglong Desert in Hebei province. If you cross the desert, you can directly reach the Nahan Kingdom in the west. Tang Zheng asked again. What about the nearby counties and towns? Guiyun obviously knew it very well, and he said immediately, there are 2 counties within 100 kilometers from us. One is Qingchuan County in Fengcheng, and the other is Caichi County in Lumba. There are 7 towns in total. The nearest town is only 30 kilometers away, called Chongling Town, and there is a railway passing through there. Tang Zheng nodded approvingly. You did a good job. So do you think it is appropriate for me to come to this area to establish a base? It couldn't be more suitable. We are backed by the Guyun mountain area, and there are mountains to the west and north as natural barriers. We are safe and secure. The only thing we need to be wary of is the mutant birds and beasts in the mountains. However, with the current size of our army, those birds and beasts are unlikely to pose a threat. There is water. The climate is warm, and it is very livable. The only drawback is that transportation is a bit inconvenient. But as long as the general expands the engineering team and gets some large machinery, these things will not be a problem. Another important point is that this place is sparsely populated, especially after the end of the world. No one has come here. So even if the general builds a city here, it will not seem abrupt. After all, no one knows what happened here. The general just wants to build the city bigger in advance, so as to avoid future expansion. Tang Zheng also agreed with this point. If you want to build it, you have to do it in one step. But I don't know if the funds I have are enough. Tang Zheng has exchanged all the funds he obtained at the trade conference, which is more than expected. Now he has a total of 1.72 million funds. Moreover, most of the guns that were originally sold have been confiscated by him. He has more than 1,098 Burmese chots in his hands. This batch of guns has also become a concern for Tang Zheng. It seems that he needs to find an opportunity to sell them again. If he wants to build a base now, Tang Zheng does not plan to build the city wall first. The first thing he had to build was a recycling station. After all, the city wall required a huge amount of money. If there was a recycling station and enough materials, 90% of the construction cost could be saved. Tang Zheng thought about it and turned back to ask Guiyun, you still have drawings. Have you come up with anything? Yes, General. I have made a new drawing here. Guiyun handed Tang Zheng a drawing. Tang Zheng took it and used it directly. A new building appeared in the system. Wind power plant. Construction price is 50,000 gold. Chapter 74. Seeing the price, Tang Zheng couldn't help but complain. The recycling station you designed is only priced at 10,000 gold. So why is this power plant so expensive? General, the recycling station is just a large warehouse, and the design and drawing are relatively simple, which cannot be compared with the power plant. Moreover, as long as you buy the power plant, those large fan-like generators will be automatically installed in the mountains. If this process is done manually, it will be very tedious and difficult. This price is not expensive. Tang Zheng listened to Guiyun and felt that it made sense. Just transporting the generator set to the top of the mountain is not a simple project, and the power plant is a necessary building. So the price is really not expensive. Okay. Then it's settled. We build our base here. Okay. General, please determine the center point and general planning of the city. You tell me and I record it. I make a sketch first. Tang Zheng looked at the area and thought about the future planning of the city while walking. The construction of a city is definitely not that simple. Fortunately, Tang Zheng has considered it for a long time and has already made a general plan. In the future, he will accommodate the survivors, build a safe city, and distinguish the survivors from his troops. And the best way to distinguish is to use a city wall to block it. With a high wall, the area where the survivors are located will not know what happened in the area where the troops are located. So the first idea is that Tang Zheng wants to divide the city into 2 parts. One is the outer city where the survivors live, and the other is the inner city where the troops live. It would be best if there was a buffer zone between the inner city and the outer city to handle emergencies. As for Foaming River, Tang Zheng also wanted to include it in the city. After all, the original intention of his arrival was to ensure that the source of water was under his control to avoid being polluted by others. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng spoke slowly. Let's calculate the city according to 10 square kilometers. Include foaming river in the city. And build a water gate on the river. To the east of the city. Build 3 gates. 1 for survivors to enter and exit. 1 for our troops to enter and exit. And another gate. In the future, a railway may be built. So it will be used for trains to enter and exit. The south of the city is where the survivors live. There are 4 gates. 1 water gate, 1 main gate and 2 side gates. There are no gates on the west side of the city. There are steep mountains over there. Even if there are gates, you can't get out. Just build a wall between the edge of the city and the mountains to prevent people in the city from climbing the mountains. The north of the city is where the troops are located. Just build a gate. I live near the north gate. Guiyun nodded. He remembered the situation in the north. Foaming river falls from the top of the mountain, forming a small waterfall on the side of the mountain, and even impacting a pool of water. It is the most beautiful and safest place in the entire area. It is not only located deep in the city, but also can enter the mountain area from a relatively gentle slope. It is indeed suitable for Tang Zheng to live. Tang Zheng continued, look at the terrain to the south and east. A vast semi-plain. This is the facade of the city. We need to build an ultimate wall here to ensure that our city is safe enough. The outer city is where the survivors live. You can make up your mind about how to build it, and then report it to me. As for the inner city area, several places must be guaranteed. First, there must be a railway, and then an airport. These 2 areas must be reserved in advance. Then, there must be a barracks where the soldiers live, and their activity area. This area is planned to be larger. After all, our team is still expanding. The power plant is also built in this area, and where I live is also here. But this place does not need to be too large. It is right next to the pond at the foot of the mountain. An area of about 2,000 square meters will be enough. If you have any other plans, you can also design them in advance. But remember that there must be walls between areas, streets in the middle, and a certain amount of green space. We want to build the best place to live. There must also be an ultimate wall between the inner and outer cities to ensure that no one can spy on the situation in the inner city. Set up a buffer zone in the middle for emergency shelter. Pay attention to the construction of the sentry towers on the city walls, and reserve positions for the machine gun bunkers in the city walls in advance, so that we don't wait until the war comes and we are still in a hurry. The area near the city wall can be listed as a military zone, and people are not allowed to live there. I remember that when I designed the folder, I also added some air defense systems. Once unlocked, this area can be used for layout, and it can also be used as an area for troop activities when war breaks out. Tang Zheng kept talking, and Guiyun kept recording. Sometimes when Tang Zheng stopped to think, he would add, General, I think the area of the outer city can be divided into sections. If we follow your design, our city will be quite solid and safe. This is exactly what everyone needs most in the end times, since it is such a good place, and it is only 10 square kilometers. It must have a prime location. You also said that in order to prevent people from the outer city from spying on the inner city, the city cannot have tall buildings, so it cannot accommodate too many people, because this is a gentle slope. Excluding the difference between the inner and outer walls, the building cannot be more than 30 meters. In this case, houses in prime locations will be more expensive. For example, houses by the foaming river should be more expensive than other places? Tang Zheng smiled. So what do you think you need to pay to buy a house here? Money? Guiyun was a little speechless. You decide this. Well, what you said makes sense. Let's arrange it according to your suggestion. The highest building in the city cannot exceed 7 floors. Make sure that even if you stand on the top floor, you cannot see the situation in the inner city. Okay, General. In addition, I suggest that outside the 2 areas of the south gate and the east gate, no buildings should be built or planted. Once a war breaks out here, it will be a battlefield. Buildings and planting will affect our performance. Tang Zheng nodded. What Guiyun said made sense. He originally planned to grow crops. Now the troops only have 1 proper meal a day. The rest of the time, they fill their stomachs with canned food and compressed biscuits. In the future, when there are more and more people, food will definitely not be enough. Now we can collect it, but by next year, many edible things may rot. So we must start planting. Originally, we wanted to use the open space outside the south gate and the east gate, But now it seems that it is not possible. That's fine. We can plant farther away. After explaining some precautions, Tang Zheng felt that it was enough. That's about it. You can plan the rest of the details and report them to me. Okay, General. But I suggest that you expand the engineering core now. We are about to start construction. Whether it's urban drainage, laying pipes, leveling the ground, etc. We need people to work. The current number of engineers is too small. I suggest expanding it to a platoon of 45 people. And then we can start construction as soon as possible. Tang Zheng nodded and opened the system page. At present, there are only 4 engineers in his army, which is indeed a bit too few. He bought 41 engineers at one time and expanded it directly to a platoon. After a while, 41 engineers appeared in front of Tang Zheng. The first engineer, Tailai, was appointed as the engineer platoon leader. So far, Tang Zheng has 6 platoons under his command. A platoon has 45 people, and if it is fully staffed, there will be 270 people. If you remove the guard squad, the cooking squad, the medical squad, and the scientific research soldiers and communicators, the whole company is almost fully staffed. Of course, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th platoons are still short of personnel. So Tang Zheng has reserved some vacancies just in case. After producing the engineers, Tang Zheng still has things to do. That is to buy a power plant and a recycling station. First, Tang Zheng came to the reserved inner city area. On a relatively flat piece of land, Tang Zheng prepared to buy a power plant. Guiyun, what does the power plant I bought include? General, all the equipment in the power plant is included. And some infrastructure is also complete. And the power plant also has 30 staff members. These personnel are not combat personnel and are not included in the army. But you still need to provide them with food. So you'd better fill up the kitchen team as well. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth. The army was getting bigger and bigger, and the needs were increasing. He had never known the meaning of a big family and a big business before. With so many people, just eating was a big problem. Click to buy the power plant. And then Tang Zheng added the kitchen and medical teams to full staff. And then bought the dining car and ambulance, including the power plant. More than 70,000 funds were spent. But this was not a lot of money for Tang Zheng. After the kitchen and medical teams were full, the power plant was also buffered. Tang Zheng clicked and placed it. With a loud bang, a huge building rose from the ground. The square yard was filled with dense cables, towering transformers, machine rooms, etc. In the yard, a group of workers in work clothes saluted Tang Zheng. After Tang Zheng returned the salute, he even saw many large windmill-like generators turning between the mountains in the distance. Once other buildings were placed here, the workers would quickly install cables and complete the laying of circuits. The power plant was brightly lit. This mountainous area may be the first to have electricity in history. Tang Zheng, who was already accustomed to the darkness of the end of the world, was not used to it at this moment. Seeing the completion of the power plant, everyone present was excited. Guiyun said anxiously, General, you should build a recycling station next. And then, you can send troops to find engineering vehicles and building materials nearby. When you come back to work, you can start building the city wall. Chapter 75. Tang Zheng placed the resource recycling station at the selected location. This is a warehouse with a huge storage space. Once the materials are transported to the warehouse, they can be directly used for construction. After completing this construction, Tang Zheng already has 2 formal buildings. When his formal buildings reach 3 and the troops are full, he can upgrade to battalion commander. But Tang Zheng is not in a hurry now. Compared with upgrading the battalion commander, it is more urgent to build the base first. After the wind power plant and resource recycling station were completed, this barren area has taken shape. Tang Zheng immediately began to assign tasks. This time, 3 combat platoons followed Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng asked the 1st and 2nd platoons to act separately, each leading 2 engineering squads to collect construction vehicles and construction materials. Guiyun followed the 1st platoon to collect vehicles, because many vehicles had been destroyed, and the system scientific research soldiers had mastered the vehicle acid resistance technology, which could remove rust from the vehicles and start them up. The 2nd platoon went to the farther Qingchuan County, where there was a building materials market. Research soldier He Shui followed the 2nd platoon, and there were 10 military trucks with them. Originally, there were not so many military trucks, but now it was an emergency. So Tang Zheng directly added a few. The 2 combat platoons and the engineering platoon left. And it became a little quieter here. The remaining engineers were doing simple work of cutting down trees and leveling the land. The kitchen team started cooking. And the soldiers of the 3rd platoon were already patrolling the surrounding area. Tang Zheng had nothing to do. So he sat down at the door of the recycling station. Communicator Wudi put the radio down and started listening to the local radio broadcast. After coming here, Tang Zheng only listened to the quarrel between Yong Linling and the international base on the radio, and did not know the distribution of forces here. So he planned to take advantage of this time to understand the surrounding situation and have a clear idea of it. Turning on the radio, he began to listen to various speeches on the radio here. But he didn't expect that he would hear a shocking news just after turning on the radio. A female voice was speaking on the radio. Hello everyone. This is the headquarters of the Northern Territory Alliance. I am the announcer Hua Qing. The Northern Territory Alliance was established 20 days ago. It is currently composed of 12 survivor bases. And its headquarters is located in the Imperial Agricultural and Forestry University in the southern suburbs of Lombard City. According to incomplete statistics, the total number of members of the Alliance has exceeded 300,000, making it the undisputed largest force in the Northern Territory. The Speaker of the Alliance, Imperial Earl Xie Jinshan, was collectively elected by the 12 members of the Alliance Parliament and is responsible for managing the entire Alliance affairs. The Chief of Staff of the Alliance is a senior officer from the 2nd Army of the Imperial Royal Army. He is conducting regular and militarized training for the armed forces within the Alliance. The Alliance is actively contacting the Empire, but due to network interruptions, power outages, and traffic paralysis, the contact has not been successful. But the Alliance has not been discouraged. While constantly trying to contact the Empire, it still relies on the local area. From the west of Lianghe Province in the east, to Fengcheng in western Sichuan Province in the south, to the new Oasis City in the north of Maobei in the west, to Jingjiang in the north of Lombard City in the north. This area of thousands of square kilometers is currently under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. The purpose of the Alliance is to unify management and command, gradually eliminate the zombies in this area, and ensure the safety of all survivors. The survivors in this area do not have to join the Alliance, but they must pay taxes to the Alliance and obey the Alliance's dispatch arrangements and must not violate them. Today, a heartbreaking incident occurred within the Alliance's jurisdiction. The leader of the Imperial Earl Yong Linling at the Fengcheng North Suburb Manor Base and the leader of the International Base, Jonathan, had a shameful verbal battle on the radio. According to preliminary information, it was the leader Yong Linling who led the team to attack the International Base's supply collection team, which led to this unpleasant incident. Here, Speaker Xie Jinshan warns the 2 leaders Yong Linling and Jonathan that no matter who you were before or what you are now, you must abide by the rules of the Alliance to survive on this land. Speaker Xie Jinshan requires the 2 bases to exercise restraint and not continue armed conflict. If either of them insists on continuing the conflict, the Alliance will intervene in the matter by force. Chairman Xie Jinshan also issued a warning. Recently, some mercenaries have been active in the Northern Territory, and some of them are foreign forces. Chairman Xie hopes that after listening to the broadcast, these people will be able to restrain their behavior and not act recklessly for their own selfish desires. Otherwise, they will face the full force of the Alliance. Finally, if there are survivors who have recently arrived in this land, please contact the Alliance after listening to the broadcast and report the population, weapons and equipment, base size, etc. of your base. The Alliance will send tax officials to your base to collect population taxes. The specific tax standards are as follows. Adults pay 10 kilograms of grain per person per month, and half the amount for those over 60 years old. Children pay half the amount. In addition to grain, materials such as steel and fuel can also be used to pay taxes instead of grain. After paying taxes, these bases will be included in the protection scope of the Alliance. If they encounter human or zombie attacks, they can apply for support from the Alliance, and the Alliance will send rescue forces as soon as possible. If the base cannot maintain the basic living conditions of the survivors, they can apply to join the Alliance, and the Alliance will consider joining as appropriate. Hearing this long broadcast, Tang Zheng was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. I didn't expect that there would be a survivor alliance in this vast area where 4 provinces meet. This is obviously different from the progress in Qinzhou. However, if you calculate the time, it has been almost 50 days since the beginning of the apocalypse. When Tang Zheng just came back to Qinzhou. Qinzhou was like this. There was no progress and everyone was fighting on their own. But it's different here. 12 large survivor bases have formed a Northern Territory Alliance here. And according to the broadcast, there are also official officers of the Imperial Royal Army who are undergoing military training here. There is no doubt that the strength of the survivors here is not at the same level as that of Qinzhou. With the strength, people are also domineering. Everything in this land is obviously regarded as a treasure by the Northern Territory Alliance. What makes Tang Zheng particularly uncomfortable is that this alliance actually wants to levy taxes on all bases here. It also requires reporting the population, the number of weapons and equipment, etc., which Tang Zheng cannot accept. In the end times, the population has dropped sharply. But Tang Zheng knows that most of the survivors are actually scattered in various corners of cities and villages. Only a small number of people actually joined the large base. So in this area, a pyramid structure was formed. And the Northern Territory Alliance was undoubtedly at the top of the pyramid. Bases like Yonglin and the international base should be on the second level. And bases like myself, which had just arrived here and had not yet established a firm foothold and had not even recruited survivors, were considered the third level. Smaller groups or individuals of survivors were at the bottom. After listening to the domineering broadcast of the Northern Territory Alliance, Tang Zheng turned off the broadcast directly. Tang Zheng didn't care about the taxation issue mentioned by the Alliance. Obviously, the Northern Alliance had not received any news from the Royal Army, and didn't know that the Fifth Army, more than 1,000 kilometers away, had completed the recovery of a county town. Their current approach might cause some trouble in the future. After roughly understanding the situation in this area, Tang Zheng temporarily put aside the things here and concentrated on the construction of the base. After a few hours, Guiyun and a row of people came back. 2 squads of engineers drove back 16 large vehicles. These included bulldozers, excavators, heavy trucks, cranes, rollers, etc. The vehicles came back slowly, but with great momentum. These vehicles were all rusty, but they could still be driven back, proving that Guiyun had repaired their interior. After the vehicles returned to the base, they immediately started working. The bulldozers directly flattened the ground, and the excavators began to dig holes where needed. According to the sketch designed by Guiyun, construction began in various places. Next to it is foaming river, and it is very convenient to get water. Towards dusk, the second row also came back. Along with the second row came more than a dozen large trucks. The trucks were full of construction materials. Red bricks, stone strips, optical cables, wires, cement, steel bars, etc. were brought back one by one. The sand was not pulled from outside, because Guiyun found that a large amount of construction sand could be dug out near the mountainside, which saved a lot of trips. The trucks loaded with bricks, stones, and cement drove into the resource recycling station, unloaded directly, and then came out from the back. A new row of numbers appeared in Tang Zheng's system. These numbers recorded how much building materials were available when the city wall was built. As long as there were enough materials, it could be built directly. The engineers started to lay the optical cables quickly, because the plan had been completed. The process was very fast, and there was no delay. By the time it got dark, a long section of underground optical cables had been laid. The soldiers built a temporary shed on a cleared open space, and Tang Zheng also rested here. Lights lit up in the shed. Today's work has come to an end for the time being. When he wakes up tomorrow morning, Tang Zheng will start building a section of the city wall. The food in the kitchen has been prepared and it's time to eat. Tang Zheng was holding a box of lunch and preparing to eat when the second platoon leader Yang Mu came over. General, there is a situation. What is it? Today when we went to the Qingchuan County Building Materials Market to get building materials, we met a few survivors. Oh, what kind of survivors? They are 2 ordinary survivors who came out to collect food. When they saw us, they avoided us from a distance. But when we left, the 2 looked in our direction. Tang Zheng paused for a moment, then began to eat. Forget about him. We came here without intending to keep it secret. Sooner or later, people will know about it. It's just a matter of showing up sooner or later. But we have to speed up the construction as soon as possible. Don't wait until someone comes to our door before the city wall is not built. That would not look good. I understand. We will go to the building materials market again tomorrow and try to make 2 trips to bring back more building materials. Chapter 76. The next morning, Tang Zheng got up early and came to the location of the outer city wall according to the sketch drawn by Guiyun. After determining the location of the wall and the gate, Tang Zheng began to build. This outer city wall is very important. Not only may it face war in the future, but it is also Tang Zheng facade. So Tang Zheng decided to use the ultimate wall directly. Open the system and check the situation of the ultimate wall. The ultimate wall, 20 meters high, 10 meters thick, reinforced concrete structure. Sold for 100 gold per meter. This is the price of direct construction without using building materials. Tang Zheng added building materials, and the price changed. Ultimate city wall, 20 meters high, 10 meters thick, reinforced concrete structure. Priced at 10 gold per meter. The base that Tang Zheng wants to build is a rectangle. According to the plan, the city is 5 kilometers long from east to west, and 2 kilometers long from north to south. In this case, the length of a circle of the ultimate city wall is 14,000 meters. At 100 gold per meter, this circle of the city wall alone will cost 1.4 million. With the use of building materials, 140,000 yuan can be used to enclose the city wall. Of course, the actual price will be higher than this price, because there are still city gates to be built, and sentry towers and bunkers need to be built, and this price cannot be obtained. After using building materials, Tang Zheng first chose a city gate. This city gate is the south gate of the future city. City gate, water gate can be placed in the city wall. Alloy structure. Priced at 200 gold per meter. Tang Zheng thought about it, and decided to set this city gate to be 50 meters wide. The width of 50 meters is enough for vehicles to enter and exit. And it is also very grand, which is quite suitable as a facade. Click. And most of the steel materials he obtained were consumed immediately. And a considerable part of bricks, stones, cement, etc. were also consumed. At the same time, the funds were deducted by 1,000 gold. If no building materials were used, this city gate would cost 10,000 gold. Place. With a rumble, a huge city wall appeared. The city wall is 50 meters long, 20 meters high, and 10 meters thick. There is a huge iron gate in the center. The iron gate is liftable. There is a winch on each side of the city wall, which can pull the gate up to a height of 10 meters. Such a gate has no lock, and there is no such thing as unlocking it. So it is almost a gate that cannot be broken directly. Tang Zheng walked over. This gate is made of alloy pillars, with a thickness of nearly half a meter. The density of the pillars is so high that a human body cannot pass through it. Moreover, the smooth surface of the pillars is not subject to force, and it is almost an indestructible existence. Even if it is bombarded with cannons, the result will be the same. Looking up at the top of the city gate, Tang Zheng couldn't help but sigh at Guiyun's design. The 20-meter-high city wall has a smooth surface for 19 meters, which is difficult to climb. And at the top of the city wall, there is a protruding stone that protrudes outward by about half a meter. This protrusion alone has become a difficult point for climbing. Even if someone can climb up the city wall, it is difficult to cross this protruding stone. There is no fulcrum on it, and it cannot be used for climbing. Tang Zheng came to the back of the city wall. There are steps that zigzag back and forth to the top. Tang Zheng walked up. Above the city wall, there are battlements like the ancient city walls. Soldiers can shoot calmly in the battlements, and the battlements can provide cover for their bodies. The thickness of the city wall under your feet is 10 meters, with battlements on the outside, and a 1.3 meter high protective wall on the inside to prevent people from accidentally falling from it. The actual road is about 9 meters wide, and it is easy for 2 cars to run side by side. Standing on the city wall and looking down, the scenery to the south is unobstructed. The foaming river meanders and flows into the distance. To the south is a vast plain, and the sight can be seen very far. Tang Zheng looked at the bare city wall and opened the system again. Sentry tower can be built on the reinforced city wall and the ultimate city wall, equipped with a high-power searchlight, and the price is 100 gold. Tang Zheng selected a sentry tower, came to the east side of the city gate, and placed one first. With a sound, a sentry tower rose from the ground on the foundation of the city wall. The sentry tower is 15 meters high and supported by 4 pillars. The 4 pillars are 10 meters high and are built on both sides of the city wall. They are completely cast with reinforced concrete. Near the inner side, there is an iron ladder that can reach the top, which is 10 meters high. Tang Zheng climbed up the ladder and came to the top of the sentry tower. This is a relatively large interior space with a 1.3-meter high parapet wall. And there are tables and chairs inside for rest. On the southern parapet wall, a high-power searchlight was set up. The wires and other things had already been connected. And Tang Zheng walked over and turned on the searchlight. A strong light shot out. And even in the bright morning, a beam of light could be seen shining far away. Moreover, the height is already more than 30 meters. From here, it looks even farther away. Good guy. Put some of these sentry towers on the city wall. It is too difficult for others to approach here. Coming down from this sentry tower, Tang Zheng came to the west side of the city wall and placed a second sentry tower. After that, he came down from the city wall again and placed 2 machine gun bunkers on the left and right sides of the city gate. The machine gun bunker was directly embedded in the city wall. There was a small soldier storage room inside, with beds and electric lights, which could accommodate 4 people to rest inside. There are shooting holes on the side close to the city gate, and a thick layer of metal plates are embedded around it, so that the defense of the city wall will not be reduced due to the sacrifice of the internal space of the city wall. In this way, the construction of the south city gate is completed. Whether it is above or below the city gate, the defense system has been basically completed. Even Tang Zheng couldn't imagine that apart from those modern heavy weapons, there is anything else that can pose a threat here. Back on the city gate again, Tang Zheng clicked on the city wall and began to place it. Place 1 meter. And the road under your feet will extend outward by 1 meter. Place 10 meters. And the road under your feet will extend outward by 10 meters. Seeing that this huge project can be built by himself, Tang Zheng is also very excited and keeps clicking to place. When the left and right sides were placed for about 50 meters each, Tang Zheng stopped, because there are not enough building materials. Think about it. This kind of wall with a height of 20 meters and a thickness of 10 meters is very material consuming. Tang Zheng was a little dissatisfied, and even wanted to not use the materials and directly use the system funds to buy it. But he still suppressed this thought and patiently waited for the convoy that had gone out in the morning to return. When it was almost noon, the convoy returned. This time, 2 combat platoons and 1 engineering platoon were almost out in full force, with nearly 50 heavy trucks, bringing back a large amount of construction materials. When the materials came back, Tang Zheng immediately greeted them excitedly, and did not even bother to eat lunch, and started a new round of construction. When the soldiers who were carrying the materials finished their meal, they found that the wall of the south gate had been expanded to nearly 500 meters wide. After all the building materials were used up, Tang Zheng walked back with a sense of unfulfilled desire. This 500-meter wide wall was like a huge natural barrier that separated the inside and outside of the base. Just sitting here would give people an infinite sense of security. After sitting down, Ning Yue took out a box lunch from her arms and handed it to Tang Zheng. "General, eat it while it's hot. I've been holding it all the time. So it's still warm." Tang Zheng nodded, took the box lunch, and smelled it. It seemed to have a fragrance. After opening the lunch box and eating, Tang Zheng said to the people around him, "Go collect it after dinner. This time, the 3rd platoon will also go with you. Bring all the heavy trucks. It will take half a day to go back and forth. We must maximize the benefits as much as possible." "Okay, General." Several platoon leaders nodded, then stood up and set off. The 3 combat platoons and the engineering platoon left, and the place became quiet again. Tang Zheng, who had nothing to do, brought the guards to the location of the home he had reserved for himself. This place is close to Guiyun Mountain, about 2 kilometers away from the south city wall. The terrain here is relatively high. From here, the city wall built in the south has become smaller. There is a waterfall falling from the sky near the mountain. This is the source of foaming river. The mountain streams and the melted snow from the mountains converge to form this waterfall. For thousands of years, a pool has been washed out under the waterfall, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. Standing on the shore, the pool is clear and the maximum water depth is about 10 meters. You can still see small fish swimming in it. There weren't too many weeds on the shore, and there were some wild fruit trees. The fruity fragrance and cool water vapor made people feel relaxed and happy. Tang Zheng felt happy when he thought about living here every day in the future. He stayed here to enjoy the leisure time, and Ji Yutian led the soldiers to disperse and check the situation around. Only Ning Yue followed Tang Zheng and walked slowly. After all, Ji Yutian was the squad leader, And Ning Yue was just a personal guard. Her mission was to follow Tang Zheng and protect his safety. Yue, go get a Willis Jeep. I sit here for a while. Okay. Ning Yue went to get the car, which was not far away. Tang Zheng was strolling by the pond alone. At this moment, he suddenly saw something on the waterfall, falling with the water flow. It flashed past and fell directly into the pond, and then followed the water flow and rushed directly to foaming river. At this moment, Tang Zheng saw it clearly. It was a wooden box. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. And then he heard the reminder from the system Ming. General, please pay attention. A supply box has been refreshed. It is near you. And it is moving away. Moving away. Looking at the wooden box going with the water, Tang Zheng suddenly became anxious. The supply box refreshed in the river, and it actually wanted to run away. Just at this moment, Ning Yue came back in a Willis Jeep, and Tang Zheng immediately jumped on it. Chase! Don't let the supply box run away. Chapter 77. Because the supply boxes were refreshed too quickly, and the current in this section of foaming river was too fast, Tang Zheng could only catch up quickly. Jiguang was patrolling the surrounding area with the guard squad. When he saw Tang Zheng and Ning Yue driving the Willis out, he immediately wanted to catch up. But the Willis could only accommodate 2 people, and Jiguang couldn't run after them. So he had to ask the soldiers to get the car. Those motorcycles, jeeps, etc. were all parked far away. So he was destined to be late. Willis bumped on the road and followed along the river. Fortunately, this area had been explored and there were no other survivors, so he could follow with confidence. Ning Yue also knew that the situation was urgent. If they delayed for a while, the supply box might float far away. Driving the Willis Jeep, the two chased along the river. Soon, the vehicle followed out of the planned area of the base. Sitting in the car, Tang Zheng found a problem. That is, it is difficult to intercept the supply box floating downstream in the turbulent water. He could only hope that the supply box was blocked by something, so that he could go into the water to collect it. When the supply box did not stop by itself, Tang Zheng could only let Ning Yue drive and follow. During the drive, Ning Yue suddenly asked a question. General, when the supply box stops, should I go into the water to get it or you go into the water to get it? Tang Zheng took a look at Ning Yue's beautiful face and curvy figure, sighed and said, when I was studying in Sanjiang, I went diving at the beach. Because I dived too deep, my muscles cramped and touched the reef, leaving a hidden injury. Although it still hurts when it touches the water, this little water flow should not be difficult for me. So I go into the water. Ning Yue immediately shook her head when she heard this. That won't work. I'm your guard, and my duty is to protect you. I can't let you get into danger. I was a scout and have learned armed swimming, so I go in the water later. Tang Zheng could only nod his head in obedience after hearing Ning Yue's request. Okay. I really can't do anything about you. The vehicle drove along the shore for a while, and finally stopped about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the base. Because the supply box was blocked by a branch that reached the surface of the water, it stopped 7 or 8 meters away from the shore. 2 people got off the car. Tang Zheng first turned on the radar to make sure there was no one around. Ning Yue was ready to go into the water. She took off her military cap and tied up her hair. She took down her service gun, pistol, grenade and saber. Tang Zheng took these things actively. Give it to me, and give me the clothes. Although I am your superior, I still have strength. I can take as many clothes as possible. Tang Zheng decided to help Ning Yue get the clothes. Besides, Tang Zheng was a gentleman and would not watch Ning Yue take off her clothes. He just stood beside the Willis vehicle, with his back to Ning Yue and his hand extended. He did not look at Ning Yue at all, but was just studying the structure of the vehicle. The rearview mirror was good. Ning Yue was wearing a military uniform, so it was really inconvenient to go into the water like this. Although there was only underwear inside, she did not care that Tang Zheng would see it. The soldiers of the system all trusted Tang Zheng unconditionally. Unbuttoning the buttons of the military uniform, Ning Yue was ready to take off her clothes. Tut! 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 The sound of the vehicle rang out. The guard squad leader Ji Yutian finally arrived. In order to protect Tang Zheng in time, he didn't even have time to take a jeep. He found a 3-wheeled motorcycle and followed him. After rushing, he finally caught up. Seeing Ji Yutian coming, Ning Yue stopped taking off her clothes. When Ji Yutian saw the scene here, his eyes suddenly lit up. The supply box ran into the water. No wonder the general was eager to chase him out. If he couldn't catch up, it would be easy to lose it. Since the supply box has been refreshed in the water, someone must go into the water to get it. Jiguang looked at the three people here and immediately felt that his chance had come. After following the general for so long, his current position is squad leader. Jiguang knew that the army was almost full, and the general had sufficient funds, so he was not far from upgrading to a battalion. He didn't want to stay in the position of squad leader. But there were so many people in the army, and they were all brave and good at fighting, so it was not so easy for him to stand out. If you want to get promoted, you have to show off in front of the general. Now is the best opportunity. The general cannot go into the water, and it is not appropriate for Ningyue, a female comrade, to go into the water. Jiguang has no choice but to take responsibility for this matter. So after getting off the car, Jiguang threw his military uniform and gun on the ground without saying a word. He came to the water wearing a vest. I do it. I do it. Just leave this kind of thing to me. After saying that, he dived in. After a lot of thrashing, Jiguang salvaged the supply box. He came to Tang Zheng, all wet, and handed the supply box to Tang Zheng like a treasure. General, the mission was successfully completed. Tang Zheng looked at Jiguang expressionlessly for a while, then patted his shoulder. You have good eyes. Hee. It's my duty. It's my duty. Jiguang felt his bones lighten after receiving the compliment. Tang Zheng said nothing more, and returned to the Willis Jeep with the supply box. Ningyue also returned to the driving position, started the vehicle, and returned to the base. Jiguang also happily drove the three-wheeled motorcycle to catch up, feeling that it would be easy to upgrade to a company commander in the future. After returning to the base, Tang Zheng returned to the pond. He took out the supply box and looked at it. Tang Zheng was very excited. This was the first time that a supply box was refreshed in the water, and Tang Zheng had a feeling that since it was refreshed in the water, the things inside might be related to water. What could it be? If an aircraft carrier is launched, my pond may not be able to accommodate it. It's a bit difficult to deal with it if it is stranded here. With anticipation, Tang Zheng opened the supply box. A flash of white light. The box disappeared, and a small bottle appeared in Tang Zheng's hand. A light green glass bottle, with some liquid inside. I don't know what it is for. What is this? The system prompt sounded. Congratulations, General. You have obtained aquatic animal gene fluid. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Aquatic animal gene fluid? I don't remember having this thing when I entered the folder? General, the system has been updated. Since the scientific research soldier Guiyun has extracted a lot of animal genes and has achieved initial results in research, the gene fluid has been automatically updated. Then what is it good for? This gene fluid can be taken by aquatic animals. After taking it, the animal will be as loyal to the general as the soldiers purchased by the system, and will be able to be strengthened and upgraded. Each upgrade is equivalent to a mutation. Therefore, when the general chooses an aquatic animal, it is best to choose a strong one. This gene potion can make the size of aquatic animals increase dramatically. Strong aquatic animals? In the river or in the ocean? All are fine. After hearing the system introduction, Tang Zheng subconsciously put away the bottle of gene medicine. Tang Zheng was very satisfied with the fact that he could subdue a powerful aquatic animal. He had seen mutated fish in Bailong River, but Tang Zheng did not think that such a thing could meet his requirements. Unfortunately, the area where he was located was a mountainous area with plains, deserts, and rivers, but it was not easy to find a large aquatic animal. It seemed that he could only try his luck. After collecting the genetic medicine, Tang Zheng returned to the construction of the base. That afternoon, the second convoy to collect construction materials returned. This time, nearly 100 heavy trucks brought back countless supplies. As vehicles entered the recycling station, Tang Zheng continued to build the city wall on the other side. After the soldiers finished unloading the goods, they immediately ran for the third time. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the convoy completed the feat of pulling goods 3 times a day, which also accelerated Tang Zheng construction progress. Within 1 day, Tang Zheng completed the construction of 2,200 meters of city wall, and the city wall outside the south gate has been built almost halfway. During this process, Tang Zheng also built a water gate across the Fengming River. The structure of the water gate is similar to that of the city gate on land. The entire city gate spans 50 meters. The winch on the city wall drives a huge metal door. When the metal door is lifted up, it can reach a height of 15 meters, which can even accommodate some medium-sized ships. Fengming River is not a big river, and large ships cannot enter. After the alloy door landed, it went directly into the water 5 meters deep. Even if someone wants to enter the city through the water gate, they have to dive 5 meters to do it. There are sentry towers on the city wall, and Tang Zheng does not believe that anyone can do this under the surveillance of the sentinels in the sentry towers. Moreover, during the construction process, Tang Zheng found that the city walls on the west and north sides did not need to build the ultimate city walls because they were mountainous. As long as the city walls were strengthened, they could almost be on par with the south and east sides. In this way, the construction cost will be greatly reduced. Tang Zheng estimated that in 3 days, he would be able to complete the construction of the outer wall of the city, and then the construction of the separation zone between the inner city and the outer city, as well as the buffer zone. When the city wall is built, the sentry towers and bunkers are arranged, and the prototype of the entire city will be formed. After that, it is the basic construction, and he can also notify the 4th row in Tailai town to rush over with his family, because at that time, there is nothing that needs to be specially built in the outer city. Even if there are survivors, it doesn't matter much. With the wall of the inner city area blocking it, people in the outer city don't know what happened in the inner city. At that time, whether to bring the family over or continue to recruit survivors, there will be no problem. Chapter 78. Southern suburbs of Lombard City. Headquarters of the Northern Territory Alliance. This was the former Grassland Province Agricultural, Forestry, and Animal Husbandry University. This university is not well known in Hanwei, has few students, and is far from the city. It is precisely because of this that this place has become the headquarters of the Alliance. Xie Jinshan, dressed in black casual clothes, is standing on the top floor, listening to the report of the visitor. Speaker, the total number of our alliance has been counted. How many? The total number of the alliance is currently 386,300, of which our university base has the largest number of people, with 67,000 people, and the other 11 are close to 320,000 people. Xie Jinshan nodded. Although this number sounds like a lot, you have to know that this is the border area of 4 provinces. There are several prefecture-level cities, and many county towns. Before the end of the world, the population of this area was several hundred million. Even if most of them died in the end of the world, there should be more than this number of people left. Speaker, it seems that there are still many survivors around us, but they have not joined the alliance. The speaker was a man in a wheelchair. This man is the 3rd person in the alliance council, and his name is Liamo. His eyes are not black like those of the Hanwei people, but a little blue. He is a mixed-race child. His mother is a Hanwei person, and his father is from the Bohemia Empire in the north. This man is cruel and ruthless, not only to his enemies, but also to himself. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, he was scratched on the ankle by a zombie during an outing. He cut off his foot with a knife, becoming the only person who was scratched by a zombie but did not mutate. Although he has been in a wheelchair ever since, he survived. Xie Jinshan is a little wary of Liamo, but he also wants to use him because of Liamo's identity. Xie Jinshan knows that after the end of the world, Liamo still keeps in touch with his father. His father is from the Bohemia Empire, and his identity is not simple. After listening to Liamo, Xie Jinshan nodded. That's right. But I don't plan to lower the entry threshold of the alliance. Now the alliance of 12 bases has enough people. Not everyone can stand at the top. I don't want us to be too crowded here. What the speaker said is right. We still need to maintain a high-pressure situation for other bases. I believe that this apocalypse will end sooner or later. Those zombies will just stand there stupidly like wooden stakes. As long as we eliminate them one by one, sooner or later there will be a day when they will all be eliminated. At that time, the people in the superstructure will decide the fate of this world. Liamo completely agreed with Xie Jinshan's idea and spoke in a cooperative manner. Xie Jinshan stood up, came to his desk, and picked up an iron bucket. Opening it, there was fresh beef inside. He came to his fish tank and threw a piece of beef in. It's time to eat. My baby, come out. The water in the big fish tank was churning, and an octopus about 1 meter in size appeared. Its long tentacles rolled, scooped up the beef, and swallowed it in one gulp. Our statistical work is not done well enough. We can't just count the members within our alliance. We also need to speed up the statistics of other survivor bases in the area. We need to find out their locations and numbers as soon as possible, and then ask them to pay taxes. Otherwise, the alliance will be under too much pressure to feed nearly 400,000 people. The subordinates quickly recorded. Xie Jinshan said to another woman on the sofa, Lena, this matter is left to you. Report the situation of other bases in the area within 10 days. This is a hot foreign woman. Judging from her face, she should be from the Bohemia Empire in the north. Lena nodded, okay, speaker. But it is not easy to get those people to pay taxes. In this world, they regard food as their lifeblood, and will not let go easily. Xie Jinshan threw another large piece of beef into the fish tank, and watched the octopus inside quickly swallow the beef. Then turned back with satisfaction. This is not a problem. Find the leaders of those bases. Ask them to come to our headquarters, and then hold a meeting with them. As long as they see how powerful we are, I believe they will obey obediently. After all, no matter how precious food is, it is not more precious than life. I understand, speaker. But what if they don't want to come in person? Then send their capable men down. The effect will be similar. Anyway, someone must come. As he spoke, Xie Jinshan looked at the playground downstairs. A group of 5,000 troops were undergoing military training here. The equipment of these 5,000 people was not sophisticated, but at least they all had guns, which was very rare in the end times. Most people didn't know where Xie Jinshan guns came from. This was his secret. Moreover, these 5,000 people were already the second group of people to receive training in the Alliance. These people came from various bases of the Alliance, and were considered the coalition forces. The first group of 3,000 people who completed the training were Xie Jinshan's own elite troops. On one side of the playground, there are also some vehicles parked. Among them, there are more than 40 bulletproof vehicles for escort. These vehicles are bulletproof and have shooting holes on them. After modification, they can be used as military vehicles. What is more conspicuous is that there are more than 10 armored vehicles parked here. Those are real military vehicles. Now many people are sitting and maintaining the armored vehicles, looking at the general-purpose machine guns and anti-aircraft machine guns on the roof. Xie Jinshan showed a satisfied smile. This 8,000-man army and these combat vehicles are his confidence. There will be no discordant voices in the area under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, because no one else will have such strength as him. Of course, except for the Imperial Royal Army. However, there has been no news about the Imperial Royal Army so far, and Xie Jinshan even has some fantasies in his heart, whether the Imperial Royal Army has completely collapsed. Although this hope is slim, he still often can't help thinking so, even if it doesn't collapse, as long as he gives himself a few more months. He is even confident that he can build an army that is not inferior to the Hua National Army. At that time, even if the Royal Army came, I'm afraid they could only sit down and talk to me on an equal footing, because this is the end of the world. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. Throwing another piece of beef into the fish tank, Xie Jinshan was full of confidence. Completely controlling the current area is his top priority. He will immediately send tax officials to patrol this area, hoping that the leaders of the survivors' bases can be more aware of the current situation. Boom! With the fall of the last city gate, the construction of the city wall on the east side of the base was completed. This city gate was reserved by Tang Zheng as a passage for the future railway. The city gate is located in the northeast of the base, not adjacent to the survivors. The process of building the city gate wall took a little longer than Tang Zheng expected, and it took 5 days. The main reason was that the materials at the Qingchuan construction market were insufficient, and the troops did not start collecting them in the surrounding towns. Fortunately, it took 5 days to finally complete the construction of the outer city wall. On the city wall, in addition to the 2 sentry towers on each city gate, Tang Zheng placed 1 sentry tower every 300 meters. The same is true for machine gun bunkers. One is hidden within 300 meters, ensuring full coverage of the outer city wall by firepower. On the west and north sides, Tang Zheng built reinforced city walls, with a sentry tower every 1,000 meters, and the machine gun bunkers were cancelled because it was unlikely that anyone would come over there. The sentry towers were also built to guard the mutant birds in the mountains and forests to prevent the mutant birds from flying into the city and hurting people. Despite this, 50 sentry towers and 50 machine gun bunkers were set up in the south and east alone. There are a total of 14 sentry towers in the west and north. Even if there are 2 people in each of these more than 100 sentry towers and machine gun bunkers, there will be at least 200 people. And the soldiers still need to change shifts. Even if there are 3 shifts, Tang Zheng will need at least 1 reinforced company just to guard the base. So the current base only has a basic prototype, and the actual number of people is far from enough. This wave of wall construction, Tang Zheng spent a total of about 170,000 gold. In between, replenishing vehicles and personnel, as well as power plants and resource recycling stations, also cost more than 100,000 gold. A total of more than 300,000 gold was spent. But Tang Zheng still had more than 1.3 million gold in his hands. The wall between the inner city and the outer city has not been built yet. And some street buildings in the city that need to be separated by walls have not been built yet. These reserved 100,000 gold are almost enough. And the next building unlocking should also be enough to reserve 100,000 gold. It will take another 100,000 gold to upgrade the battalion commander. And the other is to supplement the personnel. Tang Zheng decided to make the company full. After the full strength, as long as the next building appears, he can upgrade to battalion commander. And at that time, he still has 1 million funds, which should be enough to recruit a large number of new soldiers. Click on the soldiers and start buying. Now his first, second, third and fourth rows all have only 3 combat squads. Tang Zheng needs to add a total of 8 squads. 64 soldiers. 64 mobilized soldiers. Each soldier equipped with all equipment. The price is 235 gold. 15,040 gold. After the purchase was completed, Tang Zheng checked the total number of troops. 5 combat platoons and 1 engineering platoon. All with a full complement of 45 people. A total of 270 people. 8 people in the kitchen squad. 8 people in the guard squad. And 8 people in the medical squad. Another 24 people. There are also 2 scouts, a communicator, and 2 scientific research soldiers. Another 5 people. A total of 299 people. As for the mortar combat group, heavy machine gun combat group, snipers, etc., they were all incorporated into the combat platoon by Tang Zheng. 1 more person is missing, and the whole company will be fully staffed. Tang Zheng did not touch the last quota for the time being, as it was a vacancy. As long as he wanted, he could enter the full strength state at any time, and he would not need this 1 person. After doing all this, Tang Zheng was secretly excited. As long as Guiyun made progress, he would be the battalion commander. At this time, Ji Yuntian, the guard squad leader beside Tang Zheng, raised a question. General, we have been away from Qinzhou for almost 10 days, and now we have almost established a foothold here. If we want to recruit survivors in the future, do we need a name? Name? Tang Zheng looked back at him. Yeah. What is the name of our unit? We can't keep saying we are the Royal Army. What base are we based at? What is the name of such a big city? What unit are we? We need a name too. Hearing this, Tang Zheng felt that it made sense and immediately began to ponder. Chapter 79. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng stood up and paced slowly on the ground. This matter really needs to be carefully considered. I can still remember the ecstasy when I first got this war system. At that time, I once thought that in the future, I would stand on the top of the world and look down on everyone. I even had a hot-blooded and second-rate idea that those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. But those are just unrealistic fantasies. In fact, I am not having an easy life even with the system. I have something I can't let go of. I want my family to be alive. So I traveled thousands of miles back to my hometown. Instead of collecting funds and developing rapidly at all costs. This world is not as simple as I imagined. It has been almost 2 months since the end of the world, and I have been living in fear, especially after hearing the broadcast of the Imperial Army. I realized that there are still powerful forces in this world, not to mention the Imperial Army, not to mention the countless zombies and mutant beasts. The current Northern Alliance alone is currently stronger than us. During this period of time, my thoughts have gradually changed. What touched me the most was what a little girl asked me in Yida City. From that moment on, I realized that the most precious thing in this world is people. I like to watch the fireworks of the world, like to walk on the bustling streets, like to listen to the street vendors, like to eat my favorite food, like beautiful women flirting with me. In short, I want this world to return to its original state, even if it is no longer so prosperous. Now it seems like a foolish dream. But I want to try. The light of hope should not be extinguished here. I will chase it. Grab it. Own it. And bring it back. Let's call our army the Chasing Light Army. From now on, our city will be called the Chasing Light City. And our uniforms will also have our unique emblem. At this time, the system voice suddenly sounded. General, are you sure about the name of the army? Tang Zheng nodded. Sure. We call it the Light Chasing Army. Have you decided on the name of the city? Sure. Light Chasing City. What style do you want the military uniform emblem to be? Since Tang Zheng has decided to establish the Light Chasing Army, it will have to be different from the Empire in the future. At this point in time, if we still assume that we are a royal army, we will be exposed soon. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng said, our military uniform emblem is on the metal part. The pattern is a ray of light in the sky. And then, there is a person running towards the light. Understood. Now the system will be improved according to the general's request. After saying this, Tang Zheng felt a change in his chest. The metal that originally belonged to the imperial military uniform has now become a metal of the style he requested. Under the dark clouds, a ray of light from the distant sky penetrated the clouds and fell to the earth. A person was facing the direction of the light and running as hard as he could. Although the light seemed very far away, the person's steps were firm. Just from a pattern, one could feel an unyielding and stubborn power. The back of this person looks a bit like Tang Zheng. The company on Tang Zheng original uniform still exists, but it is no longer the company of the Empire, but belongs to a brand new unit, the Light Chasing Army. And there are some light-colored lines on the clothes, which are different from the Imperial Royal Army uniform. At first glance, it looks a bit like the Imperial Army uniform, but it is not. It looks like a replica. But if you look closely, you will find that the quality and texture of these clothes are better than the Imperial Royal Army uniform. General, the words Chasing Light City appeared on the gates of the South Gate and the East Gate. The correspondent told Tang Zheng another piece of news. Tang Zheng nodded. At this moment, he felt that he had taken root in this land. After doing these things, Tang Zheng felt that he was shining at the moment. After delivering such a long speech, there should be applause. But unexpectedly, Jiguang beside him continued to remind him. General, it's okay for us to be called the Chasing Light Army. But what about Michael and the others in the 5th row? Have you decided to let them use the same emblem as us? Tang Zheng was a little speechless for a moment. The 5th platoon had been released by Tang Zheng and was now in a free-range state, developing freely. Not only was it free range, but Tang Zheng also planned that once it was upgraded to a battalion, the 5th platoon would be supplemented into a company as soon as possible, allowing it to grow stronger outside. But after hearing what Jiguang said, Tang Zheng also realized that the emblem of the 5th platoon really couldn't be the same as the large army on his side. They should also have a name. What is it? Tang Zheng knows a little about the current movements of the 5th platoon. Now the 5th platoon is a group of foreign mercenaries. They do things for money. Of course, this money is not paper money, but some materials mixed with gold and silver, making people unsure of what they want. Mercenaries. They protect others for money. Tang Zheng suddenly had an idea and came up with a name. Let's call the 5th platoon the Umbrella Mercenaries. Tang Zheng said so. Naturally, no one would have any objection. And the name of the 5th row was determined. The emblem was no longer the words of the Jiguang army, but a huge black umbrella, covering the crowd. It was a bit dark, but it also matched their identity. The name of the 5th row was completed, and the matter was finally completely determined. The main force was the Jiguang army. The 5th row, the scapegoat, was called the Umbrella Mercenary Army. After the naming was completed, Tang Zheng had put his mind at ease. After a while, the team transporting supplies came back. Tang Zheng started the construction between the inner city and the outer city. Here, there is also a 20-meter-high ultimate wall to ensure that the people in the outer city cannot see the situation in the inner city. After Tang Zheng finished building this wall, he would send people back to Qinzhou to take over most of the 4 rows. Qinzhou's father and sister, and some survivors who were willing to come. Now that the outer city wall has been built, the remaining work is to level the land, lay optical cables and other things. There is nothing to carry people. But just when he finished half of the middle wall, Wu Di, the radio operator who was monitoring the radio, ran over. General, listen to this news. Tang Zheng stopped and listened to the news on the radio. It was still from the Northern Territory Alliance. Emperor of the Empire, Xie Jinshan, the chairman of the Northern Territory Alliance, ordered the leaders of each base in the jurisdiction to take the initiative to go to the base of the Agricultural, Forestry and Animal Husbandry University in Lumba City to report the number of personnel, armed forces, and basic conditions of the base. The reporting deadline is 3 days. After 3 days, the Alliance will send tax officials to the local area to verify. Those who conceal and fail to report will have their taxes doubled. There are no requirements for the personnel of each base to report to the university base. The leader can go or send someone to go. This message was repeated several times. Tang Zheng did not speak after listening. Beside him, Ji Yuntian said, "General, we don't have to pay attention to this alliance. We can just develop our own." Ning Yue rarely agreed with Ji Yuntian. "But from the perspective of safety, General, I think it's a bit dangerous to go there. After all, it's not our territory. So there's no need to go." However, Tang Zheng had a different opinion. "I think it's still necessary to go there, at least to see the strength of this alliance, so that we can have a clear idea of whether it's an enemy or a friend in the future. We haven't completed the city construction yet, so it's best not to make enemies now. In terms of safety, it shouldn't be a big problem. You can hear from the broadcast that the alliance will not take action against the leaders of other bases. There is no reason and no meaning to do so, because the last thing each base lacks is leaders. If the alliance only had this level of vision, he would never have come this far. And don't forget, we still have more than 1,000 rifles in our hands. I plan to continue selling weapons in the future. Going there to meet more people will only benefit us." The subordinates were speechless. Judging from the broadcasts in the past few days, and the feedback from other survivors, the alliance performed well in other aspects except for the tax payment. Even when a base was threatened by zombies, the alliance did send troops to help. The weapons sale Tang Zheng mentioned was not their concern. They just needed to ensure Tang Zheng's safety. Hearing that Tang Zheng decided to go, everyone asked to follow him. Tang Zheng waved his hand. "It's not good to go with too many people. The fewer people there are, the safer it is, because they won't be taken too seriously." However, some of his subordinates still expressed different opinions. "General, it's always better to be prepared. We cannot follow you into the base, but it is still necessary to support you outside. It's best if nothing happens, but we can also help you if something happens." The speaker was Luo Fei, the platoon leader. Tang Zheng thought about it and felt that it made sense. "Then send 2 trucks. Take a platoon, a mortar combat group, and 2 heavy machine gun groups, and set off first to lurk near the Agricultural and Forestry University base and wait for my order." Understood. Luo Fei immediately organized people and prepared to set off today. After the arrangement, Tang Zheng called out the names again. "Ji Yuntian, Gui Yun, Wu Di. The 3 of you follow me. Find a sturdy off-road vehicle with anti-collision steel beams installed. The Alliance requires you to arrive within 3 days. We are 220 kilometers away from Lombard City, and we can get there in 1 day. If we don't leave today, I will complete the construction of the city wall in the inner city, and we will set off early tomorrow morning." All 3 nodded in agreement. Tang Zheng asked Gui Yun again, "When can the next construction blueprint be produced?" "General, it will only take 5 days." Tang Zheng nodded. "Okay. Hurry up." He called the second platoon leader Yang Mu over. "Give your platoon a task. Return to Qingzhou, and pick up the people from Tailai town. Remember one thing. Those who are willing to come with us can come, and those who are unwilling to come, don't force them. Just follow their wishes. It will take you about a week to go back and forth, so try not to delay on the way." "I understand, General." "Ensure that the people are brought back safely." Yang Mu led the second row of soldiers away, accompanied by several heavy trucks. After arranging the tasks for the next few days, Tang Zheng continued his work of building the city wall. That night, Tang Zheng finally completed the inner city wall of the base. There are 4 gates between the inner and outer cities. There is a 50-meter gate in the middle, and a 30-meter small gate on each side of the east and west. There is another gate, which is the second water gate of Fengming River, in a corner near the west side. Tang Zheng used a regular city wall to enclose a small courtyard. This is the residence for his family and close friends, because it is not suitable to be placed in the inner city. It is built in the safest place here. This place is close to the west gate of the inner city wall, and can be evacuated to the inner city at any time. Tang Zheng isolated a buffer zone. The buffer zone is 100 meters wide and is separated by a reinforced city wall in the middle. It can accommodate a large number of people for emergency use. After the construction of the last few walls, the construction of the city wall has come to an end. Chapter 80. The next morning, Tang Zheng and his 4 companions drove a Hercules off-road vehicle and started to head to Lombardy. When the vehicle went out of the south gate, Tang Zheng looked back and looked at Jiguang City. From this angle, it was completely different from the view from inside the city. Relying on the angle between 2 peaks, a miraculous city rose from the ground. The 20-meter-high city wall stretched for a full 5 kilometers. Above the city wall, a number of sentry towers stood. The morning light fell, covering the city with a bright coat. Foaming river meanders out of the city like a river in the sky. On the city wall, there are some flags flying in the wind. These flags were thought up by Tang Zheng last night. After all, a unit cannot be without flags. The flags are a little different from the emblems. It is the scene of sunlight penetrating through the dark clouds, and the sky suddenly appearing. The light part is dyed with fluorescent powder. When the flag is spread out in the wind, the light seems to be flickering constantly. It can be seen even at night, which makes people unable to help but pay attention. The light that represents hope also represents a spirit of never giving up, which is also a kind of pursuit of light. Several huge city gates make people want to go deeper into the city to find out. If such a city is built in less than a week, no one will believe it. Tang Zheng also has a draft for this question. Anyway, no one comes to this place. So what he says is what he says. No one can verify that it was started a month ago, or even before the end of the world. The car left Jiguang City and drove for a while before getting on the rural road. Along the rural road, they began to move northward. The area managed by the Northern Territory Alliance is very large, and there are many zombies in this area. Just within 100 kilometers of Tang Zheng area, there are no less than 10 million zombies in the 2 counties of Qingchuan and Saichi. Looking at the entire area, there should be about 500 million zombies here. With such a huge number of zombies, the Northern Territory Alliance certainly cannot clean them up, and they don't have the ability to do so. But they did a good job of cleaning up the roads. Even on the rural roads that Tang Zheng was walking on, there were no zombies to be seen. Even the cars that were scrapped on the road were basically pushed into the ditches on the side of the road. The weeds on the side of the road were swallowing up these scrapped vehicles. The acidic substances in the air were also constantly corroding the cars. Perhaps it would not be long before these former products of civilization would completely disappear. Now that Tang Zheng was able to rescue some large machinery and vehicles, it was relatively timely. In another 2 months, the engines would rot instead of rust. It is conceivable that in a few months, there will be no cars available in the world except the existing ones, unless humans can restore the production line and build new cars with acid resistance. But Tang Zheng does not think that civilian forces can accomplish such a feat in a short period of time, let alone a few months. There may be no hope for 1 or 2 years. So now the cars are precious treasures, because there will always be a day when maintenance is slack, and corrosion has not stopped yet. After the car bumped on the road for an hour, it finally got on the provincial road. This is the road from Qingchuan County to Lombard City. So most people going from south to north have to take this road. After walking on the road for about an hour, it was almost noon. At most, it would take another hour to reach the Agricultural and Animal Husbandry University. Tang Zheng was not in a hurry and asked the car to stop for a rest and eat something. The car just stopped and another car drove up from behind. Tang Zheng was a little surprised, because after the end of the world, it was the first time he encountered other vehicles on the road. The other party was also a car. Tang Zheng scanned it with the radar and saw 4 people inside. Pay attention. Don't be too nervous. Looking at the alert Ji Yuntian, Guiyun and others, Tang Zheng gave a warning. This car was a very clean Laura luxury car, which cost several million before the end of the world. At this time, it was parked next to Tang Zheng and others. The car door opened and a person got out. When Tang Zheng saw the face of this person, he was stunned. I know him. The other party didn't know him, but he had seen him through the perspective of the drone. This person was none other than Yong Linling, the Imperial Earl in Fengcheng Dance Academy. Yong Linling got off the car, and after seeing Tang Zheng and the others, he carefully looked at their military uniforms. After looking at them, he patted his chest. Oh! I got scared. I thought it was the Imperial Royal Army that showed up. But it turns out it wasn't. Tang Zheng saw that Yong Linling was wearing the uniform of an imperial earl, and his clothes were neat and elegant. He was holding a civilized staff in his hand. He was completely different from when he was in the dance academy. It can be seen that he still attaches great importance to his noble status. Tang Zheng pretended not to know the other party and smiled. It turns out that you were an earl. I met a noble person today. Yong Linling waved his hand. It's all in the past. Before I contacted the imperial family, I was just the leader of a survival base. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Oh, so Mr. Earl is also going to the Agricultural and Forestry University base. You also know. So you are also the leader of a survival base?" After saying that, without waiting for Tang Zheng to answer, he carefully looked at the equipment and car of Tang Zheng and his group. An AK-47, a few pistols, a radio, and you even have a Desert Eagle. The equipment is pretty good. But the car is a bit miserable. But I can understand that most of the leaders of the bases are about your level now. Tang Zheng still smiled. That's true. After all, we don't have enough manpower to maintain daily vehicle maintenance. But I can't understand it. You are a count. And Xie Jinshan is also a count. You actually went back to support him. Hearing Tang Zheng words, Yong Linling immediately opened up. Maybe he was proud of his status and didn't care much about Tang Zheng knowing some things. Or maybe it was just his character. He came to the side of the road and took a cigar from his subordinate. He lit it and smoked it himself, and didn't give Tang Zheng one. Tang Zheng could understand that these nobles' thoughts hadn't changed much. And this was the norm. Yong Linling took a puff of cigarette and then slowly said, I didn't want to go at first. Xie Jinshan was just the speaker of the Northern Territory Alliance. His title was the same as mine. And he had no right to order me. When the Empire recovered, he should step down as the speaker. But this time it's not possible because of the troublemaker of the international base. You know the international base, right? Tang Zheng nodded slightly. I've heard of it. This group of people is a scum. About a month ago, they ruined my good deeds. As an imperial noble, I certainly couldn't tolerate their rude provocation. So I fought back. As a result, Xie Jinshan scolded me on the radio and told me not to make trouble. At that time, I considered the overall situation first and gave him face. But I didn't go to report this time. And I didn't plan to pay taxes to him. But the group of people from the international base went. And they are probably here first. Jonathan, the old pervert, is the best at making trouble. He said that he wanted to clarify that the group of mercenaries active outside are not his people. In fact, I know that group of people was created by him. Apart from him, no bastard would do such a thing. Ahem. Tang Zheng coughed a few times. And Yong Linling asked him with concern if he was feeling unwell. Tang Zheng waved his hand, signaling the other party to continue. He went there and planned to sue me. Although Xie Jinshan would not listen to his one-sided words. I can't let him discredit me at will. So I have to go this time. After complaining a lot in one breath, Yong Linling asked Tang Zheng again out of politeness. Excuse me. What base is this leader from? My name is Tang Zheng. My base is called Jiguang City. And my team is called Jiguang Army. Oh! Jiguang City. Have you never heard of this place? It's on the edge of the Guiyun mountain area. I guess you haven't been there. That's true. But it's fate that we met today. I visit you if I have the chance. You can also come to my manor base as a guest. Tang Zheng nodded without saying much. He didn't want Yong Linling to go to his base, because his sister and the others will come here in a few days. Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't respond, Yong Linling didn't continue the conversation, and the two people greetings ended here. Yong Linling boarded the car and left first. Tang Zheng and his friends ate a little and set off again. About an hour later, the surrounding scenery changed. About a kilometer ahead, the Agricultural and Forestry University base was approaching. The road was cleaned very well, and there was no sign of zombie activity nearby. There was a bridge ahead, and the river water flowed out from the university base. There should be a small river passing through this university. It seems that Tang Zheng is not the only one who pays attention to water sources. There are some sandbags piled up on the bridge, and someone is guarding here with a light machine gun. There are some barbed wire roadblocks on the bridge, and some wooden watchtowers have been built on the roadside, with people holding guns and binoculars on guard. At the bridgehead, there are still vehicles blocking the road, and someone is doing routine inspections. There are already several vehicles on the bridge, and they all seem to be the leaders of the base, who came here from all over the place. If the inspection passes, someone will move the barbed wire roadblocks and let the vehicles pass. It seems that we have reached the sphere of influence of the university base, and we can't pass without inspection. General, I have contacted Luo Fei and the others. They are at the edge of a forest 3 kilometers away from here. We can come to support them at any time if we need them. Tang Zheng looked up at the sky. It feels like it's going to rain. Tell the soldiers to prepare for the rain. Don't worry, General. There is a large piece of canvas in the car that can cover the car. That's good. Let's go over and see what kind of strength the Northern Territory Alliance has. Chapter 81. Tang Zheng Jeep followed the queue. Sitting in the car, Tang Zheng observed the situation nearby. These soldiers of the Alliance looked quite decent. Their uniforms were all uniform. Although they were not the style of the Imperial Royal Army, they looked quite new, unlike the tattered ones worn by people in other bases. Some of the inspectors carried pistols, and some carried AKs on their backs. The people on the sentry tower even carried sniper rifles. According to the Imperial system, the Earl has a battalion of guards, and the weapons they are equipped with are also 98K or 56 submachine guns. The weapons of this university are a bit beyond the scope, and many of the weapons look relatively new. Where did they get them from? These soldiers also seem to have received military training. It seems that the teaching of the Royal Army instructors has been effective. The river under the bridge is not as clear as the Fengming River. It is probably because there are more people in the university base. The wall of the university base on the other side of the bridge has also been reinforced, and the height is about 4 meters. This height is enough to resist the existing zombies, as long as the zombies do not come in large numbers. Safety is basically worry-free. So far in the apocalypse, there has been no precedent of zombies acting on a large scale, so people vigilance against zombies has decreased a lot. Tang Zheng prepared for a rainy day. When he built the city wall in advance, he had considered whether he was worrying too much. After all, building the ultimate city wall is very expensive, but he still insisted on it, just in case. After waiting for a while, Tang Zheng's car arrived. Ji Yutian rolled down the window, and a man carrying an AK came over. Is there a leader here? I am the leader. Tang Zheng interrupted. Where are you from? I am from the Jiguang City base. The man did not ask where Jiguang City was. After the end of the world, many base leaders gave their bases grand names. In the first 2 cars, the leader's base was even called Savior City. The more grand the name, the weaker the strength. The guard did not ask too much and checked the equipment of several people. You can carry guns, but you can't carry explosive packs or something like that, because they are too destructive. After making sure there were no contraband items in the car, the guard gave a few instructions. Let me tell you the process. You can only stay in the university base for 1 day. After entering the city, go to the registration office first to register the number of armed people, the number of survivors, the area, the location, etc. of your base. After a while, a tax officer will come to you to verify and collect taxes. After the registration is completed, you can go to the cafeteria of the headquarters building for lunch. After lunch, Mr. Speaker will meet you in his reception room. After the meeting, the speaker will take you to see the training of the Alliance troops. After watching the training, there will be dinner arrangements. It is up to you to eat here or not, but you cannot stay here. You must leave after dinner at most. During this process, you are not allowed to harass the survivors in the base, nor are you allowed to cause trouble in the base. We have set up a public security bureau here. If you cause trouble, you will be arrested by the Public Security Bureau and put in jail. Do you understand? After listening, Tang Zheng nodded, indicating that he understood everything. Well, as long as you abide by the rules, you will have a pleasant day here. After all, in this world, it is not easy to come to a place with so many people. Our base has a population of nearly 70,000. After that, the guard handed Tang Zheng and his men a pass card each, and then moved the barbed wire roadblock to let Tang Zheng and his men pass. Tang Zheng and his men hung the pass cards on their chests, and the vehicles drove across the bridge. After crossing the bridge, we soon arrived at the south gate of the university base. The guard here took a look at the pass card and opened the gate to let us pass. The vehicle continued to drive, passed through the gate, and entered the university base. Entering here, Tang Zheng felt a long-lost atmosphere of fireworks. The streets were bustling with people, and the bustle was stronger than that of ordinary towns. Some people set up stalls on the roadside to fry dough sticks, make buns, and roll noodles. Some people set up stalls to sell things. And the goods they sold were even more varied. Necessities such as food and fuel are relatively rare. And most of them are daily necessities. There are clothes, underwear, pots and pans, and cosmetics. Come on, smokers. Come and have a look. There are various types of cigarettes here. They can only be exchanged for food. Cigarettes below 10 yuan can be exchanged for half a caddy of rice. Cigarettes above 10 yuan can be exchanged for 1 caddy of rice. Cigarettes above 30 yuan can be exchanged for 2 caddies of rice. If there is no rice, flour can also be traded. Selling alcohol, both white wine and beer, 500 milliliters ice beer, and Yosan white wine are also available. Exchange for food and anti-inflammatory drugs. 1 caddy of alcohol can be exchanged for half a caddy of food or 5 anti-inflammatory drugs. Why do you think beer is as expensive as liquor? That's because beer has a short shelf life. If you don't drink it now, you won't be able to drink it in the future. Scarcity makes things valuable. Brothers, I can see that you are the leaders of the base from outside. Look at the good stuff I have here. There are all kinds of underwear, hobby items, and this kind of essential oil. Everyone who uses it says it's good. I guarantee that your women will be satisfied when you go back. But I only exchange bullets here. Give it a try. The freshly fried dough sticks are hot. Half a pound of whole grains can be eaten for 3. Steamed buns. The only meat steamed buns in the eastern area of the entire base. You will regret it if you don't try them. You said my steamed buns are frozen meat? Nonsense. Where can you get fresh meat now? I am very capable to get frozen meat in a power outage. The meat of mutant beasts is not frozen. Can you get it? Boss, you have worked hard all the way. Do you want to come to the store to rest? We have very good reception girls here. They were all decent girls in the past. As long as you need, you can change into your old clothes at any time to let you relive your old dreams. Please help them. They are all poor people. And they can experience it with just 2 kilograms of food. The hawking sounds on the street are endless. And there are many differences from the past. Some things that were banned by the Empire in the past are no longer managed here. Although the order seems a bit chaotic, it makes Tang Zheng feel rare. In the end times, being able to have a safe place for people to survive and settle down is the greatest ideal in the hearts of most survivors. From a distance, some teaching buildings have been transformed into small rooms, which are the residences of these survivors. Tang Zheng and his companions did not stop here. They drove through the noisy streets and followed the road signs to the door of the registration office. There were many vehicles parked at the registration office, almost all of which were off-road vehicles. After parking the vehicles here, Tang Zheng and his companions got off the car and entered the great office. The people in the hall were different from the pale and skinny survivors outside. They all looked tough. Most of them carried guns, and some even wrapped bullet chains around their bodies. They were shirtless and holding guns, looking inexplicably immature. Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Are there so many base leaders near the North Territory? Gui Yun listened for a while and said to Tang Zheng, General, most of the people here are not base leaders, but adventurer teams. Oh, adventurer team? What is that? This is a unique profession in the end times, because the major bases are often short of manpower. They will assign the task of collecting supplies. At this time, some adventurer teams came into being. These people are basically all brothers. All their families have died. In the past, those who had some strength, or were in good health, or could play with guns often became adventurers. They went out to collect supplies and sold the ones they didn't need to the base in exchange for guns, vehicles, fuel, housing, etc. In this way, they have a profession, and the people inside the base don't have to go out to take risks. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. These adventurers also need to register. Every time they collect materials, they will be sent back here and reported here. So it seems crowded here. Tang Zheng looked silently. This must be a high-risk profession. Yes, most adventurers live a precarious life, but they have no worries and don't care about life and death. According to my observation, some of the stronger adventurers here have become mutants. Looking at these adventurers, Tang Zheng felt that these people might also be some unstable factors in the future. But the end of the world has its own survival rules, and this profession will be indispensable in the future. The outline of my own city has been established, and it is estimated that it will develop And there will be no shortage of such people. Fortunately, the leader's registration window is not together with those adventurers. And it was soon Tang Zheng and others' turn. Name: Tang Zheng. Base: Armed Forces. Population: Armed Forces 300 people. Population: less than 100. Tang Zheng base actually has no survivors now. But in a few days, when the people from Tailai town come back, there should be dozens of people. So he said less than 100? The person registering inside looked at Tang Zheng in surprise. Your development is a bit abnormal. Don't you need people to do the daily work? Can people who don't do basic work have the ability to pay taxes? Tang Zheng smiled. It's a bit biased in the initial stage. Okay. What's the name of the base? Where is it located? It's called Jiguang City. And it's located there. The person inside handed Tang Zheng a map. And Tang Zheng pointed it out. The person registering took a look. It's remote enough. Just like moving to the mountains. There are no roads there. And our tax collectors may get to you later. Take advantage of this time to collect more food and fuel. So that you won't be able to pay taxes when the tax collectors come. Okay. I do it as soon as possible. Okay. Follow this road. The tallest building is the headquarters. The third floor is the cafeteria. Go have lunch there. And someone will take you to see the speaker. Tang Zheng took Ji Yutian and Gui Yun and left the crowded registration office. After leaving here, there is a tall building in the front section. Stalls are prohibited on that section of the road. And it looks much quieter. And Tang Zheng found that the river flowing out of the base flows under this building. Let's go. Try the food here. And then go to see the speaker of the Alliance headquarters. I have a feeling that today will not be in vain. Chapter 82. Tang Zheng and his companions continued to move forward and crossed a bridge. There was a word engraved on the bridge. Lover's Bridge. It seemed that this was a place where couples would often come in the past. After crossing the bridge, it was the headquarters building. There was an elevator here. But it was out of service now. It has been almost 2 months since the end of the world began. All places have been out of power. The places that still have electricity now are basically powered by generators. And ordinary generators are somewhat powerless to carry things like elevators. So this kind of large-scale power equipment is basically just for show. Fortunately, the stairs were cleaned very well. And Tang Zheng and his companions went up to the 3rd floor. Entering the cafeteria hall, there were quite a few people here. But it was not so noisy. Those who could become the leaders of the base and came to the Alliance headquarters were relatively concerned about their status and would not make loud noises. Tang Zheng even saw Yong Linling and a few others sitting at a table in the distance to eat. Looking around, the dishes here were not rich. After the end of the world, the most scarce thing now is vegetables. In general vegetable fields, vegetables are buried by weeds, deprived of nutrients and water, and have withered. And the vegetables in the supermarket have long been rotten into mud. But here, you can still see some vegetables. Just not many. Most of the dishes here are some bean products. Bacon, river fish and other things. No mutant beast meat? It seems that the Alliance is not very generous. Mutant beast meat is rare for ordinary people. But for a force like the Alliance with a population of hundreds of thousands, it should not be a rare thing. It's fine if they don't give it normally. But today they are not willing to pay even a little bit to entertain the leaders of various bases. Tang Zheng found an empty seat and sat down, while Ji Yutian and the others went to get food. After a while, they came back with 4 lunch boxes. The rice was brown rice. And the dishes were just SOSO. General, this is still a little different from the food in our kitchen. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Our situation is not universal. At least for the survivors outside. The food here is already a dream come true. Tang Zheng ate a box lunch and didn't feel like eating anymore. His usual good appetite was gone. At a table next to him, a few foreigners were chatting. The topic of the chat was actually a hot topic recently. That group of foreign mercenaries. A white-haired foreign old man complained indignantly. I don't know which bastards are causing trouble on this land. I have been looking for them for a long time, but couldn't find them. Now many people think that I sent those people out. A middle-aged man with blue eyes said. It's not just you. We are also implicated. It is said that the mercenary group is a ragtag army with people from many countries. The leader is Michael, who is from Magnolia. So you have to bear the most blame. Alas, no matter how I explain, no one believes this. I don't have any hope for coming to the headquarters this time. The middle-aged man whispered. I think we should just hire them. Anyway, we can't explain it clearly, so we might as well not explain it. Otherwise, Yong Linling will always be against us. This is not a solution. Well, I can consider it. But I will talk about it after I meet the speaker. I don't know when the Alliance's entry threshold will be lowered. It requires more than 10,000 survivors and more than 1,000 armed forces. These two are a bit too difficult. If we can join the Alliance, we can also enjoy the taxation of other bases. Tang Zheng paid attention to the chat over there, and knew that these were the people from the so-called international base. Tang Zheng didn't have a good impression of this base, so he didn't want to communicate with them. But after the meal, the scientific research soldiers Guihyun and Wu Di walked around and got to know a lot of people, and even wrote down some radio frequency bands. Tang Zheng will still rely on these people to sell weapons in the future. When the meal was almost over, someone came to pick up the leaders. Now everyone follow me. We are going to the speaker's reception room, because there are too many people. Each leader can only bring one entourage. Pistols can be brought in, but rifles are not allowed. Please confirm your entourage as soon as possible and leave with me. When meeting the speaker, be polite and don't make loud noises. After saying this briefly, the man walked out, and the leaders of the other bases followed him one after another. Tang Zheng looked around and called Guihyun. Guihyun, you follow me. Ji Yuntian, you and Wu Di, just walk around. Don't go far. Wait for me to come back. Okay, General. Ji Yuntian and Wu Di left. But Tang Zheng knew they would not go far. Just near this building, Tang Zheng held a walkie-talkie and could contact Wu Di or even Luo Fei outside the base at any time. Following the crowd, Tang Zheng and his team went up to the 5th floor. Speaker Xie Jinshan did not move his office to the top floor. Tang Zheng estimated that it was because there was no electricity, and no one wanted to climb the stairs. Not all base leaders arrived in this wave, because the distances of each base were different. Some arrived first, and some arrived later. There were about 15 or 16 leaders in this wave today. Each person brought an entourage. About 30 people. At the end of a corridor on the 5th floor, there were guards standing guard. After checking to make sure that no one was carrying a rifle, he opened the door and let them in. The door of the reception room opened and he walked in. There was a thick handmade carpet inside, a large chandelier, a desk, a huge landscape painting on the background wall, and the reception sofas around. This is a rare good place in the end times. A person sat behind the desk, and there were 4 guards standing beside him. Seeing these people, Tang Zheng knew why they were allowed to carry pistols. Because these guards all carried submachine guns and wore bulletproof vests. And their armed forces were almost at the suppression level. What's more important is that all 5 of them are mutants. Especially the one sitting behind the desk. That's Xie Jinshan, the chairman of the Alliance. Xie Jinshan is a middle-aged man in his 40s, who looks well-maintained and gentle. But Tang Zheng can feel that there is a strong power in his body. In fact, there are also many mutants among the leaders present. But they don't look as powerful as Xie Jinshan. If mutants have levels, Xie Jinshan level must be not low. It is estimated that in addition to taking crystals, he must have eaten a lot of mutant beast meat. After entering the room, Xie Jinshan started talking to everyone. Welcome to the Agricultural and Animal Husbandry University base. I am Xie Jinshan. Please take a seat. Someone led everyone to sit on a circle of reception sofas. Tang Zheng sat by the window, and Guihyun stood behind him. Everyone should know that the original intention of our alliance is to allow everyone in the northern region, where 4 provinces meet, to live and work in peace, and eventually return to our previous era. During this process, we faced many problems. The first of which was taxation. During the process, I believe everyone has seen how many people there are in this base, and how many mouths are waiting for food. These are living people, our compatriots, who have lost their loved ones. We cannot let the pain continue. So, please cooperate with and understand my work. Taxation is the foundation of the Alliance's existence, and no one can shirk it under any excuse. Of course, the Alliance will provide you with protection after collecting your taxes. The number of people who pay taxes is the number of people who will be protected by us. Some people may question whether the Alliance has the power to protect you. What if the Alliance does not keep its word after paying taxes? Hearing this, many leaders pricked up their ears. Indeed, this is also what everyone is most worried about. There are still many dangers outside. The first of which is zombies. Zombies may follow people or follow smells. especially when mutant zombies appear. The danger increases exponentially. In order to deal with mutant zombies, many bases have to take some stupid methods, such as trapping them and then trying to kill them, which is extremely dangerous. There are also mutant beasts, which are also very dangerous and very aggressive. At this stage, the number of people who die at the claws of mutant beasts every day is no less than that of zombies. For example, stray dogs and cats in the city are enough to kill people. There is also the threat of people. It has to be said that the quality of people is mixed. Some bases do all kinds of bad things and are difficult to be punished. And those adventurer teams, it is normal to do some bad things. The appearance of mercenaries is to ensure safety. But not everyone can hire mercenaries. Some mercenaries even rob each other. So the protection of the alliance is also very important. Xie Jinshan stood up from behind the desk. He took an iron bucket and said as he walked, "This is also the reason why I called you here today. I will take you to visit the military training of the alliance in a while, so that everyone can have a correct understanding of the power of the alliance. It will always be more reassuring to take a look, so that people won't think that I, Xie, am just bragging here." As he spoke, he walked to a large fish tank. He took out a piece of fresh beef from the bucket and threw it directly into the fish tank. The fish tank, which was just calm, suddenly had a black shadow jumping up. The beef was taken away by a tentacle. Tang Zheng pupils dilated almost instantly, because he saw that the black shadow in the large fish tank was actually an octopus. An octopus with a body length of more than 1 meter. This size was not small before the apocalypse, but it is not big in the apocalypse. Gui Yun, a scientific research soldier, was behind Tang Zheng. After watching for a while, he suddenly spoke. "General, this octopus is a larva. Moreover, it has mutated. The water in the fish tank where it is kept is not sea water, but fresh water. I can feel that its future size will grow very large. If there is any catalyst, it may grow to an outrageous degree. General, we should." Tang Zheng raised his hand and wiped the wet corner of his mouth. "Am I the kind of person who steals chickens and dogs? Study this matter carefully." Chapter 83. Xie Jinshan was still brainwashing everyone in the reception room, and the sky outside was already covered with dark clouds. A heavy rain seemed to be coming. Tang Zheng looked at the sky outside, his mind spinning rapidly. He looked to the left, and it was Yong Linling who was sitting next to him. When this Imperial Earl first met him, he was quite enthusiastic. But Tang Zheng didn't want him to go to his base, so he didn't respond to this enthusiasm. Now it seems that I should change my mindset. Yong Linling seemed to be dissatisfied with Xie Jinshan as the speaker. Tang Zheng muttered to himself, "I seem to have seen that fish tank before. Was it from Baiyulan? Could it be that someone gave it to the speaker?" Hearing this, Yong Linling's eyes lit up. Could it be that the speaker was colluding with the mercenaries outside? If someone else was the speaker, Yong Linling might not say anything. But Xie Jinshan, the Earl, was of the same status as himself. But now he was riding on his head and giving orders, which made him very unhappy, especially since he reprimanded him on the radio. He felt even more embarrassed. If the speaker could be forced to step down or be embarrassed, Yong Linling would be very happy to see it. He decided to see if this fish tank was from Baiyulan. Seeing that Xie Jinshan was a little tired from talking, Yong Linling stood up while drinking water. He came to Xie Jinshan and took the iron bucket. "Xie speaker, I think this octopus is quite interesting. Do you mind if I feed the fish for you?" Xie Jinshan frowned slightly. But Yong Linling was also an Imperial Earl, so he couldn't refuse too much. So he smiled politely. "Then I have to trouble Earl Yong. The speaker is too polite." Yong Linling took the iron bucket and took out a piece of beef to feed the octopus. Taking this opportunity, he carefully checked the fish tank. He didn't see any clues, and he even saw the name of a manufacturer in Hanwha at the bottom of the fish tank. Seeing this, Yong Linling lost interest and put down the iron bucket and returned with a dull look. But what he didn't expect was that this action aroused the interest of another person. That was Jonathan from the international base. Jonathan and Yong Linling were sworn enemies, and seeing that the other party's behavior was a little abnormal, he couldn't help but want to understand. Anyway, the speaker didn't say anything now, so he naturally walked over and picked up the iron bucket to continue feeding the fish. Seeing Jonathan's actions, Xie Jinshan was a little unhappy, but he knew that Jonathan was ready to get close to him, so he didn't say anything. After a while, Jonathan also came back. Obviously he didn't notice it either. Tang Zheng stood up almost immediately. And regardless of other people's eyes, he walked over with the iron bucket. One hand reached into the iron bucket and smeared the aquatic animal gene fluid on a piece of beef. When he arrived in front of the fish tank, Tang Zheng threw the beef in. The octopus had a big appetite and immediately rolled up the beef and swallowed it. The gene fluid entered the octopus's stomach. After eating this piece of beef, the lively octopus calmed down and lay motionless at the bottom of the water. Tang Zheng knew that this was a sign that the octopus would evolve again. Gui Yun had just told him that after taking the gene fluid, the evolution would be completed in about an hour. And at this time, the octopus could already obey Tang Zheng, and Tang Zheng could give him instructions. Tang Zheng lay down in the fish tank and quietly gave the octopus some instructions. I don't know if the octopus understood it, but Xie Jinshan over there was already impatient. Okay. Don't hang around in the fish tank. The fish are all fed by you. Tang Zheng put down the bucket and returned to his seat. Looking at the weather outside, it seemed to be raining. So Xie Jinshan stood up and said, "Don't delay. Let's go watch our alliance's military training now." After that, everyone in the room was invited out. They were going to the rooftop to watch the military training on another playground. Tang Zheng followed the crowd upstairs and came to the rooftop. The military training below had just begun. When he looked down, Tang Zheng was really shocked. This was the first time he had seen an armored vehicle. The officers from the Imperial Royal Army were organizing the training personnel to complete the drills of lining up, running, charging, shooting, obstacles, etc., regardless of their actual combat capabilities. The performance of this group of people was really quite decent. The sound of shooting continued to echo, and the mortars similar to those on Tang Zheng's side were also taken out to conduct live ammunition shooting at distant targets. The armored vehicles charged, and the machine guns on the vehicles continued to fire, hitting the targets in the distance. The soldiers used the vehicles as cover to shoot and throw grenades, taking down the designated positions one by one. The leaders on the rooftop were all watching intently. They didn't feel anything when watching dramas on TV before, but today, they were deeply shocked. Such troops are much stronger than those under their command. Tang Zheng watched the exercise, but was actually secretly contacting his subordinates. Ever since he saw the octopus, Tang Zheng had a sentence in his mind. This fish is meant for me. I must take it away. But how to take it away is a problem. It is definitely not possible to rob it openly in the base. There are several thousand troops here. Even if Tang Zheng is sure that this troop is not as strong as his subordinates, it is not easy to fight hard. I can only let the octopus come out by itself. Follow the river. Come to the bridge outside, and take it away by myself. But there are also guards at the bridge head, so I have to think of a way. It seems that it is time to use the trump card. When the exercise was halfway through, raindrops as big as beans fell from the sky. The rain in this end times never stops, and it rains heavily, disrupting the exercise directly. On the playground, the people participating in the exercise were instantly soaked. At this time, the true quality of a unit was reflected. Obviously, this unit only completed some basic military training and had no obvious response measures and experience for sudden situations. Everyone began to hide from the rain, and the scene was instantly in chaos. The commanders below shouted anxiously and ordered people to cover the equipment with canvas. The rain in this apocalypse is very corrosive, and they can't be exposed to the rain. The participating troops of both sides were in a mess. Some were covering, some were running, and some were calling. On the rooftop, Xie Jinshan couldn't stand it anymore. It seems that a simple exercise is not enough to build an iron army. If you want to be truly combat ready, you have to go through many actual battles. He didn't want to let the people present laugh at him, so he immediately asked everyone to go back to hide from the rain. The group went downstairs, and before they returned to the third floor, there was a burst of gunfire outside. Xie Jinshan frowned immediately. Wasn't the exercise over? Why were they still firing? He went to the window to check and found that the troops on the playground had dispersed. Only some armored vehicles and escort vehicles were covered with canvas and thrown there. The gunfire did not come from the playground, but from another direction. Can anyone tell me what happened? Just when Xie Jinshan was puzzled, someone ran over. Speaker, this is bad? What's going on? Explain it to me clearly. A group of foreigners attacked our outpost at the north gate. The firepower was very strong and our people couldn't stand it. What? Who is so bold? Which country is he from? Xie Jinshan said, looking at Jonathan at the international base. But the old guy was also shocked and didn't look like he was pretending. It seems to be a group of mercenaries called Umbrella. The first thing Xie Jinshan thought of was the group of foreign mercenaries who were active recently. These mercenaries and adventurers have been emerging one after another recently, and Xie Jinshan is too lazy to manage them. But he didn't expect that these guys would be so bold as to attack the Alliance headquarters. Damn it! These foreigners are really crazy. I must make them pay the price. Mobilize the troops. Go to the North Gate immediately. And blow these guys' balls for me. Speaker, I'm afraid it's not easy to do. The troops have just dispersed because they were just soaked. Everyone may have taken off their clothes at this time, and it will be difficult to gather for a while. Xie Jinshan was also annoyed. What a useless thing. Let them gather quickly. And let the garrison troops in other directions advance to the North Gate first. And don't let those foreigners get in. Yes. I go now. The messenger ran away, while shouting on the walkie-talkie. It's a pity that a good day was ruined by those foreigners. But don't worry. Believe that our troops can quickly deal with the situation here. Xie Jinshan spoke to everyone with a little apology, and then pushed open the door of the reception room. As soon as the door was opened, a loud click was heard from inside. Then, there was the sound of glass breaking. When everyone looked over, they saw a few huge tentacles sliding out through the broken window. Although it was just a glimpse, those tentacles left a very deep impression on people, because they were the tentacles of an octopus. The octopus's head was already somewhere outside the window, but the tentacles that spread into the room were at least 3 meters long. It is not possible to tell how long it is, because they only saw the end of the tentacles. But Xie Jinshan octopus should not be so big. Could it be that its mother came to pick up her child? Everyone present thought this scene was very magical. Xie Jinshan felt his head buzzing. Why did he get more and more confused about what happened today? He had spent a lot of money to get that octopus from the aquarium. When it first came, it was just a small one, not much bigger than a palm. After the end of the world, it suddenly mutated and became 1 meter long, and it was still growing rapidly. But with this growth rate today, it should not be an alien species. What is going on? Feeling the anger surging in his chest, Xie Jinshan roared, "Chase! Octopuses are aquatic animals. They can't run far." Chapter 84. There were bursts of gunfire outside, and the guards of the other gates, who were mobilized, began to march towards the North Gate. The soldiers who were preparing to take a shower were also called again. There were bursts of urgent assembly calls. But at this moment, it was raining heavily, with lightning and thunder, and it was difficult for people to hear the assembly calls. There was chaos inside and outside the base, and some soldiers even ran out with their shirts bare. And Xie Jinshan was reluctant to give up the octopus he raised, so he ordered people to go outside to look for it. Tang Zheng and other base leaders were naturally not the ones he ordered. Seeing this scene, some people were watching the excitement, while others wanted to leave. The first one to leave was Jonathan from the international base. Although it was raining heavily outside, there were foreign mercenaries making trouble at this time. Although Jonathan had a clear conscience, he couldn't stand the strange looks from everyone and felt uncomfortable staying there. So he simply said goodbye and left. It was nothing more than going home in the rain. It was safer when it rained. As soon as Jonathan left, Yong Linling also turned around and left. He and Xie Jinshan were of equal status, and they didn't even say hello. Tang Zheng took this opportunity to directly say goodbye. Xie Jinshan didn't have the heart to greet everyone at this moment. Whoever wants to leave can leave. And if not, stay for dinner. But we don't let you stay overnight. Hearing this, most of the people present dispersed. Tang Zheng and his group walked down the stairs quickly, and in the process, they surpassed Yong Linling's people and Jonathan's people, and were the first to leave the headquarters building. As soon as he and Guiyun came out, Ji Yutian and Wudi came to meet them. "General, most of the guards at the south gate have just been transferred away, and only the sentry on the watchtower is still there. I saw the octopus swimming in the stream, and is now swimming towards the south gate. We must approach it as soon as possible. But the general should quickly think of a way to take the octopus away, because the guy is now quite big." Several people walked and talked in the rain, and quickly ran towards the south gate. Tang Zheng also spoke quickly. "Let the soldiers clear a truck. Didn't they bring canvas when they came? Just spread the canvas in the car. With such heavy rain, water will quickly accumulate in the canvas, just in time for the octopus to get on the car. There is no problem for this kind of thing to stay on the shore for a while. Okay. I notify Luo Fei and the others immediately. Wu Di picked up the walkie-talkie and quickly sent a message to Luo Fei and the others. Tang Zheng and his men trotted along the street, all the way to the door of the registration office, and got on their off-road vehicle. The car started and headed straight for the south gate. All the vendors had left at this moment. The streets were empty, and the car was moving very fast. After leaving the university base and walking a few hundred meters, it was the direction of the bridge. Ji Yuntian took out his silenced pistol, raised his hand, and fired a shot at the sentry on the sentry tower. The sentry didn't expect the attack to come from behind, and was shot down, lying on the sentry tower, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. As soon as the sentry fell, a large truck appeared from the hidden place at the bend in front, and quickly drove to the bridge. With a splash of water, a giant octopus with a body length of more than 5 meters, including its tentacles, rushed out of the river. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, the giant octopus excitedly crawled over and spit out a bubble, almost covering Tang Zheng. Okay. Get in the car. We are in a hurry. Let's go! Tang Zheng touched one of the octopus tentacles, and the huge sucker was covered with mucus. The octopus also understood, and used its 8 long legs to quickly get on the truck compartment, sitting cross-legged in the compartment, revealing a head that was larger than a water tank. Go! The truck started and ran away in the rain. At this time, the people looking for the octopus had already come out of the south gate. Tang Zheng didn't care about that, and jumped into the car immediately. The Hercules off-road vehicle started, and plunged into the heavy rain. The people who were tracking were holding a police dog in their hands. The police dog ran along the river following the smell. But the heavy rain blocked its perception, and it didn't come so fast. When these people went out of the south gate, they could only vaguely see a truck and a jeep going away. Before they could react, other leaders who were leaving the city also came out. Jonathan, Yong Linling. These are all rude leaders, driving out of the city quickly. The people chasing the octopus couldn't tell who was who, so they could only continue to chase to Presley, and finally stopped at the bridgehead. The police dog is circling in place. It seems that the octopus disappeared here, instead of continuing downstream along the river. No way. The octopus is an aquatic animal after all. It can't stay on land for too long. Could someone take it away? It seems that this is the case now. But I also doubt whether there are such boring people. Is he crazy about grilled squid? Unfortunately, it was raining too hard, and we couldn't see the situation outside clearly. We only saw the outline of a jeep and a truck. We didn't know much about the rest of the information, so we couldn't make an accurate judgment. By the way, isn't there a sentry here? Go ask the sentry. Someone climbed up the sentry tower and immediately exclaimed, "Not good." The sentry was killed. The leader of the pursuit pondered for a moment. I feel that this matter is not so simple. The mercenaries attacked. The guards here were transferred, and the octopus suddenly ran out. There are people here to support it. If there is no black hand behind this, I can't believe it. We must report to the speaker immediately. They did not stay here and immediately returned to the headquarters. The headquarters was still in chaos at this time. The scattered soldiers were reorganized and dispatched to the north gate. The mercenaries who attacked the headquarters fired fiercely for a while, and when they saw the large army coming, they turned around and ran away without saying a word. Those people were driving some military vehicles, which were very fast, and it was raining heavily now, so they soon disappeared in the vast rain curtain. Damn it! These foreigners are sick. The officers who chased out saw the mess outside the north gate and couldn't help cursing. I just heard those foreigners shouting. Did you hear what they said? It seems that the Umbrella mercenaries should withdraw quickly. Umbrella? I will remember you bastards. I will make sure you can't protect yourself in the future. The officer who was chasing went back angrily. 10 minutes later, the officer who was chasing the mercenaries and the people who were chasing the octopus stood in Xie Jinshan's office. After hearing the reports from the two sides, Xie Jinshan's mind turned quickly. This matter was too suspicious. Foreign mercenaries attacked the base, and just after the exercise troops dispersed. It was impossible if there was no insider. It is impossible for the octopus to suddenly grow in size and break through the window to leave. Someone must have done something here. And this person who did something is probably the one who colluded with foreign mercenaries and killed his own sentinel. Who could it be? It should be one of the foreign base leaders. Xie Jinshan fell into memories. There were 3 people who had contact with the octopus. They were Yong Linling, Jonathan, and a leader of Tang Zheng. Yong Linling was the first octopus to come into contact with. This person has always been dissatisfied with himself and wanted to replace him. Xie Jinshan knew it all. So he had a motive to cause trouble. By the way, the person who killed the sentry should have been the first to leave the base. And the first 3 people to leave were also them. Yong Linling is a suspect. And the suspicion is very strong. What about Jonathan? Jonathan was the second octopus to contact. And was the first to leave. And their international base is likely to be the mastermind of foreign mercenaries. Which Xie Jinshan also doubts. Jonathan is also very suspicious. As for that Tang Zheng? Xie Jinshan had someone deliver Tang Zheng information. Which was registered today. Jiguang City. Located in the ravine? 300 armed men. But no more than 100 survivors? What the hell is this? Xie Jinshan glanced at it, and threw the information aside. If the suspicion is divided by percentage, Yong Linling's suspicion is 49%. Jonathan is also 49%. And this Tang Zheng is only 2%. How could the leader of a small base collude with foreign mercenaries? And how could he go to such great lengths to get an octopus away? Xie Jinshan couldn't think of a reason for him to do so. Of course, this doesn't mean that Xie Jinshan won't investigate. It's just that this matter is not very glorious, and is not suitable for a high-profile investigation. It just so happens that in a few days, Lian Na and the others will go down to verify the situation of the bases and collect taxes. So let her confirm the true situation of these bases. At that time, whether it is Yong Linling or Jonathan, he will let them know that the dignity of the alliance cannot be offended, and those who offend must pay the price. In the heavy rain, Tang Zheng car moved quickly on the road. The SUV followed behind the truck. Tang Zheng sat in the passenger seat, watching the big octopus occasionally showing its head in the car and blinking at him. It wanted to interact with him. Tang Zheng suddenly had an idea and raised his hands to interact with the octopus. The octopus immediately stretched out 2 tentacles and followed Tang Zheng's hands. Tang Zheng crossed his hands back and forth and moved them very quickly. The octopus moved even faster, waving its long tentacles and having a lot of fun. Tang Zheng suddenly stopped and retracted his hands. The octopus also stopped. But the 2 tentacles in front of it were tied together. Seeing the octopus's confused look, Tang Zheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Everyone in the car couldn't help but turn their heads away when they saw the general's mischievous look. The octopus pulled hard, and the slippery tentacles untied. Puff! A bubble spit out and stuck to the glass of Tang Zheng's car. Tang Zheng instinctively leaned back and was startled. This one. Several soldiers in the car who had been strictly trained and would not laugh no matter how funny it was, also laughed. Chapter 85. The car trudged through the rain for more than 3 hours and returned to Jiguang City. Leaving the road, we walked in the muddy fields for a while and arrived outside the south gate. There were already soldiers on guard in the sentry tower. When they saw Tang Zheng coming back, the soldiers on it immediately turned the winch and raised the city gate. Entering the city, there are still some differences from the outside. Most of the weeds on the ground have been removed, and some potholes have been flattened and filled. Ditches have been dug in some places to prepare for laying optical cables. The road was also simply leveled, but it would be rebuilt later. Tang Zheng did not walk along the road, but drove all the way to the riverside of Foaming River. The truck followed, and when it arrived at the riverside, the big octopus jumped in with a splash before the car stopped. After staying in the fish tank for a long time, the octopus entered the river for the first time, and fluttered in it like a happy child. Several long tentacles danced on the water, stirring up the turbid river water, and the surrounding fish fled in panic. Just like a deep-sea giant monster was born. This is a cheerful little fellow. Tang Zheng stood on the shore in the rain, somewhat reluctant to leave. The octopus was never idle. Sometimes swimming upstream, sometimes swimming downstream. Sometimes it would chase after a school of fish, and swallow a lot with a big gulp. Stop! 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 This river is just a small river. It can't stand your tossing. You'd better not eat the fish in this river. Tang Zheng hurriedly stopped it. This octopus was too big, and according to Guiyun, it was still a toddler. The ecological environment of this river could definitely not stand its tossing. Hearing that Tang Zheng didn't allow him to eat fish, the octopus exposed its head from the water. After a while, Tang Zheng felt that its head had grown a little bigger, and it looked like an island floating on the water. Will this thing grow into a real sea monster in the future? Tang Zheng thought about it, and walked up the river. After taking the gene medicine, the octopus regarded Tang Zheng as its master, and it followed Tang Zheng wherever he walked. Tang Zheng didn't turn around, and walked to the vicinity of the inner city. The soldiers opened the sluice gate, and he waded across the river, continuing forward. After walking about a kilometer, he arrived at the place where he had reserved his residence. The octopus came to the pond and excitedly spit out a string of bubbles in the water. After all, this pond was bigger, with a diameter of more than 100 meters, and his huge body could flutter in it. After fluttering for a while, the octopus came to the shore, showing its head and black eyes, looking at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng couldn't help but touch its head, and it rubbed Tang Zheng affectionately. A dignified general was knocked to the ground by a head knock. This guy. Tang Zheng stood up and decided to give the octopus a name. Before naming it, he first asked Meng Meng. Meng Meng, can the octopus be included in the purchase sequence? General, the octopus is obtained through the gene fluid of aquatic animals and cannot be included in the purchase sequence. So, before I get another gene fluid and meet another octopus, this is the only one. Yes, General. Tang Zheng nodded. Facing this temporarily unique octopus, Tang Zheng really liked it very much, so he wanted to give the octopus a special name. Are you male or female? The octopus did not answer, but Tang Zheng felt that this octopus was very beautiful and should be a female. Of course, this feeling was unfounded, and it was difficult to define whether the octopus was beautiful or not. It was just Tang Zheng imagination. My last name is Tang, and I think you should also have the same last name as me. But it's not good to have the same last name as me, so I change it a little bit. From now on, you be called Tang Tang. Hearing this name, the octopus stretched out its two tentacles and covered its eyes. Tang Zheng's eyes widened. Are you a little shy? Could it be that I really guessed it right? This is really a female octopus? Tang Zheng knew that octopuses eat meat, and this one is no exception. However, it is so big now that it can't swallow ordinary meat in a few bites. I don't know if you eat zombies. If you do, you have a lot of them. You can live in this pond in the future. You can go out to play when there are no outsiders. Try not to go out of the city. If you have to go out of the city, choose to go out at night. Don't go too far away from the river. And don't defecate in the pond. Do you understand? Tang Ang nodded her big head, as if she really understood what Tang Zheng said. So far, Tang Tang, the big octopus from the deep sea, has settled here. Tang Zheng thought that the alliance might not let this matter go and might continue to investigate. But Tang Zheng also believed that he would not be able to find out the cause for a while. And even if he was found out one day, Tang Zheng would not care. The system first gave him a supply box and got the aquatic animal gene fluid. And Tang Zheng went to great lengths to get the octopus back, believing that this big guy would not let him down. After settling the octopus back, Tang Zheng himself had nothing to do. Although the construction of Jiguang City was still going on intensively, he didn't need to do it himself. He stayed in the base patiently every day, teasing Tang Tang when he had nothing to do. Tang Zheng would also bring military dogs to play with Tang Tang. De Kongming, Xiaopialian, Xiaobilian and others soon became Tong Tong's playmates. Tong Tong's favorite game was throwing the ball. It could throw or catch. Several military dogs went into battle together, but they couldn't beat it alone. Every time it was excited, it would either blow bubbles at Tang Zheng or turn the water upside down. The kitchen staff got some steamed buns to feed it, but no matter how much it fed, it felt like it was not enough to fill its teeth. The characteristic of all units in the Jiguang army being able to eat was sublimated here. They played, and Tang Zheng watched, and at the same time waited. One was waiting for the completion of the last map on Guiyun's side, and the other was waiting for the people from Tailai town to come back. Speaking of which, it has been 3 days since Yang Mu and the second platoon left the base, and now they are almost in Tailai town, Qinzhou City. After 2 months of abandonment and acid rain corrosion, this place has become dilapidated. The streets are full of zombies, and there is no living person. As night falls, waves of roars echo across the city. Like hell. In a 5-star hotel, the dark environment is not suitable for human survival. But there is a group of people moving here. They should not be called people, but they still have the appearance of humans. In the lobby of the hotel, Chen Filong sat on the sofa. In front of him, there was red wine taken out of the wine cellar, and in front of him was a crystal glass filled with wine. He picked up the glass and drank the whole glass of red wine. He could vaguely feel that liquid had entered his stomach. But he could no longer feel whether it was cold or hot, bitter or sweet. There were some vacuum-packed foods piled on the coffee table in front of him. He picked up a plastic sealed chicken claw, tore it open, and then stuffed the chicken claw into his mouth. After chewing it a few times, he swallowed it down with the bones. "Pa! It tastes nothing. I can't feel anything anymore. My sense of taste has been lost. Except for fresh flesh and blood, which can arouse my desire to eat. I can't feel anything else. The culprit of all this is that kid from Tailai town, Tang Zheng." Chen Filong was very irritable at this moment. There was a large group of zombies around him. Among them, there were several female zombies, who were cleaned up at this moment. She was wearing a beautiful dress and even had makeup on her face. But the makeup was a little smudged, and the lipstick was painted to the corners of her mouth, which made people sick. These female zombies were agile zombies with slender and well-proportioned bodies. If they didn't really know how to put on makeup, they could be considered beauties. And these zombies absolutely obeyed Chen Filong orders, and did whatever he told them to do. Unfortunately, Chen Filong found that he had even lost his desire as a man, and also lost his function as a man. All this made him unable to bear it any longer. No more waiting. My current strength is almost enough to flatten that town. I should go find a kid named Tang Zheng. Chen Filong stood up, and a group of zombies followed him. In the lobby of this hotel, a considerable number of zombies are mutant zombies. In addition to those agile zombies, there are hundreds of tall armored zombies. One of them is armored, and its height is more than 2 meters and 3 meters. That was the armored zombie that Chen Filong focused on feeding. Han Yuhu. However, Han Yuhu was just like the other zombies, standing blankly beside Chen Filong, without any communication or exchange. Chen Filong stood up, called the 2 armored zombies over, and lifted a chair made into a sedan chair. "Let's go to Tailai town." The 2 armored zombies mechanically lifted the chair and carried Chen Filong out of the hotel lobby. After walking out of the lobby, Chen Filong looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Roar! With Chen Filong long roar, the surrounding streets immediately became restless. Hundreds of armored zombies, hundreds of agile zombies, and some zombies close to mutation level behind him all roared. And then, even louder roars began to echo. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Even tens of thousands of zombies roared at this moment. The huge roar echoed in the night sky of the city, startling a group of mutant birds to take off and flee. Chen Filong led his mutant zombie army and left the city step by step, walking towards Mingshui. Behind him, at least 7 or 8,000 zombies began to follow him with staggering steps. These were all zombies controlled by Chen Filong. In more than a month, his ability had been greatly enhanced, and now his control limit had reached 10,000. He believed that this number would continue to increase. It was just that this group of zombies walked relatively slowly, and it would take them about 10 days to get from Jiguang City to Tailai town. Chapter 86. Just as Chen Filong led the group of corpses and slowly moved towards Tailai town, Yang Mu had already led the second platoon back to Tailai town. At the big restaurant, they met up with Li Jia's 4th platoon. The 2 platoon leaders met without much talk, just asking about the situation. The situation is probably stable. After all, we have 3 squads here. But among the survivors, led by Commissioner Wang, their emotions fluctuated a bit, and they seemed dissatisfied with the current situation. But the general didn't let us take care of it, so we just let it go. Okay, let's ask now, and see who is willing to leave with us. Yang Mu came to the restaurant and met the survivors inside. Everyone, listen to me. Seeing the former warriors come back, everyone in the restaurant stopped. General Tang Zheng has established a new survival base on the edge of Guyun Mountain, north of Fengcheng. There is a huge city and a safe environment there. There is no need to worry about the threat of zombies or problems with drinking water. It is a base that is very suitable for human habitation. The general asked me to pick up his father and sister, and also asked everyone, if you are willing to go to the new base to survive, you can follow me now. Everyone can sign up now. Everyone looked at each other, and couldn't make up their minds for a while. That place sounded very far away. Most of these people have lived in Tailai town all their lives. Now they suddenly said they wanted to leave, and they were a little scared. Tang Yushan and Tang and I. Needless to say, have already packed their things. In this world, wherever Tang Zheng is, they will be there too. The same thing happened to Su Jingqiu. She still remembered the scene when Tang Zheng saved her. She had secretly vowed to cook for Tang Zheng for the rest of her life. So of course she had to leave with him. Tang Ni's 3 best friends and classmates also had to leave, as Tailai town was not their home. Tang Zheng classmate Li Yanhong also resolutely chose to leave. She had to endure the criticism from some survivors here, so it was better for her to change the environment and start a new life. As for the rest of the people, after some discussion, they split into 2 groups. Commissioner Wang asked, "We have arrived at the new base. Do we still need to work like this?" Yang Mu simply replied, "Everyone needs to work. If there are other survivors in the base, can we enjoy better treatment? After all, we are all Tang Zheng fellow villagers. And there are even many of his elders here. No, the treatment is the same, unless you have worked hard to get it." Commissioner Wang snorted when he heard this. "If that's the case, then you can go. We would rather stay in Tailai town. Yes, we have lived here all our lives. Why do we have to leave our hometown at such an old age? We have food and drink here, and we can still farm next year. So I won't leave. I won't leave either. If I go to live with someone else, I will have to look after their faces, and it won't be as comfortable as being at home." That's right. There are fewer zombies in Tailai town now, and most of them are concentrated on the other side of the town. If you leave, we can collect more supplies, and our lives will be better than now. Some people who were close to Commissioner Wang were talking at once. Yang Mu had no intention of trying to persuade them. Seeing that the group had split into 2 groups, and about 30 people had decided to leave, he was ready to leave. "Now give everyone 5 minutes to pack up. We leave in 5 minutes. Those who decided to leave didn't have much to pack. They usually just took a small package and packed up the things they thought were valuable. And then they were ready to leave. 5 minutes later, everyone started to get on the bus. 2 heavy trucks were used to load the survivors who followed them. Other soldiers from the 2nd and 4th platoons also boarded the trucks. As the first truck started, the convoy left Tailai town. Tang Yushan did not take the jeep, but sat in the back of the truck with his fellow villagers, looking at the hometown where he had lived all his life. He couldn't help but feel red in the eyes. Tang and I saw that her father was sad and held his hand. "Dad, don't be sad. Where I am and where my brother is, that is our hometown. Isn't it?" "Yes. Yes. Nini is right. Let's go find your brother." The convoy gradually went away and disappeared at the end of the street. Commissioner Wang and his group watched the convoy go away before they cheered collectively. They had reason to be happy, because the mountain that had been weighing on their heads was gone. Without those soldiers, this Tailai town was theirs. During this period, the soldiers had fought a lot of zombies, and the number of zombies in Tailai town was less than half of what it used to be. It can be said that this is a very safe place. Commissioner Wang even decided to move to the Public Security Bureau today. They had had enough of this big restaurant, and it was time to change the environment. He even dreamed that he could live like Zhang Kejiang and Tang Zheng. That was a good life. Tang Zheng, who was far away in Jiguang City, didn't know the situation in Tailai town. He had a more important situation here. Guiyin finally completed the new drawing. After Guiyin handed the drawing to Tang Zheng used it, and a new building appeared in the system. Radar station, short-range warning radar, can detect targets within a radius of 150 kilometers, and feed back the targets to the system screen. Price, 50,000 gold. Note, the best location for the radar station is on a mountain. Tang Zheng was also very happy to see Guiyin build this building. He himself has a portable radar, but the detection range is only 300 meters in radius. It is somewhat useful when going out, but it is much less useful in the base. Drones can be used for reconnaissance, but it is very inconvenient, and the detection range is not enough. This short-range warning radar can detect a radius of 150 kilometers, which is very useful. In the future, anyone who enters the 150-kilometer range of his base will be displayed on the radar, and the safety of the base will be greatly improved. Even where there are zombies or mutant beasts around can be checked here, which is also very useful for clearing the surrounding zombies in the future. The only thing is to climb the mountain. But Tang Zheng's physical fitness is also very good at the moment, and he is not afraid of climbing the mountain. With the soldiers of the guard squad, Tang Zheng immediately started climbing, going out of the north gate of the base. Behind him was the Guyun mountain area. Tang Zheng did not look for the highest peak, Guyun mountain. because it was too high. He chose a relatively open mountain, trekked for more than 2 hours to the top, and then set up the radar station. The radar station is a square courtyard, surrounded by dormitories and sentry towers, and a huge spherical building in the middle. Entering the radar station, there is a huge radar inside, which is directly connected to the dome of the house and rotates back and forth there. There is a control panel below, with many small lights on the complex instruments. Tang Zheng opened the system page and found that the page was still the same as before, and there was no new radar map displayed. Meng Meng, why is there no radar map displayed on the system page? General, the radar station still needs some operators. Please send at least one scientific research soldier to the radar station as a technician. Tang Zheng was somewhat glad that he had left a purchase quota, and immediately purchased a scientific research soldier. After a while, a well-mannered young man appeared in front of Tang Zheng. Research soldier Li Shaoqing. Report to the general. Li Shaoqing, you will be stationed at the radar station in the future, as the eyes of our Jiguang City. Do you need anything? Not much, General. Just give me a squad of people, for engineers to assist me in my work, and 4 mobilized soldiers to protect the radar station. No problem. Tang Zheng had a total of 45 engineers, and he immediately ordered 4 of them to come to the radar station. His guard squad also had 8 mobilized soldiers. So Tang Zheng left 4 3-star mobilized soldiers at the radar station to protect the safety here. The radar is the eyes of the base, and there must be no problems. In addition, Tang Zheng bought 2 military dogs and left them on the top of the mountain. The radar squad of the Jiguang army was established. But eating is a problem in the future. You can't always trek 2 or 3 hours up the mountain to deliver food. As Li Shaoqing got down to work, the radar station buzzed inside, and the radar started to operate. At this time, Tang Zheng's system page finally changed. The map here became switchable, and the large map of the entire radar station could be switched at any time. After Tang Zheng switched, he found that the situation within a range of 300 kilometers with the radar station, as the center was in full view. The west and north were mostly the range of the Guyun mountain area. You can see which mountain is high, which forest is dense, and where there are more mutant beasts or mutant birds. To the west, you can see the edge of the desert. In the far north, you can even see the road you walked on yesterday. If the radar range is a little wider, you can even see the university base. The very near place is Jiguang City, but it is still just an outline. The towns, forest farms, villages in the distance, and even Qingchuan County and Saichi County are all within the radar range. There are too many zombies in these 2 counties. Tang Zheng can see the extremely dense zombies in the county on the radar screen. Just one look makes his scalp numb, and he can't count them. Within the radar range, Tang Zheng also saw some light spots of survivors. No matter how well the survivors hid, they could not escape the radar's tracking. Tang Zheng simply took a look and switched back to his portable radar page. The radar station map was too large. There were too many things to see within a range of 300 kilometers in diameter. He could not observe them all, so he let Li Shaoqing and others study them slowly. After the radar station was built, Tang Zheng was more concerned about his promotion to battalion commander. However, he did not upgrade at the radar station. After leaving the radar station and returning to Jiguang City, Tang Zheng chose to upgrade. Upgrade Battalion Commander Condition 1. Strengthen the company to a full strength of 300 people. Completed. Upgrade Battalion Commander Condition 2. Kill 30,000 zombies cumulatively. Completed. Upgrade Battalion Commander Condition 3. 100,000 funds. Already owned. Upgrade Battalion Commander Condition 4. Build 3 formal buildings. Completed. All conditions have been met. General, do you want to upgrade? Upgrade immediately. Tang Zheng chose to upgrade. After deducting 100,000 funds, he was already a battalion commander. Chapter 87. When Tang Zheng finished clicking the upgrade, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, General. The upgrade of the battalion commander has been completed. Please confirm the number of troops in the battalion. Tang Zheng asked, aren't they divided into ordinary battalions, reorganized battalions, and reinforced battalions this time? The general has continuously selected reinforced troops, and the number of troops has exceeded the normal military system of the empire. So the upgrade will no longer be carried out according to the imperial military system in the future, and the general can freely choose the number of troops. Tang Zheng silently calculated. His own reinforced company has 300 people, and 5 combat companies are required in the future, which is 1,500 people. The engineering corps needs to be expanded. If it is a company, it will reach 1,800 people. And after the construction of the city, Tang Zheng found that his city defense force also needs a special company, which will reach 2,100 people. In addition, the cooking squad will be upgraded to a platoon, and the medical squad will also be upgraded to a platoon. The guard squad will also be upgraded to a platoon, which will increase the number of more than 100 people. Moreover, after upgrading the battalion, there will definitely be some new types of soldiers. And Tang Zheng also plans to set up more troops. 2,500 people. This is an acceptable number. Confirm the number of people in the whole battalion. 2,500 people. Confirmed. The upper limit of the number of people in the whole battalion is 2,500. The next step is to unlock the upgrade conditions. Upgrade to Captain Condition 1. The whole battalion is fully staffed. Upgrade to Captain Condition 2. Cumulatively killed 2 million zombies. The original kill count is reset to 0. Upgrade to Captain Condition 3. Upgrade funds of 2 million. Condition 4 for upgrading the leader. Complete 10 official buildings. Existing buildings are not included. Seeing the 4 new conditions, Tang Zheng was a little surprised. Why did the number of zombies killed and the funding requirements increase so much? General, this is based on the upper limit of the number of people in your entire battalion. A battalion of 2,500 people can normally be comparable to the strength of a regiment. So the upgrade requirements will also increase accordingly. Tang Zheng could only nod his head. The larger the scale, the greater the difficulty, which is also normal. The upgrade conditions were unlocked, and the system's equipment and soldiers were refreshed. Tang Zheng opened the equipment page first, as before, and there were several new troop equipment. Landmine, price 2 gold. 12.7mm caliber heavy machine gun. Sniper rifle universal bullet. Price 0.4 gold. 89mm individual rocket. Price 2 gold. 70mm individual air defense missile. Price 2 gold. 107mm rocket. Price 2.5 gold. 105 rifled artillery shell. Price 5 gold. 155mm howitzer shells. Price 10 gold. Officer uniform. Battalion commander level. Price 10 gold. Parachute bag. Price 10 gold. Radar vision. Advanced display all units within a 2,000 meter radius in the system, ignoring building obstructions. Price 50,000 gold. After looking at the equipment page, Tang Zheng felt that this refresh was extraordinary. First of all, this mine is very powerful, and the price of 2 gold is not high. If you want, you can create a minefield. The bullets of 12.7 have been refreshed. It seems that heavy firearms are online. There are also rockets and anti-aircraft missiles. This is really a big upgrade. There are also rocket launchers and 105mm rifled guns. I don't know what weapons they are equipped on. The howitzer is easy to understand. It seems that the God of War is going to be online. And there are also parachute packs. Does this mean that he will have a plane here? Tang Zheng was a little excited and went to check the gun page first. Tang Zheng discovered that among the weapons updated this time, there were no pistols and rifles. MG4 light machine gun. The empty gun weighs 7.9 kilograms. The barrel contains a flash suppressor. Uses a 100-round belt to feed ammunition. Has 200 spare rounds. And is priced at 150 gold. Barrett large caliber sniper rifle. Uses a 10-round magazine to feed ammunition. Fires 12.7mm bullets. Has an effective range of 1,850 meters. A maximum range of 2,500 meters. Is equipped with an optical sight, and is priced at 300 gold. M2 Browning heavy machine gun. Fires 12.7mm caliber bullets. The empty gun weighs 38 kilograms. The full weight is 58 kilograms. The effective range is 1,800 meters. The maximum capacity of the magazine is 1,700 rounds. And the price is 500 gold. Bazooka M20 individual rocket launcher. Total weight 9.5 kilograms. Maximum range 1,200 meters. Bullet diameter 89 millimeters. Armor penetration depth 280 millimeters. Price 300 gold. Stinger individual air defense missile. Bullet diameter 70 millimeters. Range 300 to 5,000 meters. Maximum firing height 3,000 meters. Optical and infrared aiming. Comes with 6 missiles and an IFF device. Price 500 gold. Type 63 107mm towed rocket launcher. Total weight 613 kilograms. 19 launch tubes. Maximum range 8,500 meters. Requires vehicle towing. Comes with 38 rockets. Price 2,000 gold. M198 155mm towed howitzer. Maximum range 25,000 meters. 5 operators. Total weight 7,000 kilograms. 10 shells. Price 10,000 gold. Seeing the 6 updated weapons, Tang Zheng realized that his current firepower was basically the same as that of the Royal Army in service. Because many of these weapons are in service in the Royal Army. The MG4 light machine gun is the main light machine gun in service. The Barrett sniper rifle is the main sniper rifle in service, which can even penetrate armored vehicles. The bazooka M20 individual rocket launcher is used to deal with armored vehicles and tanks on the battlefield. Although it is a bit older, its lethality is not bad, and it is very easy to use. For example, the money transporters and armored vehicles that Tang Zheng saw in the Alliance. As long as there are 10 rocket launchers, they can be wiped out in minutes. There is no need to shoot the Stinger individual air defense missile, which is the nightmare of helicopters. And it is also equipped with an enemy identification device, which is definitely very advanced. As for the Type 63 rocket launcher, it is called the AK-47 in the rocket launcher world. And it is definitely a model of high quality and low price. Its low cost and huge lethality have earned it the reputation of a divine weapon. Although more advanced rocket launchers have appeared, the Type 63 is still used by the Han Empire Royal Army and has not been completely retired. These weapons, especially at a time when everyone is seriously lacking in weapons, are definitely a dimensionality reduction strike. And the last 155mm howitzer. This cannon is very powerful, with a range of more than 20 kilometers, which is definitely a weapon for siege. After all, the title of God of War is not for nothing. But there is another saying. Once the cannon is fired, 1,000,000 taels of gold are spent. A cannonball that costs 10 gold per round is also a big spender. With excitement, Tang Zheng clicked on the personnel page. Compared with the update of weapons and equipment, the changes in personnel are also not small. Paratrooper, price 500 gold. Rocket Launcher Warrior, price 300 gold. Anti-aircraft infantry, price 500 gold. Rocket Launcher Combat Team, 3 people, price 1,000 gold. Howitzer Combat Team, 5 people, price 2,000 gold. Armored Vehicle Combat Team, 2 people, price 1,000 gold. Tank Combat Team, 3 people, price 1,500 gold. Helicopter Combat Team, 2 people, price 2,000 gold. Helicopter Combat Team, 3 people, price 3,000 gold. Seeing these combatants, Tang Zheng was almost certain what was on the vehicle page. He then clicked on the vehicle and saw something new. Boxer Armored Personnel Carrier, total weight 20 tons. Can transport 11 soldiers at a time in normal state. Can carry up to 22 people. Has a maximum load of 8 tons. Is equipped with a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Has a maximum speed of 103 km per hour. And is priced at 10,000 gold. Scimitar light tank. Total weight 18 tons. Has a crew of 3 people. Is equipped with a 75mm main gun and a 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. Is equipped with a smoke launcher. And has a maximum speed of 80 km per hour. Price 15,000 gold. Type 15 light tank. Total weight 33 tons. Crew 3 people. Equipped with a 105mm caliber rifle gun. Effective range 3,000 meters. Equipped with a 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Equipped with a 30mm automatic grenade launcher. Maximum speed 70 km per hour. Price 40,000 gold. MH6 Little Bird helicopter. Maximum crew 4 people. Maximum takeoff weight 1.4 tons. Equipped with a 12.7mm machine gun. Equipped with 12 Hellfire anti-tank missiles. Maximum speed 300 km per hour. Price 20,000 gold. CH-47 transport helicopter. Adopts front and rear double propeller design. 3 crew members. Length 30 meters. Height 5.7 meters. Empty weight 5.5 tons. Maximum load 6 tons. Maximum flight speed 315 km per hour. Equipped with 2 12.7mm movable machine guns. With 1,000 rounds of bullets. Price 50,000 gold. There are 5 vehicles in total, including a heavy armored personnel carrier, 2 light tanks, and 2 helicopters. This type of troop carrier is the main troop carrier in service abroad. It is very people-oriented and has strong comfort. It can be seen from the 11 soldiers it transported that such a large vehicle can easily accommodate more than 20 people if it is loaded with more. The Scimitar light tank is a mobile and flexible tank with decent firepower. However, the Type 15 light tank is amazing. Although it is called a light tank, its combat power is comparable to that of a general main battle tank. At least the tank Tang Zheng saw at the Alliance headquarters is definitely not a match for the Type 15. These two helicopters are also good. The little bird helicopter is shaped like an egg. Its biggest feature is that the entire machine has no armor protection, and it pursues flexibility and speed. Don't underestimate its lightweight and lack of protection. But its firepower is not weak at all. Those Hellfire anti-tank missiles are the nightmare of ground troops. As long as you can't hit it, it can easily kill you. The last transport helicopter is a large transport aircraft, with a unique design of front and rear double wheels, a 30-meter long fuselage, and protective armor, which can transport a platoon at a time. With these weapons, Tang Zheng's heart was also excited. He still has more than 1.1 million yuan in his hand. Although these new weapons are relatively expensive, he could also spend a wave. If he only added mobilized soldiers, he could even fill the entire battalion immediately. Of course, Tang Zheng would not do that. The advanced and powerful weapons far outweighed the human wave tactics. Just as Tang Zheng was about to recruit soldiers, the system prompt sounded. General, you have been promoted to battalion commander, unlocking new weapons and vehicles, including non-single soldier weapons and combat vehicles. Star upgrades are enabled simultaneously. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. And then, he was overjoyed. These vehicles can also be upgraded. This time it's really amazing. Tang Zheng opened the system page and officially started recruiting soldiers. Chapter 88. Before the explosion, Tang Zheng changed his clothes first. Take off the company commander's uniform and put on the battalion commander's uniform. After purchasing, Tang Zheng was surprised to find that the battalion commander's uniform had an extra piece of clothing. It was a military coat. This coat is very beautifully designed. Gray, and when worn, with a belt tied, the whole person looks slender and upright. And it can be draped. And when draped, it will not slide down from the shoulders. After putting on his coat and getting his pistol ready, Tang Zheng turned around twice, and felt that he had already taken on the appearance of a senior military officer, and looked very stylish. With it, he looked more like a company commander or platoon leader. After putting on his sunglasses and white gloves, Tang Zheng felt that he should have 2 packs of cigarettes in his pocket, both cigarettes and cigars. After getting dressed, Tang Zheng began to recruit soldiers. At the beginning, he was confused, so Tang Zheng sorted out his thoughts. First, he thought that he should add at least 2 companies of mobilized soldiers. Among them, Michael's platoon should be added to a company. This company does not need too much heavy firepower. It can be equal to or slightly ahead of the current military strength of each survival base. Tang Zheng thought about it, and added soldiers to the 5th platoon first. First, it is the foundation of the army. The mobilized soldiers. All foreign soldiers were selected. There is no requirement for specific countries. And there is no requirement for race. Yellow, white and black people are all included. A platoon has 45 people, 40 of which are mobilized soldiers. Adding 4 platoons means 160 people. Each one costs between 215 and 235. Because Tang Zheng gave them several types of guns. Some took the Type 81. Some took the Type 95. And some took the AK-47, which was not too uniform, showing the characteristics of mercenaries. The total price cost 37,000 gold. And 160 mobilized soldiers were purchased. During the process of sending troops, Tang Zheng continued to increase troops to the 5th platoon. Now it should be called the 5th company. Hummer jeeps, heavy trucks, flamethrower warriors, scouts, snipers, rocket launchers, heavy machine gun groups, as well as an armored personnel carrier and a Type 63 towed rocket launcher. The 5th company originally had 2 Maxim water-cooled heavy machine guns. And this time Tang Zheng added 5 Browning heavy machine guns. This machine gun is more advanced, and can suppress the survivors and other bases. 5 Barrett sniper rifles were added. And 2 scouts were added. 2 rocket launchers were added as heavy attack forces. Several military dogs were also purchased. And finally an armored personnel carrier and a 63 rocket launcher were purchased. The most expensive one was the armored vehicle, which cost 10,000 gold. The rest were not cheap either. In the end, Tang Zheng spent a total of 120,000 gold on the combination. There are also cooking and medical teams to be added. The soldiers of the 5th Company cannot be allowed to eat poorly outside and be troubled by injuries. After adding vehicles and 2 squads, more than 10,000 gold was spent. After spending 150,000 gold, the total number of the 5th Company has reached more than 290 people. Tang Zheng thought about it and added 2 more scientific research soldiers and 2 anti-aircraft infantrymen to fully staff the 5th Company. After all the soldiers were completed, the funds in Tang Zheng's hands dropped to 950,000. But the 5th Company was fully staffed. Tang Zheng asked the communicator to contact Michael, and then sent the new recruits of the 5th Company out to meet Michael. This 300-man army has been formed. It is conceivable that in the future, it will be difficult to suppress them in this area. Unless the alliance comes out in full force, they can only watch the 5th Company roaming around in this land. After sending away the soldiers of the 5th Company, Tang Zheng continued to recruit soldiers. This time, he will first increase the city defense force. That is, the city defense company. Tang Zheng has calculated that under normal conditions, the city defense force almost needs a company, so a separate team must be listed. This company does not belong to the 5 combat companies, but its rank is the same as that of the combat companies. Moreover, this unit does not need vehicles, but only mobilized soldiers, as well as a large number of snipers and heavy machine gun groups. After all, these 2 types of soldiers are mainly needed in those sentry towers and machine gun bunkers. Tang Zheng calculated that there are 60 sentry towers and 60 machine gun bunkers in Jiguang City, which requires 120 snipers, 60 heavy machine guns, and 120 heavy machine gun soldiers. A sniper costs 800 gold each, and a 2-man heavy machine gun combat team also costs 800 gold. Equipped with a Barrett sniper rifle for 300 gold each, and a Browning heavy machine gun for 500 gold each. A sniper plus a sniper rifle, plus auxiliary equipment, is about 1,200 gold each. 60 snipers, a total of 72,000 gold. A heavy machine gun combat team plus machine guns and auxiliary equipment is about 1,500 gold per group. 60 machine guns plus 120 soldiers, a total of 90,000 gold. After spending 160,000 gold, some mobilized soldiers and scouts will be deployed as patrol teams for the city walls. A company has 300 people, and there are 60 quotas. Tang Zheng bought 36 mobilized soldiers, 6 scouts, and 6 anti-aircraft infantrymen to form 6 squads of patrol teams. A scout with 6 mobilized soldiers, an anti-aircraft infantry, and a military dog will form a combat squad to be responsible for daily patrols of the city walls. 6 of the 3-wheeled motorcycles that Tang Zheng bought before were also deployed to the city guard company to ensure their patrol speed and mobility. The patrol range includes the entire inner and outer city walls, with the south gate and the east gate being the key areas. Not only the outside of the city needs to be observed, but also the inside of the city will need to be observed in the future, because the soldiers purchased by the system only need 4 hours of sleep a day, plus the time for changing meals. 6 shifts can ensure that at least 4 shifts patrol the city walls at all times, in conjunction with the soldiers in the sentry tower and the bunker. The defense capability of Jiguang City has been greatly improved. These soldiers and military dogs cost another 19,000 gold. The city guard company still has 12 vacancies. This time, Tang Zheng selected 2 scouts, 10 mobilized soldiers, and 4 military dogs to guard the South City main gate and the East City main gate respectively. Their main task is to check passing vehicles and pedestrians, as well as to register and other such tasks. Tang Zheng also equipped these 12 people with 2 Polaris all-terrain tactical vehicles to facilitate their rapid travel around the edge of the city. This vehicle is equipped with a 5.66mm light machine gun and can accommodate 4 people. It is a combat vehicle. Just now Meng Meng told Tang Zheng that this kind of combat vehicle can be upgraded in the future, which shows that this kind of vehicle will gradually become stronger in the future. The so-called vehicle upgrade mainly improves the number of bullets, armor protection, and running speed, but the specific effect still depends on actual combat. After the addition is completed, the city guard company is considered to have been fully added. 2 Polaris 2400 gold, 10 mobilized soldiers 2,350 gold. 2 scouts 1,400 gold. For military dogs 1,000 gold. The total cost was about 7,200 gold, including the cost of several motorcycles. The city guard company cost Tang Zheng about 190,000 gold in total. Although the cost was not low, it greatly improved the defense capability of Jiguang City. After adding 300 more people in one go, Tang Zheng looked at the system funds and found that there were nearly 800,000 left. We can still play a few big waves. Tang Zheng thought about it and decided to add another wave of infantry. Now the second and fourth companies should be on their way to Jiguang City, and the first and third companies are in Jiguang City. They are called companies, but they are actually a platoon of soldiers. Tang Zheng first added 2 combat platoons to each of the 4 companies. It doesn't need to be full. Each platoon has 35 mobilized soldiers and 5 combat squads, leaving some quotas for adding other special soldiers. 280 mobilized soldiers. A total of 65,800 gold. Mobilized soldiers are the foundation of a unit, and will never be eliminated at any time. Although Tang Zheng weapons and equipment are very advanced now, fighting some zombies is like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. After producing this wave of recruits, Tang Zheng began to fill these platoons. Scouts, snipers, heavy machine gun teams, flamethrowers, and rocket launchers who had just joined the purchase sequence were all added. There are also vehicles. The platoon leader should use a 212 Jeep, and the company commander should use a Hummer Jeep, which should also be purchased. As for artillery, rocket launchers, armored vehicles, tanks, etc., Tang Zheng did not equip them to ordinary combat companies. He wanted to form some special forces, and ordinary companies could be equipped with heavy trucks and jeeps. Soon, with Tang Zheng money, 8 new combat platoons were formed. The current composition of the combat platoon is as follows. 5 combat squads, each with 8 mobilized soldiers, one of whom is the squad leader and also a light machine gun soldier. A platoon is equipped with a heavy machine gun group, a sniper, a flamethrower soldier, and a rocket launcher soldier. The platoon leader is also a squad leader. In addition, each platoon is equipped with a military dog, a 212 Jeep, a motorcycle, a Willis Jeep, and 2 heavy trucks. The total cost of each platoon is 21,000 gold. The cooking squad and medical squad are not set up at the platoon level, but at the company level. The 8 combat platoons added by Tang Zheng cost a total of 16,800 gold. Of the 1.1 million funds, only 610,000 are left now. However, Tang Zheng has completed the basic construction of the army, and the total number of troops has exceeded 1,200. Tang Zheng has not stopped yet. He has also upgraded the cooking squad and medical squad to the platoon level. A platoon has 45 people, all of whom are professionals. For example, the dining car is usually in Jiguang City. If a company has a combat mission, there will be a dining car to follow and provide food for the soldiers. This platoon does not cost much. It cost about 35,000 gold to purchase the people and the car. Then, there is the engineering corps. Tang Zheng added a company to the engineering corps. A full 300 people. There is no other reason. Tang Zheng wants to speed up the infrastructure construction of Jiguang City. He must make everything look good as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be just a circle of city walls, which cannot be called a city. Another 76,500 gold was spent to complete the construction of the engineering company. Looking at the funds in hand, there is still 500,000 left. The total number of troops has exceeded 1,500. It's almost done. The conventional force has been formed. The remaining money should be used to buy some high-end goods. Chapter 89. Tang Zheng now has 7 companies, including 5 field companies, 1 engineer company, and 1 city defense company. Next, he will set up 3 more companies. They are the armored company, the artillery company, and the aviation company. For the armored company, he decided to use armored vehicles and light tanks as the assault force of the troops. The artillery company is composed of 63 rocket launchers and howitzers as a long-range strike force. The aviation company, also known as the Army Aviation Corps, is composed of helicopter units. These companies do not require so many people, but the strength is not bad at all. First is the armored company. Due to limited funds, Tang Zheng cannot expand the army on a large scale. So he decided to buy 10 tanks and 5 armored vehicles for the first time. Boxer armored personnel carrier, total weight 20 tons. Normal state can transport 11 soldiers at a time. Maximum carrying 22 people. Maximum load 8 tons. Equipped with 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Maximum speed 103 km per hour. Price 10,000 gold. This armored vehicle can be used as an assault force to quickly transport soldiers to the front line. 5 vehicles can transport 50 to 100 soldiers at a time. 5 vehicles. 50,000 gold. Scimitar light tank. Total weight 18 tons. 3 crew members. Equipped with a 75mm main gun and 7.62mm coaxial machine gun. Equipped with smoke launchers. Maximum speed 80 km per hour. Price 15,000 gold. This light tank is also used as an assault force. Facing the current survivors, it has already occupied a considerable advantage. Only those at the level of the Alliance can fight against it. 5 vehicles. 75,000 gold. Type 15 light tank. Total weight 33 tons. Crew 3 people. Equipped with a 105mm caliber rifled gun. Effective range 3,000 meters. Equipped with 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Equipped with 30mm automatic grenade launcher. Maximum speed 70 km per hour. Price 40,000 gold. The last tank is the main force of Tang Zheng Armored Company. Although it is a light tank, it is a very advanced style. You can fight against some main battle tanks after buying it. Especially this one can be upgraded. I believe that when it reaches 3 stars, it can fight against the most advanced main battle tanks. But the price is very expensive. One car costs 40,000 gold. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth and bought it for 200,000 gold. After buying the car, it needs to be equipped with personnel. Armored Vehicle Combat Team, 2 people price 1,000 gold. Tank Combat Team, 3 people price 1,500 gold. 5 Armored Vehicle Combat Teams cost 5,000 gold. 10 Tank Combat Teams cost 15,000 gold. A total of 20,000 gold. The initial formation of the armored company was completed, and the total cost was 345,000 gold. This money was spent like water. But this armored company, at this stage, is absolutely a crushing existence in the Northern Territory. With 160,000 gold left, Tang Zheng continued to purchase artillery companies. Type 63 107mm towed rocket launcher, total weight 613 kilograms. 19 launch tubes. Maximum range 8,500 meters. Requires vehicle towing. Comes with 38 rockets. Priced at 2,000 gold. Type 63 rocket launcher is probably better than howitzer at this stage. After all, there are not many targets worth using howitzer to hit. Tang Zheng bought 10 rocket launchers at one time, and then equipped 10 combat groups. Rocket launcher combat team, 3 people price, 1,000 gold. A total of 30,000 gold. Although it is only 30,000 gold, the cost-effectiveness of this kind of strike firepower is almost better than all other weapons. After purchasing rocket launchers, you should also buy a few howitzers. At least the deterrent power is full. M198 155mm towed howitzer, maximum range of 25,000 meters. 5 operators, total weight of 7,000 kilograms, and 10 shells. Price, 10,000 gold. Howitzer combat team, 5 people price, 2,000 gold. 5 howitzers, 5 combat teams, cost a total of 60,000 gold. Tang Zheng mobilized 10 212 jeeps and Willis jeeps from the troops as vehicles for the artillerymen, because their guns still needed vehicles to tow. The mortar combat team that Tang Zheng had purchased before was also added to the artillery company. But there were only 3 mortars at present. At this point, Tang Zheng Artillery Company was officially launched. Finally, it was the Army Aviation Company that Tang Zheng had been waiting for a long time. But Tang Zheng didn't have much money left. After buying the artillery company, he only had more than 76,000 gold left out of the remaining 160,000 gold. Tang Zheng looked at the 2 helicopters. MH6 Little Bird helicopter, maximum crew of 4 people. Maximum takeoff weight of 1.4 tons. Equipped with 12.7mm machine guns. Equipped with 12 Hellfire anti-tank missiles. Maximum speed of 300 km per hour. Priced at 20,000 gold. CH-47 transport helicopter. Adopts front and rear double propeller design. Crew of 3 people. Length 30 meters. Height 5.7 meters. Empty weight 5.5 tons. Maximum load 6 tons. Maximum flight speed 315 kilometers per hour. Equipped with two 12.7mm movable machine guns. With 1,000 rounds of bullets. Price 50,000 gold. Buy one of each type. You can't afford more. Click to buy a bird helicopter. 20,000 gold. Transport helicopter. 50,000 gold. After the purchase, there will be more than 6,000 gold left. You also need to buy a helicopter combat group. Helicopter combat group, 2 people price 2,000 gold. Helicopter combat group, 3 people price 3,000 gold. These 2 combat groups correspond to 2 types of helicopters. After buying them all, there will be more than 1,000 gold left. Originally, Tang Zheng planned to buy a bunch of paratroopers. But after looking at the price of 500 each, he gave up after thinking about it. When you have more money, you can build the Army Aviation Company. All the purchases were completed. And the next step was to wait patiently. From early morning to dusk, Tang Zheng had been sending out troops. Soldiers and chariots kept appearing one after another. Every soldier who appeared would come to Tang Zheng to report. Later, Tang Zheng had become a little numb and could not remember the names of the soldiers at all. He just asked the soldiers to return to the team quickly and return to their positions. When the chariots were finally sent out, Tang Zheng's spirits were excited again. The huge and powerful armored vehicle appeared with a rumble. The track light tank quickly brought Tang Zheng troops to a new level. Especially after the appearance of the Type 15 light tank. Tang Zheng looked at the huge barrel and the heavy body, and felt the charm of the weapon. Finally, the plane appeared. The little bird helicopter was like a huge egg. But the machine guns and Hellfire missiles on the plane made no one dare to underestimate it. The last one was a transport helicopter. A 30-meter long behemoth descended from the sky. And the front and rear propellers created a huge wind, which made Tang Zheng unable to open his eyes. This helicopter can carry a combat platoon of soldiers at a time, which is a powerful mobile force. Tang Zheng decided to use this type of aircraft first. His current vehicle is a Hummer Jeep, which is okay to use. If he wants to change the car, he can only change it to an armored vehicle. As the highest commander of the army, Tang Zheng doesn't really want to ride in an armored vehicle. But the plane is different. This plane looks so domineering. And Tang Zheng also likes the design of the front and rear double propellers. Resisting the urge to take a ride on the plane immediately, Tang Zheng still has one thing to do. That is to appoint officers of the army. Now he has a total of 10 companies. And there are several platoons under them. He has to appoint all these company commanders and platoon leaders. First, Tang Zheng bought 10 sets of company commander uniforms. Now I declare that the first company commander is Luo Fei. Luo Fei came over excitedly. As the first mobilized soldier purchased by Tang Zheng, he followed Tang Zheng to fight all the way. Tang Zheng never forgot him and put him in the position of the first company commander. He took the company commander's uniform from Tang Zheng and saluted Tang Zheng excitedly. Tang Zheng waved his hand, indicating that the other party's words of loyalty were omitted, and he would continue to appoint. Second company commander, Yang Mu. Third company commander, Wan Yu. Fourth company commander, Li Jie. Fifth company commander, Michael. Engineer company commander, Bao Xilai. City guard company commander, Chu Xian. Tang Zheng originally wanted Ji Tian to take this appointment. But when he thought about Chu Xian, he had been following him for a long time. And he was still just a guard. And he had made many contributions. So he was promoted. Moreover, his guard platoon is also an important department. The platoon leader is no less valuable than the company commander. So let Ji Tian stay. Chu Xian excitedly took the military uniform from Tang Zheng, saluted and left. The remaining armored companies, artillery companies, and aviation companies need professionals. The first 15 type tank commander under Tang Zheng, named Jiang Hao, was appointed as the armored company commander by Tang Zheng. The first howitzer commander, named Wang Jingwang, was appointed as the artillery company commander. Then it was the army aviation company. Tang Zheng thought about it and felt that the 2 captains were not very suitable. So he simply bought another paratrooper. This was his first paratrooper, named Hu Yuhang, who was appointed as the company commander of the Army Aviation Company. So far, the appointment of 10 company commanders has been completed. Lu Dachuan is the cooking platoon leader. Wang Haihe is the medical platoon leader. Guiyun continues to serve as the director of scientific research. Since He Shui is still with Tang Zheng, he is still a commander without troops. Finally, it was the guard platoon. Tang Zheng was about to appoint Ji Yutian as the guard platoon leader, but suddenly discovered a mistake he made. He actually forgot to upgrade the guard squad. And now the guard squad is still a guard squad, without adding anyone. Even Chu Xian was transferred to be the captain of the city guard company. And there was one less person than before. Tang Zheng was a little embarrassed and said to Ji Yutian, "Then you will continue to be the squad leader. And when the personnel are added, you will be promoted to platoon leader." Ji Yutian could only nod. "General, I'm not in a hurry. I'm not the kind of official fan. You have always known it." Seeing that Tang Zheng was a little thirsty, Ning Yue opened her military water bottle. "General, have a drink and take a break." Among Tang Zheng guards, Ji Yutian was the squad leader and was quite busy. So most of the time, Ning Yue was by his side. Tang Zheng felt that he should make some arrangements for this girl if he had the chance. But he was short of money now, so he could only wait for a while. He nodded to Ning Yue and gave her an encouraging look. And Ning Yue understood and smiled. He Shui also ran over at this time and lit a cigarette for Tang Zheng. "General, my truck bomb will be ready soon." "Really? You're awesome then." Looking at the two pretty girls in front of him, Tang Zheng was in a good mood and praised them casually. Seeing the harmonious scene here, Gui Yun, the head of the scientific research department, who was left alone, came to Ji Yutian. "Squad leader Ji, I don't think you have much time on duty. I go to you for a drink tonight?" Chapter 90. The explosion of troops was completed, which made Tang Zheng feel refreshed. It was really exciting to spend more than 1 million yuan in funds at one time. But after the excitement, problems also followed. The funds were almost zero, and the food reserves were running low. Tang Zheng team had collected supplies from Tailai town before, and the food reserves were enough for the time being. But there is an essential difference between a company and a battalion. And now the food problem must be taken seriously. Tang Zheng troops were not idle either. He immediately ordered several field companies under his command to go out immediately to the surrounding towns and villages to kill zombies and collect supplies. Tang Zheng himself, on the other hand, set his goal on collecting funds. The soldiers would also collect some funds in the process of collecting food. But the amount was not too much for the current battalion size. Tang Zheng needed more funds. After all, a tank and a plane now cost tens of thousands. Tang Zheng was ready to look for a gold shop. In the Han Empire, gold shops were generally only available in county towns. And some towns also had them. But they were all located in developed towns in coastal areas, such as those in western Sichuan, the two rivers, the grasslands, and the northern desert. So Tang Zheng could only lock his target on the county town. There are two county towns within the radar range, namely Qingchuan and Saichi. Tang Zheng carefully checked the two county towns through the radar. There are many jewelry stores in the county town, but they are basically located in the prosperous area in the middle of the county town. If you want to get there, you can only attack by force. The population of these two county towns is more than 4 or 5 million, and it is very difficult to attack by force. Of course, it doesn't mean that you can't fight. In the past, you couldn't fight when you were at the company level, but now you have become a battalion. You can still bite it down slowly, but the process is relatively long. Tang Zheng wanted to look for a place that was relatively easy to fight, but there were no other counties within the radar range. So if he wanted to find one, he had to go out for a walk. Tang Zheng looked at the transport helicopter on the side and decided to go out for a walk. Anyway, there was a plane, so he just took a walk and looked around. And a day was almost enough. After making the decision, Tang Zheng led the team to board the plane. Hu Yuhang, the new Army Aviation Company commander, opened the cabin door of the transport plane, put down the ladder, and invited Tang Zheng to board the plane. Following Tang Zheng, there were Ji Yutian, Ning Yue, Gui Yun, Wu Di, He Shui, Lin Feifei, and 24 enhanced 3-star warriors. Tang Zheng Guard Squad only had 8 soldiers. But the company commander Luo Fei still suggested that Tang Zheng first transfer some elite 3-star warriors from the field troops to supplement the guard squad. After all, his safety was the most important. Tang Zheng thought about it and agreed, and transferred 2 squads of soldiers to let the guard platoon barely take shape. The soldiers in the guard platoon were all elites. Ji Yutian and Ning Yue were about to upgrade to 2 stars. And this was the result of them following Tang Zheng for a long time without many fighting opportunities. After getting on the plane, Tang Zheng was shocked by the spacious cabin. There are 2 rows of 46 seats in the cabin, and a large cargo hold. So it is no problem to transport people and materials. More than 30 people sat in it, and it was not crowded at all. The crew invited Tang Zheng to enter the cockpit, where he could better view the ground situation. General, where are we going? Hu Yuheng asked. Well, let's go to Xuanling County in the southwest. Okay, let's go. The propeller on the plane began to rotate, and it slowly rose into the air. The huge propeller drove the airflow, blowing up dust on the ground. Sitting in the plane, Tang Zheng could see waves on the edge of the pond not far away. Tang poked her head out of the water and watched the plane rise into the air. The plane flew out of Jiguang City and entered the plain area in the south. The southern part of the city is a gently sloping plain, about 5 kilometers away. And there is a small hill, where there is a dense forest area. After flying over this forest area, Fengming River has a turn here and begins to turn southeast. The plane flew southwest, getting higher and higher. When it reached an altitude of about 300 meters, Tang Zheng did not let the plane rise further. If it flew too high, some things would be hard to see clearly. And this altitude was just within the coverage of his portable radar. Flying at a low altitude all the way, he was in the cockpit looking down. Mountains, rivers, and topography were all in sight, which was more intuitive than what he saw on the radar. When passing through some towns, the situation on the ground was also unbearable to look at. There were still some staggering people walking on the roads, but they were no longer human. Even on the radar, Tang Zheng could not see a single survivor in those villages and towns. Instead, in some wilderness areas, there were occasionally some light spots representing survivors. Because of the close distance, when Tang Zheng's plane flew over, he could even see the survivors staring at the plane with dull eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Some survivors waved their arms and shouted something loudly at the plane. We need to move faster. It's already September, and the weather is getting colder. If no one rescues these survivors in the wild, it will be hard for them to survive this winter. This year's temperature is very abnormal. In previous years, this area still had residual heat in September, and at the very least, it was autumn. But this year is different. Leaves have fallen in Jiguang City today. Tang Zheng is almost certain that today's winter will be an unprecedented cold winter in recent years. These survivors can still barely survive in the wild now. But if there is no rescue in winter, most of them may not be able to survive. The plane did not stop because of some sporadic survivors, and continued to fly according to the set goal, at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. It had already flown out of the radar range of Jiguang City in half an hour. After flying for about 20 minutes, a county town appeared in front. It was Xuanling County, a county town at the northern end of Fengcheng. Tang Zheng could see a bright color in the city in the air. It was a river flowing down along the Yunshan Mountains. Passing through the county town, lower your altitude and fly over the county. The plane lowered to an altitude of about 200 meters and flew over the county. At this altitude, it was like looking down from the top of a skyscraper, and the view was clearer and more intuitive. Tang Zheng asked everyone to pay attention as much as possible to see where the gold shop in this county was located. But it's easy to think. But it's not that simple to do in practice. It's difficult to see the words on the plaque clearly from a high altitude. Even with a telescope, it's difficult. Just like looking for a needle in a haystack. Instead, some zombies discovered the plane and roared at the sky. Tang Zheng looked for a while and felt his eyes sore. I'm so tired. It would be great if I could find someone to ask. At this time, the captain said to Tang Zheng, General, when we flew over the edge of the county, I saw a small survival base in the urban-rural junction area, and there were some zombies around. Should we go over and take a look? Okay. Go over and take a look. Find a survivor to ask. It's much faster than looking for it like this. Tang Zheng didn't have much hope. After all, the situation in each county was similar. If he couldn't find a suitable gold shop in Xuanling, he would go back to Qingchuan County. If he couldn't finish it in a month, he could at least finish it in 2 or 3 months. I hope this winter won't come too soon. The plane turned around and returned to the sky above the urban-rural junction. Soon, Tang Zheng found the survival base mentioned by the captain. It seemed to be a large yard for purchasing grain. There were some machinery inside, drying equipment, weighbridges, conveyors, etc. But most of them should be scrapped. There are also several large granaries here, which are the most valuable things. A sentry tower was built at the gate of the yard. and there were about 100 people in the yard and the house. The protection of this yard was not very reliable. The original iron gate was now piled with thick sandbags. Outside the sandbags, some zombies were roaring, and it looked like there were about 200 or 300 of them. One of the tall armored zombies was also wandering outside the yard, trying to find a gap to enter the yard and enjoy the feast inside. A group of people were guarding inside the wall. On the sandbags were piled up to more than 4 meters high, and it was not easy for the zombies to climb up. But those people did not dare to be careless at all, holding simple weapons and guarding at all times. Their weapons were indeed simple enough, except for one person holding a double-barreled shotgun. The remaining long-range weapons were mainly crossbows, and there were not many crossbows, only about 6 or 7, and most people were holding homemade spears. Some zombies tried to climb up the sandbags, so the men stabbed them with spears. The crossbows over there rarely fired, and the shotgun was more like a decoration, and they would never shoot easily. Everyone's eyes were almost focused on the zombies below. No one noticed the helicopter flying in the haze above their heads. Hurry! 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 Zombies are climbing up. It's not easy. Some zombies were killed and became their stepping stones. The height of the sandbags is not enough. How do we deal with that big zombie? It's impossible to hit it. Crossbows can't pierce it, and bullets can't penetrate it. It can tear sandbags with one claw. Our sandbag supply is insufficient, and it's mainly caused by it. If it doesn't work, just shoot. Kill as many as you can. No, bullets can't kill armored zombies, and killing ordinary zombies will be more troublesome. We can only take turns to defend like this and prevent them from entering the gate. More than 100 of us have spent almost a week. I don't believe we can outlast them. Where's the brain? Zombies don't know how to get tired. Although we have more than 100 people, half of them are old and weak. If we continue, we won't be able to hold on. One of the leading strongmen sighed. It's over. If this goes on, at most 2 days, no one will have the strength to fight the zombies. As long as this door is broken, everyone will be fed to the zombies. What should we do? Brother you? Or let's run. Run? Where can we run to? This world is full of these ghost things. Cell phones can't be used. There is no goal or direction. And we can survive until now. Aren't we relying on the food in the yard? What will we eat if we run away? Even if we can still run, what about the others? Are they abandoned? Everyone was silent. This was almost a dead end. Even if they could run away, how long could they stay in the wilderness? Just when everyone was at a loss and almost desperate, a gust of wind fell from the top of their heads. Thump! Thump! The huge wind fell, blowing everyone's body unstable, and even unable to open their eyes. Everyone still reluctantly raised their heads and looked at the sky. It was an unforgettable scene. Chapter 91. Because they had been fighting the zombies with their heads down, and the sky was cloudy, and the clouds were low, they did not notice the arrival of the helicopter. When they found it, the helicopter was already above their heads. The man called Brother You squinted his eyes and opened his mouth, unable to close it for a long time. When a 30-meter-long helicopter was overhead, the feeling was too shocking. The huge double propellers in front and behind made the aircraft look even larger in visual effect. There is no doubt that this is a military aircraft. For a moment, everyone even forgot the threat of zombies, and a feeling called ecstasy rose from the soles of their feet and rushed straight to the top of their heads. This, cough, cough. Brother You wanted to say something, but he was filled with wind and started coughing violently. At this time, someone on the helicopter spoke. Through the loudspeaker, the shouting was very clear. Listen to the people below. Listen to the people below. We are the light-chasing army. We are the light-chasing army. Please retreat immediately. We are going to destroy this group of zombies. Please retreat to the other side of the room immediately. Although these people had never heard of the Jiguang army, they still clearly understood what they meant. They want to fight zombies? That's great. If this group of zombies is not destroyed, they may die here. Everyone jumped down from the sandbags and ran back to the room quickly. But no one hid. Some people were at the door, and some opened the window, revealing a row of heads. Looking at the situation here, seeing that the survivors had left, Tang Zheng plane opened fire. Although this helicopter was a transport plane, it was also equipped with two 12.7mm mobile machine guns. This heavy machine gun was equipped on the plane. and it was mainly used to deal with personnel targets on the ground. As the survivors left, the machine gun opened fire. Ji Yitian and Ning Yue, 2 scouts, temporarily played the role of machine gunners, firing at the same time on both sides. Duh. Dense rain of bullets fell from the sky, sweeping among the corpses below. The results of actual combat have already proven that none of the current zombie species can face heavy machine guns head-on. Even the strongest armor can only barely resist light machine guns, and heavy machine guns exceed its defense limit. Clang 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 poof. Ning Yue aimed at this armor and focused her firepower on it. The armor felt threatened and raised his arms to block the bullets falling from the sky. After 3 shots, he was still shot through the head. The armor's head was blown up, and he fell dead on the spot. Needless to say, the rest of the zombies fell down like grass after being swept by the machine gun. If there were people below, they would have cried for their parents and were in disarray. But zombies wouldn't. They had no reason and were not afraid. The only way was to kill them all. The helicopter pilot also cooperated very well. He controlled the aircraft and hovered in the air, giving the 2 scouts the best shooting angle. Each machine gun on the aircraft had 1,000 rounds of ammunition. There were only more than 200 zombies below. In this low-altitude shooting situation, although the accuracy could not be guaranteed, the 20% headshot rate was still about the same. Even if there was no headshot, the zombies that were hit were often incomplete because of the bullet's power. Broken limbs and arms were flying, and many half-bodies were still crawling and wriggling, like some disgusting insects. Ji Yitian and his team focused on taking care of the standing zombies. The plane circled for a while, and the sound of machine guns gradually stopped. There were no standing zombies on the ground, only some half-dead ones, still struggling there. The propeller of the plane slowed down, and then landed. Seeing the machine gun stop firing, the survivors ran out of the house and swarmed onto the sandbags. Braving the strong wind and watching the slowly descending plane, the cabin door opened and someone walked out, one after another. Soldiers, wearing brand new dark green military uniforms, helmets, holding rifles, and carrying backpacks behind them, came down from the plane. After these people got off the plane, they immediately started firing with rifles. Those zombies that were not completely dead were quickly and easily eliminated. By the time the last person got off the plane, there were no living zombies on the ground. The survivors were extremely excited, and their eyes were focused on the last person who got off the plane. The soldiers stood solemnly with guns in hand. The last person, wearing a long, slim gray military coat, a military cap and sunglasses, slowly walked down from the plane. There was a medal on his chest, which I had never seen before, and I didn't know where it belonged to. But there was no doubt that this was a big shot. People were a little nervous, watching this big shot, surrounded by dozens of fully armed soldiers, walking over. The only thing brother you could think of was that the big shot had set his eyes on the grain in his yard. But he didn't dare to say it, nor did he dare to ask. He stood on the sandbags a little stupidly, at a loss. It wasn't that he was dumbfounded, but the scene in front of him had exceeded his previous cognition and ability to deal with things. It wasn't until the big shot came to the sandbag pile and asked him questions that his thinking returned to normal. Is there anyone who can make the decision here? Ah, I am the boss here. My name is Yu Xiuqiang. Well, boss, should I thank my soldiers? Oh, my fault. I was so rude. Everyone, move the sandbags and invite our benefactors in. A group of people moved the sandbags that blocked the road quickly, almost as if their potential burst out. Tang Zheng led people and walked into the yard of this small survival base. What's your name, sir? Yu Xiuqiang finally returned to normal. Tang Zheng, from the light chasing army. Welcome. I really don't know how to thank you. You are our benefactor. We bow to you. The group really bowed to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng couldn't stop them from bowing for the first time. Some people even bowed for the second time. That's enough. Don't bow to me 3 times. It's like saying goodbye to a body. Hearing Tang Zheng joke, the faces of these survivors relaxed. After all, these fully armed soldiers, who killed zombies like chickens, gave them too much oppression. Being able to talk and laugh helped to relax their tense nerves. Captain Tang, let's go inside and talk. Yu Xiuqiang invited Tang Zheng and his group into the house. Several key subordinates followed Tang Zheng in, and most of the soldiers stayed outside to be on guard. Everyone sat down in a large, bright room. Some survivors sat around Tang Zheng with a little restraint, and there was still caution on their faces. Tang Zheng didn't say anything, and asked directly, "You probably don't know our Jiguang army, right?" Yu Xiuqiang and others shook their heads, saying they didn't know. "Do you know the Northern Territory Survivor Alliance?" Everyone still shook their heads. "Do you have any channels to get news from the outside world?" Yu Xiuqiang thought for a while. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there were mobile phones, but later they couldn't be used, and there was a power outage. We have been isolated from the outside world for a long time, and we don't know what's going on outside. Otherwise, we might have left. Now we can only stay here and guard the food. At least we can survive." Tang Zheng sighed. He knew that this was the real situation of most survivors. Not everyone can get a radio. It requires technicians. Only in large bases with many people can someone know how to do it. It is difficult to get it in small bases. Tang Zheng briefly introduced himself. "I am from Jiguang City, about 300 kilometers away from here, at the foot of Guyun Mountain. If you are willing, you can consider joining our city. At least there will be no more zombie threats there." Yu Xiuqiang and the others were very interested when they heard this. But he also had concerns and asked, "Captain Tang, what will happen to our food when we leave?" "You can take the food with you, as long as you agree. We will send a car to pick you up and take your food away. In the future, whether you eat it yourself or put it in the base, there will be a clear explanation, and you will not suffer any loss. After all, there is so much food that you more than 100 people can't eat it all even if it rots. And it will be wasted in the future. Then let's discuss it. I am willing to follow you." Yu Xiuqiang has almost made up his mind to leave. This time, he was saved by Tang Zheng and his friends. He may not be so lucky next time. Just looking at the helicopter has completely shocked him. If he doesn't go to such a place, he will regret it for the rest of his life. Tang Zheng saw his determination and smiled. "Don't worry. You can discuss it slowly. But I want to ask, are any of you familiar with the city of Shuanglin?" Yu Xiuqiang said hurriedly, "I am familiar with it. I grew up here, and have walked almost every street and alley here. Ask me if you have any questions. Then can you tell me about the jewelry stores here? For the scientific research and development of our army, some places still need gold. It would be best if the location is a little off the beaten track, where there are not so many zombies, which is convenient for collecting." Yu Xiuqiang immediately fell into deep thought. Tang Zheng didn't have much hope at first, because the situation in the county town was similar. But unexpectedly, after thinking for a while, Yu Xiuqiang actually gave an answer. There is Shuanglin and a river that divides the city. The new city area is very big, and the old city area is small. I remember that there is a Huaitsui gold shop near the river in the new city area, near the Hepping Bridge. It is quite large, compared with other jewelry stores. It is relatively remote, except for this one. The others are all in the center of the new city area. Oh, close to the river and the bridge. Right. Yes, but it's hard to get close. After all, there are a lot of zombies there. The commander has a plane, so we can go over and take a look. Okay. Thank you for the news. You guys discuss it now, and I hear your decision when I come back from the county. Okay, Commander Tang. Don't worry. We will definitely discuss the result as soon as possible. I believe the result will be good. Tang Zheng, Yu Xiuqiang and others waved and boarded the plane again. This time, he had a clear goal. The intersection of the new city and the old city, next to the Peace Bridge. Chapter 92. The plane took off again, and soon arrived at the location described by Yu Xiuqiang. Hepping Bridge is the largest highway bridge in Shuanglin County, and its location is easy to find. The bridge is about 150 meters long and spans both banks. Shuanglin City is divided by the bridge. The old city area is small, accounting for about 1/5 of the city, and the new city area is large, accounting for 4/5. And the jewelry store is a store on the first floor of a building, about 100 meters away from the bridge head, and it looks quite large. But Tang Zheng also clearly realized the difficulty of taking down this jewelry store. There are too many zombies around. The only way to enter the jewelry store is to go through the old city, break through the old city, and then stop at the bridge. The gunshots will inevitably attract zombies. The troops will annihilate them here. When the zombies coming over are all killed, they can walk across the bridge and enter the jewelry store. This process is very difficult. You must know that once a large-scale gun battle starts, It will not attract hundreds or thousands of zombies, but tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even close to 1,000,000. The only advantage is that once the old city is penetrated, the bridge can be guarded and the zombies can be concentrated without worrying about the zombies coming from all directions. If it was before, Tang Zheng might have really felt a bit confused. Because when you attack the old city, the zombies in the new city will come along the bridge and surround you, making it impossible to complete the cleanup of the old city. But now Tang Zheng took a look and had a solution in mind. Let's go. Go back and make arrangements. We will move here to fight soon. The plane returned and stopped at Yu Shiqiang's place. They had already discussed the result and agreed to go to Tang Zheng Jiguang City. Tang Zheng asked Yu Shiqiang and the others to wait patiently, and then returned again. More than an hour later, they returned to Jiguang City. After returning to the city, Tang Zheng issued an order. Tomorrow, the troops will set off to Shuanglin City to fight zombies and seize the jewelry store. This process will not take too short, and it is estimated to take at least 20 days. But this is already the best jewelry store that can be found so far. While Tang Zheng was waiting for the troops that went out to collect funds to return, another team came back first. That was the second company that went to Tailai town, and the first platoon of the fourth company that stayed in Tailai town. The troops returned to Jiguang City, along with Tang Zheng's father, sister and other survivors. When they just came back and walked in the wilderness without roads, some people wondered how there could be a city in this mountain valley. But when Jiguang City appeared before their eyes, everyone was dumbfounded. How was this city built? Looking at the scale, it should have been built before the end of the world. Why hasn't anyone heard of it? A huge and long city wall stands at the foot of the mountain. A river runs through the city, winding its way. Tall sentry towers are densely dotted on the city wall, with huge flags fluttering in the wind. Half of the mountain is used as a cover, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. And the magnificent atmosphere is overwhelming. When they came to the south gate, the three big characters Zhu Guangcheng on it were written in iron painting and silver hooks, and no one knew which calligraphy master wrote them. At the city gate, the guards raised their hands to salute the convoy, giving these survivors a high treatment. After entering the city, everyone found that this was a busy construction site. Because Tang Zheng had purchased 300 engineers, the construction speed today was very fast. When going out to collect supplies today, a giant tower crane was even dismantled and pulled back. After returning to the city for assembly, a residential area that had been reserved in the outer city was ready to be built. Roads were being leveled everywhere, and wires were being pulled everywhere. Excavators were digging trenches, and people were laying optical cables. The roads had been simply leveled, and foundations were being laid everywhere. In one area, simple prefabricated steel houses were built as temporary residences, and the wires were pulled over. And near dusk, the city was full of lights. So the interior of Jiguang City had not yet taken shape, but it had already presented a thriving scene. When the survivors' convoy came over, Tang Zheng was standing in the center of the outer city, discussing planning with Guiyun. Don't make this area a residential area. This is the center of the outer city of Jiguang City, and should be used as a commercial area. Here, keep a piece of land and build a city center park. Also, build a dance theater here, which can be open to the city citizens for free in the future. We are about to start the rescue work. It would be nice if we can rescue a few celebrities and let them perform for our citizens for free. Well, you are back. While chatting happily with Guiyun, Tang Zheng turned around and saw that the motorcade had arrived behind him. His father and sister got off the car and came to Tang Zheng excitedly. Son, I am not dreaming. There is such a good place. How come I didn't know it before? Brother, you are so awesome. I heard them say that you are the highest official in the city. Is this true? Tang Zheng rubbed his sister's little head. Of course it is true. Great. Then I will be the little princess here in the future. That's right. But you are not allowed to bully others. I won't do that. Tang and I happily held her best friend's hand and went for a stroll. Tang Yushan didn't ask Tang Zheng much. In his mind, these should be the secrets of the army, and it would be inappropriate for him to ask too much. This also saved Tang Zheng the trouble of explaining. These survivors will be placed in mobile houses. Tang Zheng engineering troops are also speeding up the progress. At least 20 buildings must be built before winter this year. The survivors walked in the outer city area, and some saw a city gate in the distance and wanted to approach the inner city. but were immediately warned by the city guards not to approach. Along with the survivors came a batch of supplies brought from Tailai town. The 2nd and 4th companies received Tang Zheng instructions, and did not leave any supplies for those who stayed behind. Most of the supplies were brought here. Among them, rice, flour and other food were loaded into 5 large trucks, which temporarily relieved the food pressure of the troops. After a while, the troops who went out to collect supplies also came back. There were more than 30 trucks of supplies, and a bag of money for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng converted it, and got more than 7,000 gold. The army was large in size, so there was no need to deliberately collect supplies. Just going out to collect supplies to fight zombies would give them a lot. Moreover, they would not easily buy bullets. The training bullets given by the system every day were enough to ensure the kill. With a little money, Tang Zheng first supplemented the gap of the guard platoon soldiers drawn from the 1st company. However, Tang Zheng did not continue to withdraw troops. He planned to fill the remaining gaps in the guard platoon with new troops. That is paratroopers. The cost of paratroopers is 500 gold each. This type of troops is a special force in itself, and their combat effectiveness is definitely higher than that of mobilized soldiers. And they have the skill of parachuting. In the future, when Tang Zheng goes out by plane, they will be more useful. In the evening, the kitchen platoon was busy cooking, and Jiguang City had a collective meal. Tang Zheng sat by the pond and played with Tang Tang for a while. I don't know if it was Tang Zheng illusion, but Tong Tong's body has grown bigger in the past few days, with its tentacles stretched out, and its body length has exceeded 6 meters. You know, I haven't given it any special food in the past few days, and the fish in the river haven't obviously decreased. It seems that Tang Tang has found its own food source. After staying in a simple tent for one night, Tang Zheng began to assign tasks early the next morning. Now, except for the 5th company, all the troops are in Jiguang City, which can be said to be strong and powerful. 1, 2, 3, 4, several field companies, artillery companies, and armored companies will set off today and head to Shuangling County. Your mission is very important. I require that within 20 days, you must break through the old city, annihilate some zombies in the new city, and open up the road to the jewelry store. 4 squads from the cooking platoon and 4 squads from the medical platoon. Follow the troops and join the battle. The city guard company and the engineering company will continue to stay in Jiguang City. You don't need to go out to fight or look for survivors, but you must ensure safety and speed up the pace of construction. Guard platoon members, follow me on a helicopter to the front line and look for survivors nearby. The order was issued, and the troops immediately took action. All the troops began to board the vehicles. Tang Zheng also found a dozen heavy trucks that he had collected, removed their compartment boards, and turned them into flatbeds. The task of these trucks was to transport tanks. The tanks rumbled onto the trucks, ready to go. As Tang Zheng issued the order, the troops set off. Dozens of military trucks and many jeeps rumbled out of the south gate of Jiguang City. A road had been pressed out across the fields. It takes only 4 hours to reach the destination, a distance of nearly 300 kilometers. Tang Zheng also boarded the helicopter and headed for Shuangling County again. This time on the road, Tang Zheng mainly marked the location of the survivors and prepared for a large-scale search and rescue. After marking more than 20 locations with people, Tang Zheng rushed to Shuangling to join the large force. There were no accidents along the way. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the troops arrived at the edge of Shuangling County. Yu Xiuqiang and the other survivors had already packed up their things here. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they saw the large force led by Tang Zheng coming, especially when they saw the heavy trucks carrying tanks. Many people had tears in their eyes. There is hope. There is hope for this world. The troops left more than a dozen trucks here. These trucks are mainly used to take the survivors back and then take away the food here. Gui Yun stayed behind. He wanted to repair the conveyor belt here and load the food as soon as possible. Tang Zheng led the large troops to continue moving forward, all the way to the edge of Shuangling County. In front of them is the crossroads from the outer ring to the city. The large army stopped here, and the soldiers got off the cars. There were already a lot of sandbags in the car, and they quickly built a defensive position here. The sandbags built a line of defense, and armored vehicles and tanks were interspersed among them, leaving firing points. The artillery stayed in the rear and formed an attack formation. Tang Zheng personally came to the front line, ready to command the battle. He was sure that, apart from the Imperial Royal Army, His light chasing army was definitely the first among the civilian survivors to take the initiative to attack the county. Chapter 93. The position was built, and the soldiers of the first company were in place. However, Tang Zheng did not order the battle to start immediately, as he had an important task. He boarded the plane again, and the helicopter took off and headed straight for the peace bridge in front. On the plane, behind Tang Zheng, the paratrooper Hu Yuhang stood there. Seeing that the peace bridge had arrived below, Tang Zheng asked, "You take me with you to rappel. There will be no problem, right?" "Don't worry, General. The safety rope has been hung. I just help the General maintain stability. Our plane is powerful. There will be no problem at all." "Okay. Then remember to cover me, General." "Don't worry. Not only will I cover you, but the machine guns on the plane will also cover you. If there is any danger, the safety rope will quickly pull us up." After getting a definite answer, the plane began to descend. The descent speed was very fast, and it stopped when it was 20 meters above the ground. The sound of the plane's propeller began to attract the attention of the zombies on both sides of the bridge. Some zombies began to run towards the plane. Tang Zheng and Hu Yuhang hung up the safety rope, opened the cabin door, and slid down. Hu Yuhang supported Tang Zheng from behind to ensure the safety of the general, who was using an airplane to rappel for the first time. During this process, the machine gun on the plane opened fire. Ji Yutian and Ning Yue once again played the role of machine gunners. Their goal was to eliminate the zombies approaching Tang Zheng. This process was somewhat dangerous, because the machine gun also needed to change the magazine. And with the sound of gunfire, more and more zombies would come, and they would definitely not be able to hold on in the end. So the time left for Tang Zheng and Hu Yuhang was only one magazine, which was about 2 minutes. Tang Zheng and his partner landed on the ground, and there were already a circle of zombies lying around. After Hu Yuhang landed, he immediately shot at the zombies approaching, and the two of them quickly approached the bridgehead. The plane was hovering less than 30 meters away from the bridgehead. Under the cover of 3 guns, Tang Zheng used his speed and quickly ran to the bridgehead. On the bridge in front, some zombies had heard the gunshots and rushed over. Tang Zheng looked up and saw that some zombies had already run to a distance of less than 10 meters from him. He could even see the ferocious faces and sharp claws of the zombies, and even feel the foul smell coming towards him. Thanks to Tang Zheng's long struggle in the apocalypse, his mentality has been trained to be quite calm. Even though he was a little worried, his hands did not stop at all. Open the system and click on the props he had purchased long ago. City wall. A regular city wall 5 meters high and 50 meters long. Click. The zombies have already run to the 5-meter range, and Hu Yuhang's bullets whizzed in from behind, knocking down the zombies one by one. Place. Boom. Just when some zombies were within 2 meters, a wall was directly across the bridgehead of Hepping Bridge. All the zombies' roars were isolated on the other side of the wall. Only some zombies behind him were still roaring. But Ji Yutian and Ning Yue's machine guns kept killing them, and they never had a chance to get close to Tang Zheng. General, let's run back. Tang Zheng kept his head down and ran hard, and almost rushed through the distance of 30 meters in 4 seconds. The plane took off. The machine gun changed the magazine and stopped firing. An agile zombie jumped at the last moment and waved its claws to grab Tang Zheng. But the claws were still nearly half a meter away from Tang Zheng's feet, and then fell down helplessly. The safety rope was pulled, pulling Tang Zheng and Hu Yuhang up. Tang Zheng let out a long sigh until he sat on the plane. It's so exciting. He wiped his forehead and sweat oozed out, which showed how nervous he was just now. Although this time was a bit risky, the gains were huge. Tang Zheng used the city wall to block the zombies on the other side of the bridge. In this way, Tang Zheng and his team can safely deal with zombies in the old city without worrying about being surrounded by a large number of zombies in the new city. On the plane, Tang Zheng asked Meng Meng, "Meng Meng, my city walls are placed there. What should I do when I don't need them?" Meng Meng replied, "General, the system's buildings can be recycled at half price. When you don't need them, you can take them back. It's great that there is such a function. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to destroy the city wall." Hearing the system's answer, Tang Zheng felt confident. Next, it was time to clear the zombies in the old city and open a safe road to the bridge. When the plane returned to the position, Tang Zheng looked at the time. There was still 1 hour until 12 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, our ammunition will be refreshed. So in this hour, Each company does not need to be stingy with their ammunition. Fight as hard as you can. Kill as many zombies as possible. And relieve the pressure on our next operation. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers answered in unison. Their voices loud and clear. Artillery ready. Fire! In the first wave of battle, because of the sufficient bullets, the firing was required to be loud enough to attract more zombies. The artillery position was also divided into two sections. 5 155mm caliber howitzers were deployed 10 kilometers away. At this distance, the howitzer's range was just right. Tang Zheng gave the order over the intercom, and the artillery company commander Wang Jinglong immediately opened fire. The specific target was 500 meters from the front of the soldiers' positions. Boom, boom, boom. The howitzer opened fire, and immediately set off 5 huge fireballs on the street in front. Some zombies wandering over there, as well as abandoned vehicles on the street, were immediately enveloped by it. The huge explosion shattered some of the glass on the street, and such a sound immediately attracted a large number of zombies. A large number of zombies appeared on the streets, in the alleys, in the houses, and on the upper floors. Soon, the zombies gathered into a zombie tide, roaring and rushing towards this side. Compared with 2 months ago, the zombies' pace was faster, almost the same as the walking speed of normal people. Obviously, the zombies are also constantly evolving, and now the zombies are a much greater threat to ordinary survivors. Rockets ready? Fire! When seeing the zombies coming in large numbers, Tang Zheng ordered the second wave of attacks to start. This time, the 107 rockets were fired. 10 107 rocket launchers, each with 19 barrels. One salvo can fire 190 rockets. Fortunately, there are shells given by the system every day, which can be used up. Boom, 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 swish, swish, swish. Rockets dragged long tails and poured towards the front position. In an instant, the streets were exploded and a sea of fire. This wave of zombies was completely enveloped in the sea of fire. I don't know how many zombies were killed in this wave. In the flames, some zombies were still moving forward with their bodies on fire, but most of the zombies could no longer walk out of the sea of fire. Even if they came out, the intense burning was still taking away their lives. If their brains were burned through, they would fall to the ground and die. Howitzers, keep going! Seeing that more zombies were coming from behind, Tang Zheng ordered the artillery to continue firing. At the same time, he also turned on the system radar to check the situation ahead. In the radar, many red dots representing zombies were struggling in the sea of fire, and there were constantly red dots in that area. At the same time, on the streets behind, an endless tide of zombies gathered in this direction, and more red dots came over. Howitzers, rockets, mortars, fired in turn. The rumbling explosions continued, and countless red dots flickered here. The continuous bombardment left the block in ruins. However, the bombardment did not last too long. After about 15 minutes, all the artillery had run out of shells. During this process, 3 107 rocket launchers were upgraded to 1 star. After upgrading to 1 star, each rocket launcher has 76 free rockets. Because each rocket launcher has 19 muzzles, it can fire 19 rockets at a time, 76 rounds, and can support 4 rounds of salvos. The other 3 mortars were all upgraded, which showed how many zombies they killed. Only the howitzer had not been upgraded. The more expensive the weapon, the more difficult it was to upgrade. Tang Zheng did not continue to let the artillery fire, because he had to give the main force time. After all, he had to try to use up all the ammunition before 12 o'clock. The artillery fire stopped. The smoke gradually dissipated, and a large group of zombies appeared. They left countless corpses here, but it didn't matter to the massive zombie army. There was no sign of reduction at all, and the zombies continued to move forward. This time, the armored company opened fire. 10 light tanks and 5 armored vehicles launched a fierce attack on the zombies. These vehicles were equipped with machine guns, which were even more effective than cannons in killing zombies. Of course, the shells in the vehicles could not be left idle. For a while, the cannons kept firing, and the machine guns also began to fire, especially the Type 15 tanks, which were also equipped with grenade launchers. These grenade launchers also fired at the same time, and the 3 people in the car were very busy. The rumble of cannons and the clang of machine guns were deafening. The zombies were like a group of insane death squads. resisting the dense rain of bullets and artillery fire and moving forward. The casualties were extremely huge. This kind of target shooting brought explosive damage to the zombies. Groups of zombies were knocked down and shattered. And broken limbs and blood flew all over the sky, blending into the smoke and flames. The machine gun firepower of more than a dozen vehicles made the company that had been ready for a long time useless. After 20 minutes of shooting, all the armored vehicles and tanks had run out of ammunition. 2 scimitar light tanks and an armored vehicle were upgraded in the battle. But they did not continue to fight after the upgrade, leaving the remaining time for the main force. At this time, Tang Zheng had asked the soldiers of the second company to go up at the same time, and together with the first company, they would give the zombies a heavier blow. The fierce battle did not make the zombies retreat, and more zombies gathered here, looking down from the sky at this moment. The number of zombies heading to the intersection has exceeded 50,000. 50,000 is just a number, but in reality, it is all over the block. Endless. Tang Zheng 4 field companies, as well as the armored company and the artillery company, will face a real test. Chapter 94. Faced with the zombies coming like a tide, the soldiers of the first and second companies opened fire, with Tang Zheng unremitting investment. Each squad was equipped with a light machine gun, and each platoon was equipped with a heavy machine gun. Now, more than half of the ordinary soldiers of the Jiguang army, except for the new recruits, are 3-star veterans. Each 3-star veteran has 180 rounds of training bullets every day. So the output of these soldiers, for fighting zombies, is even more powerful than armored vehicles and tanks. At the huge crossroads, crazy bullets poured out. When the zombies walked to a distance of about 100 meters, they began to be knocked down in large numbers. The troops came from the north, and the positions were also located in the north, south, southeast, and southwest. The corpses of zombies piled up quickly, visible to the naked eye. A gentle slope formed by corpses appeared on the ground. Some zombies were not killed, but their legs were broken and they could not move. So they were stepped on by their companions behind them. So in the pile of corpses, you can still see some hands and feet shaking, but they can't get out. The scene is quite scary. Occasionally, a mutant zombie appears and is immediately named by the sniper. 10 minutes of continuous fire output allowed all the new recruits present to upgrade to the enhanced 2-star. And the zombies' record is to advance the 100-meter position to about 70 meters. The 30 meters they advanced formed a bloody flesh channel. First and second companies down. Third and fourth companies up. At Tang Zheng command, the soldiers quickly completed the change of positions in front of the battle. Looking at the time, it was 11:50. Soldiers from the third and fourth companies replaced soldiers from the first and second companies and continued to shoot. But there is a fundamental difference between a 100-meter encirclement and a 70-meter encirclement. The zombies roared and rolled over the corpses of their companions. The soldiers didn't need to aim at all. They could hit them with just a raise of their guns. But they still couldn't stop the torrent from moving forward. In just 5 minutes, the zombies left more than 3,000 corpses. But they had already shortened the distance between them and the soldiers to within 40 meters. Originally, this distance was safe. But suddenly a strange zombie appeared in the zombie group in front. The battle site chosen by Tang Zheng and his team was at the crossroads in the north of the city, with buildings on both sides in front. Normally, zombies come from the flat ground. But this zombie ran over from the wall of the building like a gecko. It was not like ordinary zombies that landed on 2 feet, but ran on 4 legs. It was nearly 3 meters long, with thick limbs that were extremely flexible, and a fiery red tongue kept swallowing and spitting out between its mouth opening and closing. The mouth was split open, and a tail grew out of the coccyx behind it, making it look like a big lizard. This thing? Is it a licker? Tang Zheng had seen some zombie movies, but he had never thought that there would be such a thing in reality. Immediately, a soldier shot at this thing, but it ran very fast. The fastest zombie Tang Zheng had ever seen was the agile zombie, and its speed was even faster than that of the agile zombie. After a few rubs, this thing crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters, then jumped into the air, withstanding the damage of several rifle bullets, and jumped into the position. The 2 soldiers were unable to dodge, and were scratched by its claws. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. This should be the form of the agile zombie after the second evolution, but it is much more difficult to deal with than the agile zombie. He was caught off guard and suffered a small loss. However, Tang Zheng was not too anxious. although he did not know that he would encounter such a thing. He had already taken precautions in advance. That is his military dog team. This time, 4 companies came, and dozens of military dogs followed. They were always led at the back of the team. After all, in such a large-scale battle, the role of military dogs is very small. But when the liquor rushed over, the military dogs immediately came into play. Without Tang Zheng command, when the liquor landed in the position, Decisive rushed up with a group of military dogs. Among the military dogs, Decisive and Retaliation have been upgraded to enhanced 2 stars, and the rest of the military dogs are ordinary and enhanced 1 star. The enhanced 2-star military dogs are as big as leopards, and their movements are agile and fast. The 2 dogs rushed up and bit the liquor. The liquor waved his claws and slapped Decisive aside. But Decisive was protected by a bulletproof vest, so the blow was not too severe. The liquor was about to pounce and bite Decisive to death. But Retaliation immediately dug his anus from behind. No lychees. No problem. Seafood is also available. The liquor was caught off guard and bitten, and turned around to attack Retaliation. At this time, other military dogs rushed forward and attacked the liquor crazily from behind. Have you ever seen a pack of hunting dogs besieging a lion? It is a similar scene now. No matter how the liquor wants to fight back, there will always be a group of military dogs attacking it at its tail, making it unable to split its attention. Even if it wanted to jump up and run away, it didn't have that chance. There were waves of roars and countless dog barks. And the liquor and a group of military dogs were fighting each other. Dog hair was flying. Blood was sprayed. And the intensity of the battle was no less than that of the previous positions. The main ones who could cause damage to the liquor were the smart and pretty, and some 1-star enhanced military dogs. The rest of the ordinary military dogs were probably just followers, who waved flags and shouted. Through such battles, Tang Zheng also realized the importance of improving high-end troops. This second evolved zombie is very strong. But if there are several 3-star military dogs in his team, the liquor would have already fallen by now. It is not too late now. Under the siege of a large group of military dogs, this liquor will definitely be left here. After this annihilation battle, it is estimated that these military dogs will all be 3 stars. However, Tang Zheng did not want this chaos to continue. Being torn apart by many military dogs, the liquor could no longer run. It was time to end it. With a light wave of his hand, after a few dull sniper rifle shots, the liquor was knocked down. The agile zombie evolved for the second time, and its defense was slightly improved. But at most it was at the level of ordinary armor. Not enough to resist sniper rifles. But this thing was very tenacious. And it was not completely dead after being knocked down. Dozens of military dogs opened their mouths and bit at the same time. When the liquor died, Tang Zheng saw that the great conscientiousness that locked its throat was upgraded. Originally, the great conscientiousness was upgraded to 2 stars not long ago. This time, he should have given the liquor the final blow, and it was directly upgraded to 3 stars. The leopard-sized body grew directly to the size of a lioness, looking extremely ferocious. The liquor died, and the scientific soldier Guiyun immediately rushed over, holding tools, and began to collect crystals. After a while, a shining crystal was in Tang Zheng's hand. Congratulations, General. You have obtained a 2nd-level crystal, which can be used for human evolution or soldier enhancement 5-star evolution. Tang Zheng was secretly happy in his heart, knowing that this was a treasure. But there was no time to study it now, so he put the crystal away first. The riot caused by the liquor was over, but the zombies at the front of the position had advanced to a distance of 30 meters. Throw grenades. Tang Zheng saw that he still had several thousand gold in his hand, and immediately ordered to buy grenades. The soldiers immediately bought a grenade each. Throw grenades. The sound of throwing grenades rang out, and a violent explosion occurred about 30 meters in front of the position. Countless zombies were blown to pieces, and some hands, feet, and even heads could be clearly seen flying into the sky. This wave of explosions slowed down the fierce offensive of the zombies, and bought some time for the Jiguang army. After another round of shooting, it was past 12 o'clock. Everyone's training bullets were refreshed. Not only the soldiers' bullets, but also the armored units, heavy machine guns, and artillery refreshed their training bullets. The second round of fierce fighting started again. This time, it started with the collective fire output of the infantry. When all the infantry had only the last magazine left, the infantry began to retreat and vacate the position. Then the armored vehicles and tanks began to fire, and continued to attack the zombies. Finally, the armored vehicles and tanks retained their basic firepower, and began to retreat, leaving the position completely to the zombies. When the zombies swarmed into the position, the artillery opened fire again. With a round of free artillery fire, the large number of zombies that entered the position were once again annihilated. When the smoke cleared, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Tang Zheng could clearly see the tragic situation in this area from the plane. The entire block was reduced to ruins, and the corpses left by the zombies here were conservatively estimated to be more than 30,000, or even close to 40,000. The thick corpses covered the entire block like a carpet, with corpses piled on top of corpses, nearly 1 meter thick. In the outer areas, some zombies did not squeeze in because the battle in front had stopped. After they lost their target, they stayed where they were and gnawed on their companions' corpses. However, there were too many corpses here, and they would not be able to finish gnawing until tomorrow. Take advantage of now to collect funds. The main thing is not to go too far. Do not alarm the zombies in the distance, and try to avoid fighting at night. The soldiers didn't even have time to eat before they started the intense work of collecting funds. In this position, there were too many zombies that were not dead, but were buried in the pile of corpses. Military dogs followed the search, and when they encountered such a situation, those zombies with little mobility were either bitten to death or shot. In the process of collecting funds, many soldiers and military dogs were constantly upgraded. After 2 hours of intense collection, they brought back 21,000 gold to Tang Zheng. These funds relieved Tang Zheng pressure. He could let the soldiers refill their bullets and launch another offensive tomorrow morning. This is fighting to support the war. Tang Zheng was very satisfied with today's battle. This was the first time that the Jiguang army tried to cooperate with multiple arms. They cooperated well with each other. Although there were some injuries in the battle for most of the day, no one was killed. This was almost a miracle. What made Tang Zheng even more relieved was that in the later stage of the battle, the number of zombies coming from the old city became less. Of course, this is mainly because the battle took place in one place. The zombies in this area kept coming. As they were constantly eliminated, they would naturally become fewer. If they continued to move forward, the number would increase. But it is also conceivable that before the block bridge was opened, the battle in the old city would not be more intense than today, which made Tang Zheng feel really relieved. In the next battle, until the peace bridge, Tang Zheng would not continue to participate in the command. Chapter 95. Just as the Jiguang army attacked Shuanglin City, Tailai Town was also undergoing a huge change. Tailai Town Public Security Bureau. Commissioner Wang and his team were fiddling with a generator. This generator was left in the restaurant by Tang Zheng troops, and Commissioner Wang and his team took care of it like a treasure. Now they moved the generator from the restaurant to the Public Security Bureau and tried to generate electricity again. Thursday. With the addition of gasoline, the operator pulled the starting rope hard, and the generator started successfully. Seeing the lights in the room light up, the people present cheered. They had a new home, and from now on, they would live a happy life. They happily took out some of the remaining meat and prepared a sumptuous dinner. At nightfall, the dinner was ready. The collected wine and drinks were also placed on the dining table. More than 50 people sat at 6 tables. Commissioner Wang was elected as the new leader by everyone, and he was in high spirits. Everyone, let me say a few words. With a glass of white wine in front of him, Commissioner Wang stood up. Everyone was looking at him. This was the highlight of his life. Everyone, I can say this, everyone here is a miserable person. When Zheng Kejiang was in power, we worked like cattle and horses, and lived a precarious life. We suffered oppression and humiliation. During that period, I went through it with everyone. When Tang Zheng was in power, although it was better than when Zheng Kejiang was in power, we still didn't have any good things. His father didn't have to work and still had food to eat. His sister did some easy work every day. Her hands were clean, and she had to apply hand cream at night for maintenance. We tolerated all this, but I don't know how Li Yanhong, that woman, flirted with Tang Zheng upstairs, and after coming back, she can only work 6 hours a day. Do you think this is fair? It's not fair. I've long been fed up with it. Tang Zheng is a warlord. Although he doesn't treat us harshly, he never pays attention to us. He didn't even agree to my application to join the army. The people at the scene immediately started to complain. Basically, those who were able to stay were not close to Tang Zheng. So they all agreed with Commissioner Wang's words. Seeing the atmosphere on the scene being boosted, Commissioner Wang was very satisfied. However, our hard days are finally coming to an end. Tang Zheng said that he has built a new city and will take people here to enjoy the good life. We can tell him loudly that we don't care. There are not many zombies in Tailai town, and it is still far away from here. We can collect supplies and enjoy them to our heart's content in the future. In a town with a population of more than 40,000, the supplies here are enough for dozens of us to use for several years. Moreover, we still have hands and feet, and we can completely create a better future with our own hands. Everyone knows about the peach blossom spring, right? No matter how chaotic the outside world is, it has nothing to do with us. We all have to rely on our own hard work and wisdom to build our own peach blossom spring. Pa 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 pa. The people present were completely inspired and clapped their hands vigorously. Commissioner Wang said it very well. We will not look at anyone's eyes in the future. Tailai town is ours. Commissioner Wang, you must always be our leader. We will obey you. Taking advantage of the warm atmosphere at the scene, Commissioner Wang was about to raise his glass and toast with everyone. But just as he stretched out his hand, it stopped in midair. Boom! The ground seemed to tremble. He saw the wine in the glass swaying, and a circle of ripples appeared faintly. What's going on? Boom! There was another sound. This time the chopsticks were jumping, and they made a crisp sound when they touched the plate. Boom! The plate and bowl also jumped. Everyone was a little restless, because the sound of boom, boom, boom was very rhythmic, as if some big guy was walking over on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The sound rang out one after another, and everyone present was a little unsteady. I go see what's going on. Could it be that Tang Zheng and his men are back again, deliberately stomping around us? Commissioner Wang hurried to the window. The others were confused, but they didn't dare to speak. If it was really Tang Zheng who came back, they had no way to deal with it, and could only continue to be cowards. Commissioner Wang opened the curtains. People gathered at the window. Hiss! Everyone gasped almost at the same time. On the street outside the window, in the fields in the distance, countless red lights, like a starry sky, spread all over the field of vision. Others don't know what these red lights are, but people in the end times know very well. Those are the eyes of zombies. But there are too many of them. Commissioner Wang reacted quickly, and drew the curtains with a swish, and said to the people around him, turn off the lights. The room soon fell into darkness, and people hid inside, not daring to make a sound. These are some common ways to avoid zombies, but they are useless now. As the footsteps went upstairs, the office door was smashed open. The door was smashed directly, and extremely terrifying zombies entered the office. These zombies were all over 2 meters tall, and each one was as strong as the Hulk. One of them was even more than 2.5 meters tall, and it was about to touch the ceiling when it stood there. Some zombies moved quickly, and their bodies gradually changed from walking on 2 legs to walking on 4 legs. If Tang Zheng was here, he would probably be able to see that this was the agile zombie beginning to transform into its second form. Once the transformation was complete, it would become another liquor. Seeing these terrifying zombies coming, many people peed in fear. It was conceivable that in the next moment, these irrational beasts would pounce on them and tear them to pieces. But that didn't happen. Among those terrifying zombies, a zombie that looked different walked out. Compared with other zombies, this zombie appearance is a bit ugly. Although he was wearing an expensive suit and luxury brands, his height was about the same as that of an ordinary person, and he had lost an arm. He came to the table of Commissioner Wang and scanned the whole place. Not finding his target, he spoke. An indescribable hoarse voice sounded, "Where is Tang Zheng?" Everyone present was stunned. It was the first time they heard a zombie speak, and no one answered for a while. The zombie was angry, and with a wave of his hand, a survivor who was close to him had his throat cut off. Blood splattered on the roof, and the survivor covered his throat, making a hoarse sound, and fell down. I ask again, where is Tang Zheng? This time, Commissioner Wang spoke. Tang Zheng is gone. The zombie cold eyes fell on his face. Are you the one in charge here now? Yes. Yes. Commissioner Wang didn't want to admit it, but he didn't dare to lie. Then tell me, where did Tang Zheng go? He and his people seem to say that he went to Jiguang City at the foot of Guyun Mountain, at the junction of 4 provinces, north of Fengcheng. Jiguang City? The zombie turned around in the room and looked at everyone again. Then why didn't you leave with him? We want freedom. Freedom? Hee hee. A bunch of cowardly trash. Seeing me come in, more than 30 out of more than 50 people wet their pants. Such a bunch of trash. Giving you freedom is a waste of food. It is better to let you become food and feed my children. No. Please don't. We can help you work. We can. Commissioner Wang tried to persuade the zombie. But the zombie didn't give him a chance. With a wave of his hand, the zombies around him rushed forward. The tragedy happened in the police station. About half an hour later, the zombie leader came out of the police station. Behind him, Han Yu, who turned into a zombie, whose height had reached 2.8 meters, and his arms were as thick as buckets, looking extremely scary. There are also some zombies, all of which have evolved to different degrees. A group of armored zombies about 2.5 meters tall and a dozen agile zombies that are evolving into lickers form a powerful zombie group. North of Fengcheng, Guyu Mountain area. It's really far away. About 1,500 kilometers away from here. Although we can only move forward on foot. My children don't know fatigue and can walk 24 hours a day. It will take about half a month to get there. What kind of city did you build? It's ridiculous. With just your few people. They are not enough to support my children. Then we meet in half a month. Tang Zheng. The one-armed zombie Chen Filong walked out of the yard of the police station and came to Tailai town, letting out a long howl in the night. There were originally about 20,000 zombies left in Tailai town, all at the edge of the town. Chen Filong's voice was extremely penetrating in the night and could be heard from far away. The zombies in the distance vaguely heard Chen Filong call, and they all started to move towards the direction of the voice. In the blink of an eye, all 20,000 zombies in Tailai town moved. A huge wave of zombies moved and joined Chen Filong's team. Looking at the zombies around him, Chen Filong was satisfied. His ability improved rapidly, and the number of zombies he could control increased. By now, the number of zombies he controlled had exceeded 100,000, and he could feel that this was not his limit. Half a month later, he could control at least 500,000 zombies, or even more. He even felt that his limit should be between 800,000 and 1 million. This number of zombies could probably sweep across any survival base today. What's more, he had a large number of high-level zombies under his command. The total number of armored zombies and agile zombies under his command alone exceeded 500. When he got to Tang Zheng, he would try to increase this number by more than 10 times. A terrifying and huge zombie tide set out again from Tailai town, slowly moving towards the north. Chapter 96. Seeing that the battle situation on the front line had stabilized, and that the soldiers could handle the next situation even if he was not there, Tang Zheng left the front line. The recruitment of survivors in Jiguang City must begin immediately. In recent days, for some reason, Tang Zheng always felt that something was going to happen. The construction in the city had to be accelerated. Tang Zheng still felt that it was too slow to rely solely on the engineering corps. He wanted to promote Jiguang City, but he always felt that although the current Jiguang City was well built, it was not well known, and in the area covered by the alliance, no one would buy their account. If the publicity is not done well, the first shot will not be successful, and the subsequent recruitment may not be easy to carry out. So Tang Zheng has not made any publicity yet. He is going to find a larger team of survivors to see if he can bring them to Jiguang City. Just as Tang Zheng was about to go out to look for them, the guard platoon leader Ji Yutian came to report. General, something happened in the 5th Company. What happened? While you were commanding the battle, the 5th Company reported a situation, but you were too busy at the time, so you didn't have time to tell me. Now, let's talk. Did we cause any trouble? That's not the case. The 5th Company received a mission to fight another group of mercenaries in Hezhou City, Two Rivers Province. After winning the battle, we found that the people who hired them wanted to rob people. Michael from the 5th Company couldn't stand it, so he reported it to you. Since you were too busy and didn't have time, we acted on our own and robbed the thieves. The leader of the other side ran away and used the radio to say a lot of bad things about the 5th Company. Now the reputation of this umbrella mercenary is a bit bad. Tang Zheng snorted, thinking it was a big deal. The actions of the 5th Company were relatively free, and Michael was given a lot of authority. As long as he didn't do anything that was against the will of heaven and earth, he wouldn't care. Tang Zheng wouldn't do such a thing as robbing. But what was the 5th Company for? It was originally to take the blame, although Tang Zheng didn't advocate it. But it was done. But Tang Zheng was not very satisfied, and snorted coldly, when doing things, you have to do it carefully. How can there be any fish that slip through the net? Seeing that Tang Zheng didn't seem to be angry, Jiguang became a little bolder. It was our mistake. That leader was too cunning. Now there is another situation. Among the people who were rescued, there is a celebrity. Celebrity? Yes. The group of mercenaries that the 5th Company defeated earlier were hired by this celebrity. He wanted to protect them to Jinghe County, and the base of the 5th Army. Now that the group of people have been rescued, they still want to hire the 5th Company to protect them to Jinghe County. Michael can't make up his mind. So he reports to you for instructions? Hezhou is about 500 kilometers away from here. So let's go and take a look. Tang Zheng saw Jiguang hesitating, and felt that something was a bit strange. Anyway, there was a plane now. So he went to take a look. The helicopter started and headed straight for Hezhou, which was 500 kilometers away from Jiguang City. After nearly 2 hours of flying, Tang Zheng arrived over Hezhou. He had already contacted the 5th Company halfway, and the plane landed directly at the location of the 5th Company. As soon as he got off the plane, Michael led several platoon leaders of the 5th Company to salute Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng responded, "What happened here? Is it worth you contacting me once?" Michael told the situation again, which was roughly the same as what Jiguang said. A base leader ran away, and a group of survivors were rescued by them. The key problem is that there is a celebrity among the survivors, and Michael doesn't know how to deal with it. Tang Zheng frowned. Aren't celebrities also survivors? Are they so worthy of attention? General, this time is different. This celebrity is a famous reporter and network anchor. He has many fans and great influence in China. Don't you think you can use him? Who are you talking about? Michael took out a pre-apocalyptic poster with a beautiful young girl on it. The voice from the deep sea. The most beautiful reporter. Xiao Dili. Looking at this person, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up immediately. Xiao Dili is a news reporter from Yuanjing Royal Radio. As a reporter, her appearance is the ceiling among reporters. And she is also an online anchor. Her voice is beautiful and a little evil. When she is a reporter, her voice is sweet and pleasant. When she is an anchor, she occasionally sings for fans and charms a large group of people. Her fans say that she has the voice of a deep-sea siren and is a singer who is delayed by reporters. Because of these two identities, Xiao Dili has a large fan base in China, and people who like her voice are even of all ages. Tang Zheng also liked Xiao Dili before, liked her voice, and was considered her fan. So Tang Zheng knows Xiao Dili quite well. During her live broadcast, she was once asked what kind of boyfriend she would look for in the future. Xiao Dili replied that she lacked a sense of security, and if she had to find a man, she would look for a man who could give her a sense of security. And he had to be very, very strong. This also discouraged many people who wanted to pursue Xiao Dili. Even if some warriors still insisted on trying, they all returned with no exception. 3 years into the circle, there was no scandal, which was also one of the reasons why Xiao Dili's fans loved her. So now Tang Zheng can especially understand why Xiao Dili chose to go to Jinghe County. Because it was protected by the Royal Army. It might make her feel more secure. In order to arrive safely, she even hired mercenaries. But unfortunately, she had been targeted. Another group of people hired Michael and his team to defeat the mercenaries hired by Xiao Dili. Then Michael robbed the other gang again, and Xiao Dili fell into his hands. Tang Zheng thought about it, and felt that this matter seemed to have some potential. He looked at Michael again. You must have made a lot of money during this period. Where is the capital? Oh, here. I almost forgot. Michael immediately called, and the two platoon leaders LeBron and Steven took out a package from the car and handed it to Tang Zheng. Seeing the big bag and the two struggling, Tang Zheng did not take it, but let them put it on the ground. Then he picked it up and found that it weighed at least 40 kilograms, which was all their accumulation during this period. Tang Zheng immediately opened it and exchanged it. The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the general for winning 88,600 gold. It's a lot. It seems that the jewelry accounts for a large proportion of it. Tang Zheng was happy, and he had nearly 110,000 gold in his hand. Although there was still a need for funds on the front line. 20,000 reserve funds were enough, and he still had 90,000 funds to control. Tang Zheng collected the funds and thought he should go meet little Dili. Little Dilly is 19 years old this year. When she was 16 years old, and still in high school, she was spotted by Yuanjing Royal Radio because of her live broadcast. After an interview, she became an intern reporter there. With her unique singing, known as the Siren's Whisper, accurate reporting and sharp analysis of news facts, and beautiful appearance, Little Dilly became an overnight sensation. With her cross-border identity, her fan base is not inferior to some big stars, especially her voice, which is almost known to everyone. Before the end of the world, she was planning to come to Hezhou to interview the news. But just after leaving the airport and on the way to the city, everything changed. The end of the world began, and people turned into monsters. Fortunately, there was a bodyguard group in her team. After going through untold hardships, she finally survived here. After that, Xiao Dilly began a life of wandering. The former celebrity was like a wanderer, hiding from place to place every day, looking for a suitable hiding place. Finally, they found a supermarket in the urban-rural junction and established a foothold there. Every day, her team collected supplies while listening to the radio, waiting for rescue news. Gradually, she determined that there was no rescue for the time being, but she could save herself. There are many survivor bases in this world recruiting people, but Xiao Dilly doesn't like any of them. Those bases are too weak and are not enough to give her enough protection. She was influenced by her original family since she was a child and lacked a sense of security. Otherwise she would not go out with a large bodyguard team. And she also knew her identity. If she went to an inappropriate place, she might become a man's plaything. So she must go to a place that is strong enough and has security. Until the news of the Imperial Royal Fifth Army appeared, Xiao Dilly decided to go. She used a lot of collected supplies to contact a mercenary team on the radio and reached an employment relationship. The mercenary team came to protect her and her team. But they had not walked for dozens of miles before they fought with another foreign mercenary group. The fierce foreigners beat their own mercenaries to pieces and fled in a panic. Xiao Dilly and others became prisoners of another base. The people in this base were not good people at first glance. They imprisoned many survivors here to work for them, and the total number was even thousands. There were often some women coming in and out of the tents of those armed personnel. Every time a woman came out, you could tell what was going on by looking at her disheveled appearance. Fortunately, Xiao Dilly, the prisoner, seemed to be more important, and no ordinary armed elements had bothered her yet. But this also means that Xiao Dilly is being targeted. Xiao Dilly was worrying about her fate, but she didn't expect that there was another fight outside. Amid the sound of gunfire, the people in this base were beaten and cried for their parents. The battle didn't last long, and it was over in more than 20 minutes. Xiao Dilly and her people were opened from the tent where they were imprisoned. A group of foreigners with guns came in and drove them all out. Xiao Dilly and her people left the tent nervously and came outside, and found that the outside had become a military camp. Many foreign soldiers stayed here. No one asked them questions, but just looked at them, which made Xiao Dilly and others feel uneasy. Many of the survivors here recognized her. It can be seen that some people wanted to talk to her, but no actual action was taken. Obviously, people in the end times learned to be reverent, and they were also afraid of those foreigners with guns. But none of those foreigners seemed to know Xiao Dilly. This is normal. Xiao Dilly is very popular in Hanwei, but she is not popular abroad. Few foreigners know her. This made Xiao Dilly, who has always been the focus of the camera and the center of sight, a little uncomfortable. She wanted to find someone to talk to communicate with to ease the uneasiness in her heart. After walking in the military camp for a while, she suddenly found a suitable target. Chapter 97. In front of us, a young soldier was sitting on a jeep. The soldier looked handsome, leaning on the seat with a military cap on. His deep facial features had a kind of tough masculinity. Wearing a military coat, with his feet on the steering wheel, sitting there smoking. This man looked young, in his early 20s. These were not the most important things. The most important thing was that this man was a Hanwei person. Little Dilly rolled her eyes and decided to talk to this young man. There are very few Hanwei people of this age who don't know her, and judging from her appearance, she should be a driver or a guard. Little Dilly mustered up her courage and walked over to the front of the Willis Jeep. "Hi. How are you?" she greeted with a sweet voice, attracting the young man's attention. The young soldier raised his head and was obviously stunned when he saw Little Dilly. "Little Dilly?" "Yes, it's me. It seems you know me." "Uh-huh. A famous gold medal reporter and anchor. There are probably not many young people in Hanwei who don't know you. Then the young man stretched out his hand. I'm glad to meet you at this time. My name is Tang Zheng. Little Dilly also stretched out her hand generously and shook hands with the other party. Can I get in your car for a while? Of course. Welcome. Tang Zheng opened the car door and Little Dilly got in. Tang Zheng took out a mobile phone. Little Dilly was a little curious. Mobile phones have become waste now. I don't know what he does with the mobile phone. Let's take a group photo. To be honest, I used to be your fan and followed your Weibo. Really? Then we are really destined to meet each other. Little Dilly was familiar with the requirements of group photos. She posed properly and took a group photo with Tang Zheng. After the group photo, the two felt closer. Dilly, what are your plans next? Little Dilly frowned in distress. I want to go to Jinghe County. There are royal troops guarding there, so it should be safer. However, all the assets I accumulated before were used to hire mercenaries. Now I have nothing, and there is no way to get to Jinghe. Tang Zheng knew that Xiao Dilly had been working at the royal radio since she started working, and her ideas were a bit ingrained in her mind. It was not easy to change her ideas and join him, but Tang Zheng still decided to give it a try. Jiguang City really needed a publicity figure. Then have you considered joining other bases? Xiao Dilly shook her head. Those civilian bases have too low security, and there are not many things that can be reported. Tang Zheng laughed. You still know too little. Do you want me to take you to learn more? Okay. As long as you are not punished by your superiors. No one can punish me. I am the highest commander here. I am a general. As he said this, Tang Zheng showed the medal on his chest, which had a word camp. Dilly took a look and found that the medal looked a little strange. It was not from the Imperial Royal Army. Moreover, the young man was too young. It was not certain whether the clothes belonged to him. But she still said politely, Then I am really disrespectful. I wonder how you live as a general here. Tang Zheng smiled. Is this considered an interview? Of course. I'm a reporter. And this is an interview. Then you don't have a camera. Little Dilly was stunned for a moment. His cameraman had already hung up, and she didn't think Tang Zheng would have much news material. Tang Zheng handed her the phone casually. Then you can use this for the interview. Little Dilly nodded, took Tang Zheng's phone out of courtesy, and turned on the video function. Tang Zheng looked at the camera. Since it's an interview, let's be more formal. Okay. After all, Dilly is a professional journalist, so she quickly got into the mood. Hello everyone. This is Dilly's appointment show. Today, we have invited a mysterious military leader, Tang Zheng. Today, we are going to do an exclusive interview with Mr. Tang Zheng. A general's day. Mr. Tang Zheng, can you take me to learn about your life? No problem. I just have some things to deal with. Just follow me. As he said, Tang Zheng started the car and shuttled through the military camp. Soon, he came to a checkpoint set up by the soldiers of the 5th Company. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, the black soldier squad leader standing at attention immediately saluted. Hello, General. Hello, kid. Tang Zheng reached out and patted the black soldier's shoulder. Where are you from? General. I'm from Galicia. Well, it's a beautiful place. Did you fight bravely today? General. I killed 3 enemies today. Well done. Then tell me what your future plans are. Report to the general. Our company commander said that we should learn from our colleagues in the guard platoon in the future. Deal with things decisively. Don't cause trouble to the general for trivial matters. And take action when it's time to fight against the thieves. Otherwise, how can we make meritorious deeds? When can I be promoted? I hope that when the army is expanded next time, I can be promoted to platoon leader. Tang Zheng was choked for a moment, feeling that the atmosphere of his troops had unknowingly gone astray. However, he still had to give affirmation to the enthusiasm of the soldiers. Good idea. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. I am optimistic about your future. After saying that, he patted the soldier's shoulder again and started the car. Goodbye, Galician boy. Goodbye, General. The black soldier kept saluting and watched Tang Zheng's car leave. Dilry, who was filming on the side, was extremely shocked. He is a general? Is he really the highest commander here? But how did he do it? You know, the soldiers here are all foreign mercenaries. Resisting her curiosity, she didn't speak and continued filming. Tang Zheng's car drove forward and arrived at the door of a large tent in the center of the camp. The car stopped and someone came to open the door for him immediately. And Tang Zheng got out of the car. Dilly followed Tang Zheng closely and entered the tent. And no one stopped her. After entering, there were 2 rows of military dogs lying inside. When they saw Tang Zheng, they stood at attention, their heads straight, and their tongues were all the same length, which was enough to prove that they were well trained. Little Dilly almost dropped her phone, and felt that the scene was a bit magical. Going further inside, there is a conference table. Tang Zheng came to the main seat and sat down. There were already many officers waiting beside him, including foreigners and Han people. Tang Zheng sat down and said concisely, "Time is tight today. Let's make it short. Michael, tell me your next action plan. Report to the general. We have accepted a new job. There is a group of adventurers in the northeast who do all kinds of evil. We are going to beat them." "Very good. When do you set off?" "We will leave soon. General, LeBron and Kevin's 2 platoons have already started, and the rest of the troops will follow soon. What do you plan to do about your bad reputation?" "It doesn't matter, General. If possible, I would like to make it worse. But people outside will soon find out that we have a bottom line. Innocent survivors will not be harmed. As for reputation, it is also a kind of metal." "Okay. Then what do you think of dealing with the survivors here?" "I don't have time to deal with it. Please make the decision." "General, tell them that if they are willing to join us, we will be responsible for sending them to Jiguang City. If they are not willing, they can leave freely." "Yes." Tang Zheng looked at Ji Yutian again. "Platoon leader Ji, has there been any news from the base?" "General, Wu Di told me that the base has already started some rescue activities, but some survivors are doubtful and unwilling to join. Don't force those who don't want to join. They will regret it if they miss the opportunity." After briefly assigning some tasks, Tang Zheng asked, "Are there any remaining militants captured here?" "Yes. Some are willing to surrender, and some are talking to us about their past identities. One person is a baron of the empire, saying that we are not qualified to judge him. Now he is being held outside the tent." Tang Zheng snorted coldly. "What time is it now? He is still talking to me about his past identity. Even if it is the past, he has done so many bad things that the imperial law cannot tolerate him. Shoot him." "Yes." The 2 guards ran out, and soon there were shouts outside the tent. "Who are you? Are you the Imperial Army? You have no right to treat me like this. I am a noble. My ancestors shed blood for the Empire, and my family has made contributions to the Empire. I want to complain." Bang! After a gunshot, the shouting outside stopped. The guard ran back to report, "General, the execution is completed. Return to the team." "Yes." The soldier returned to Tang Zheng back, and Ji Yutian continued, "General, we should set off. There are survivors in the city now, and the work is quite busy." "Okay. Let's go now. Adjourn the meeting." Tang Zheng stood up and walked out of the tent. Willis had disappeared, and a Hummer Jeep stopped at the door. Tang Zheng got in the car, and Xiao Dilly followed instinctively. The car sped all the way to the outside of the camp. After turning a corner, Xiao Dilly was surprised to find that there was a huge helicopter parked here. Xiao Dilly had interviewed the troops before, and this kind of large helicopter was not equipped in the Han Empire. She had only seen it in foreign news. This made her more curious and surprised about Tang Zheng's identity. Before boarding the plane, Tang Zheng took back his mobile phone. "I'm sorry, Miss Dilly. This is my mobile phone. Today's interview ends here. Now I declare that you are free, and you can go wherever you want." Dilly was stunned for a moment, but this interview has not ended yet, and I haven't reported it yet. Today's content is confidential, and will not be reported to the public. So, goodbye. Seeing Tang Zheng waving his hand, and about to board the plane, little Dilly could no longer suppress her curiosity and excitement, and grabbed the corner of Tang Zheng's coat. "I want to continue doing news interviews about you and your base. It sounds great. Are you willing to give me a chance?" Chapter 98. Seeing that Xiao Dilly agreed to come to Jiguang City, Tang Zheng smiled. "This is good, and it will be a good start for future recruitment." Take Xiao Dilly on the plane, and the rest of the survivors were transported to Jiguang City by several large trucks from the 5th row. After nearly 2 hours of flight, the plane landed in Jiguang City. It did not go back to the inner city directly, but landed in the outer city, in a small courtyard built by Tang Zheng alone. In this small courtyard, Tang Zheng's father, sister, Su Jingqiu and others lived. This courtyard was also built with emphasis. There was a circle of regular walls separating it from the outside, and some mobile houses were built inside. After bringing little Dilly in, Tang Zheng briefly introduced her to everyone, and then took her to a separate small house. Inside was a radio station that Tang Zheng had purchased in advance. Miss Dilly, this will be your residence in the future. You can take a look at the construction of Jiguang City first. We are recruiting survivors here, and I hope you can do your part for us in this regard. Little Dilly is still a little confused. The shock that Jiguang City brought to her is too great. The construction site in the city is in full swing. Wires are being pulled everywhere, and the lights are brilliant. For a base in a mountain valley, it is incredible to be able to achieve full power supply. Those big windmills on the mountains and the radar stations she saw on the plain all puzzled her. How did Tang Zheng do it? And there is this huge city, with an area of 10 square kilometers and a wall as high as 20 meters. This has completely exceeded the Jinghe County base, where the 5th Army is located in the radio. The 8-meter-high wall of the base there was boasted about seriously, but compared with the city wall here, it was simply unbearable. She was also impressed by the soldiers here. The strict military discipline, solemn military appearance, and vigorous spirit all made her see something completely opposite to the end of the world, which was positive, upward, and prosperous. The mountain scenery, the river, the climate, and the people here made her feel like she was on vacation. Even if Tang Zheng didn't say it, she would report the base well and promote it to the survivors, so that everyone could come here to live a happy life. Don't worry, General Tang. Leave this matter to me. Looking at Xiao Dilly, who was full of fighting spirit and seemed to be injected with chicken blood, Tang Zheng smiled. Okay, then I will wait for your good news. After leaving the small courtyard, Tang Zheng returned to the inner city area. Along the way, he found that there were more survivors in the base. There weren't many of them. Probably only about 100 people. These people were brought back by the engineering company when he went to the front line and the 5th company to collect supplies. But that's all for now. After all, the current Jiguang City is still unknown in this area. These survivors arrived and consciously put their work into work, starting to build their own nests in the area planned by Guiyun. The scene was a little chaotic. After all, Tang Zheng had not yet established a special management department in the city. This is not a solution, Tang Zheng thought to himself and returned to his own pond. There were also dozens of engineers working here, and the foundation of Tang Zheng residence had been laid. According to Guiyun's design, Tang Zheng residence was a villa covering an area of more than 3,000 square meters. There was 1 underground floor and 3 above-ground floors, and the area of each floor reached more than 800 square meters. The underground floor was a garage, where Tang Zheng car and the military vehicles of the guard platoon were parked. The above-ground floor was a reception hall, where a large sand table was to be built to show the mountains and rivers of the entire northern region. There is a kitchen, a monitoring room, and a residence for guards. The main area on the 2nd floor is a large conference room. When the whole army holds a meeting in the future, it will be held on the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor is Tang Zheng private living area, including a swimming pool, bedroom, sports field, etc. On the rooftop, there is a large helicopter landing pad. You can take the elevator or stairs from the room to the top of the building and leave by helicopter. Outside the villa is a larger yard, which not only includes the pond where Tang Tang is and the orchard, but also reserves space for the future air defense system. After Tang Zheng came back, he first used a regular city wall to enclose the entire courtyard of his villa. The entire courtyard covers an area of at least 50,000 square meters, and there is also a parking lot inside. The courtyard has a main gate, a side gate, and a water gate that connect to the outside world. In front of the gate of the courtyard, Tang Zheng built a sentry tower. However, this place does not belong to the defense area of the city guard company, but to the jurisdiction of the guard platoon. When these were completed, the sky had gradually darkened. The sound of a motorcycle came from outside the courtyard, and Ji Yutian drove back from outside. He ran to the courtyard in the outer city area and brought the small kitchen that Su Jingqiu had arranged for Tang Zheng. After putting the food down for Tang Zheng, Ji Yutian casually talked about the situation in the outer city area. General, those survivors need someone to manage them. Today, Xiao Dilly went out to look for news materials, and many survivors swarmed over, asking for autographs and taking photos. The order was very chaotic, and the city guards had their tasks, and there was no one to manage them. In the future, There will definitely be more and more survivors here. And it is conceivable that it will be even more chaotic in the future. Tang Zheng had just opened his lunchbox. And when he heard Ji Yutian say this, he looked up at him. Then how do you think we should manage it? Ji Yutian immediately answered, I think we should set up a public security bureau to manage the survivors in the city. After all, our city is not small. And we can't let the garrison take care of everything. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. What you think coincides with mine? In this case, you don't have to continue to serve as the guard platoon leader. From now on, you are the director of the Jiguang City Public Security Bureau. And your status is equivalent to that of the company commander. Hearing that Tang Zheng had taken away his position as the platoon leader, Ji Yutian's face turned pale. But then he was given the position of the chief of the security department, which was on the same level as the company commander. Ji Yutian was immediately refreshed and his face was flushed. Don't worry, General. I promise to complete the task and do a good job in the security work in Jiguang City. Tang Zheng smiled. It's not enough to just do a good job in security work. You also have to understand all the situations in the city. The situation of the survivors from outside. How many unstable factors there are. And whether there are any safety hazards in the city. In addition, you have to go deep into the survivors. Don't learn the style of the imperial aristocrats and be high-handed officials. Ji Yutian nodded repeatedly. General, rest assured, I will obey your orders, grasp the situation in the city, and get along with the survivors. Okay. You go find Gui Yuan and ask him to change the style of your clothes and make a special uniform for the security guards. Then choose a location from the planned locations and leave it as the office of the Jiguang City Security Bureau. Probably build a 5-story building. Then go find the engineer company commander Bao Shilai and ask him to start construction of the security bureau as soon as possible. I understand. I go right away. Ji Yutian was about to run out, but suddenly stopped. General, I am the only one in the public security bureau? Tang Zheng looked around and found that the guard platoon had just been fully staffed. So it was really difficult to recruit people. So he simply bought a new scout. Scout Su Lu. Report to the general. The one who came out was a smart-looking young man with a bright face, who looked quite clever. Su Lu, you are now a member of the Jiguang City Public Security Bureau. And Ji Yutian will be your director in the future. You don't have an office space yet, so I won't add too many people to you. You two should go to work first. Su Lu nodded in agreement, and then asked, General, my director and I should have a car. Right? Indeed. We should have one. But it would be a waste to have another car for the two of you. You can drive the 3-wheeled motorcycle outside first. Su Lu saluted, and then came to Ji Yutian. Looking around, he took a pack of cigarettes from Tang Zheng's side. First, he lit one for Tang Zheng, and then lit one for Ji Yutian. Director Ji, please take care of me in the future. Ji Yutian, the new official, took a puff of cigarette and felt very happy. He is now a company-level cadre. Although he only has one soldier now, his rank has been raised. As long as he works as the director of the Public Security Bureau for a period of time and satisfies the general, he may be directly appointed as the battalion commander when the army is expanded next time. Su Lu in front of him looks good and is quite smart. He should be cultivated as a confidant. Well, he can only be cultivated. There is no other choice. Let's go! Follow the director, and I will go out to understand the situation. Ji Yutian walked out and sat directly on the sidecar of the motorcycle. This time he didn't need to be the driver. Su Lu sat in the driving position. The motorcycle started and rushed out of the yard. From then on, Ji Yutian was no longer Tang Zheng guard platoon leader, but became the director of the Public Security Bureau of Jiguang City. The position of the guard platoon leader was taken over by Ning Yue. Ning Yue took over as the platoon leader. Still with an unperturbed look, just came behind Tang Zheng and gently massaged his shoulders. General, smoke less. Tang Zheng put out the cigarette without hesitation, feeling the gentle strength of Ning Yue's little hand, and felt a sense of corruption in his heart. At this time, the correspondent Wu Di turned on the radio. General, I just got the news that Miss Dilly has mastered some materials and is going to start broadcasting tonight to recruit survivors for us in Jiguang City. Really? What time does it start? It starts at 6 o'clock in the evening. And there are still 20 minutes. Tang Zheng looked at the time, then picked up the small stove prepared by Su Jingqiu for him and started to eat. 4 dishes and 1 soup. All delicious and tasty. A very comfortable meal. After dinner, the new guard platoon leader Ning Yue went to the orchard in the yard and picked some fruits for Tang Zheng. There are hawthorn trees, apple trees, kumquats and grapes here. They were washed by the pond and put in a fruit plate next to Tang Zheng. At the same time, she also brewed a pot of tea for Tang Zheng and placed it on the coffee table next to him. Tang Zheng sat on the chair, feeling the cool breeze blowing from the pond in the evening, feeling very comfortable. Yue, you are the platoon leader. Let others do these things in the future. No, General. I'm used to it. I don't trust others to do it. Ning Yue peeled an apple for Tang Zheng and answered with drooping eyebrows. Tang Zheng looked up at the sky. It's over. Corruption is hopeless. Chapter 99. After eating the apple that Ning Yue had peeled herself, Xiao Dili's radio finally started. Wu Di placed his radio next to Tang Zheng to ensure that the general could hear it clearly. Russell. Zizizizi. A new radio signal source appeared in the North Territory for the first time. Good evening, everyone. I'm Xiao Dili. I'm very happy to be able to talk to you in this way at this time. I'm very happy. Xiao Dili's gentle voice came through, clear and pleasant to the ear. At this moment, Tang Zheng felt like he was back to the time before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, Xiao Dili's voice was transmitted to the public through radio waves. And now it is the same. When Xiao Dili's voice comes, the people who are listening to the radio in the entire Northern Territory suddenly freeze. At the manor base, Yong Linling suddenly stopped pouring wine into the wine glass, and the wine fell on the table without him noticing. At the international base, Jonathan was doing something on a woman, and he also stopped suddenly and shrank rapidly. At the Union University headquarters, Xie Jin Shan was habitually picking up canned beef to feed the fish, and found that the octopus was gone. After hearing the broadcast, he unconsciously stuffed a piece of beef into his mouth. Many other bases, all those who had broadcasts, couldn't believe their ears. It's Xiao Dili. It's really Xiao Dili. Am I dreaming? Oh my god. She's still alive. I can actually hear the voice of the goddess in the end times. This is so surprising. Don't make any noise. Listen to what Xiao Dili is saying. Where is she? At this moment, all bases in the Northern Territory were surprisingly quiet. Xiao Dili's gentle and smooth voice was still telling the story slowly. Time flies so fast. More than 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Now I can still clearly remember that 2 months ago, I was full of longing and love for my future life. From the day the end of the world began, everything changed. I could no longer meet everyone through radio and television. I began a life of escape and wandering. It was a past that I couldn't bear to look back on. But I have never given up hope in my heart. Just like you who are still alive today in this miserable world. The darkness before dawn is not eternal. The light in our lives will eventually come. And the hero in our lives will definitely appear beside us. This morning, I was still a captive. And now I am in the city of Chasing Light. You may not know the name of the city of Chasing Light. Today I will tell you about the legendary world here. Jiguang City is located at the foot of Guiyun Mountain, the source of foaming river. This is a fertile land full of miracles. When I arrived here by helicopter today, I felt that my worldview was overturned. Here is a wall that is like an ancient city wall, but even stronger than the ancient city wall. It is 20 meters high and covers an area of 10 kilometers. There are excellent guards, sentry towers everywhere, and fully armed soldiers, which make people's dreams here sweeter and more stable. Here is the cleanest water source, the water from foaming river and the delicious river fish. Today I had the most enjoyable meal since the beginning of the end of the world. There is no class distinction here, no aristocratic oppression. Everyone can build their own house, and all needs can be obtained through labor. Plane, tank, chariot, these weapons rarely seen in the end of the world, can be seen here. And do you believe it? Today I walked around the city and found that a park and a theater were built here to enrich everyone's future cultural life. I saw a few dancing girls in the park by the foaming river. They were practicing ballet there, and were very beautiful. There were people fishing by the river. The fishermen told me that the fish here are stupid. They don't go upstream, but wander downstream. It's easy to catch them. Isn't it very interesting? Of course, when it comes to this, I have to mention an important person. He is the leader of the Jiguang City base. The leader of the Jiguang army, Tang Zheng. I don't want to reveal too much about leader Tang Zheng, but I can tell you one thing. He is a handsome guy. Very nice. And he also said that the city will be tax-free in the initial stage. Welcome everyone to Jiguang City, and enjoy everything I have said. Xiao Dili is waiting for you here. Next, I have a song that I want to give to everyone here. The name of the song is You Are My Light. Hum hum la 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 hum hum la 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 la. The siren-like singing that belongs only to little Dilly sounded faintly in the radio. There are no instruments. No accompaniment. Close your eyes and listen. The sound is like coming from the deep sea. This is why many people like her before the end of the world. When her singing sounded, many people in front of the radio had tears in their eyes. There is hope. It seems there is really hope. Lil Dilly will not lie to us. I was her fan before the end of the world. She has never lied to anyone. Jiguang City. I want to go to Jiguang City. Compared with the place Xiao Dilly described, the place we live in is a garbage dump. Should we wait and see? After all, it is the end of the world now. And many things are different from before. Let's wait and see. If others can prove that what Xiao Dilly said is true, then we will go too. Okay. But the radio said that the startup phase is tax-free. I don't know if it is true. I am a little skeptical. I am skeptical too. Let's wait and see. There will be a result soon. In the land of the North Territory, even the Alliance does not control only a small part of the survivors. Some people are unwilling to join the Alliance as long as they have the ability to protect themselves, which is equivalent to being restricted. Moreover, the reputation of the Alliance is not very good. The heavy taxes make people barely maintain food and clothing. Many things that Xiao Dilly said are very attractive. But the most attractive one is the tax exemption. If all this is true, then Jiguang City is undoubtedly the best place to go. Some conservative people chose to wait and see. But many decisive people decided to set off at that time. This is the so-called star effect, which is also due to Xiao Dilly's good reputation and audience appeal in the past, which made many people believe her words. According to the location mentioned in the broadcast, a large number of survivor teams set out one after another in the morning of the next day, heading towards Jiguang City. The effect is obvious. By noon the next day, Xiao Fan could see 4 or 5 survivor teams entering this range within his radar range, with a total of more than 2,000 people. Huh? Lil Dilly has made a good start. It seems that the population of Jiguang City is about to enter a stage of rapid growth. More people is a good thing. The city's infrastructure construction just needs a lot of manpower. Our city will take shape soon. Is Tang Zheng Jiguang City really as good as the radio says? At the headquarters of the Northern Territory Alliance, Xia Jinshan couldn't believe it. But according to the information he had, many survivors had left their original survival base and went to Jiguang City. He had wanted some of these bases to join the Alliance, but they had not agreed. Now they were taking the initiative to go to Jiguang City, which made him alert. But he had to admit that Tang Zheng's celebrity advertising effect was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Dilly's celebrity effect, coupled with the bright prospects described in the broadcast, made many people unable to sit still. Even within the Alliance, some people were quietly discussing whether they should withdraw from the Alliance and join Jiguang City. Although this voice is still small, there are already bad trends and signs. Chairman, it seems that the situation is probably true now. The area of Jiguang City is a bit remote. I have never been there before the end of the world. I don't know anything about it. It has been so long since the end of the world. No one knows what it has become. Maybe there is really a city built there. Next to Xia Jinshan, Liamo and Lian Na were sitting there. These two people were his right-hand men. They are all mutants, and each of them controls a large survival base, helping Xia Jinshan maintain the stability of the Alliance. Xia Jinshan turned to Liamo. I asked you to investigate the people who caused chaos in the headquarters that day. Have you found out clearly? Speaker, I checked according to your instructions. The 3 people who first left the building that day were Yong Linling, Jonathan and Tang Zheng. However, according to the later investigation, although Yong Linling and Jonathan are suspected, they did not show any abnormality. They have our insiders in their bases, and we have not found any clues. It's just that Tang Zheng was not the focus of attention at the beginning, so we haven't had time to investigate. Investigate now. Send a large number of people to investigate. Investigate who is causing chaos here, and give me a detailed report on the specific situation of Jiguang City. Isn't Jiguang City now recruiting a large number of survivors? Then send people to try to place as many people as possible in their city. I will not allow any forces beyond my control to appear in this land. Liamo stood up. Don't worry. Speaker, I am very familiar with this kind of thing. Although many bases have not joined the alliance now. As long as we want, we can immediately make them chaos from the inside. And Jiguang City will be no exception. Xie Jinshan nodded with relief. That's good. By the way, Lian Na, we have to do two things at the same time. Lian Mo is looking for people to enter Jiguang City. And you should not be idle. Let the tax collector go to Jiguang City immediately. They are collecting people. So we will collect their head tax. The number of people must be equal to the tax. Not a grain of food or supplies can be missing. Okay, Speaker. I will send someone over and station them in Jiguang City. Also, sign a contract with them to include Jiguang City in the protection scope of the alliance. Otherwise we have no reason to collect taxes. Understood, Speaker? The contract must be signed. They can't refuse it. Lian Mo and Lian Na received the order and left. After giving the order, Xie Jinshan sat back in his chair and felt a little calmer. He felt that he was right to do so. There could only be one voice in this land. That is, the voice of the alliance. That is, the voice of Xie Jinshan. Including Jiguang City in the protection scope will also facilitate future control. And he has a legitimate reason. As for the so-called protection, Xie Jinshan didn't take it to heart. Will there be any danger now? Zombies are not large-scale, and are not to be feared. Survivors? It's even more of a joke. No survivor team has the courage to challenge the alliance. So this protection is only nominal. But the benefits are real. Chapter 100. The influx of a large number of survivors brought abundant labor to Jiguang City. The materials collected by the engineers finally found a place to use them. Dozens of tower cranes were erected in Jiguang City at the same time. And a large number of construction sites began to break ground. The Public Security Bureau, which Tang Zheng had just established yesterday, had to expand this department today. The Public Security Bureau expanded from 2 people to 90 people. 2 full platoons. Some mobilized soldiers joined the army and directly put on the public security uniforms designed by Gui Yun. The security uniforms of the Empire are blue, while those of the Jiguang City where Tang Zheng is located are gray. The configuration is slightly different from that of the army. The security guards do not need to be equipped with grenades or marching backpacks, but are equipped with police explosion-proof shields and handcuffs. Some security guards carry rifles, while others carry pistols and explosion-proof shields. Everyone is equipped with trench knives, and squad leaders are all equipped with walkie-talkies. There is no way to avoid expansion. Thousands of people have poured into Jiguang City at once. The city is already a bit chaotic, and someone must maintain order. In addition to the Public Security Bureau, Jiguang City also needs an internal affairs department. However, most combatants are not qualified for this department. According to the system, combatants have difficulty in getting started with some delicate work. Only scientific research soldiers have the brains to adapt to internal affairs work. Although Gui Yun is the Minister of Scientific Research, many internal affairs work also need to be found by him now. Tang Zheng can only let Gui Yun take on the internal affairs work at the same time, and added 10 scientific research soldiers at once to take up the internal affairs work first. In fact, Tang Zheng wanted to let the survivors do these things. But at present, these survivors are all outsiders and don't know each other. So important tasks cannot be handed over to them. At the same time, there is also the task of collecting materials. Tang Zheng main companies are fighting outside. Engineering, construction, and city guards are defending the city. There are no extra people to go out to collect. Although Tang Zheng troops still have some vacancies, several main companies are not full, and some arms have not been supplemented, such as the Army Aviation Regiment, which is short of people. He can't buy a team specifically responsible for collection work. Tang Zheng had no choice but to let Ji Yutian, the director of the Public Security Bureau, take charge of this matter. If there are mercenaries and adventurers coming to Jiguang City, they can be handed over to them. The materials they collected can be handed over to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. At present, the location of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is located at the door of the material recycling station, and the materials can be directly sent to the warehouse. But new problems followed. How to calculate the materials, and how to compensate the mercenaries and adventurer teams at that time are all problems. Because whether it is Jiguang City or the Alliance, so far, they have adopted the traditional trading method of bartering. So far, there is no thing that can replace the previous currency. The money in the past has no value. The amount of money in stock is too large and can be collected everywhere. It is worthless. Other places do not have the ability to issue currency. And even if they do, it may not be recognized by people. Because the issuance of a local currency not only requires a place to spin, but also requires comprehensive evaluation from all aspects. First of all, your base must be safe enough for the currency to exist. Otherwise, if you are occupied or captured at any time, your currency will become waste paper. It is crucial to make the survivors trust and recognize your currency. Although Jiguang City looks indestructible, it has not established such a status in the hearts of the survivors. Perhaps, it requires a victory in a large-scale war to prove that they are qualified to issue currency. When Guiyun proposed to Tang Zheng that he could consider issuing currency, Tang Zheng decisively refused. It is not the right time yet. It is still far away. Although the original barter is troublesome, it can only be carried out in this way for now. As for the rewards and compensation for the adventurer team and mercenaries, Tang Zheng decided to use weapons, vehicles, etc. So far, Tang Zheng has not mastered the acid-resistant technology in other bases. So everyone is in short supply, whether it is weapons or vehicles. Especially weapons. Tang Zheng still has a large number of guns and ammunition in his hands. Although they are some old styles, they are not bad at all for fighting zombies. Tang Zheng also has a lot of vehicles here, in addition to what he can buy himself. There are also hundreds of vehicles collected these days that have been treated with acid resistance and piled up in the base. Among them, the engineering vehicles were all used by Tang Zheng and his team, most of which were off-road vehicles. Tang Zheng could not use these vehicles here, but for other survivors, these were good things. After the establishment of the Internal Affairs Department, Tang Zheng came over immediately and had a tense discussion with these scientific research soldiers. After Tang Zheng paid special attention, the engineers went into battle together, and a simple mobile house hall was built in less than a day. This hall was named the Jiguang Trading Registration Hall. The main task of the hall is to be responsible for population registration, task release, material trading, etc. The original plan was to set up an electronic screen in the hall, but this thing had not been collected before, so a large blackboard could only be used instead. On the left side of the hall, a large display case was set up. There was nothing else in the display case, only weapons. Tang Zheng put hundreds of guns in it, most of which were 98K rifles, as well as 5-style pistols and Colt duelist pistols, even AK-47. Tang Zheng put in dozens of them. 2 light machine guns were also put in. There are also a lot of yellow bullets, a lot of boxes of grenades, etc. These guns are the commodities used for trading. Of course, there are also vehicles, but the vehicles are not placed indoors, and are currently placed in the open space outdoors. A guard squad was dispatched to cooperate with 2 squads of the Public Security Bureau to guard here 24 hours a day. During the construction of the trading hall, Xiao Dili's radio station released this news. Any adventurer team, mercenary team, and other civilian survivor teams that come to Jiguang City can send supplies to Jiguang City, according to the value of the materials. There are strict accounting standards, after the value is determined by the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. These teams can receive weapons and vehicles of equal value in the trading hall. If weapons are not needed, you can also obtain points in Jiguang City by paying for materials. Points cards are issued by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and are temporarily made by scientific research soldiers. Points cards are like temporary currency with different denominations. These points can be retained or used to purchase homesteads in Jiguang City to build their own houses. At present, the temporary sheds and mobile houses built by the survivors are not long-term. If you want to own your own homestead for a long time, you have to buy it through the points card. Once the news was released, it immediately caused a great response among the survivors in the surrounding groups. It has been 3 days since Jiguang City released the broadcast. Many survivors have gone there. So far, the feedback is still good. However, it is impossible to attract everyone to go there just by relying on these and the star effect. Many people have built their own small bases for a long time and do not want to change places. But now it is different. With the motivation of interests and the demand for materials, too many people are tempted. Apart from other things, the weapons alone are enough to impress too many people. Especially those adventurer teams that make a living by collecting materials are too short of weapons. Some adventurers that Tang Zheng saw at the university base before even wrapped bullet chains around their bodies. Why did they do this? It is a kind of showing off and a symbol of strength. Those who can own a gun and a bullet chain are the heroes in this Doomsday. Everyone should be polite when talking to him. But in fact, they are all in short supply of weapons. The more they are in short supply, the more they want to show off. This is human nature. Hearing that there are 98K, AK-47, and even light machine guns available on the radio. Most adventurers and mercenary teams are crazy. Must go. Go now. Go to Jiguang City. Exchange supplies for weapons. And build a strong Doomsday team. In the next 3 days, the second wave of population influx peaks. In the previous 3 days, about 5,000 to 8,000 people arrived in Jiguang City every day. In the next 3 days, the average number of people pouring into Jiguang City every day exceeded 12,000. In the 6 days before and after, Jiguang City changed from a deserted city to a city with a population of 70,000, which is almost the same as the university city base. On the streets, the number of people carrying guns increased visibly. This made Ji Yutian, the new director of the Jiguang City Public Security Bureau, very nervous. He was afraid that there would be trouble in the city. So he patrolled the streets with a large number of security guards every day. With more people, many things have become more expensive. First, the land in Jiguang City was immediately sold at a very high price. There are 4 locations that have been sold as prime locations. The first one is the main road leading to the inner city from the south gate of Jiguang City. This road is the core road of Jiguang City, and has not yet been named. Although the road conditions are not very good, the land prices around it have soared to 100 points per square meter. Points in Jiguang City are obtained through supplies. 1 point is obtained for every kilogram of food handed over. For every liter of gasoline you hand in, you get 1 point. For every gram of gold you hand in, you also get 1 point. Let alone whether gold is valuable in the end times. Since the Ministry of the Interior of Jiguang City has purchased it, it is valuable. If calculated based on grain, 100 points means 100 kilograms of grain. How many people can 100 kilograms of grain feed in the end times? It can only be exchanged for 1 square meter of land here. And there are more than one such location. There are also planned communities along the foaming river, the main road to the east gate, and the surrounding areas of the future Jiguang Grand Theater, etc. And the land has been hiked up to a sky-high price. Of course, this kind of price speculation is inseparable from the pushers of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And the ultimate pusher behind the scenes is naturally Tang Zheng, especially the land on both sides of Nanmen Street. That is not sold to ordinary people. In the past few days, Tang Zheng has been busy, but he also vaguely feels that a considerable number of people who come to Jiguang City are not so simple. A big tree attracts the wind. Jiguang City's continuous big moves have already made it quite famous in the surrounding areas. But all this came too fast and too suddenly. The current foundation is very unstable. Behind the full swing, there is a kind of false prosperity. He was looking for an opportunity to have a great wave of sand. This morning, he suddenly received 2 messages. The first one was from the Alliance headquarters. Liana, the 3rd member of the Alliance, will lead the Alliance inspection team and tax collectors to Jiguang City for field inspection and tax collection. It is expected to arrive at 10 o'clock this morning. The second message came from Qinzhou. Bai Ling, the leader of the airport base, sent a shocking message.